different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing. What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
I'm counting down. Okay, we're live. 5.
Wait, I need to pee. I'm kidding.
4, 3, 2.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And we are live right now. And of course, you know what we're going to be talking about. But before we get into what we're going to be talking about, my name is Cleopatra Kohire, and I am stepping in for Brian Malondo. We also have amidst us a lawyer who will also shed some light on the talk that we're going to be having today. So I'll be starting from my extreme left, introducing Shafiq Serada. He is the founder of Film Hackers, and he is also a CEO of Incredible Media, which works with TVCs, filmmaking as well. That's well, besides TVCs, there is also TV series and movies. Yeah, and then next to him is Philip Luswata. This man I have admired for a long time, looked up to him. He was the one who appeared in Igoli, a South African series. Back then, we're all like this on the screens. So welcome, Philip Luswata. He's an actor and writer. Next to him is the amazing and gorgeous and fierce Nana Kaga. You know?
I will cheer myself.
You know, Ululu. Nana Kaga is a producer, a director, and an actress. And Savannah Moon, she's a founder as well of Savannah Moon. And next to her is Danze Edwin. I like his name, Danze. And he is a producer as well as it was producer and digital marketer. I didn't want to get it wrong. And I'm a writer, so I write a lot. Pardon, you'll be seeing me scribble. I'm not, the lawyer next to me might say, what is she writing about? And this here next to me is the lovely Louis Luanga. He is an entertainment lawyer. And I must say, I'm glad we have him. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And right now, like I said, we're going to be discussing, the regulations. Me, I had no words. Like, I was so mad. When I've just, Nana knows, I had just told my corporate job, thank you so much, I really need to go and focus on, the filmmaking, and there's a project and blah, 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 and they understood. Then you leave, and the next thing they're saying, that regulations are coming, and people are going to be having to pay. So let me just look at some of the regulations here to give you viewers a brief on what's actually happening, in case you haven't heard about it. Now, the stage play and public entertainment rules, I'm going to make it brief. These rules affect musicians, actors, comedians, authors, promoters, venue owners, including hotels, parks, bars, gardens, beaches. DJs and VJs, record labels, broadcasters, and so on. In other words, if you're someone who is creative, I think even those who can sew mats, under these rules, one must have a permit to stage a play, a concert, or any form of public entertainment. Failure to have a permit is punishable by a fine or imprisonment for 6 months or both. Now, we could go on and on, but you're going to get to know what all the regulations are all about. And when we get to Louis, he'll also explain and elaborate. The thing is, though, some of you might be saying, but we've heard that these regulations have been killed, stopped, frozen. It's a bit unclear, what's happening. But guys, I just want you to indulge with me. I'll start with Philip Luswata. What's your say?
Well, I think we need to be very clear that as performers, we are very much for regulation. We are very much for regulation. And I think we can't operate in an industry and an atmosphere that doesn't have rules. But what we are saying is that who is this who's coming out to create these rules? Because it's like saying that the industry has been operating in a vacuum. UCC very proudly keeps saying that, we came to save the industry from the 1949 rules, colonial rules. And then they also say that much of what we are following now is still colonial, is from those 1950s, our constitution. But when you look at the idea behind creating these rules, then it becomes very suspect. Why would I go into Shafiq's house to create rules for him? You see, if rules are going to be created and to be followed, then they must be created by the people who are concerned. We have had these rules. What was wrong with them? Nobody knows. Nobody has been explained to that this was wrong. And I remember some 4 or 5 years ago, the Uganda National Cultural Center called us to discuss the UNCC Act. And at that time, if I remember clearly, these same kind of rules came up. And we told them, okay, it's fine, you've come up with these things, but what's wrong with the old regulations? You have never implemented them. They have never been put to practice. So we've not weighed them to say that they can work or they can't work. So what needs to happen is, okay, it's good, we need to regulate, but let's first revisit the old. Otherwise, you're not going to write rules in your house, then come and tell me, you need also to revise your own rules in your house, so you start with my rules. No, let's start before you. From where you began, let me also begin there, and then also I put myself into some kind of position that works for me. So we're not against, we do support, but we are saying it's the wrong person who is bringing these rules. It's not for the UNCC, for UCC to bring these rules. It's for culture, the guys who are concerned with culture. And maybe that's when Parliament needs to go and sit down and start discussing mandate. Who is doing what? If you remember, the president the other day also came clear and said he made a big mistake by creating all these anti-corruption bodies. It's the same thing that is happening even now, where you have the Media Council, you have UCC, you have the Minister of Gender, you have the Minister of Tourism, you have the Minister of Industry, you have the ICT Ministry, all showing that we might have an interest in this kind of business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nana Kaga, what do you think these regulations causes? Like, what do you think the effect is on the creative arts?
First of all, I just want to say something. The creative arts are the key to dreaming. They're the key to opening imaginations. They're the key to people voicing their frustrations, their joys, their happiness, the way people express themselves. They define generations, they define eras, they define the times. Because I'll tell you this, very few of us go through life without attaching music to a particular era in your life, without attaching poems, plays. So when you put forth regulations like this, you're saying that you can dream, okay? But you can't execute that dream without my permission. And I don't literally know you. I don't know what drives you. I don't know why you are who you are. And a lot of times we don't understand the arts choose us. We don't choose the arts. I'm sure there's a lot of people that would say, if I could walk away from being an artist, I'd do it. Because that would make society happy, because the arts are considered to be an erratic field. People don't comprehend it. But when you go and muzzle the arts, when you stifle the arts, you stifle a generation. You kill off the voices of the youth and the voiceless. So these regulations where you impose monetary fines and jail time are not meant to uplift the industry. They're meant to crush it. And let's face it, it is very sad that UCC has come out to put these regulations forth to an industry that they have never really bothered to structure, support, fund, or even put forth an environment where we can have investors come in for us to grow. So we've struggled. We've put this industry together. We are at a stage where we can realize something out of it. And then the very body that's supposed to protect us is coming forth to just destroy the entire structure. And like Philip said, we need regulations to protect both sides. There's actors, crew people, everybody that's involved requires regulations to know boundaries. Like anything in the society of life, you have to have boundaries, and there must be consequences if those boundaries are not executed. But they must be for the good of every single person involved in the process. So when you come forth and tell people that they cannot speak, that they will be punished if they don't follow the rules as you have put them forth. And let's face it, these regulations were done by technocrats and policymakers, not by us who are living this life, who say, you know what, this rule must be put forth for this person because I've lived it. I would love for someone else to not experience what I've experienced. But what has come is the same thing that happens a lot in life, is people don't bother to understand what they don't know. They think they know, so they go forth and they put what you call a blanket solution on something they don't understand. And a lot of it is for taxes and monetary recovery.
Nice. Nicely put. Personally, when you talk about taxes, I feel like we have way too many taxes. You guys, I can't keep up anymore. I'm just like, wait, I'm doing social media tax, I'm doing what tax, then I'm being taxed again on my salary for what? And then it's just too much. And I think you have a point there, but what would you say, Louis?
Well, the legal perspective here is not as important as what the creative perspective is. Before we talk about what the law is, what these rules are, why now? Why the Stage Plays and Public Entertainment Act of 1999 didn't have rules until now, because these are rules, they're not the act itself. Why UCC is coming out now with regulations on content, regulations on photography and the like. We have to discuss not so much the rules, because the rules are outrageous.
Yeah.
We know that for a fact. But the state of the industry and the environment of the industry that made it possible for UCC to even have the audacity to create these regulations. If we miss that, then we are going to lose the whole conversation. Like Philip said, the wrong person is making the regulations. I wanted to ask him who is the right person to make the regulations. Luckily, he said the regulations should be made by us, the creatives. So the question is, what has stopped the creatives from making these regulations? Because anywhere you go in the world, let's look at the developed markets, all right? Nana here has been to Hollywood. She has starred in a Hollywood movie. She can tell you that to star in a Hollywood movie, you're part of a Screen Actors Guild, all right? Philip has been on various international projects. The way the industry out there approaches themselves is self-regulation. So when Philip said that the creatives ought to make the regulations themselves, I think the creatives have failed themselves for years to a point where someone else who has their own agenda has come in and said, okay, seeing as you guys are disorganized, I'm going to create this and that and that and that for you. Now, think about it this way. The government hasn't supported the creative arts. I can't even say not really at all. They haven't supported the creative arts to the point that the standards that are in the creative arts industry have been put there by the creatives themselves. how stuff operates, how movies are made, because there was no one to guide them. There's no national policy on how movies are going to be made, how content is going to be put out there. I wake up, I look for money, I don't even know the right cameras to use. That's what our industry is. I'm a musician. Most of the songs, I'm sorry to say, that we listen of our music are demos out there, you know? And it's not a fault of the artists. It's the government hasn't sensitized the artists enough to know that we have to be structured this way, okay? To sort of be able to boost the creative arts industry and make it beneficial to both the state and the creatives. Now, the solution to all this, before I even get into what the nitty-gritties of the law, we need self-regulation by the artists themselves. The artists need, okay, not just the artists, the photographers, the digital marketers, because UCC is coming for you, Danze, you know that already. If UCC had a way of regulating YouTube, and they would, and seeing these regulations, I'm sure they have thought about it. But the legal intricacies of that, with the end-user licenses, those guys have, it's very technical. However, if the artists got together, because the biggest issue we've had that has been the block against self-regulation is the individualism in the arts industry. Most of these bodies that you have representing the artists or the photographers or the producers or the promoters are factions. They're not statutory bodies. You understand? So if someone is going to come to a table, okay, to discuss regulations for the industry, who are they going to talk to? They're going to find disorganized factions with their own interests, with the pretext thinking that once it benefits them, it's not going to affect the entire industry. If you look at the background, and people don't want to talk about this, people were consulted. Actually, people in the industry were consulted about these regulations. You understand?
I can see the surprise on each one of us. I'm
Yes.
sure I was like, huh.
So actually people were consulted, all right? But those people were individuals who had their own interests. In an environment that would have self-regulation, where actors create a statutory body, it has to be a statutory body, not a faction of actors of Uganda Association, just camaraderie. No. It has to be a statutory body. Let's call it the Screen Actors Guild of Uganda. The producers have a statutory body. Or anything to that effect. I'm just throwing ideas out there. Or a body that involves all creatives. So much so that, first of all, the mandate of that body is to create sort of standard procedures of operation in the industry for yourselves, so that you cannot go below the standard. If you're going to be a part of this body, this is what we expect of you. The same way the doctors have it, the same way as lawyers have it. You know, you have to subscribe to the Uganda Law Society and you have to be governed by the Law Council, because you cannot afford one Danze to come and also say he's a lawyer without operating within what we look at what the standard should be. All right? That is a discussion that creatives have to have within themselves, helped by legal experts like us to tell them that, listen, this is how we make it a statutory body. Once you create that self-regulation within the industry, all right, then the government or the regulator, there is no chance they're going to be able to pass a law that is going to affect you without consulting you. One, because you already have ways you operate. So you know best what they ought to do, what they need to tweak to support you, all right? So if they're going to make a law, they would have the right people at the table representing the interests of the creatives, knowing exactly how it works with numbers and membership and all that data backing it up. If that doesn't happen, we're going to have this conversation next year. We're going to have this conversation the year after. We're going to have this conversation forever. Because they say they suspended the regulations. Well,
Please tell us, is this suspension? What is...
So let me tell you, legally, that doesn't mean anything. All right? As long as someone has the powers, they do have the power. The law is the law until it's repealed. So that law still exists. So don't sit back and be like, okay, they suspended them. What happens if the minister wakes up and says, okay, these laws are back? They don't have to notify you. All right? So don't sit back. I personally have been trying to sensitize the artists about this. These laws are outrageous, but I was extremely happy when they passed these laws because they are forcing conversations like this to be had. And it's the right time for creatives to sit back and say, okay, the government has showed us their hand. If we don't get our act together, okay, create this so that by the time, okay, let me give you an example. They have been suspended. If the government called the creatives right now to have a discussion, how best can we tweak this? Who are they going to call? If they call Nana, people are going to say, Nana. I mean, they're creatives.
Yeah.
If they call you Philip, people are going to be like, Philip is not going to read. So organize yourselves enough for this conversation to be had at that top level. If you do not do that, we are wasting time.
So, Shafiq, let me ask you this. Considering what he's just pointed out, how best do you think creatives can actually, be one or have a body? There was a time where I was at a function. Those of you may not know, I'm also an actress and I'm a media personality, worked in TV, radio, and been in the industry for like more than 15 years. So this hits home. Me, I can't even cry. Like, I don't want people messing with my creative art. So I would like you to tell us, how best do you think we can actually join as one and say, like the example he gave, SAG. Not that SAG can actually be here. There was a time we were at UCC and they were trying to tell us to sign up for a SAG something. But I know, Onana, you can clarify, that SAG Hollywood actually has to be the one to initiate
Yes.
a SAG Uganda. You cannot just make a Screen Actors Guild without their consent.
And that model that they create in Uganda should then be tailored to the standards in Uganda, but ultimately be governed by the Screen Actors Guild of Hollywood. So when we had that, I heard about that, and I thought that was, as usual, very ad hoc way to sort of regulate the ignorant, those that have no idea about it. So it's, again, educate ourselves and organize ourselves, right?
Actually, the main reason as to why I started Film Hackers is basically I wanted to contribute on the industry that I want to see, a better industry. And this is why we've been able to have these conversations. What we first did is we profiled over 100 top-notch professionals that in the industry that are doing it differently, that have done it for years and have been successful in their craft. So what does that give you? It gives you an online platform where you can go and check all the professionals in the industry that are doing it in the country. Whether you're outside Uganda or inside Uganda, you will know this guy can help me do ABCD. So we have created an online community of content creators, and we keep looking out there for more people to come on board, so that we can know, yes, when I need legal advice, I'll go to him. When I need social media, I'll go to him. When I need to do casting, I'll come and pick Nana.
It's like our Uganda Wikipedia.
Yes, it's like a Uganda
And it's
Wikipedia.
actually helping because we get to know more about each other, we get to know who's doing what. Sometimes people write others off as just an actor or just, with that just, and yet there's a lot more to the individual.
So we have a website which is Film Hackers, filmhackers.org. It's a pretty robust website with all these top-notch guys. And we have brought conversations closer to people. We have social media pages. We have also a WhatsApp group where we have all the top-notch guys that this project is coming in, so-and-so is leading in, so that we can keep ourselves in check. And that put aside, for me, for the past 12 years that I've been in this industry, I see things differently. I'm a cinematographer. I will shoot down and shoot, I will edit and do all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, as an entrepreneur, I see things differently. Why? I see this as a business because I realize that you can be passionate about your craft, but you're going to reach at a certain level where what brought you here, where you are, will not take you there, that you need a certain set of skills. 90% of the creatives that we have in the industry, they're concentrating on their craft. oh, look how good my film is. Look how my song sounds really dope. My pictures really sounds great. I want my movie to be shot on this. I want my movie to be shot on red. You know, that technical stuff. That's where we all lose all this kind of stuff. And the people that have done it differently, like we have people like Swans Avenue, we have people like Admire, we have people like Media 256, we have people like Oman Ali. Like, they have the business mind in their brains that, yes, I'm doing this, yes, but if I don't take it as a business, at a certain point I'm going to shut down. So that passion needs to be fueled.
Yeah.
So when you start thinking of this industry as a business like any other business, and you know you need capital, you need proper systems put in place, just like the way you open up a business in Uganda, you have to go to the registration bureau, you register the business and, you know, make it properly aligned. Getting into in our industry, there is no barrier. It's an open space, like you just enter, you just go in like this, and there is no exit door. So you've seen that there's a lot of people gambling, and you can't know where someone is making money. Then when you add on the filters on social media, people think like, oh, these things is pretty cool. But 90% of these people are not making money. And some are going to edge.
It's the
and
publicity,
it's
but
the
no
publicity,
monetary
but
value.
making the money. So when I link that to the laws, it's the same thing that the government is using against us. That they're not seeing this as a business. Why? Because the people that are in the industry are seen as gamblers. For example, let's talk about the bigger picture of how many young people that the film industry can employ. I'm just going to give you an example. If we brought a professional set from here, let's say like the Disney Queen of Country, you're gonna have like 300 people on the ground. We have cinematographers, we have actors, we have actresses, we have gaffers, we have sound recordists, we have people who are designing stages, we have people in logistics, we have people giving food. Like it's a pretty robust thing when you put
I
it.
understand what you're saying.
When you properly align it. And most of the most successful movies, like let's say Titanic or Black Panther or this trending series called Money Heist, there is a big team that you don't get to see behind. That's the reason why you hear that Money Heist, they spent over $20 million, and you're like, we spent $10,000 producing our content. Why is it that? So when I put it in proper context, the government needs to know that this is a big source of employment. And right now, they're putting these laws, and they're not thinking of what is coming. It's too bad that today, when you think in a proper way, we're going to have the artificial intelligence. You get, when you go to Acacia Mall, back in the days at the Makerere University, you had people standing at the gate to give you money. Today, you're placing a card and you go inside without any other person. Your biggest revenue comes from farming. Today, if you invest heavily in farming and people have machinery that is going to doing the work, the machinery that is going to be doing the work, you're going to see that a farm that has 1,000 people will remain with 20 people because there is this artificial intelligence applied. So where we're going, a lot of things are going to be rendered useless. And where is the future of the creative? This is like the new gold. Look at the people making money out of YouTube. I used to tell my mom that my brothers are in two different professionals. I'm the only person doing this kind of work. And I used to be seen as a gambler until of late that I managed to prove myself.
A hustler.
That I've put together a company that employs people, that, you know, it's generating money. So right now it's hard for people to believe that you can make money out of this creative industry. Previously, we've been seen as gamblers. So when I bring it back to the laws, this is what is going to happen. When you stress the creative industry, a lot of people will move out. Now, when you add on the artificial intelligence that is coming, where most of the jobs that are going to be rendered useless in the next 5 to 10 years, what are you going to have? You're going to have very many people that are unemployed, and that will lead to the fall of the industry. Excuse me. When you go, I've got a chance to move to different countries. And I specifically did it to understand how the industry works. I'll not go very far. Let's go to Kenya here. They have a film commission that has over 600 people properly aligned with the vision of the country. That we have a group of people that are really special, they are creative people, and this is how we're going to regulate them. There are permits that you need to go through, there are procedures that you need to go through. So before you even go to implement these laws, why don't you first work on the copyright? Why don't you understand the model of how these people are doing their things? I think that way we'll be able to make the industry better when we see it as a business, that these people have to pay for taxes. Whoever opens up a production house has to be this license, and they have to pay this much. This is how much the actors are supposed to be paid. Because at the end of the day, it comes down to one thing. We're not in this because we chose. It chose us, like you said. So we're just looking at having a harmonized industry that can generate a lot of revenue for the people in it, as well as the government. When you look at how this industry is doing in Nigeria, it's competing with oil. So I was giving the example, and I'm going to say it again. Last year in 2019, Avengers made 2.7 billion. Now, that is equivalent to 12 trillion Ugandan shillings. So your whole budget in a year is 42 trillion, which means if the government supported only 4 projects and promoted them heavily, imagine if a Ugandan today, we are 40 million people. Imagine if every Ugandan is buying a DVD at 10,000, how much money would that be? So you'll end up collecting money that is going to facilitate or fuel your entire budget as a government, like the whole year. So if we start seeing it in that kind of perspective, I think these laws will not be there. Yes.
All right. Well said. I must say I'm enjoying this talk, because when you look at how everybody panicked, especially in the creative industry, when these regulations are put out, and it's like when you said, Louis, that it's woken us up, you were happy that it happened because it's bringing us together. I could see, there was the team that is working with the legal people. There was the team that was now going through, who do we know in government who can give us a venue and we speak. There was everybody trying to do everything. There are those that created the petition for signing, and were sharing it everywhere. So thank you so much, viewers who are with us right here. We are actually live on YouTube at Net Studios, and we're also live on Facebook on Film Hackers page, so you can continue telling other people to join in and be a part of this discussion. It's very good for you to also know what's happening in the creative industry, because you never know, your child or somebody that you care about may want to join this industry. And like you said, Shafiq, we are in the industry where it's not stable salary. It's not, salary based that, at the end of the month, I'm going to make this much money. So most times it's like you said, it's a gamble. And when you tell somebody that I am a digital, let's say digital marketer, or
What is this?
like dance like digital marketer like Danze. Let me finish what I'm saying. You don't even know what I'm going to say. When someone says I'm a digital marketer like Danze is, somebody will say like, wow, and they may not really understand it. But then you say I'm an actor. Okay, but what do you really do? It used to be like that for years. And I'm telling you, we have changed that. There is that respect right now for musicians, for actors, for writers. Some people are trying to be more creative. And when we have done that shift, and this comes in, it's heartbreaking.
In Hollywood, Peter Nyong'o was paid $30 million to feature in Black Panther. So when you put that in Ugandan money, that's money that can, boost the industry. And think of the revenue or the taxes that the government got from it.
But you've gone too far. Genevieve Naji was paid $3 million for her movie with Netflix. And that is on the African continent. And knowing full well that we are the masters of budget filmmaking, when you think of the profit she made of that, it's absolutely ridiculous. Exactly. But when you think about it, we're not incapable of doing that. However, the Nigerians have structured themselves to the point that when they bring out a film, they've already sorted out distribution and marketing on the other end. They know what will sell. Unfortunately, for some of us, the same thing that Louis said, we don't share knowledge. We are not one unit. We cannot advise each other. We cannot come together as one people to fight. This is the first time I have seen creatives under one umbrella fighting one cause.
Yeah.
Yes,
And-
it's like our corona.
Yes, but this is what's so funny. You say they consulted people, and I've been dying to say, yes, but were they relevant? Were they actually working individuals? Because if you're working individual right now in this environment, it would be very hard to sell your people into these regulations.
Yeah.
The people they consulted might have been in the industry, but they're currently not relevant. And this is where we go wrong in the film industry. I myself might not be considered relevant if you're going in the terms of millennials and this digital market. See, why are you doing that? You should say
No,
you're relevant.
when
Oh
you're
my
done,
God.
when you're done, I'm going to tell you
Okay,
something.
I'm done. You
Okay,
Danze,
so,
talk to Danze.
Guys, first of all, it's a pleasure being among you guys.
There's something I want, sorry to cut you off. I'm not cutting you off because the digital market. There's something Shafiq mentioned that I really need your perspective on, because he said these laws are because AI is coming, they are sort of going to stifle creativity
Yes.
in a way.
Yes.
And I know, at least personally, for a fact that now the way content is being consumed, that Daz is going to tell us, the Netflixes and who's are moving into to get our content, and people are creating content differently. Daz's perspective, I would really want to know your perspective on how that is going to affect the alternative way we are sharing content now in the digital space.
Yeah, I've listened to a lot of things that you guys have said, and there's something I think we are breezing over. UCC knows just how important film as an industry is. That is why they are focusing on it. They understood how much social media was powerful, so they taxed it. Beyond just making a buck off social media, they understand that if you regulate it, you have some possibility of maybe controlling a power shift or dictating what the conversation is. So it's beyond just the money that they're going to make out of this. Yes, I would totally agree with you guys that the people that are making the laws may not be it, but they've put up their hands and they've done it. Like Louis just said, I have never heard of any single body out there that would stop me from being a producer. I didn't study this in school. I took time to do a master class on YouTube and on Facebook. I saw it being advertised. I took interest. I did it. I work with Gaetano and Marcus. I produced their show. So I have been learning on the job. But because they're professionals, I haven't gone out there and put something on TV that is going to make me get arrested or that's going to cause some instability and things like that. It's because I've fed myself with that knowledge and I'm surrounded by people that are actually knowledgeable about these things that prevents me from being a total disaster to the nation, you get it? So I understand where UCC is coming from. I understand where also the actors are coming from and the producers and the content creators. Now, you talked about AI. I'm going to use a word called automation. You talked about handing cash to someone at a toll booth. Right now, we're just sliding in cards. That is the future. That is where we are going. There was no profession called digital marketer or social media person. It was never taught on campus. But because I had the interest and the time to actually understand that these are the trends now, I used to work with Sylvia Ore at some time. We used to sell clothes to people. People used to walk into the store and get clothes. Then we hit a snag at some point. We were like, why aren't people coming here anymore? It's because we were not on Facebook, we were not on Twitter. We were not doing cataloging our products. The models were coming for a photo shoot and it was going into a magazine. But the time of the magazine was getting
Digital
done.
was already
Get it?
coming.
So we had to go online. We had to start selling our things with Mayasho online. People from Nigeria wanted to buy Ugandan products. We were limiting ourselves. Same thing I'm going to tell you. The reason as to why I'm always on the internet almost all the time, it's my job. The fact that I've learned about this studio today is in itself
Scary.
I
I
think-
learnt about it last week.
Exactly.
No, was it last
The
week?
fact
2
that
weeks ago?
I've learned about the film hackers today is a thing as well that also puts us in a different light. Now, we've talked about carrying each other's weight. The moment you understand that this is the investment you have, first things first, you need to protect it. That is why UCC is entering your turf. You feel that someone is encroaching in my space. What does that tell you? People need to know about this. It's very important that I, who's marketing content online, I'm comfortable enough to say, by the time this thing goes on YouTube, I'm going to put $1 to promote it because I know at the end of the day, they're going to give me the best form of content out there. I saw the acclaimed 27 Guns, you get it? It is a nice movie, but it was never going to work out very well for our market because of the political issues that it had, you get it? When you say that they consulted people earlier on, it's because if they told me who in film is the one person that I would go to, I'm going to talk about the people that are top of mind. If I have to mention African actors, I'll go and say Lupita Nyong'o by default. You get it? Genevieve, I'm going to say this guy's names by default. But unfortunately, I've seen some amazing, you've seen Akalawanda Ate My Homework, done by Raymond. It's my very close friend. My worry is, hadn't I known him, would I have ever known about Creatures Animations? You get it?
It's very funny. I used to lecture with him at certain institution, and I didn't know that he's a guy who did that.
So now Raymond I was with him today at Motif right now. He's told me, I've asked him, why did you shift from Design Hub? He told me, growth. So I'm like, this content creator, this filmmaker, this sound guy has decided that it's in his best interest that he actually puts in some effort and does these things. UCC or any other regulator out there, like you said, they're coming to the online people next. Because one tweet, if you have 1,000 followers, means those are 10,000 impressions. Because at least everyone has 2,000 followers or 500 followers. And that in itself means I can decide to say, this is a fake place to be, this is a rubbish show to be on, and that is my opinion, and those people don't know about this place, they are going to take that as gospel truth. That is why they're regulating. Get it? I don't want to say it's a smoke screen, but beyond just stopping you, the filmmaker, it means you're not going to do that. What was that thing that caused problems, the comedians who are doing? Yes, that is film. They did it, they got in trouble, they tried to curtail them. Linda Dane, one of the biggest TikTok people right now in Uganda, she does short videos of 30 seconds. They get over 50,000 views. You get it? This is all film. It's being shot by the mobile phone. You have the high-tech equipment and etc. But that's a weapon that you're using. That is why the regulator in the country is deciding, you know what? We can actually make the rules. They may, like you said, they've suspended them. I was coming to set yesterday for another round, and they said, we have to change the topic. They've suspended the law. But then Marcus told us, like you've just said, they've just mentioned it. There's no big press conference on TV, so let's just go ahead. So back to the automation, the AI. DW has a show whereby there's no human being in studio. It's augmented reality. The Chinese couldn't fly someone to do that show with them. So they got a robot that fed with FAQs, constant responses and everything. When you watch that show, you're going to be absolutely sure this lady is actually reading the news. It's been automated.
Have you watched Westworld?
Westworld. It's been scripted from beginning to end. It does a weekly show every single day ever since 2018. Now, that is where things are going. You get it? I'm on YouTube. I surround myself with so many content creators and actors and people on TV. And when COVID-19 hit in December, I told them, you're at risk of not being seen anymore. Remember what I told you earlier on, why you don't need to be terrestrial? It's because at the end of the day, this is a fact. You guys may have to go back and count it. You look at your phone 200 times a day.
But that's why I say artificial intelligence is already here. You're looking at it.
Exactly, 200 times a day, and that means your views are here.
Okay.
You get it? So, if I'm on YouTube doing content unregulated, you guys, what if I film a child in my video? Do we know that it's not right for you to do that? The Kenyan anthem has been copywritten. They should have protected that earlier on. I don't know whether I can go and get this footage and put it in my YouTube video afterwards. There is no structure. So it's easy for us to always go wrong. So the structured body out there says, loophole, tick, even if they go and march on the street. By law, I may actually win that case because I'll say, these are the risks that we may face. Even me as an NBS or another TV channel, I'll say, I must protect myself, so I may agree with the regulator out there.
But isn't it a human right? And I'm just going to ask this. Isn't it the human right of the person that experiences that in life? Like you said, the Ugandan Law Society. You guys made your own rules because that's your right to do so. If I have slaved away, saved, done whatever it took to get where I'm going, why then must I accept another person's laws against my life? It's the same thing he said. And most I understand where you're coming from because yes, regulation is completely required in this industry. And we have no roadblocks, no qualifications. So everyone has become a content creator.
True.
And therein comes the money for UCC. Because if you can regulate, like you said, the online content, alone in the COVID era, so many people have gone to YouTube, have started shows. Instagram TV Live. I'm not on Snapchat. I'm not that savvy. Kampitako. So, but I know that. Okay, I'll holler. Okay, I'll holler.
Danza will
You know,
help us.
Danza is here in my ear. Danza is here in my ear like digital marketing. So, no, but seriously, that revenue, you have people, Anne can see me at 1 million viewers.
Yes.
Across the world. It means people are tuning in to watch this little Muchiga girl do her antics and do crazy things globally. UCC is saying she can do whatever she wants on her YouTube channel, say whatever she wants without regulation. Again, it goes both ways. So it's really imperative that going forward, because we need a solution to this as a people and as a nation and as a generation, it's really imperative that UCC has dialogue. We're not just one, not just two, not just three. They know the content creators out there. UCC is very aware of the relevant parties that need to come to the table, the very parties that are going to pay them once the regulations are passed. You cannot tell me you invite Philip Ruswata, Shafiq Sirwada, me, Cleopatra, we sit around the table. We agree and everyone is streamlined on expectation and requirements. And we say this will work for us up to this point. And we will make sure that we explain the rules to the people that come after us. If there's any issue, please feel free to call upon us to sit alongside you to explain why this is important to this industry.
Yes.
And the same thing is said about film being a business. UCC almost feels like, he said, we're hustlers, right? We wake up and we go to the playground and we start playing duro. You just some people figure it out as they're shooting. Our cameramen are trained, right?
Yes.
So if we ask for things, they have their paperwork, right? So, okay, but what I'm saying here is that to protect them, to protect us, to protect everyone out there, so that they always get precedence because of the time they've put in, because of their experience. Same thing Louis said, we're sitting on this panel, and I am so sorry I'm going to join you on that bandwagon. I've sat on a panel that's full of war against the creative industry. We're so divided, we cannot come together, nobody's helping us, instead of getting the mindset that we need to help ourselves. Like you said, it's also an economic opportunity for the government to step in and say, you can't get your stuff together, so here we are.
Yeah.
But we are going to
imposing
framework,
these laws.
yes, we will impose these things on you since you have failed. So,
But do you really think we've failed? Because
Yes.
we're given the opportunity.
Cleo, you've been in the industry 15 years. I have sat beside you for 15 years, and we have never sat down to say, how do we protect ourselves?
So just
I would like to put a face to this division you're talking about, and I think I've always wanted to do that.
Please do.
I was on Nana's set some time back, and I met an actor. So, fine. Then I'm on my set, and I needed a sound man very urgently. So this actor shows up with some pipes that he was,
Yes.
you know that guy.
Me too, I was like,
Some
are you?
pipes. So, and then he has this what this
A
thing?
broom?
The boom.
The boom, but the stick boom.
Made out of metal. It was really heavy. I said, this is the actor I met on the other side. So, and when Cleo introduced me, he said he's an actor, he's a writer. She forgot to mention that I'm a director, I'm a gaffer.
You do a lot of things. We do a lot, all of us here,
So now
generally.
it is this kind of thing that has brought up that factionalism. Because I feel I am a self-contained individual.
Unit,
I'm a
production
self-contained unit. Industry. We have not specialized in anything.
Yes.
We have not specialized in anything, and without specialization, we do not view ourselves as workers. Instead, we are viewing ourselves
As companies.
I'm a company. Everyone has a company. Everyone has a project. Everyone. So this lack of specialization means that we don't know what to protect. I don't know what am I going to protect. So talking about the statutory body, it actually does exist. And I'm one of the voters in that thing. We have a union. Performing Artists Union. Did you know that? It's called the National Union of Creative Performing Artists and Allied Workers. Now, I learned of this thing.
Wait, go back. What's it called?
National Union of Performing Artists, of Creative Performing Artists and Allied Workers.
Okay, that's easy to remember.
And it is statutory.
So it's like a trade union? Or?
Yes, a trade union. Okay. And I am part of that thing. I am a voter, so we do actually have a front seat in Parliament because we vote in the workers' MPs. When unions meet to vote workers' MPs, we are there.
So where's the worker MP on this issue?
They have been working. That's how we came to meet the speaker.
Okay.
That's how we came to meet the speaker, and that's how the UCC, ICT came very quickly to say, now come, let's talk. And even as they're saying, come, let's talk, we are now fighting. Now the other fight in the art, factionalism again, is that there's fighting over who is it that is leading
That is going to
this
lead.
fight.
Yes.
And I was asking on the forum that I am on, I'm not going to mention the forum, you know yourselves. I was asking them, if you are chasing an antelope, and by chance it trips and falls and dies, do we reject it and start arguing over why it has died or how it has died, or do we just slaughter it and roast and eat? Because that's our goal. And right now our goal is to roast and eat this
regulations.
We need them gone. But as we are going forward, we need to lose this image of Nefili Yazeka. If you're a camera person, know that I need to protect the camera work. Nobody should come and make it impossible for me to get employed.
Yes.
Just right there. I think Nana knows this stuff. I've been on sets where like you can't even talk to the director. Like there's that hierarchy that there's a producer, there's a director, there's a sound person.
Yep.
You do not cross and go to this place when you. Let me just give you an example. When we were shooting the French Montana music video when he was here, there was a tent where the French and the crew were seated. There was a tent for technical people. You could not cross and come this side unless you called. So that sense where like that hierarchy, where everyone knows their particular job, I think it lacks here. And those are the things that...
And it keeps the professionalism.
Yes.
I wouldn't call it hierarchy, I'd call it discipline. Simply
discipline,
because when you are a producer or a director, you're dealing with a lot. And that's where discipline comes in, when people don't know what their jobs are. Again, that specialization. Like when you know that my job is to be a cameraman and you're trained, you know fully well you should not be messing with the electrical wires, you should not be crossing over to try and train the cast mid-shoot, you should not be trying to suggest wardrobe for the cute girl in the back. It's discipline and understanding roles. But also I just need to just say, Phillips, Ugandan movies, please, please guys, when you're running credits, it cannot be created by Nana Kaga, written by Nana Kaga, directed by Nana Kaga, gaffer Nana Kaga, wardrobe Nana Kaga. By the time the whole film is done, I'm a whole production unit, like you said. So why would I go try to form an alliance with the very people that feed in? Again, once we form these structures, People need to specialize. And again, we just need regulations that work for us and they work for the government.
Nana, just right there, before we wrap things up.
Why both my
But
names?
before
Why
you
don't
also because I didn't complete my thing. Yeah?
His
Yes,
point.
sorry, you go.
Could I complete it?
So we are creatives. Let's stop bringing
Let
orders.
Nana finish and then.
Let me complete my
You know
thing.
what? Louis, now you're
Because when you
bringing
talk
the
of wrapping
court
up.
in here.
Order,
Just let
order,
us
please.
ramble. I have Philip, you
So
go
right
first.
now, without shame and fear, I am going to point out that there is the National Cultural Forum, which was created by the Ministry of Gender to kind of discuss the cultural policy in Uganda. And at the same time, we have the union. And right now, there's been a big fight between the National Cultural Forum and the union as to who is leading
The fight.
This fight. Now, I would like to talk to the National Cultural Forum, which I am a part of by virtue of being the vice chair for the union, that whether you like it or not, Louis has put it very clearly. We have a statutory body that places us as at the front line of this war, where we are actually in the chambers of parliament by virtue of the fact that we pushed workers' MPs there to talk for us. So this fight of the National Cultural Forum saying, oh, we're those who are leading, oh, we're those who are, and then going to ICT to discuss with the devil. I mean UCC to discuss with the devil, is kind of self-defeatist. I would say we are soon coming into elections for the union, new union members. So I'm actually an outgoing executive member, and we're going to have elections soon. I call upon people, forget about your enmity, forget about who is your friend, who is not your friend, and think of being a part of the union so that you strengthen that thing and make it talk for you. That way, we are going to streamline ourselves. So we do have a statutory body, and let's not pretend and start thinking that the National Cultural Forum is that statutory body. It's not yet that.
Can you repeat the name of the union just for clarity?
Maybe you
I'm
need to
serious
give us
because for
abbreviation.
me it was
Say
a
it
lot.
again and,
yes, say it
Okay,
again
it's
because
called the National Union of Creative Performing Artists and Allied Workers. You will be surprised that some of our most active members in the union, who are now the allied workers, are pilots.
So
Pilots, they're part of NUCMA.
Abavugenyonyi. Okay.
It's very important to unionize.
Yes.
But now for us, we are there agonizing, stop agonizing
And unionize. Okay, so
Yes.
Shafiq, make it brief, Shafiq.
Yeah, the biggest question that I would like to pass on to each one of you, how best do you think this industry should be regulated?
Unionize first. He just said it. Unionize first. Then we come to the table with the things, our needs, what we will tolerate, what we won't tolerate. Then after we unionize, we're all strengthened, we're streamlined. Then we start looking at how to literally handle this industry within our capabilities, our expectations, our boundaries. Let's train ourselves, let's unionize, let's strengthen ourselves, let's support each other. Let's literally band as one people, because once you have critical mass, nobody can stop you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask each one of you to just say a few words in brief. What would your advice be to those out there that are trying to get into the creative? And I start with Louis, who's also from the lawyer perspective, but you can also tell us as you, a person who watches us.
But I also sing in the shower, so I think. Anyway, it is sad we have very little time, but there are a couple of issues that the creators need to discuss moving forward. From self-regulation, Philip has just told us how the biggest step they made, the powerful step, was through a union. So all this noise you guys are making and fighting and saying, I want to lead the process, is going to lead you nowhere. I want to let the creatives know that these laws are in place. They are still law. The ball of saying they've been suspended, a law is still law until it has been repealed. However, moving forward from this, all creatives, even in the digital space, I want you to consider these issues and don't mix them up. Regulation is definitely needed, from self-regulation, actualizing to what the regulation at the national level will be. Look at censorship and how it's being carried out, because the regulator or the powers that be are going to dish tools for censorship. Because the biggest problem with these laws that I don't know why we didn't discuss it, was they preempt creativity. they preempt creativity and they try to control content. And that was one of the biggest. So I don't want you guys to lose those issues. Around censorship, around self-regulation, around content creation. The self-regulation has to include bodies that are going to be rating this content for you, so that by the time the regulator comes, you've already, out there, I know we are in a moralist society, but out there, they standardize their content. There's content for kids, there's mature content, and there's space for all that content to thrive without infringing on. So I want creatives to really think about that. Then as you unionize, don't unionize out of ignorance. Make use of lawyers. I want to emphasize this. Because,
and lawyers who understand.
And especially, thank you so much. You need lawyers that understand, are experts in the entertainment field. Don't just get any other lawyer, because they are going to, and I'm not advertising here.
Yes, you are.
I'm just saying I'm the best at it, but I'm not.
He's one of the great ones.
So that you need to be guided, because once you unionize and then you're at the table out of ignorance, you've already lost. You need to know exactly what you're asking for. Get people who are experienced, you guys who are experienced with how the industry works internationally. Pick out, I don't want the copy and paste, pick out what's relevant for you, all right? And moving forward, if this individualism is curtailed, and if you guys come together and one, sensitize, create standard operations and drive the standards up for the industry, get a seat at the table by any means necessary, I really do believe there is a lot of hope for the industry, because our content is barely touched and we have some of the most magnificent talent and content.
Okay, thank you, Louis Lwanga. Danze, a few words in brief.
Yeah, trust me.
Advice to the creatives.
My advice is simple. Stop creating for yourself. The most important thing you need to know is the end user is the most important person. So the regulations and whatever unionizing that we're going to do, it's not for you, it's for everyone else. Then lastly, arm yourself with knowledge about your craft and about how your craft affects other things. And also, most importantly, automation is real. You can never replace you can never replace the humanity in content. That's that's difficult, you get it? So with that fact and that knowledge, always make sure that everything that you're doing is going to go on platforms outside TV, radio, Plan for Digital. Facebook is going to be obsolete very soon. Anything else could come up. So plan for how that stuff evolves going forward.
Nana?
Yes, I would say it's a very difficult thing for someone to say, what would you say to a creative out there right now? But I would say keep creating, keep dreaming, keep your voices coming. It is just really that simple. What we do is make lives that are so ordinary extraordinary. So I don't want these regulations or the laws or policies to dim the light of a creative, to basically kill the voices that have come up to express whatever they want to express. We're living with a new generation of Ugandan youth that are so talented, they're raw. I mean, like you said, we have so much content historically, who we are as a person. The fabric of our society needs to be communicated to the world through our own voices, through our own narrative. If we don't do it, we will continue to be narrated for. I mean, Black is King is making a killing, and it's based off us, our lives. And we don't get to partake in the monetary value. What we can do is keep going, keep striving, keep dreaming, keep fighting, that nobody kills the voices that are so important to nations, to generations, to countries. Just keep working, keep dreaming, keep creating. That's it, really.
Thank you, Nana Martin Luther King. Power to the people. Okay, and Philip, what are your last words in brief?
Well, mine.
Your last words.
Your last words here. But yes.
As an acting student, as an acting student, one of the papers I had to do was a dance paper. So the dance majors did not want to cast us in their dances, because they said, you sort of you're going to spoil my choreography. So we went and asked that, can we make our own group and our own choreography? So they said yes. So myself, others like Ashraf Somogere, we went and created this Mwaga dance, and so we were in a hall. That's where we were going to perform, in Masaka. It was called People's Theatre. So what we did, we told the guys, the drummers, go inside and start drumming with all your energy. Then for us, the dancers, we wanted to create as much mayhem as possible, and we started running around the building before entering. Running around the building, shouting through the windows, going that side, hitting ourselves on the ground before entering to do the dance. So we made so much noise outside the hall. These guys, they said, these boys, when they come here, they're going to show fire. But by the time we were dancing ourselves into the room, we were tired. We had forgotten the choreography. We didn't know what was going to happen next. It was the most terrible thing. And, you know, the guys
Philip,
had the best time of
give
their
us the point of that
So now
story.
this is the point. I would like to call those guys, everyone who is fighting the union, who is fighting the individuals in the union, that please, there's no way you're going to change anything by being outside it. From my own experience, practical experience, come inside and change it, make it what you want it to be, but stop making noise outside. That is very important. We need to unionize now, and the idea is not to revise those laws, not to go and sit down and look at them, but to repeal them totally, say they need to go, and let's go back to the drawing board and do it right.
Yes. Well said, Philip. Shafiq.
So for me, I think this will go to the government. We're not here to fight you, but we're here to work with you. I would love to see a proper commission put in place where the creative industry is not in the confusion of we're in gender, we're in ICT, we're in UCC, we're in those kind of ministry. I've gotten a chance to move to different places, and how they've been able to do this kind of stuff to work out is commissions. There's a Kenyan commission, there's a Tanzanian commission, there's a Nigerian commission. That when we have that in place, the commissions in place, we will be able to attract funding, we'll be able to attract other investors to come and invest in the country. Right now, you can't bring in those productions from out because they are going to be heavily taxed. So
I think the last one was The Last King of Scotland.
Yes.
That was done here, most of it.
Yes. So most of the guys that are coming here to bring the projects are frustrated. So all I'm asking, if we are going to grow the industry before the artists organize themselves, we need a hand from the government. We need a commission that includes the talented people in it, not just getting the politicians and put them in the commission, because we speak a language that is unique. So I call upon the government that we are not here to fight you, but we are here to work with you. We need these regulations to be put in place, but please consult us, and we would like to have a commission. And for the creatives out there, as you create, as you do anything that you love, please think of making money. Because at one point, you are so talented today, you're very creative today, in the next 5 years, you may not be as creative as you are today. So as you think of creating things, think of the day when you're going to retire in your 50s and 60s. What is that thing that is going to be there to support you? Your content. A friend of mine, I'm not going to say the name, shot 600 episodes of a certain series. 40 years down the road, a TV came and picked them up after 40 years. And they say, we don't have a lot of money, but we're going to give you 1 million per episode. So 1 million times 600 episodes, that's equivalent to 600 million. The things that we're creating are going to last for generations to come. So as you create engaging, dynamic content that is going to move globally, not locally here. And that's how we're going to be able to break through. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. The viewers, I'm hoping that you've learned a few things and you've really enjoyed the topics that we've had, the topic that we've had here. And just know that you can catch up on all topics. The Film Hackers and Net Studios are doing this, almost every week. And you can watch live via YouTube that is at Net Studios, and you can watch live on Facebook at Film Hackers. And make sure you follow those platforms if you are creative so that you know what's going on. And yes, you'll get to know more about these people as well. If you're in the industry, these are my words, if you're in the industry, know other actors. It's like, I don't know how you can go into a body and you have not researched about it. Some people are in this industry and you ask them something and they have no idea. They don't even know who Philip Luswata is. It's not that you need to know who Philip Luswata is. It's just that there are some people that have been so influential in the industry from a long time, and they've made these changes and they've made it possible for some of us to be on this platform. So know your industry. Don't just think about yourself. Thank you so much, guys, for being on this panel. And thank you. And Danze, you're going to hook us up so that we know what to do. And
Come through.
my name is Cleopatra Kohire. I have been your host. Brian Malondo, I have done you proud, eh? Yeah, but thank you so much for watching us, and always be creative. Mwah.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
Welcome to the show. My name is Rada Shafiq. I'm here to sit in for Brian Mlondo, who has got some engagements out there. And I'm really happy to be here with these people that have really worked so hard and put a face to the industry. And back in the days, Ugandan artists used to go to South Africa to do music videos. But ever since then, these guys have put a face to the industry and have stepped up their games, and they've made an industry a better place to be. With me here, I have one of the amazing cinematographers on the panel. Let's start with you, Jude. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Nyanja Jude, or Saint Jude Nyanja, and I work with Rosa Uganda.
And on the other hand, we have Mehdi Mez from Mirage Concept, one of the directors in this country. Please introduce yourself.
I'm officially called Sechanze Mohammed. Mehdi Mez is the business name, working under Mirage Concepts. Mirage Concepts is the company. I'm proud to be here.
So let's start with you, Mehdi Mez. Where did you get the idea of venturing into the business of music videos?
Actually, my story is very interesting because back in the days, we had a group. You know, after school, we formed a group, me and my colleagues. We formed a group called VIP. So we used to do some recording. We went to Fenon, recorded some music. Then we wanted to make a music video. After my university, I had interest in art, because I used to do art throughout my childhood. So I decided, something came up my mind. I was like, we want to make a video, and this guy who's supposed to make us a video is stressing us, because it was very expensive back in the days. It was, it was high tech. Thinking about a music video was high tech back in the days. And on the market, there was this gentleman called Dedak, because he was the in-house name by then. So I approached Dedak, I told him about the video, so he gave me conditions. So given the situation that we had money challenges and and I had a background of art in me, I was like, what this guy is doing, I'm sure I can do it. Yeah? So Dedak was my inspiration. I had an opportunity to move to some of his sets when he was filming, and I took part. I used to take part in being a gaffer, rolling wires and because I had the interest. So later on,
Dedak is Donald Mugisha?
That is Donald Mugisha, Dedak.
Dedak.
Yes. So after getting the field experience, at least I used to look and see what he's doing. So I went back and told my boys that, you guys, I'm sure I can make a video for our song. Instead of spending money, I can make a video for our song. You know, they used to believe in me because I was very crafty. They said, okay, let's give it a shot. I had a friend of mine who had a small CCD camera, 3CCD camera. By then, 3CCD was the in thing. So I borrowed the camera. Then we went and worked out something. We produced a song, and I produced a video. In some shots, we used to use a tripod. You put a camera on the tripod, then you direct your colleagues, tell them, stand here, me, I'll come and join in here. So that's how we made our first video. All the shots were almost steady, because I had to take part in the video. So I made the video, and we released the song. The song went, it played on East African top 20. Is it top 20 by then?
Yeah, that's Channel 5.
Channel 5. So it gave me a big platform. So very many artists were like, who made that video? Because it looked Ugandan, and they didn't know the person who had made it. So that was like the beginning. It was the genesis of my career.
I would like to go to you, Jude. How did you find yourself in the business of music video?
Yeah, I think in my case it was, how should I say? Did I say it's a calling in one way or the other? Because I think my first time to touch a camera, I had started doing those silly videos, showing them to my friend. Then I had a teacher. He was my teacher in secondary. He comes, he tells me, do you know what? I've started doing music. but I've seen your videos. Can you do music video for me? I'm like, I don't do music videos. I don't know camera. He says, I'll teach you how to use the camera. All I want is your art. You're an artist. So this guy comes with a small camera. I can't even, was it a JVC? These very small ones.
The one for the tapes?
Yes, the one for the tapes. Very tiny.
Yeah.
He takes me to Chua Mirembe.
Yeah.
He tells me now, that's the tripod. Here's the on button, here's the off button. What you have to do is record, put your art, then when you take home, I'll show you. Then after shooting, he takes me to town. He tells me this is the firewire cable. They join it here, you get data, you get the footage from the tape, you put it, then I took that footage on a CD. So I started with that CD, the footage on the CD, with my Pentium 1, put that project into Premiere Pro. It took me something like 3 months to produce that music video, because it was all self-teaching.
Yeah.
Then from there,
you're learning from the project itself.
Then I did something like 3 projects.
Yeah.
And the third one, it was really trial and error, because I was into business. I was in some other business. It was a hobby. It was more or less of a hobby. Then on my third project, it was called, a guy called Romano. The project shoot to East Africa, because East Africa was the big thing by then.
Yeah.
And it also went up to the top 20. I was like, I think this makes sense. Then when that project shot there, I think Kim XP saw it somewhere. Then Kim XP calls me, tells me, do you know what? You're a young man. I think I can use your knowledge, but you're not going to the field. All I want you to do is edit for me. And I told him, do you know what? I edit from my own computer. Remember, I have a Pentium 1. So he gives me the footage on a hard drive. I take it on my edit, I bring to him. He tells me, don't grade. Your grades are good, but that's not my touch. Did some projects for Kim, like 5-4. Then there comes another guy, he's called Patrick. He was the owner of Snapshot. Patrick tells me, they've told me you're good.
Patrick.
You're good into video. I'm like, it's my hobby. I don't do it as a business. He's like, aren't us to do business? I'm like, which kind of business? You work for me, I bring the clients, we share the money. I'm like, if there is money, then no problem. So he tells me, I have a project, I have an artist called Coco Finger. By then, Coco Finger had Mikono Wagul. It was a murder hit. I'm like, you're talking about Coco Finger? He's like, yes. Okay, let's go meet him. We come to Match India, talk to the guy. They brought me a camera. I didn't know how to use it. It was my first time to see the DVX.
Actually, I was on that set.
Yes.
I was on that set. That was the
they
first time
brought a
I met you.
camera. I'm like, now what is this kind of? I've never seen it in my entire life. I'm like, but I have to do this. It's a do or die. So it was a big crew. I had a number of friends around. So I shot that video. Then, luckily enough, when the video came out, it was one of the super videos. So it was my starting project.
So how do you paint a picture of like the industry now and the industry back in the days? I mean, those days we could just record on tapes, then capture, which meant that if you shot a tape for 1 hour, you'll have to capture it for 1 hour.
Exactly.
So when you look at the technology that we have today and back then in the days, what do you have to say about the current situation?
I think everything is good now. This new generation has an advantage. Everything is online, which we didn't have. And this new generation, the technology is high. Back then, the lights we're having here, they're all cool lights. Back then, now would be sweating.
It's true.
You understand?
Yeah,
you have a yellow tungsten, deep yellow tungsten. You have to know how to white balance. Everything was too much.
You had to use a paper to white balance.
Now, these new cameras, some are even automatic. You put it there, it does the white balancing for you. The programs you're using now, it's easy to do white balancing within the program. Back then, if you didn't white balance on the camera, you're gone. It is dead, it is all dead. So there is a lot. This is a new era. This era is totally way different. There is no hard work here. We did the hard work back then.
Back in the days. Yes. So are there any other challenges that you have faced in the industry as you were starting out? What are some of the challenges that you have faced?
Challenges first in this industry, first and foremost, it's something to do with budgets. That is way back where we started from up to now. We have a challenge whereby our clients, the budgets, they don't tally with what they want. You understand? Their expectation and the budgets, there's a very big contrast. You see? Someone comes up with a P-Square video and is like, I want a video like this. Don't you see? They didn't waste a lot of time. It was simple, but based on what you know and what you're seeing, you don't see any simplicity. But someone will say, it is simple, we don't move around, we use one location. But at the end of the day, when you talk of the budgets, the budgets are way, way below than what they're expecting. So that is one of the biggest problems. Another problem is equipment. I, for one, I used to buy cameras right from the beginning. Like when the 5D came, 5D Mark II, I was one of the first owners in Kampala because I was obsessed with that DSLR. So I owned the first. It was about the second because Max had the first one. Then I owned the second. When a Blackmagic came out, I immediately went and bought two. You see? But every after 2 years, cameras were revolving and changing. So I reached a point and I was like, no, I've stopped buying cameras because I realized that I must have a budget for a camera every after 2 years.
Let's take a break.
My advice to you, the creative, the talent, the person who's bursting with a lot of energy and art to give to the world, it's not easy. If you're expecting easy, then you better just sit at home.
It's an industry that involves a lot of dedication.
And then you have to be patient.
Respect time.
You're so lucky that lately there's a lot of platforms that you can use to better your game.
Keep on being consistent and keep pushing.
Think of that one thing that you really want to do. That one thing that gives you sleepless nights. Just jump for it.
It's all about what you want to do, what you feel like you really want to achieve in life, the ambition, the talent that you have.
If you're good at something, get better at it and don't let it rest until your better is best.
Work smart and embrace technology.
Authenticity and originality is important.
You'll always have the breakthrough point as long as you're persistent.
Love what you are doing.
And most importantly, be humble.
Dream, dare, and act.
Tukole nnyo research nnyo okusobola okuba nga tukola firimu eziri ku mutindo.
Let's not tear ourselves apart, but simply build ourselves.
Film is collaboration from the person who makes the costumes to the last person who earns out of the movie.
And never stop being creative and innovative.
If there's someone you look up to, you should always try to follow the people that they follow.
Let's professionalize and let's have the different leagues working together. Let's have somebody who does the grips.
That way we shall be able to develop our industry and it will help with employing so many who are not employed.
But above all, you need to be ready to sacrifice. And if you're weak, you want to try something, you want to test the waters, don't try creativity.
On the panel today, I have Jude here, St. Jude. You always see names on music videos, St. Jude. Then we have Mehdi Menz from Milage Concept. And these guys have been in the industry for a very long period of time. I would like you to paint a picture for the young person there who is so inspired by your work or by his work to enter into the industry. What is it like to enter into this industry? Because I've seen you work on videos like My Miss Coco Finger, which I happened to be there on the ground back in the days. I've seen you working on Nabulo. You've worked with all these artists. How is it to enter the business of music videos?
I think I should be honest. There is a difference
by
the time we started and now. Right now, what these young directors need to do is more of the creativity. Back then, even if you weren't creative enough, but you had the quality, it was about quality. Because achieving quality, like Mehdi said, we had cameras with very poor dynamic range. We literally used everything. High 8, JV. These were small cameras. It was something else to what these guys. But here, it's easy to have the budget. Even a new director can use a RED in 3 months within the business, as long as he has the budget. But now the point is the creative part. So the music video business has gone to creativity now. It's no longer about quality.
Because everyone has quality.
Everyone can achieve quality now.
Yeah, yes.
Because if people use phones now to achieve quality, people are doing music videos with phones, the Samsungs, the iPhones.
Yeah.
So you don't talk about quality now.
Yeah.
You talk about creativity.
Yeah.
So there is a big difference. Just like Mehdi said, back then, for us who started then, me, I didn't invest in the cameras. Because from the very word go, I knew cameras will be changing. But I was like, let me have my own lights, have my own this gear that has changed. But still, I lost it out.
Yeah.
I remember going and seeing these 1,000 tube lights.
Yeah.
I was like, these things are very hot. How can I bring them down? So I went to Tamale by then, bought a softbox, this softbox for photography. Then went to Chisenyi, got a welder. We built a light of 1,000 watts in a softbox. So people could see me going with softboxes on set, but inside with 1,000 lights. So my lights used to be cool, because the softbox could cool all the heat, and the artist could not sweat. Then the other option was to get the 1,000 watts and point it into an umbrella, still those photograph umbrellas. So I used to get these 1,000 lights, find a hinge, it was more of a hinge, then point it up. So it was a lot of creativity trying to survive. Me, my first reflector was an iron sheet. Do you know how hard it is?
Yeah, it is.
It is very hot. I was like, I need to reflect backlight. I took an iron sheet on set. The guy was almost dead. He used it was an iron sheet, real iron sheet, a new one.
Actually, personally, I used the mirror. I used the mirror. I went on a set. I had a set whereby I needed a very wide shot. At the same time, I needed the artist to be lit. And there was no way I could move close to have reflectors. So I went with the big mirror on set. So it was evening. We had this sun coming from this side, about, almost setting. So the rays could come, bounce into a mirror, and then bounce back to the artist.
And you could see their eyes squinting all the time.
Yes, but the most interesting thing is that by then even the artists were involved. They used to take part. They were like, reflector sijuli. You see, they used to take part because they knew the impact of having that bounce on their image. Most of them knew, and they wanted that look, which is, they wanted a sharp look. So they used to also complain, reflector sijuli.
And so today, we're seeing so many young people going into the music video business, and there's so many of them right there. And ever since we started this conversation, we've been talking about like cameras and lights and everything. So I want to start with you, Mehdi. What does it take to produce a good video? Is it the camera? Is it the lighting? What does it take? For a young person who is just getting into this industry, they would like to know, the people that are watching us, what does it take to make a good video?
Pastor, I think you have to plan. To plan and try to evaluate all the steps of production. You try to evaluate all the steps, from the pre-production, equipment, script, makeup, dress code, everything. So if all these steps are worked on properly, it's more likely you're going to have a good piece of work. If you have a very good script for the song, you have, when it comes to costumes, you have the proper costumes. When it comes to makeup, you do the right makeup. All those contribute to having a very good video. So unfortunately, because of the budgets and some of these steps are skipped. Some of them are even skipped deliberately. You understand? Yes. There are certain sets the director will go and afford based on his budget.
It's like,
based on his budget is like, where he needs 3, he's going to use 1 light. He's doing it deliberately. He knows the right thing
to do.
But because
he doesn't have the money to do it.
Because of the budget. He's like, no, this will work for me. You see? If we skip these steps of production, at the end of the day, when you have your piece out, people will say, okay, nice concept, but the lighting is not proper. You see? Nice concept, but the costume is wrong. Why? Because you skipped that part during your planning. You understand? Then the other thing is mainly the script. Because the script can guide you to avoid repeating yourself. You understand?
Yeah.
To avoid repeating yourself.
Yeah.
So if I have a script for project A,
Yeah.
I would love to make it different from script for project B.
Yeah.
Then the script will help me identify what locations do I need.
Yes.
I'm going to go for the unique location that is suiting the script.
Yeah.
You understand?
I understand.
It will help me do several videos that don't look the same.
Yeah.
Because the nature of locations are different. If I want glam, I'll go for the glam.
Yeah.
If I want to go too local, I'll go for a too local.
Yeah.
You see, sometimes, for example, I'll give an example. An artist could have a song which could best be perceived by the audience when it has a local concept.
Yeah.
But the artist will come in and say, no, I want a video, I want a flashy video, I want cars, I want this. You see, sometimes people get it wrong from the beginning. You see?
Yeah.
Instead of going for what suits the song best. Even if you have a lot of money, you can do a cheaper video.
Yeah.
This cheaper video can suit the song better than a video you've spent money.
A lot of money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's about the concept. Do you get the concept right?
Yeah.
You see?
So
I also send the message to the songwriters. Sometimes the songwriters make, the way they write songs in a way that is really confusing. The first verse singing about love, the second verse singing about money, the third verse is singing about things which are disjointed. So when you're making a script, you're also confused. You're like, now how should I approach this? So you end up saying, kamba kube mu warehouse. You see? Because it's so confusing, you just put them in the warehouse and you bring the money, you bring the girls because that's what you're singing about.
Yeah.
So you just punch them together without a story driving the song. So the songwriters should revise the way they're writing these songs.
Yeah.
Let them write songs that tell stories, songs that have an impact. Or have an impact. So that when I'm making a video, I want to make a video that really maps this song, and when it goes out there, it really creates an impact. Sometimes someone can tell you, you did a very good video for this song, such and such a song, but the genesis of that good video is the songwriter. You see?
So Mehdi, what you're basically saying that for you to be able to make a good video, it's a process. And it starts with a story that you're trying to tell.
Exactly.
Right there. We're going to take a short break, and we come back, we're going to have to hear what Shasha Vibe has to say about this whole topic.
I'm called Ian Akankwasa, aka Sasha Vibes. I'm a filmmaker. When I was starting this, to me, it was never about the money, really. It's all about the passion. It's all about the art, protecting the art, and seeing that the film industry and the music video industry goes on. So to me, I wake up every morning able to create and ready to create because I feel like that's what I really love to do. See, like 4 or 5 years ago, we literally had no equipment. It was so tough to tell most of these stories because now we have drone shots. There never used to be drones in Uganda. Drones now are something that is not allowed, that is being banned in the country. So you can't be seen shooting with drones. So that kind of takes us backwards in the game. There's too much piracy going on in the industry. So I'm speaking on the side of filmmakers. If you make a movie and you're expecting to make money of doing shows or CDs and stuff, and then you find the movie has already been pirated. So I think that has also been, kind of a big setback in the industry. We need the government to be involved in this whole thing because at the end of the day, if we're not being given a hand, we're not going to come up. It is actually a very, very wide, industry because there's so many things involved. I mean, you have producers, you have location managers, you have script writers, you have DOPs, you have makeup artists, you have people who have gaffers, you have spark. Like it's a big industry that most people actually don't even know. There's so many opportunities that are there that actually can save people from the unemployment. So definitely changes everything. We need to tell our stories the African way. So if it is getting the whole support that we need, it has to be from you guys. Me, what I tell the young guys, those who are trying to come up, is that follow what you love and do what you love. And at the end of the day, you will definitely achieve greatly.
For those of you who don't know Shasha Vibes is called Ian Akankwasa, aka Shasha Vibes. So Shasha, you've been in the industry for quite a long time. I remember seeing you back in the days. How were you able to join the film industry or to join the music video business, and why?
I think pretty much for every filmmaker, it starts with the curiosity, the passion. You always want to create. To me, to be honest, I always saw these movies, but my questions were like, how do they make this? You know? So I was very intrigued, I was very curious. I wanted to see and know the knowledge behind. So I think I remember when I finished my Form 6, left my village, came to Kampala. I had a friend who had a photo studio, so I told him, yo, I really want to learn how they take pictures. So I started as a photographer before I even thought about music videos. That wasn't my direction anyway by then. So I started doing photography, learned from the studio for like 3 years. I joined Tendo, and I remember, I think from there, my first music video, well, it was a bit, well, I wouldn't want to discuss that, but the second video that I think, because those first
really want
projects
that,
are
the process so far.
the first one, the official first one.
One of the first video that you showed.
The official first one was with Maro, I remember. Because I was working for Globetech, and that's the first time HD videos or cameras were now coming out. The Canons, you know. So people had no idea. So I remember I stole a camera from my boss. That's Mr. Tendo. That day I was doing a wedding the previous day, so I'd planned on Sunday with Maro to shoot a music video. So I told him, I have the camera ready. He was excited. I think at that time he paid me pennies. It was around 800,000 Uganda shillings. So after the wedding, I slept with the camera that day. Then the next morning, I bought a taxi with a few rails, you know those traditional rails we make here in Katwe. Put them in a taxi, then went to Zambia to shoot the video. I think the video was called Be Well. So I remember I was on set, but it was just actually very weird how I was in charge, because that was my first official video production, but I was in charge. I remember we shot the video, everything was, I had the script on my head, okay, I had written it down, but everything was moving so smoothly that I was like, oh, I'm actually a natural, I can actually do this. So from there and then, I never looked back. Jobs started coming in, the late Mr. X, Gift of Kado, Maya Baganda, and boom. Shasha Vibes was born.
Shasha Vibes was born. So from your first video, how did you turn from that point of your first video back in the days, you just transforming from a photographer then to a music video producer? How was the journey like? How did you move from that step to where you are now?
Actually, most people forget, or they never think that to be a good cinematographer, you have to have a photography background.
100% true.
Because I did weddings. I was doing weddings almost like every day, every weekend. The weather is changing. The sun is coming out, so you're changing settings on your phone, playing with aperture and all that stuff. So to me, that gave me, it nurtured me. You know, the experience. When you put that together, the transition from photography to actually filmmaking was just smooth. And mine is actually even before I went to film school. And the thing I like about Ugandans, most of them actually, I would say Africans, we learn on the job. It's the best thing everybody in Africa actually does. This is before I even went to film school. And from there, smooth transition, I started shooting music videos, and then boom, boom. I never looked back.
So what are some of the challenges that you have faced towards your journey of producing music videos?
Of course, first time when you're trying to produce music videos, we all want to have big artists and our productions. You hit them up, you're like, hey, I have a video offer for you, and they're like, no, we don't know you. Come on. And That's the challenge.
Have you been rejected before?
Yes, I've been rejected, but I won't mention names. I won't mention names. I don't want to be in trouble. But yes, I've been rejected so many
I think
times.
every director has been in the very beginning.
Like you call an artist and say, like, I want to drop you a free video. And
Me personally, I was on, there was a buzz show at Lugogo there. Bobi Wine came and Nubian Lee. Those days they had a song called Ghetto, and it was hitting. They had shot a video. So I tapped Nubian Lee and I was like, man, I can make for a video. Nubian didn't know me. He didn't know me. I felt like I wanted a big artist. So I thought when I talked to Nubian Lee, he would convince the other artist, Bobi Wine, so that I shoot for them Ghetto. Because the song was booming and it didn't have a video by then. So what he's talking about is right. You always want a big artist on your name, and these people don't believe in you because they are already brand. I mean,
the big brands out there.
Exactly.
And they don't want to test out on you.
They don't want to take chances.
They don't want to take chances. So Shasha, you were still telling us.
I think pretty much it's just all about being confident. For any videographer, when you get on set, that's your house, that's your command center. The moment you're on set, for you to now having that whole command and standing out, I think it's very important. And I think that from when I shot a video for Maro, and I was able to command that whole set, it resounds, So of course, definitely Maro recommended me to this artist, this one recommended this artist, and then slowly by slowly, just a smooth transition, and then I was in a video game. And that's even before I went to study.
There is something that Sasha has talked about the command. And, it's something that I've always been telling young directors. If you can't command your set, you'll never succeed.
Definitely.
Remember, when you're a director and you get on set, no matter how big the artist is, that house now belongs to you. You are the father. So it's you tell him, do this. I don't like that. Don't do this. Now, the problem that these young directors get is they get on set and now they're asking their bosses or their artists what to do. You have the script, you're running the set, and then you're like, kati boss, boss, that is where things go wrong. When he's your boss outside the set. When they're on set, just like we are here now, we have no say. He's director, but we have to listen to whoever what you're telling us and what the other crew is telling us. So it's for every director there. The one thing you should learn when you get on set, take over that set, and that will take you places.
Actually, one of the disadvantages of command, because we directors we always write the show. You see, it puts us in a position whereby we are hardly flexible. You understand? We're hardly flexible because most of the times when you're working, you're the one who says, put that light there. Let's move here. Let's pack up. Let's do this. So when you're collaborating with other people who are not in your industry, who are not in music, there's a way you feel like you're being dragged. Someone is telling you 10, and for you always say, no, I'll got 11. So it is a big challenge. So you have to do a balance. Okay, fine. I always run the show, but sometimes
you run the show on your own set. That's what I was telling you. When you get on set, let people be bosses outside the set. But when you get on set, like Sasha said, that he got his confidence. When he got on set and did that, he was like, yes, now this is the starting point. Now, my point is, when you get on set, put everything aside. Command that set. After the set, go back to you.
Being you.
Being who you are. But on set, take over that set.
But do you normally go back to you?
Yes, I always go back to me. Like me, and that's the difference about, and now this is the difference about all the big directors. I think why they've been able to succeed all these years. If you don't go back to yourself, you won't be able to work with people.
Yes, you won't be able to.
They won't come back to you because they'll feel like like but yet when you're on set and you command them, they're okay. But after that, you're like, yes, my boss, what can I do? That is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that go bossy, even outside your working zone. Just be the boss in your working zone. After that, be the you that you're supposed to be. Be humble, be thankful, be loyal. It's just that.
Just maybe to add on that, see, most people forget that it's a lot of work.
being a director.
Yeah.
I mean, you have months and months of planning.
Yeah.
There's so much at stake, the money, maybe the client has put you on pressure. You as a director, that responsibility, when you get on set, and most people say directors are arrogant, but it's not about that. See, you're a human being. When you get on set, there's so much going on.
There's
Emotions,
so much pressure.
You're thinking about things going down the drain. All that stuff is actually in your mind. And most especially when you're working with so much money.
Yeah.
So it's a lot.
And
So
it's
directors are not
timely.
arrogant. Even if they put you in that place, whoever's watching out there, trust me, you even be worse. Because I don't know. I don't know what you be. But
And there is one
I
thing
think
he has
it's pretty
forgotten.
intense.
Time.
yeah, so it's tension.
Time.
Tension,
With
time.
Someone has given you 20 million, and you have to prove that the worth of 20 million in 12 hours.
Yeah.
So if you don't go hard on them,
Problem comes even when
understand?
when the song is a hit song.
When it's a hit song,
Trouble.
someone has trusted you the
Trouble.
money, and you have 12 hours to make sure that the money is worth the product.
Yeah.
So that brings me to a very important question, Shesha Vibes. In your own perspective, what does it take to do a music video, a very nice music videos? You found us discussing here that, is it about the lights? Is it about the camera? What does it take really to produce a good video?
I mean, so many things go behind making a music video, to be honest. It shouldn't be about the light, it shouldn't be about the camera. Just like I go by such vibes, I think to me, it has to be how you vibe to the whole song or the concept, and how all these emotions drive you into creating something that you, only yourself, can actually see in your head.
Yeah.
You know. So a music video, I'll go technical, I'll say all that stuff, but you know, it always comes back to that final man and how passionate you're about the project, and how serious and how humble and how patient you're willing to put all those things that you have in your mind to create that one perfect video.
Yeah.
You can just sit there, I'll just come with my phone, I'll shoot a video, and it'll be like, win awards. You know, you can have all the equipment in the world, you come do, the lighting is good, but, you know, it will never work out. So it's just about, it goes back to how, you know, you're willing, how much you're willing to invest, how you see that, and how you're willing to put that vision on screen.
So that brings me to a very important question. We're all doing this for a reason. Yes, we're so passionate about it. But I want us to talk about also the side of how do you make money from music video as a business. Yes, you have the talent, you have the resilience that it takes for you to be there. But for someone, a young person, who is going to get money from their parents to invest, or get money from anywhere to invest in this kind of business, how do you get the money? How do you market to get those artists come to you? Let me start with you, Jude.
To get the money is key, because this is business. That's why we call it business. Me, I always tell my people, even the artists, that if you're singing for free, don't dare sing. Though, don't start with the money issue in starting. You get the point? Because if you're a young artist, you can't, it's automatically, it's in, how should I say, it's plain daylight. They can't pay you the same way they pay who? However good you are. So you have to climb the ladders.
So there's a process.
There is a process. Trust the process, and the process never lies. By the time I came into the industry, like I told you, I started with Kim. There was Kim, there was Buddy. And when I did my second, that was Sirwara, Rabadaba. I remember, I used not to go to clubs. But a friend of mine went to club and said, that's my boy. Then Buddy told him, that guy will be good. Tell him not to rush. Then Buddy happened to be shooting a video with Nico. It was Ready and Wiz and Caesar Man. Some beach. The guy told me, let's go meet Buddy. I went, I met Buddy Bashir. He said, you send Jude? He was like, now, these are my words to you. Go slow. Teba kupakusa. Stone your lane. You're different. Stay there. So it stuck in my head. I was like, this is he was the best by then. I'm like, this guy is telling me this. So I wanted the money, yes, but it was like, go slow. And it is the process that I trusted that has made me who I am today. So they need to trust the process. No matter how good you are, you'll make the money. Believe you me. But some of us have been here, the money we're making, how many years? Me? 10? I'm almost making 10. How many? 10.
I would say 7, but unofficially 3.
Yeah.
You understand? So it is the process. You can never jump those ladders. Trust the process. Though now it is quick. Bwe tuba twamala emyaka ffe mwenda gw'osobola okumala ena.
As you make it to the top.
Okumala esatu. You won't take the 10, no. They are like, it's like artists in the music. Back then, the Chameleons had to sing for 9 years to become there. Now the John Blacks come, they do music for 3 years and they are stars. So the process is changing, but you have to trust
the process.
You can't miss the process.
Yes. So Mehdi, what do you have to say about that?
Personally, I think you have to draw a balance between the art and the business. You understand? Because we used to be obsessed with technology, with softwares and what. Someone gives you a project, you take forever to deliver the project because you're obsessed with a certain effect and it's taking long to render, you see, things like that. At the end of the day, you end up fighting with your client because your client wants the project today, and for you want to give him the project.
Taking your sweet time to deliver.
Taking your sweet time. So you have to draw a balance between the art, the creativity, and the business. I'll give an example. One gentleman who was very good with the business is Frank. Frank would give you a video in 2 days.
Frank J.
Yes.
J Live.
He would give you a video in 2 days. Personally, I could give you a video in 2 days, but I always never wanted it because I wanted to take my time. Probably I would give a week or 2. But business-wise, he had the better approach. I don't know how he used to do it, but he did it. He had a better approach, and of course he was quicker in bringing out projects. So if you're to make money, you have to do a balance between the two, because people want nice work, but they want nice work very fast.
It's true.
You see?
Yeah. Shashavai, what do you have to say about that? How do you make money out of the music video business?
I think pretty much my big brothers here have said enough. And to me, I remember when I was starting, it was all about the passion. I think most filmmakers forget that, in the game, it should be about the passion. You need to love the game. You need to breathe, sleep the game, So once you have that, it never feels that you're actually working, because if it's work, then you'll be like, oh, I can't do what I pull up. It has to be about the passion. The money comes as a bonus, to be honest. It comes as a bonus, and all these other things that are there, putting yourself, promoting your brand. Things have changed, of course. Back then, 8-10 years ago, it was a hassle. It has to be either word of mouth or your video had to be played by the book. Before even the DJ started doing video mixing, they would only play audio. Remember. So the only chance the clients had to see your work was only on TV. And remember, that is even before YouTube. So now things are quicker, yes, like you've said. And I think, but it still takes you back to, as a filmmaker, being humble, being passionate, and pushing your brand and promoting your brand, then the rest just comes after that.
All right. So as we wrap up.
To add on that, I think we music video directors are lucky because we get free advertisement. Free advertisement.
That's like the way you advertise yourself.
Yes, because at one point I wanted to take a step and just leave the music video industry. And someone just told me, man, do you know what it feels having your logo displayed everywhere for free? I sat down and looked at it. I realized what he was telling me was very important.
It's a legit point, actually.
It was very important. Your logo is being displayed everywhere for free.
And
people get to know you. The word is moving. So I was like, okay, let me remain in the game as I do other things.
And add on in, I think each of us has done TVCs. Big TVCs. But now what pains if you used to sing your name on TV.
On the product.
Now you see your big project, big TVC, and nobody can say. You can't attach yourself to that TVC. You have to talk for it, like, that's my project, That's like, okay.
I think the video producers are so much obsessed with their names. I keep on seeing, like, St. Jude, Mehdi Maize, Shasha Vibe. I keep on saying, this must be Shasha Vibes.
I believe we deserve that. Do you know
this is St. Jude.
You know why we deserve that?
I can't put myself, I can't put my head in a
this
music
is
video.
Why we
Okay, this is
deserve
Sasha
that.
Vibes, and then I leave,
This is what we deserve that. I was talking to Sasha yesterday. Do you remember what I was telling you yesterday? I was telling Sasha yesterday that we deserve what we are today.
Yes,
Reason being,
it's true.
I always call ourselves the silent stars.
Yes.
Because we're the silent stars in a year, you lighten up around 6 or 10 stars.
Yeah.
These artists are being lit by us.
True.
You make a video, Sasha does a video, maybe the video goes viral.
Yeah.
They take over. Now to never gamba. Video there belongs to that. But somebody had sleepless nights.
Yeah, to finish that video.
To do that project.
And make it look that way.
You get it? It's somebody's creative. It's not that's creative now. Because yes, they brought the song, like he said. Yeah. You have to sit down, I think I'll need this, I'll need this. And so you go around with your creativeness. Yeah. So now the only pay you get is your name.
So does that give you the satisfaction?
That is, no, it doesn't. But it is the only satisfaction we have.
Actually, let me take this opportunity to tell all those guys who organize awards.
Yes.
When they talk of best music video,
yes,
it should go to the director.
Yeah.
The best music video, because we normally force these artists into doing certain things. You force him, you're like, no, this is my concept.
Yeah.
You force him to understand your interpretation.
Yeah.
You understand? So at the end of the day, he or she gets the best video of the year, and yet you even had an argument.
Yet your name is not mentioned anywhere.
It's not mentioned anywhere. So video of the year should go to the video director.
All right, cool.
So I second that. To be honest, that's actually very brilliant
The
idea.
name is our only pay. It is the real pay. It is the real for the what we call the intellectual property rights. Yeah. It is the name only now.
Actually, on the contrary, on the other side, even these artists want our names there.
Yeah,
they do. Because one day I gave an artist, I'd forgotten to brand the video.
Yeah.
The guy came back, was very bitter. I won't mention names. Was very bitter. But I paid
my money, but
I told him you paid for the video, you have the video. Your logo is not there.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I just forgot. Let me put it there. But because they have this perception that if I take my video on TV and it has this logo, people by default they will play.
They'll play it. Yeah.
Yes.
So Shisha Vibes.
Very funny thing, because actually, just to say, because I remember one day some guys like Sasha Vibes, the Nako boys sente, nyimiriza wali eri kumuti, but show table, teka kologoyo, video dite. I was like, boss, it doesn't work like that. It has taken me years to promote my brand. I won't just make you stand on the tree and I give you shots. Like, no, it doesn't work like that.
So what's your advice to the young you back then, who is starting up, like the young people who are just getting into the industry? What advice do you have for them?
Just like to go back, you have to be passionate about the job, you know. All these other things you can always learn.
Yeah.
Passion is very important because you never feel like you're working.
Yeah.
And now, once you do a video, your first project needs to be like your best project, because that actually determines who's going to give you work next.
Yeah.
And nowadays, because we all try to create, stand out and create like a brand name and a signature, it is very important. When you get in the game, you need to have a signature. It takes time. Some people it takes time. Others just pops out of nowhere. You know, like I was just there one day and then I shot a video. I was like, you know what? Nigga, I need to call this video. This must be Sasha Vibes. I don't care who watches it or that. I was like, no, this must be Sasha Vibes. Boom. I put it there, and then all of a sudden, it went viral. And from there and then, that's when I knew, okay, you need to, this is your field. You need to play around with your field because you're the director. You dictate what people watch. You think, you create. So that's your world. So directors are actually very influential, so that they never know the power they have. Because, I mean, people are in Arua, people are in the States, and you're creating stories, you're actually inspiring people, you're making people fall in love. You think some of these stories in these music videos are actually personal stories. Not the bad ones, but yes, some of those moments.
Even the bad ones.
Some of the bad ones.
Put our bad experiences into music videos.
Exactly.
Our real life experiences.
Exactly.
And people are there crying, people are enjoying their lives, but it is our lives. That's why I was telling you that the things we create, the intellectual property rights that these directors have, it is now only the name.
So what's your last word to the young people out there?
The last word to the young people out there, I'm talking about the Ugandan directors. We are blessed in this generation that we are trying to come together as directors. We have an association. I think you people are part of it. Sasha is, Mehdi is another director. It's called Uganda Cinematographers Association. We are trying to make it easier for the new generation to come. How? By trying to create a one voice, such that you can become a director in 1 year and you have whatever you thought you love to have. You have people you can talk to. Eddanga tosobola sisinkana Doni apart from him. Nze namunonyako nambula. Njagala just kumulako bulabi. Just to see how that guy looks like. I'm being honest. But now we are trying to create a platform whereby, hey, I'd like to see Sasha vibes. You come, you ask Sasha, Sasha, how did you go about it? It's free. We want to create that one voice that these young directors can easily have a life that we didn't have.
All right.
So that's our next goal. So be strong, it's working out, and you shall be getting the details online, on TV, and everywhere.
Yeah, so Mehdi, what's your last word to the young people out there who want to get into
my
industry?
last word, I'll have a word to both the young directors and the artists. The artists. First, with the young directors, one, to believe. You have to first believe in yourself. If you don't believe, you'll not discover yourself. You'll keep copying this, copying that, copying that. Believe your art, believe your
craft.
Believe your craft. Because it's your craft that is going to shape you and give you an identity. Then the other thing is patience. Patience, just like anything has to grow. It has to go through the infant stages and then it matures. And then the other thing is integrity. Integrity is like virginity. It disappears once. If integrity goes, everyone will be like, if integrity goes, everyone will be like, that guy is good, but I can't give him my project. You understand? Oh, that guy is good, but for me, I chose to work with so and so. So you'll fall out of the game. You can be good, but if you lack integrity, then to the artists, I would love them to, one, to believe in us as directors. Me, I hate it when I start having an argument with an artist who comes and tells me that my shoe has not you've not shown my shoe. You understand?
I spent a lot of money.
I spent a lot of money buying that shoe, but you've not shown my shoe. But your shoe doesn't add anything to the story. You understand? So the musicians should believe in us because at least for some of us, we've been here for a while, and when we're doing these projects, you do a project expecting it. It's like your market. You see, it's like your advert.
It's
your
your
project
PR
you're
market.
doing is your advert, basically. You put it out there so that people can relate with the project, and they're like, okay, because so and so did this project, I'm going to give you my next project. So that's what I'm looking at, and I don't want. If a song is good, I want to do a bad video. I also want to do a good video, just like you. So if I tell you this grading is fine, most of the time it's fine because of a reason. But we're having challenges. An artist comes biased because he saw a P-Square video somewhere. They're like, no, I want this grading, I want this color. You see? So the artists should believe in us. And then the other thing is they should try to match their budgets with their expectations. The budget with the expectation, it's very important. For example, someone comes to you and is like, you see, now like, me what I tell them normally, I tell them, okay, you want his number, I have it. Because he's the one you're believing in, You see, he's the one you there's something you're looking for, but you're coming to me, why? You see?
Yet you know.
And when you come to me, don't discuss any business with any other director. That's the problem artists have. When they come to you, they're like, you see, which is not right.
They have this other take, and I'm telling artists, please stop it. That's why we're trying to unite as artists. Ajja ewa Sasha namugamba bubukadde 15. Kati wajje wange nanga katolaba. Nadi ne Sasha nangamba be mu obutana ajinkolera ku bwerere. Just nanyamba buyambi. Kati atulwana. You know, like they try to make us be in a fight. We as directors, Sasha, you understand? So it's more of a trick of
manipulating.
It's more of a manipulative trick. So what we're trying to do is time is coming whereby Sasha wafuna client. Asonga Judy gundi azoana ngabe ukadabiri, be careful. The Nigerian directors have that.
I've mastered that.
Yes. The Clarence is all the top directors. If you go to Clarence, he goes to the group, he tells you, P-Square has been here, $2,200. So if he goes anywhere else, if he works, it is the same plane.
You
understand?
So you're literally running around the same circle.
You are running around the same circle. That means you go back to Sasha.
I think my friend Jude is saying is we as directors, we came up in an association whereby we've now become organized, because just a few years, like you saw the artists,
Yeah.
we were all disorganized. I mean, people never, and I understand, people never used to look at the industry as something that, is very serious.
Yeah.
But I think now when we sat down and became organized, created an organization whereby we, even through that, will support these young people
Yeah.
and register them. We're so organized.
Yeah.
And that's why even when all these rules that came in from the UCC, some of them had to be taken back because our voice was heard.
Yeah.
They had good intentions. The UCC had good intentions. It has always been about us benefiting.
Yeah.
But I think some of these things, they were not consulted, which is okay, which is fine, because we were disorganized. Some of us were disorganized. We didn't have a voice whereby you have to sit and then, come out.
Yeah.
But I think that was a good idea.
Yeah.
So now that we're organized now, we get our views, we give them to them, we see how best can actually, we directors or musicians benefit from this.
Yeah.
So I think that's one thing that I won't say much about, well, these other filmmakers, I've pretty much said almost enough, but now there's a platform whereby you can be heard, your voice can be heard, you can be supported, and pretty much that's where we're heading to,
There you go.
Yeah.
You've heard it from the pros of this country that are men that have put the face to the music video business, the men that have stopped Ugandan artists to go to South Africa to shoot music video. Those are some of the things that you should do as you're getting up in the business of music videos. If you want to learn anything about film, about the creative industry, feel free to go to filmhackers.org. You'll be able to see a list of episodes that we've done that are talking about different things. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Net Studio for partnering with us on this project, Garage Group and Incredible Media. Thank you so much.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
Good afternoon, wherever you're watching from. Welcome to yet another conversation of Film Hackers. But first things first, you know what the stand is as far as COVID-19 is, and I just want to appeal to you, if you're watching us, to do the following. First, wear your mask, okay? Get your mask on, wear it right, and we've been told that it doesn't reach above the mustache, no, or just below the nose. You wear it fully, okay? Number two, please make sure you maintain social distance when you're in crowds. Number three, if you are not going anywhere, just stay home. And if you can't go get a COVID-19 test, those tests are available at Naguru, Kira, Kiswa health centers, and start to isolate yourself in case you have any of those symptoms. Of course, the season is also confusing. The paranoia is crazy. You guys, I feel like I have COVID, first of all. How are you guys? The paranoia is crazy. You get one little thing, I'm always checking my temperature. Is it happening to you? You guys, you are lying. The paranoia is crazy. So if you feel if you feel any of the symptoms, please go and test or call the Ministry of Health, all right? Obviously, you know the industry is on a standstill since COVID broke down. The Chinese industry alone, the Chinese film industry, has lost more than $100 billion. Not million, $1 billion. So having these conversations for us is not just, you know, something we're trying to do while we wait. No, we're trying to see how to improve ourselves during this time and make the best out of it. Joining me is an experienced panel today. We're talking how to use online media to build your brand or even your business as a filmmaker, as a content maker. Joining me from my extreme left, Danze. Welcome. First, yes, now you can remove because the president said if you are going to talk for long, you remove. It's allowed. Yes. He's also with Next Media Services. How is the new heel? Nice. Next to Danze is also a content creator who appeared on TV. Now she has her own channel. Yes.
That's true.
I think she was like, this 50K culture, I can't manage.
The shade. The shade. The shade. The shade.
Tracy. She was like, this 50K, makeup of 30. Nah.
No, I don't wear makeup, but it has nothing to do with that. I guess once you've outgrown something, you've outgrown it. It's time for you to go out there and just venture and find out what else you want to do, what else you're capable of doing, because, I mean, it doesn't help if you stay in a confined box. So
There's no box.
There's no box. I mean, I'm a free spirit. I'm a free mind. I like to be free,
Yeah.
so...
Welcome, Tracy.
Thank you. Kababito
He
is
goes
his name.
by the name of Mr. Hashtag. And we are glad that he found a Mrs. Hashtag. Paul, welcome to the show. The what?
And the junior.
And the hashtag junior.
Yeah. The junior is already there.
The Binunya. welcome, Paul, to the show.
Thank you.
Next to Paul is a man who most of us have gone to beg for work, but he is, for lack of better, the mind of the client. You work with so many clients. He's a creative director at Scannet. Alan, welcome to the show.
I'll take that. Usually it's guy with beard and it stops there. So, thank you.
So this is a good one.
Thank you, Bulondo.
This is a good one. And he is known to fix everything, from light, sound, graphics. You actually fixed an entire station. Josh the Fixer.
Two of them.
Two of them.
Yeah.
Nice. And the latest one you fixed looks very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Josh,
you.
welcome. Welcome.
Yep.
You can talk to us on our pages. We have Net Studios Africa. And by the way, Net Studios Africa is a brand new space where you can create your content, you can film ads, you can edit, you can record audio. Check it out in Chitintale, and they're the ones who are hosting us this afternoon. Thank you, guys. Also, Incredible Media, who are, for lack of a better word, the owners of Film Hackers, Shafiq and the entire team, Eddie. Thank you, guys. And also Garage Group are the ones who are partnering with us this morning. So go to all those pages on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter and join the conversation. You can hashtag Film Hackers. I want to know, let me start with Tracy. What has been your experience shifting from mainstream TV to, having a channel where you have to push the content on your own?
Yeah. It's difficult. Every time you decide to become a self-employed person, I think it comes with a lot of difficulties because you don't have another source of income where you're going to actually get this money. You see that? Unless, of course, you have people who believe in the dream that you have, which is a very lucky thing for me because I was very well connected. I've had a couple of friends come on board and they say, oh, I'll do this for free. And I'll do your camera work, I'll do your sound. I'll make sure maybe I get us a Zoom H6 so we can get better sound with time. But it's difficult because you don't have, let's say, on TV, they'll run a few promos for you, or these guys are going to have maybe a Friday show and it's going to be like this. That's not the same thing with YouTube channels. And the industry is still very virgin in Uganda. I would encourage a lot of young people to dive into it. You don't have to wait to be hired by NBS or NTV. You can just go ahead and do whatever you have to do, because the space is free for you to create, and you have the ability to push exactly what you want. You know what your consumers want. It's not like being in mainstream media where you're told, Brian, we want you to talk about this today. You understand? It's your own content creation. You come up with your own scripts. You make sure you come up with the right people to talk about the right subjects that you want. So you push it, and not only do you push it, your friends push it for you, because it's a community. If I'm pushing something that Alan is interested in, that you are interested in, you're going to just endorse it. I'm not even going to pay you for it. You're just going to go ahead and do it. So it's been difficult, but it's a very good experience. Yeah.
Quite an interesting experience. Danza, you have one of the most vibrant pages, for lack of a better word, as far as content is concerned. Next really pushes all out. What has been the traction like as far as consumption of online media is concerned?
Well, how can I say it? There's no actual accurate answer to that question in terms of the traction. But I believe since we got locked down, at least from March to about, I think the window was about 4 months, there was over 70% increase in the number of people that are actually viewing content. Before, people were just on social media commenting and doing all those things. Remember the famous battles that used to happen on social media every night? Now that all translated to people actually watching stuff. So video content grew by above 70%, at least locally here in Uganda. Worldwide, it was even more ridiculous. And the funny thing is the kids' content was the most consumed stuff during this period of time. I don't know whether it's bad parenting from our end, but but there's a channel called PewDiePie on YouTube. He's the most subscribed to YouTuber on earth. But then the channel with the most views this year has been CoComelon, with over 200 views a day.
200 million?
Yeah, fine. 200 million a day. And this is a US channel, so you can imagine the revenues this channel has been racking in. So the numbers are, for a lack of a better word, insane. For local content creators, myself, I jumped back into doing YouTube and etc. I've seen people becoming more creative, and the feedback has been real time, meaning that by all means, people who have given it a shot right now have managed to create audiences. Like she has said, like I told Shafiq last time I was here, why do you want your content to be on TV? This is the biggest question I always ask people.
Josh, you're teaching people how to do video in business, because also that's a big question, monetizing the content. But from your end, what have you seen as far as online media consumption is concerned?
As far as online media content is concerned, I think, not even I think I've seen it. Danza said it. Like from the time the lockdown happened, there was a very high spike in content consumption, majorly in video, So I was also running my own thing, video in business, teaching people how to use video in their businesses. Well, big businesses know how to do this, but there's a big gap between the big and
the SME.
Yeah, those ones. I've seen them embrace online in these 4 months. They've actually understood that, what? If you want to get customers, you have to show that you're present, that you're available. And the only quick way is through here. So there's been a spike. It's amazing. Well, it's through a sickness or a disease, but it's just amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
Alan, you handle some really big accounts. Talk to us about what those brands do to leverage online.
So I think online is, it's a broad field. So you have the social media element, and you have the digital marketing element, and then you have the media element of online as well. So I think what changed a lot, and it's been, I'd say about like the last 6 years has been interesting in that big brands sort of had, social as the, the accompaniment to the main, the main meal.
It was the side serve.
Absolutely. And I think overnight, what COVID did was turn that on its head and help big brands just reconsider their priorities. And there's just 3 elements to the content, and more brands are investing in quality content. Number 2, the partnerships. Brands are realizing the importance of people like Tracy, who can now who can amplify the voice of their brand. And finally, it's almost what Danze said about online as a media channel. So instead of pumping their money into traditional methods like TV, more and more brands are actually increasing their digital media spend. So that's why you see ads following you online whenever you want to watch video, YouTube videos, so on and so forth. So those have been the 3 elements I would say have changed.
Right.
Yeah.
You talked about leveraging, and I thought about Paul. Yesterday, I saw your post about Skyview and embracing the family thing together, and there's more and more of that online these days. What is your experience as far as creating this content so you can attract also the right brand that you can endorse for?
As usual, content is about putting in maturity so that you create believability of the audience that you're trying to target. So the content creators like the Danzes and a few of us would understand in this way that we have gotten a certain market of young people whose motives are more of having fun on the platforms, but then we also look at targeting a certain audience that will buy, that we need CTAs, calls to action. So the current COVID-caused influx of young people falling into the platforms and the sites, I think is more of like we're trying to train them how to create content that is consumable by elders and people who are understanding. So when you talk of, let's say, Skyview, I have to show somebody who is young out there that you don't need to just talk about this product, but be a first customer of the product. So I show them that me and my family consume Skyview, and then they will believe that, yes, that is a product I might also need to consume. So that is how brands also look for people who influence for them. You must be the first client to that client's product. So you can't talk about, I saw a certain liquor brand that was hiring people who influence for funnel. I was like, so why contradict people? Why don't you look for a person who drinks liquor? I drink liquor, I'm proud of that. So why don't you hire me? Is it because my stake is a bit higher? Right. So I really felt bad because people didn't actually consume the product. Because you should tell me about the product with experience.
Yes.
You've experienced that. So I really bash such brands which don't know how to select influencers.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Tracy.
Authenticity.
To actually add to what he said, I think it's so often that when we dive into influencing, it's we're just thinking to ourselves, this is about me. It's never about you. It's about the audience that you're trying to pull. I don't even like to just say audience because that becomes like your family.
Sure.
Because I need to know that, like he said, he takes alcohol. So if a brand that is asking him to endorse alcohol called him, I would trust his word for it. I'd say, oh, this guy is the party king, or he brings it on, he loves his liquor, so he should be very selective with what he's taking. So we need to think about it in the sense that you think about your consumer. Where's your consumer coming from? You understand? What are the age groups that you're trying to target? Because, I mean, so many brands have different things going on, but they know what their crowd wants. Other than that, we would be seeing, let's say, Coca-Cola says its niche is Coca-Cola. That's what they front to us. And what's the biggest product that's selling from Coca-Cola? It's Coca-Cola. We don't see them fronting the Kirsten, etc., etc. So you have to have a niche. You don't just go So he's saying Fanero, and then you're influencing for liquor. What do you stand for? Like, I need to know, you know? So, yeah.
Right. We're going to talk more about that. What do you have to do to get the audience that you're looking for? If also mainstream TV is a challenge for you, what can you do about the different platforms? What content can you drop? What are the tools that you can use to attract those audiences? That and more when we come back. Welcome back. You can join the conversation using the hashtag FilmHackers. This morning we're talking how to use online media to build your brand. If you are a content creator, what are you putting out there? You can also share it with us so the rest of the world can see it. These conversations are every Friday on industry. And if this is your first time, we've so far talked about the laws from UCC. That was a heated debate on the show. And we also talked about how to actually monetize some of your content. And this morning, my panel of experts who are into the digital world, online world, are telling us what you can do to make sure that your content is viewed. YouTube has just announced that they've put down more than 11 million videos actually every day, because people are also posting the wrong content. So you can tell us what you're up to and we'll critique. We'll be nice, don't worry, before someone takes it down. I have Josh with me. He's Josh the Fixer. If you've watched Video in Business, some of you who need to start doing that for your own companies, you can check it out. Alan from Scanad is the creative director, and he's the guy who thinks about all those concepts. You can call him the beard man. Paul Williams, Mr. Hashtag. He's a very popular influencer online, and you can check out his pages. Also, are you also on Facebook or strictly Twitter? That's where you...
Yeah, I'm all around 360. I think I have
It's the same
an
name.
account on every social media platform.
It's the same handle?
Same name or
Mr. Hashtag.
Yeah.
All right, you can check them out on Twitter. Also, YouTuber. Is that what we can call you now? Or
Media
just content
personality.
creator?
Media personality.
All right.
Yeah.
Tracy Kababito also joins us this morning, and Edwin Danze, who is a digital specialist and is also with Next Media Services, and joining us, John Senkes, who is a digital marketing specialist. John, welcome.
Thank
You handled the biggest, one of big telecom, right? And you looked at content all the time that went out and how you took it out. From where you sit, what do you think content creators need to watch out for when creating even some of this content before it's published?
Thank you very much. I think critically is the originality of the content, especially on the corporate space. We've seen a number of copycats, so to speak, either in concept or some blatant cut and paste concepts that are dished out. So I think a content creator needs to be original. The corporate companies rarely, unless they have particular products or services that they are pushing or a thematic campaign, rarely do they focus on content creation, because then their core business, unless it's a content company, is not content creation. It's whatever they do. So a content creator has a lot of room and flexibility to come in proactively and create an original concept that will sit well with the audience and the brand of whatever company they are looking out for. And then this concept can be taken on. I've seen this happen a lot where you don't wait for a pitch, you don't wait for requests to submit concepts and all. You come up with a concept, you pitch it to the company, and then they sell. Many telecoms and other companies are getting into the content distribution arena. There is a huge demand. For example, if I could talk about the telecoms, we have MTN, Airtel, for people to create content because they have platforms like apps, like portals that need content, local content. But you find that at the moment, a lot of foreign content is very visible. Local content is not, largely because also there is that aspect of ownership. So on one hand, the guy could be the camera person or the producer or an actor, actress, but they do not have rights to this content. So ownership of the content then becomes very critical for the content creator. But if you are looking at someone going solo on the content creation front, I think it's going to be all about keeping a pulse on what is happening on ground and creating content that is relevant to a circumstance. And then also, it's not good to be all over the place. You need to establish a niche for yourself and then build on that niche. You can be a good, person in tech, in film, in this, but if you're all over the place, then it means you're nowhere. So people need to know you for something in the industry, and that is very critical.
More like the jack of all trades and nothing, and a master at none.
Exactly.
You've been teaching people how to start making content for their companies. What are some of those mistakes you've seen that also informed your decision to start something like that?
For me, when I started, it was strictly educational. When you want customers, you first have to educate them about what you are going to give them. And in that way you highlight the problems. So they view your product as a solution. That is one. But also, my target audience or my target customers are usually SMEs. Their biggest problem is forgetting that if you need customers, you need to show them that you exist. And right now, the biggest platform is online. You need to show them that you exist online. So how you do it has always been the question. Yeah, so I've always told them that you have to be very entertaining. It's usually 3 E's: entertain, educate, and then execute. And always remember, I tell them that always remember that boring will chase you out of business. Even if you're selling, for example, floor tiles, you have to find a way of talking about those tiles in an entertaining way, to your target audience. Because the space you're operating in has a lot of content and low attention span. So you have to have, in screenwriting, we call it page one. Your page one has to be bang, it's very, very crucial. Your first 30 seconds of your content have to be attention grabbing. Yeah, so that is what I tell entrepreneurs all the time in video and business.
Screen one. Your page one has to be amazing.
You have to have a hook.
You have to have the hook. What do you think, you talk about entertainment, and I find people who are laboring to be funny. I just watched another Ugandan content maker last night, and I even commented in one of the groups. I told them, wow, being funny is not easy.
But another thing is, you don't have to do it yourself. If dance is entertaining and you're a floor tile seller, work with Danzi. Okay? Tell him to come up with content that will be entertaining, educational, and will execute your business in a creative way. Don't do it alone. You know, because when you try, I think those are the guys now you're talking about. They labor to be funny. They really, really try so hard.
Bambi, he was doing his thing. Nayenga chiganye. So you bring up the conversation of collaboration.
Yes.
You know, Alan, talk to us about that, and even you where you are, as kind of some of the things you do to collaborate with people to execute. You know, delivery of content.
So what I'm actually really excited about is there's many types of collaboration. So what online has made possible is that it's not only collaboration between brands and content makers, but sometimes you can have collaborations between, say, two content makers, and that leads to some, you know, a new interesting space. Yeah? Or you can have collaboration in terms of, I mean, this show in itself is a collaboration. Yeah, which is pretty wonderful. So it always leads to the number of spin-offs and iterations just multiply. So I think whereby before ownership was very, the internet has democratized is a good word to use. Yeah. So yeah, I think brands are always open to collaboration because they want to focus on what they do. I think the hard bit is, and collaboration makes execution easier, you know, because there's things that, whether you're an individual or a company, you're pretty good at, and you'll find that this person can either open up a new audience or bring a new dimension to whatever you're doing. For example, Josh, you know, if you bring video, and we have certain clients who don't necessarily have the big budgets to execute your traditional type of productions, we're always happy to open up to new suppliers who can now help us execute with smaller companies. So everyone has a seat at the table, is what I like to see.
Everyone has a seat at the table, and that is usually made impossible by the things that are at our exposure. Tracy, let's start a conversation on tools to use. You know, you are lucky you said you have friends who have, you know, this equipment. When you talk about the Zooms, that's good equipment. But what are some of the tools that people can use to create online content?
Like he said much earlier, the first thing you have to think about is, what am I bringing to the table that hasn't been brought onto the table? It's going to be very vague of me to do a replica of this show. Do you understand? Someone needs to see something new about this. For example, when we created Strongest Voices, we were thinking young people haven't been given a platform to speak about the things they want to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, there are things that are taboo for you to speak about in the community. You cannot talk about things like sex or stuff like that, you know, because mainstream media, I don't think, just accommodates for that. So when we looked at the space, there wasn't a show where people were able to express themselves, talk about things like toxic parenting, talk about things like mental health. Those are topics that are not welcome. So you think about your unique factor. What are you selling? What are you about? And then it's okay to keep changing it, because the idea is to see what works and what doesn't work. When it comes to Instagram, I think we're skipping the most important thing. If I come to your profile and it's not captivating for me, because I will see Brian Molondo and then I'll say, okay, what is he about? Who's he?
Public figure.
You feel me? Innit? Exactly. So if your profile is filled out the right way, and I'm not saying go say I'm a digital marketer, I'm a social media analyst, don't say anything you're not. The problem with people is we overestimate what we can do as opposed to what we can actually do in actual life. So speak of the things that you're capable of doing. Fill out your profile the right way. I don't want to come to your profile if you say, bad boss, you know, bad boss girl. You know, I don't want to say the word because I don't want to curse, but, you know, girl making moves. No.
You're not making moves.
You're not making moves. Let's be honest with ourselves. And then for Instagram, Twitter, hashtags are major key. Keywords as well that you use when you're selling your brand are very important. You have to have the right hashtags. You have to look at your insights, actually. There are people who have gone the extra mile of promoting their businesses, you know, using, you know, the sponsored pages. So the beauty with sponsored pages is you can see how many people followed you, how many people maybe went to the next story, how many people exited. Then you will know, like, okay, maybe that wasn't very interesting, because if 100 people went out, what's wrong? What am I not doing right? You have to think about all those possibilities so you can keep track of your impressions. Yeah.
Yes, Josh.
Yeah, just maybe to add, we've seen, I'm sure you guys have noticed this, the quality of Ugandan content online is lacking, you know, because people have always taken it for a joke. When I used to work where you're working now, in Canada, we had something called YouTube quality, which usually used to mean low quality, low budget. As in, right now,
dude,
that bar has been raised way high. You know, you can shoot 4K. You know, you can light well. This show is being filmed in a very big studio. Look at the lighting. Where is it ending up? Not on
YouTube.
TV. It's going on YouTube. So quality is an issue that maybe we need another conversation.
That's another conversation.
Yes.
Because other industries are asking for also specifications we have not yet met. So
yeah, that's
so
true.
we shall have another conversation on that. She talks about insights. Just talk more about that, and how me, who is seated in my sitting room right now, how I can, understand and use them to whether I'm boosting my content or hit the stage when I know what I'm going for.
Okay, let me jump on what you said earlier, and then Josh's, then I get to that. I think when you asked about the tools, like you mentioned, we've talked about telecoms, you've talked about agencies, you've talked about SMEs and etc. And the most important thing is always, your number one tool is you. Your second most trusted tool is this guy right here.
Yes.
Because if you can't afford to do what Net Studios Africa is doing right now, but you're a funny guy and you have the strategy that John has, you're not going to fail to deliver a message. It may not be 4K or anything like that, or in 1080 or whatever it is, but sometimes we're, as consumers of content, we're willing to ignore that your video is not in the highest quality, but it's so captivating, or the story that you're telling is amazing enough for me to actually continue watching. Getting past the first 1 minute in your video is difficult because people have way too many other options. I mean, I go on YouTube to watch KSI, PewDiePie and all these other guys, but if I see in my thumbnail, let's say, a travel vlog from Faye or any other person out there with the right thumbnail, and I watch it, it's a fun video, but she's with good people and it's funny and all those things, I'll continue. Second tool you're going to use is, of course, like you've just said, the other content creators around you, the collaborating. I find it extremely hard for myself to post a video on Twitter and it gets very good traction. Vis-a-vis if Emeka posted a video on Twitter, it's going to get the traction, you get it? So meaning, why don't I have him in my video, he posts it on his channel, and I share it on my channel. So those are kind of things that you need to think about. And then about the insights, the most important insight for yourself is knowing that, like you've just said, being honest with myself. If I believe I'm the kind of content creator who wants to do YouTube for money, the most important things you're going to put in consideration. What's your CPM like? Which region are you in? What do they like to watch? What is your niche? You get things like that. Consider those things first. You're going to find out that you're not going to be a travel vlogger. You're not going to be a social media expert online, but probably you're going to be a cake maker or a makeup artist, you get it? Because you've accepted that simple fact that that's it. Other things that are very important, reach. Engagement is the most important thing right now, especially for video, because you're interacting directly. I find it very hard most YouTubers or most content creators find it hard to shoot, edit, push out. You see what these guys have done right now is we are live. They've gone past the whole stage of I have to sit back and edit this video and then upload it, put in the captions, tags and everything else. The way they've prepared it with the right hashtag and then the community that is surrounding them right now. Because I do a lot of monitoring, I'm obsessed with numbers. Facebook is working for them right now, very well. And then some YouTube videos that are going to be posted for film hackers will work based on who is on that panel. So once you understand these insights, it's going to help you sell your brand. I've seen what's Safeboda. Safeboda took off like this, you get it?
Yeah.
Yet we had Uber, very big company out there. But when they came here, they wanted to give us the Uber feel. The influencers they had were the Salvadors and what? Big fish, you get it? But Uber had this dude who's on Twitter, who has crazy number of followers on Twitter, who said he's the first Safeboda guy. And because I can relate to that dude, because I know borders are working, even the exactly, even the guy who says in Munyonyo, Kololo, etc. will use a border because he's seen them, but the beautiful thing they've done is they've given me a helmet. So they're selling safety. Nothing to do with transport, it's just safety.
Yes.
Yeah? So those are a couple of things you need to think about.
So Danze, if I can ask, do you sometimes see people mismatching their type of content to different mediums? So, some people will try to push their content on Instagram, to thrive on YouTube. Or people trying to, push visual content on Twitter, and it's going to work on Instagram. And how can people learn to be better?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Let me use John's example. There's Airtel and there's MTN. They're telecos, but there's a huge distinction between the two of them. One comes off seemingly very corporate, the other is just cool. You get it? Because MTN understood that if some stuff is happening right now, jump on that trend. You get it? Because they were struggling to outdo
Be
a
gentle.
brand.
My alliances are...
I get it. That's what I'm like. Let me use this example. So the Airtel was with the right properties, sports, Uganda Cranes and everything else, you get it? But then MTN was like, you know what, I can't beat them there. Let me beat them in conversation. You get it? So those are the things. When we get to platforms, I'll use myself as an example. Web has also said is everywhere. But remember what he says, niche. I will have an Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and all those things. But if I'm posting a vlog on Twitter, I'm mad.
Yes.
Get it? But if I go to YouTube and I put a vlog, again about myself, I'm still mad. But if I had my vlog with my friends who are more interesting than me, if I had Beowulf there, I produced a show with Marcus and Gaetano, if they're in there, people are going to watch that vlog because I accepted the fact that I can create it, they'll give me the eyeballs. Another thing about platforms is most people assume that when they think about video, they think YouTube, Instagram. Unfortunately, within the years that are coming, it's going to be the number one platform fast for video. They are slowly giving you 30, 1 minute, 4 minutes. They're going to let you stream an entire, you saw Snoop Dogg and DMX do a whole 4 hours show, just beatbox together. So, end of the day, find out about that platform first. Is your target audience on that platform? Then is your content suitable for that platform? The rest of the other stuff, you can pay for it to make it happen. Otherwise, most times it just won't work. And then again, for the brands, for agencies, design for platforms. Don't get that TVC, remove video, and the audio goes on radio. It's very distracting and weird. You get it?
It's cost cut.
It is. It really is.
Just to add to the insights when you're creating content, I compare content creation to a three-course meal. You must have a starter, there is the main course, and then there is dessert. Now, people do not listen, just like Danze, I'm obsessed with data, can dig. People do not listen to the data and what it tells them about a very critical metric when you're doing especially video, and that is your retention. If you go to all these platforms, Facebook, YouTube, etc., you can scroll second by second and you are shown the progression of when the audience was streaming, when they dropped off, and that then informs if it's an edited piece, where you put what cut. If it's a live feed, it then influences when you say what, so that the message is not lost. You can bring the message on the 20th minute and your retention is 5 minutes. So you then know where to place what content and then drive value for that. So I think it's critical for one to listen. Then there is going back to the three-course meal, there are people who are going to consume bite-sized pieces, and these make the bulk of online people, so they don't want long stuff. It bores them.
Yeah.
So you have to create content that is bite-sized, that is, in like a minute or two, I'm done and you've delivered your message. There are those who will go in for long-form content.
Yes.
This usually falls under the video on demand category, Netflix, and even if we're looking at such a show. But the problem with long form, it either has to be so entertaining that it can hold me, alternatively, it has to be about a topic that I'm passionate about. There are people who will not view this to the end. Then there is a guy who was here from 0 seconds and he's still seated up to the end. So you then need to know what is your type of content. Do you take it bite size? Because you can do something that has episodes instead of having one long hour thing that will lose people. Alternatively, if it's long form, where do you put what message? Because even long form has a retention lifespan. Then for the desserts, it's basically you repurposing your content. If you do a show and you put it out there are some pointers, what we call teasers in campaign, promos and what that you can pick. So for example, this conversation, Danzi is talking about insights. Pick his clip when he's talking about insight, distribute it. It's going to regenerate, more views to your content. So we often focus on my background is media. We don't have the next day reporting kind of thing in content. So you publish your content, it's a live feed, it's gone. That's the end of it. Until you go another one. Yet in between these sessions, you can do, using the same content you recorded, actually serve your audience and even draw them to specific sections of the long form piece that you want them to pick interest in. So that then becomes very critical as well.
This is good stuff, Tracy. You look like you are.
Just to talk about what he was saying, long form content and the shorter videos. What I've found with people is, for example, how you started this show is very important. You started it with banter. Someone is going to stay because, one, they know you're funny, and maybe the people that you've collaborated with today. But then it's also very important, no matter how good your short video is. He talked about the tool that you use, like a phone. All you need is a phone. It's not just any phone. The truth is, whether we want to accept it or not, people are not going to sit there and listen to something with bad sound or watch a video that's very sketchy, unless I have like a deep loyalty for you. Yeah. People love beautiful visuals. Why do you watch the things that you watch? Why do you go to the restaurants that you go to? Look at all the bigger brands and understand why people choose those brands as opposed to their competitors. You have to be unique, especially in, I like going to people's Instagram pages who have like a monotonous color. For some reason, that will just pull me, like there's an aesthetic to it. When you look at Nagio's Instagram page, Nagio has one of the most, consistency is also a very big key when it comes to social media. You have to be consistent with it. They have a page where they just put up pictures by different photographers, Nagio photographers. So if you check out their page, there's a color that they use. It's very monotonous, but it's very appealing for you to look at. And then the captions are always very lengthy. They always give gratitude, which is also a tool that you need to use. You need to make people feel like they're appreciated. People relate to other people. So if I'm not relating with Brian, if I comment on Brian's picture 4 weeks straight, oh, Brian, you look amazing. It doesn't hurt to say, oh, yo, man, thank you, bro. Thank you. That's really nice. Always be grateful for the people. No, always be grateful for the favorites, for the likes, for the people who are endorsing your stuff. It makes people feel important when you show them that you recognize they're there, as opposed to someone who just comes, okay, whatever. And then you have to connect to your local community. I wouldn't go for the bigger celebrities because that's what everyone usually wants. I want Brian to endorse Uber. I want him to do this. You can start with the local people, someone that people can relate to, like he said. Mm-hmm. So a border guy, and I'm just like, oh, this is my cue.
This is my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, FYI, Uber, you can come. All right.
Just to put maybe some light on the issue of quality. Aesthetically, yes, we need good visuals that are colorful, but everything starts with strategy, And strategy will help you determine the story the depth, you know. One of the biggest clips to ever make it in the news world was in 2011 when Gaddafi was being killed. It was a GSM phone, you know, like a very bad quality phone, but the story was very deep. It was Gaddafi. It was his last days. CNN ran with that, AFP ran with that, or BBC, all of them, one clip. But the quality was very poor. But because it was that guy, you know, so start with everything, anything you have, but work on the depth of your content. As in work on the depth. Like let it have a certain kind of feel, okay, that I can gravitate to even when you're in the dark, you know. So don't be hesitant to use a phone. Work on the depth of your content.
Right.
Let it have a story
And
that
now
is very
there are
captivating.
great phones right now.
Yeah.
Alan.
I think that's such a major key for whether you're building your brand as a business, as a content creator, as a creative. So, you know, just told within a story, there's a legendary Ugandan called Derek something, and he had a business card that said, "I do everything." This guy. And I was like, I like this guy, but is that the best strategy? And strategy is a word that kind of intimidates individuals. You know, it's kind of like, oh, you must be a corporate and strategy. And I think it's a simple, you know, roadmap, just knowing what will work best and the most efficient way to reach your end goal. So years later, what he actually did is he shifted online. So, you know, once again, the phone, and now he's on Facebook and he sells furniture. So number one, he's focused. And number two, he knows that when people want to buy furniture, first of all, they want to see how it looks, the shape, the color. So I think he did that subconsciously, and it's got into him, and you can look him up, and he actually has a significant following, engagement, and his strategy worked for him, you know, and that's, I think, at the heart of it, the beauty of building your brand online. And to take that a step, you know, for creatives and content creators, I think for creatives, it's very interesting because it's easy to punch above your weight. So you may come out of design school, and even if you don't have, you know, you haven't had formal training or you haven't had a job, you can literally, I think there's a guy who did something for Flatten the Curve, a designer on Twitter, you know, and that literally got him job opportunities, client leads, and without having a client, he just created something that he thought was brilliant and put it out there, and that was his strategy. Just use human interest and the natural Twitter wave, and it worked for him. So I think, you know, have conversations, ask people who may know these things, and you'd be surprised just stopping and saying, look, here's my strategy, here are the opportunities, you'll get much further. Love it.
Right. I want to wrap up this conversation. Of course, there's so much to talk about. Go to Facebook for Film Hackers, Incredible Media, Net Studios, Garage, and add your voice to this. But I want to wrap this up with platforms. Someone is watching and they're saying, I'm going to create my show, and then they put the vlog on Twitter. And then the guy has 10 views. Because you Twitter people, you're posers, you Twitter people.
But there's growth.
Which
no, Brian, no, we can disagree.
I've seen some really good content on Twitter,
exactly.
and it has jumped, including my own.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying, she said consistency. You know, you can start creating content today, okay, and you consistently post it on Twitter for the next 6 months to 1 year. You'll have a following.
Yes.
Because you have formed a patch in people's lives, and they will take you for that. That they'll know that Danze does his content, long form, he's on Twitter.
We shall meet him there.
Meet him there. Now, the problem comes when you create content and you want eyeballs like you've been doing it for 10 years. No, it won't.
It's not magic.
It doesn't happen like that. Yes. So I still think it doesn't matter where you put your content. Can you be consistent? We shall find you there. Why does Emeka's videos perform well on Twitter?
I disagree, though. You can be consistent at insanity.
No. Yes, but
it's not about eyeballs. Even if you have, you know, I feel like you can kind of, you know, work with the tide that flows in the right direction.
Of course,
you know?
I get what you're saying, but sorry to cut you short, Brian. But the thing is, there's democracy online. Okay?
Kinda.
Yeah. What you have to do is work with the tide, but please be consistent. Stay the course. Okay? Doesn't matter where you are. Stay the course. All I have to know is when I go there, I'll find you there. Rather than being everywhere and anywhere and, you know.
I think in one of those YouTube master classes, the instructor said that actually YouTube is thinking of a tool that can source inconsistent creators. So if you post on Monday, YouTube will register that pattern. And the day you post on Thursday, they will shut you down. I'm like, what? Do they know the weight of my wallet? Like, yes, because they want to build the culture of consistency. Yeah, if you're dropping on Monday, let's drop on Monday. That way, or they will fail to monetize your content because it's dropping inconsistently. Paul, let's wrap this up with recommendation to someone watching.
So, like that's before I go on to the platforms, like I've said, the colleagues have said, Twitter, I think has this, of recent I've realized there's this kind of wave that people start a Twitter handle as catfish or something like that, and then they attract a few boys around, boys who make a lot of noise, and then probably garner some following. I think they're more into followers, making more followers than actually looking at business and making some money out of that. So these are the people of recent who have started now selling Twitter handles to MPs, the new people who are joining the digital world. So, but I believe in building a community that is genuine. Because if I'm selling to you a product, I don't mind whether we've met or we know each other, but there's this niche between us. We've created rapport that, Brian is somewhere and he follows me, I follow them back. So the moment I release particular content, maybe I'm marketing a certain product, this person will behave like my own family member and they'll like whatever I've shared. Vis-a-vis these people who are into follow trends, or probably trying to generate a huge following of 100K to be celebs, like they call themselves. And then at the end of the day, you give them, we call them gigs, you give them a gig to probably talk about menstrual hygiene. And then somebody will do a tweet and never receive a single retweet. You'll be like, what? With your 50K, with your 60K followers, not a single person could even feel a pity, a small, pinch of pity for you. You get, because literally Twitter is more of you're talking to yourself and expect somebody to join the conversation. So that conversation should be really good, but on the other end of it, the person following you should also pay that rent of, I have to retweet. That is the only rent I get from you. So why are you following me anyway? Are you something like you? So I believe in creating a community that believes. Because when you're marketing, or probably when you're marketing a product, your first focus should be on believability. That is when the client will see that there are returns on the investment because they pay you. So if there is no believability, nobody is retweeting, nobody is even commenting on the product, nobody has even consumed that product. The influence is going the other way around. So I would recommend that if there's a particular content, let's say Twitter, because that is where my main focus is. I believe that creating a community that believes in you as a brand is very paramount than creating a huge following that doesn't, pay back. So creating a community that is believing in whatever you're doing, you're marketing or probably selling to them, than Twitter, because there are more calls to action on Twitter than Facebook. You'll have 1,000 people liking the product on the Facebook post, but only 2 will buy it. I do Chikubo online, and we are doing very good because of Twitter. And of course, you supplement with other social media, because they go hand in hand. So when I have a product and I want quick money, I will take it to Twitter. Yeah.
Okay,
and maybe you can help also answer this question. Eddie is asking, how do you segment an audience, considering the audience on Facebook may not necessarily be the focal point of your content, or if it's IG or Twitter, and you can also feed into this question because that's where we're going. What content is good for particular platforms? I always ask, if you are a chef, what's the best platform to use? If you are in sport, where do you go? If you're in fashion, which platforms can you go to that will work well? Because I've seen people posting photos on Twitter and they don't get anything. Yeah, and then you check out their Instagram pages and it's much like they have so many likes. So
it still is an example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we can fit into that conversation,
I think to me that there's that particular types of content that fits in particular platforms, but let's talk about Facebook. Facebook, I believe in user-generated content. Probably have this campaign, and probably you're going to award some people some things. You expect those people to sit down and generate their own content the way they understand the campaign. Then you explain to them the jargon on Facebook. Because now Facebook has this type of audience that is in Katanga, people who are half land, or probably not land, half-baked. Yeah, people who just gotten a phone and they have that free MTN MBs of monthly 20 MBs or something. So the only time they have is, okay, rather the only things they can do online is probably check through the nice photos of ladies, the Facebook pages of these ones who are selling themselves, even now people have now joined that online, so that they're selling their products on COVID has not left us in the same way. So I believe somebody, before they earn that, they should create their own content. User-generated, I mean the other end, you tell them, I'm giving you this, probably there is an offer and then discounted, but it is a campaign for a month, like we were running the Skyview. You generate your own content. Ask people to like your own content. That is, me as a brand, I'm getting traction. Before I pay you for that traction, I must see that you've earned it. So user-generated content is very suitable for the Facebook, as I think. Then Twitter, this is corporate somehow, though that it is being invaded of recent with young kids who are like Danze recently said, no. Yeah, Danze has just talked about no.
What did I do?
He said that us parents are not baby parenting these kids well. Disclaimer. So we've seen those influx, but I think Twitter is more of a corporate, so people easily, converted. There's a higher conversion rate.
If you have great conversation,
if you have great
Twitter is the place for
and
you.
good content.
Right.
Not banters and, having trolls.
Yeah.
Yes, those ones have traction, but not payable.
Yeah.
You'll have a troll, you have a comic on Twitter, or probably you're trolling somebody with a bad image, and then you'll have all those thousands of retweets, but no one has paid you at the end of the day. I will have 2 retweets on my menstrual hygiene tweet, or probably Skyview, and I'm signing some cash off that.
That's right.
So I would just encourage people to channel themselves into that.
That's good.
But I think you need to be a great conversationalist.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Yeah. You need to know how to initiate conversation and also hold them. I mean, look at, you guys are working offices, look at all the employees or your colleagues. Who are the people who are good conversationalists? Those are people who you need to talk to, even when you guys watching out there in your companies, in your businesses. Look out for content creators who are good with conversation. I think this is a very good quality to have. Yeah, you need to be able to initiate and sustain conversations. And quality of conversation also matters.
That's the most important thing, I think, the quality.
Yeah. Quality of conversation also matters. I mean, for awareness bit, you're not calling anyone to click on that thing, you know, or there's no CTA when you're doing awareness. Maybe when you want to collect data. But trolling will get you awareness.
True.
You know, you're not asking anyone to buy anything, just awareness. But also how you troll matters. Yeah, so conversations, sustained conversations that are quality also works.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I ask Tracy a question?
Yes.
So once, because I see different rate cards and everything. So once you build your brand, how do you suggest selling or monetizing your brand? How do you price it?
I like to believe good wine needs no brew. You understand? If someone likes what they see, then they usually just come and approach you. Yeah. If I'm putting good content out there, and if my numbers are active, we forgot to talk about the numbers. I could have 18,000 followers. If none of those followers are actually participating in anything I'm doing, then that goes to show, because some people have actually just bought these followers. People buy likes now, people buy followers. So what I do, the beauty with Instagram is you can actually go back and check your followers, and you will see what accounts you least interact with, and you're allowed to unfollow these people. I mean, whatever you like to do. But for other people, you can look for the opportunities. If there's an opportunity, I know people go out there, especially on Twitter, they see campaigns that are running. If you have the right people that you're connected with, you know who to speak to. Maybe I can speak to him and say, oh, do you have anything coming on board? You know, I'd like to be one of your influencers. And then someone could have 1,000 followers that are very active. You could have 25,000 followers that are not active. So even that person with that small community is going to change a lot with how you push forward marketing your brand. But I'm still stuck with this bunch of followers that are not doing anything for me. And then if you're putting the right content with the right visuals, if you're a good conversationalist, then people are going to approach you and say, I want her to represent me. And then, like he was talking about the trolls, there's a way to troll, and I'm not here for trolls. I'm not. One word and I block you. I don't have time to engage these people anymore.
My God.
It's just a block button, guys. It doesn't take a lot of time. Just block and move on. No one has time to keep engaging trolls. You see, the problem is when you give these people attention, what I realized is I'm actually attracting people back to your account. You understand? Oh, I want to see how far this person will push Tracy. Ain't nobody got time for that, you know?
Hey,
So,
Amma, for me, if you come for me, I'll come for you. Now, okay, parting shots. John, let's start with you. I fight.
I wouldn't forgive myself if I left here today without disagreeing with Mr. Hashtags. I can understand his bias towards Twitter because he spends a lot of time there. Naturally, he's in love with Twitter. But again, also, I think we need to use some numbers to kind of make a case on where someone takes their content. First of all, the content format sometimes will dictate. If you do not have motion stuff, you will, don't have a lot of wiggle room on YouTube unless you're going to do slideshows and 2D, 3D graphics and all. But again, speaking to the numbers, I run these numbers a lot because I keep getting the question, where do I start if I'm starting out? Let's have the numbers. Facebook. In Uganda, these numbers are in Uganda. We have between 2 million to 2.5 million people active every single month. 40% are female, 60% are male. Twitter, we have 176,500 active on a monthly basis. Active. The keyword being active, not accounts created. Instagram, we have 360,000 active in Uganda as of last month. In a month. LinkedIn, we have, this is not monthly active, 720,000 accounts created. On WhatsApp, we have over 2 million users. What do the numbers tell us? Ugandans are more on Facebook than they are on any other platform. Point one. Point two, Facebook, from a small business point of view, where most of us fall, unless we're working for our 8 to 5s, has converted more customers for small businesses than any other platform.
Yeah.
Point number 2. Point number 3, advertising costs. It costs you around $0.02 to reach for someone to view your video, as opposed to about 0.04 or 0.05 for someone to do your video on Twitter. YouTube kind of matches Facebook. So I would like to dispel this notion that Facebook is a Katanga platform. I think at the end of the day, a person needs to ask them, and this is where we go wrong. You start off with the platform, not your personas. Like profile, who your typical follower, typical audience is. Now, you're not supposed to take them where you want them. You're supposed to go where they are. So after finding out who your audience is, the next question should be, because these platforms tell us how old these people are, what they're interested in, their location, etc. So it's not true, and I use data to argue my case, not emotion, that Facebook is limited to low quality, does not convert. It actually does more conversion. It has higher quality people, because you see, and this is a personal bias, I don't have data for it. Most people on Twitter have demand, but there is a difference between effective demand and demand. Demand is you want something, effective demand is you want something and you have the money to pay for it. So if we weigh these two platforms, if set against each other, you're actually going to convert more on Facebook based on solid data that I have in Uganda than you will on Twitter. So as a parting shot, I think I would encourage everyone to start by profiling who their audience is. Go where your audience is. Don't try to create a space where it does not exist. Reason being that you're going to invest a lot in growing and pulling in people to like what you do, as opposed to letting them focus on the content that you're publishing.
Let's get you an account in Facebook.
Katanga. Let's take him to Katanga. Okay, Daze, parting shot. That's very good information, John.
Because as content creators, you also know that span. Okay. Well, I agree with John. I also agree with Paul. But let me speak to the money, because you're not going to buy. I have an expensive phone. And I chose to get this phone. I had a GS8 from like 2017 till today. I was like, nah, it can work. A GS8. And then I realized, when I started streaming events, I'm like, your customer is going to pay you X amount of money, millions. They don't deserve the certain quality you're going to give them. So I began to invest in myself. I didn't invest in myself because I wanted to make the crazy cash there from the get-go, but so that I could make that money back for what I paid for. So I have a kick-ass YouTube studio right now. It's amazing, but it's because I've earned it. You get it? I don't have so many subscribers on YouTube, but I found that scientific wedding video worked so much for me, as opposed to the other things I'm more passionate about, vlogging. You get it? So what does that mean? Yes, mobile phones are great. The best tech is also very great, but ensure that you invest in yourself, because if you don't, you're not going to have the drive to reap. Small businesses, if you're going to be doing what Josh is telling you for video in business, yes, do the videos because they're the things that work now, but make sure at the end of the day, if I'm another SME and I have the gear she has, I'm going to beat you at what you're doing. So competitor analysis is important, but most importantly, invest in yourself, because it works. You will reap these benefits. It works. Take your time, consistency, believe in yourself. And like the Facebook, Twitter thing, I have a bigger Facebook page compared to my Twitter account. I have more engagement on my Twitter vis-a-vis my Facebook. But I know for a fact when I'm selling a product, guys in my inbox are asking for more advice on Facebook vis-a-vis Twitter. You get it? So these dynamics are very important. So go on a platform, invest in it, you're going to reap. Just take your time with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Tracy.
Just before we wrap up, don't be afraid to sell your other platforms in your profile. I don't see a lot of people do that, but make sure your names are the same on every platform. I mean, I used to be called so many things, guys. I have so many names. On Facebook, I was Wild Girl. I was allergic to something. You have to change. You have to change these things because you're branding yourself.
Yeah.
Coca-Cola does not call itself Coca-Cola on Twitter, then go on Facebook and call themselves Cola Coke.
Slay Cola.
Something like that. You understand? It's
Cola.
the simple things like that. So make sure you have a name that flows through all your platforms, but then again, co-sell your platforms.
Right.
Because someone might go to my Instagram, but they want to know, okay, what's she like on Facebook or on Twitter or whatever it is that you want. And you asked about a chef. Where would you put your content? That's very important. And Josh says you can put it anywhere. I agree. Don't be afraid to sell yourself, I mean, that person might be on Twitter, but I think where your main focus might be, maybe you might say on Twitter, I will use it for customer feedback. And then on Instagram, I will put my videos on IGTV. And then on Facebook, there is a new slot as well for videos. People putting short films there. People are putting different stuff there. So feel free to share your visuals. Make sure they're good. But nonetheless, start where you are. We can't wait for the good things until we can start. Just start where you are and then move.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Hashtags.
My parting shot would be, I would encourage people to join these platforms, but let them find a niche. Let them have a niche. Let me follow you, or let me follow your brand because of A, B, C, and D. And let me be your client on merit, not just because I've been dragged like a horse to the pool. So I believe that these things digital is where we're heading to, is where we are right now. And each single day we realize that, people are embracing it. Even the government comes out, and though they bring the OTT bit of it, still we find out that even the government is interested, and you can hear MPs every day, trying to adopt it. So I believe that to market a brand online, using online media, you'd probably consider a couple of things, say creating an audience, looking at providing value for those people who are following, who are believing in your brand, because that is because of believability is when your returns, you realize the returns on the investment. So I would advise that brands out there embrace, they research before joining the platforms and putting certain content out there. They should understand their audience and also provide value. Give back value to the... And I don't know why Danza didn't talk about the, the promoting bit for content. I think it snapped. But also you find that a brand has almost every post of theirs being promoted, and it's in everyone's face, like we're wondering, you just promoted this yesterday, again today, and then tomorrow. So it becomes monotonous. So I think brands should also look into the, we want to also give back to the third-party agencies, the Facebooks and the YouTubes, but I think overshowing it to the faces of people makes you desperate. As a brand, I think the promotion bit of it should also be mild. Do the 1 in 7 posts at least. It should be organic, literally, so people can believe in your content and probably your product. That would be my parting shot.
So I think, in Africa, we like land, eh? You want to buy 0.8 of a decimal and build dream home. So I'll use that as an analogy, basically. I feel like the internet for brands, whether individual or for businesses, it's free real estate. Literally that. So, before you're going to build your dream house, number one, survey, Survey, have that vision, have that blueprint or the strategy we're talking about. The next thing is invest, whether you need the equipment, whether you need to pay for Canva subscription, whether you need to pay for a free website to host your portfolio, whatever it is, invest. And then the next thing is you build your house, quality. You're not going to build a shoddy house. You're going to give it quality control. You're going to have an eye. You're going to, grammar, these small things. You're not going to cheapen your brand by, simple housekeeping online. And then after that, monetize it. I mean, like if you invest in good real estate, ideally you want to monetize it.
Yeah.
And that's the goal. So don't be afraid to put it out in the market, monetize it, and you keep on repairing, you keep on feeding back. And I think the interesting thing about the digital space and online branding is it keeps on changing. And I've learned so much from this conversation alone. And I think the half-life of whether it's platforms, whether it's the changes within the platforms, and even just the dynamics of the communities, everyone just TikTok, 100%, who has their pulse, who has their finger on the pulse fully on TikTok, and there's gonna be something else in the next, who knows, 2 months, yeah? So I say invest in this free real estate, it'll be worth your while, and enjoy the journey.
John, how many TikTok users do you have?
But they don't share their numbers, unfortunately.
Yet. Actually, what I do to find out that is most times I go on who locally is the biggest there, and then I figure out what their numbers are, and then most times I find out who, is it male or female, and then eventually somehow you can get it's rudimentary because now for TikTok I just went to Linda Dane's account, you get it, and I just figured. But what he has just said is important. Even you as an advertiser, as an agency man, as the big influencer, you have a cap. There's a younger person out there. Snapchat, TikTok, me, over my head. But if I have a very good community manager who is younger than me and who is into this stuff, that is the right person to handle that brand for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Josh.
Yeah. My parting shot is very simple. As a business, I think where to start from is a strategy. Like, have an idea of what you're going to tell people, how to tell it to them, and what production value to attach to that. And then have a budget. Be decent enough, put a budget to it. Videos or whatever content you want to produce has a value ranging from 0 to wherever you want to go. So have a decent budget that pays all the people for you to actualize your strategy. Yeah, and then when you're in there, I think it's very important you market through story. Do you understand? Yeah, work on your pages. Let your page one be as punchy, so you can hold audiences for some time. So hold that conversation also for some time. Maybe if you can't, talk to me, videoinbusiness.com. That is VIDIYO in business.
Professional charge.
.com.
Very good.
Exactly.
The last thing is you can become any of these people here. Just take an online course. It's Digital Skills for Africa. It depends on how fast you study, but please take your time. Google Digital Skills for Africa is changing lives. For you to learn how to do these things, like I said, you don't need 10,000 followers. You can start with 500, 1,000, whatever it is. Just educate yourself. The sources are there.
Educate yourself, learn, relearn. Some of you have to unlearn what you've been having all this time. Yes, or evolve, with the times. As a TV guy, I'll tell you that one of the rules they tell us, don't over-talk, because the maximum attention your viewer will give you is 8 minutes. That's why for world-class TV stations and where even some of us are working to, every 8 minutes people go for short breaks to allow the viewer to go somewhere. So if that's unfortunately that's the audience that is consuming your content. So regardless of the genre that you're thinking of creating, learn these things. Maybe your content doesn't need to have 50 minutes. Maybe it needs to be 5 minutes. All this information is online. All this information, we're going to be giving it to you every Friday. So just go down to the chat section and type your question. We'll get these guys to answer those questions for you. Thank you so much for joining me. And remember to stay safe. Please wear your mask, social distance, wash your hands, and avoid crowds if you have to. Stay safe. Bye-bye. Thank you for keeping it, Film Hackers. I'm so excited today because we're going to have a conversation that has been pending for a very long time. And every time I meet people, they keep asking me, Mulondo, you used to be doing this business. I'm like, yes. But I have people who are more experienced than me. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes, how to leverage events and weddings, how do you do a good job as a service provider, what's the best way to give your client value for money. But first, please remember to wear your mask, please remember to keep a social distance, please remember to stay safe, all right? And start to eat properly. And I tell you people in events, you don't eat well. But good morning. How is COVID treating you guys?
Yeah, we are working. Yeah, we are doing events. Although they are saying they are scientific, but we are staying afloat.
Interesting. Yeah. What are you eating to stay healthy?
Really scientific, James.
We shall talk about the definition of scientific events. But joining me from my extreme left, this man is from Bridge Films, Bridge Pictures.
Bridge Films.
It's registered as Bridge Films, trading as Bridge Pictures.
Films.
Alpha, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for coming. James Luinga, next to me. He's also known. I saw that video from NBS of the woman who said, "Mama, Mama," when the elephant was chasing her. And the first person I thought about was you. I'm like, wow. James from Paramount, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Right to my extreme right, this man, Semakula Jeff from Kula. Thank you for joining us. And just next to me here, celeb cinematographer, Bob. How are you?
I'm okay.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Let's start from just at the announcement of the lockdown and that weddings were cancelled. How did you receive the news?
The following week, I had an event coming up. It was a Kwanjura, and then a wedding, Kwanjura on Friday, and then a wedding on Saturday. Clients called me, and you can guess the mood. It was funny. And then they didn't know. They said they were going to push, but they didn't know up to when.
Yeah.
And then the following day, phone calls started coming through. Then we were on the WhatsApp chat with James and the group, and everyone was cancelling. And it was a trick because, one, survival financially, if people are cancelling, that means they're going to deposit.
Yes.
Or they're not going to pay balance. So it was a trick. It was a bit funny, I should say. Funny. We didn't know what next.
Yeah.
And that was the feeling.
Did you also have cancelled events or shoots?
No, honestly, I think on my end, it was still flowing because I do mostly like promotional videos.
Yeah.
We had already moved online. We had like concerts that were happening online even before the lockdown.
Yes.
So we never felt, actually, I think, I'm sorry to say, but I think it worked in our favor.
Your favor.
Yeah.
It is on record that the billionaires of America have made more than $250 billion during the lockdown. And I felt so sad when I had that news. So when you say that you actually, this thing worked for your favor because now it has pushed service clients to recognize the power of online. James,
yes,
we hosted you at I think around the beginning of the lockdown, and you talked about your own experience and how this pandemic has treated the business.
Yes.
From your end as Paramount, what percentage of events did you lose, and how are you starting to work against this thing? Because it's here for a long time.
Yeah, sure. When the lockdown came in, actually for us as Paramount, our main target has been destination weddings and people in the diaspora. We have about 40% of our clients are Eritreans and Ethiopians. So all of those had to cancel, and we don't expect them this year, not even at the beginning of next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they are deposited, but they had to, because we've already signed agreements, so they had to lose that money. All people in the diaspora, because we have many people from Boston and the US, basically US and UK, also cancelled about more than 30 weddings.
Wow.
So we had to now look at the local market. The most important thing we had looked at was that we had branded a lot, and we had our social media platforms, especially YouTube, because we have been doing a lot of YouTube videos. So people started inquiring about what we do, and the most important thing that we're able to start doing scientific events. So when people see you working, they know you are still in business. So we started booking, and by now, the whole of this year is actually fully booked.
Wow.
Yeah. We were not working at full capacity, being paid the other money we used to charge, but at least we are staying afloat.
Yes.
Yeah, and we think we will still work.
Have you had to cut your charges because I MC weddings, and just so you know, I am really good. So I'm really good. But someone calls you and says, "Nekati Brian in scientific, sawa emu tujakuba tumaze," and you're like, "But irambaga." So have you had to cut your prices?
We haven't. What's fun is that when the lockdown was announced, we were 3 episodes into a Pepsi show, which we were doing from here.
Yes.
So in the first few days, we were asked to cut down on our crew to a limited number of 2 people, which was unrealistic.
Yeah.
And then the following day, the client had to cancel the show because it involved taking money to the winners in their communities, which was against the SOPs. And then there was that thing of let's first go home, we wait for COVID, then we'll come back.
Yeah.
So, stupidly, we went home for like 2 months.
Right.
Then the fact that 90% of our clients are development agencies and NGOs, most of them cut down on their spending into comms. So we had to change the strategy. So now we are moving into feature documentaries rather than the kind of work that we were doing.
Yeah. Wow.
So it has disrupted a lot our nature of business, but we didn't have to cut down on our prices. Yeah.
That's interesting. If you're at home and you're watching, please join the conversation on Facebook and Twitter. We are live on Net Studios Africa. We're also live on Garage Group. We're also live on Film Hackers. Drop your questions and start the conversation with us this morning. How do we leverage events and wedding business as a photographer or a videographer? That conversation is going to change the way we look at, this business, because there are so many talking points which we won't, finish here. But I want to find out from you guys. Makula, you have started a story show on, what do you call it?
I call it the wedding chats.
The wedding chats, yes. Yeah, because I saw Joel Senyonyi's story. Really incredible. I also saw Angie's story on Instagram. What are you doing during this time?
First, like I said, when the weddings were cancelled, we were home. I thought, what do I do? Do I learn a new skill? And I'm a photographer, yeah? And being a photographer, there are things that I would want to know as a wedding photographer, rather I would want my clients to know as a wedding photographer, but it's not out there. Clients only come to us when they have a wedding, yeah? And then you can't advise because they have these committees and all that it comes with. And I figured there's a lot of information that as vendors we have that they need to have.
That clients need to have. The clients
need to know, yeah? For example, I need to know, why would I hire you as an MC?
Yes.
Yet I have an uncle probably who speaks good as a servant, So I felt, bring on the vendors, talk to them, have conversations with them, then the clients can know the things that they need to know, yeah? So after that, I said, okay, I hosted a number of people on my Instagram Live, and the conversations were beautiful. And then I when Joel happened, when Joel finally got married, his story was beautiful because it was everywhere. The story, all that it came with. I was like, okay, yeah. One, I want to build my YouTube. I was hesitant on posting all my work there because it's a trick. Most of you here on YouTube getting the 1,000 and stuff.
The
like,
subscribers.
If I had have this Joel, sit him down and tell his story through my medium, there's going to come subscribers.
Absolutely.
And it's going to work for me. And then the stories can reach many more people. That's what I did. Joel comes, we talk about their story. There's many people we haven't posted yet. And for me, it's everyone's story, love story is different. We are Marcola Pictures, we're about love and celebrating stories. So stories, again.
Right. James, what are you doing during this time? The special things that have kept you afloat?
For us, first of all, we have looked at people who have been so much into content creation because we are in many networks. First of all, we have been looking at taking pictures for websites. Everyone during COVID wanted to go on the internet.
Yes.
They want to do videos, they want to set up websites, promote their businesses, and I saw that as an opportunity to develop my business. So we've been looking at companies, looking for pictures, especially products to market. So we've been doing that seriously. Secondly, weddings. We did not stop.
Yeah.
We are booking weddings.
Because that's the core business.
Yeah, it's a core business.
Yeah.
Now, like tomorrow, I'm doing 4 weddings. The whole of this month, I've
Did you say 4 weddings?
Yeah, 4 weddings.
In one day?
Yeah, one day. This month,
Wow.
I'm having about 18 weddings I'll be working on.
Wow.
So it is all about people knowing that you exist and you are doing a good job.
Yes.
They will still come to you.
Yeah.
So for us, we are still focusing on the weddings as we're also looking at doing other things which can bring in the money.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you advise a photographer, probably not attached to Bridge Films, because the company has muscle to attract people, but there's a guy seated in his house with his camera. How does he leverage this time now during this entire pandemic, which will probably go until the end of next year?
Are we talking about the guy who is already into photography?
Yeah,
or
he's
someone
into
who just wants to
photography,
start?
but he's a solo guy in his small office in some mall somewhere, and business is not working.
Okay. What I would advise that one guy right now is to look for guys like James to get into such partnerships, because at some point it gets really difficult to get off your feet, especially for what is going on right now. Movement is so limited, events are so limited. So I think the easiest way out is to get into strong partnerships with huge companies like Paramount.
Yeah, maybe to add on that, most of these guys, what they need to look at is the problem they are solving. Today, people are looking at problem solvers. A photographer will come, yes, Paramount, I'm there, but when you come up with something new, people will come to you, okay? The question is, which problem are you solving that others are not solving?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, people will come to you. And then secondly, people should look at monetization. As for me, I always emphasize it. We can monetize our YouTube channels. We can monetize our websites. We can monetize so many, and we get that passive income. So if people can focus on that, there's a lot they can get from the business. So don't leave that camera there and just wait for people to call you.
Because they may never
Yeah,
call.
they will not call you. Yeah.
But you see, that works in a long run. We are talking about now. Like, how does that guy survive now?
Before we see them on TV, I'd like to read it, because I know friends who have literally, their lives have shut down because of this. They are not working. Yeah. So I have my content, some of that content, and I like the fact that you've talked about monetization.
Maybe to add on that, there's a famous saying now that this year is for survival, like to get out with your head up. Maybe what they can do is to look at the future, like to start doing, like the way you said, to reinvest in themselves, to come up with new ideas, but for next year. But for this year, the only way out, partnerships.
Yes.
Yeah.
Partnerships. And that's why this show is here. It's this show is not happening on its own. It's a massive partnership between 3 companies. Okay? So imagine that, all right? So that's why we encourage you to start these conversations. For us here at Film Hackers, we'll continue to doing that. But what is Film Hackers exactly about? I want you to watch this video. When we come back, we are going to talk about some of the challenges that people in the events business are facing. How do we solve them? And also, let's look inward. What are we not doing right? Yeah, guy. Because I have had clients. So you see, when I book a wedding, and I usually ask someone, who is filming for you? And they're like, it is James. Okay. James is, they are good. Who is filming for you? It is Shafiq. Shafiq, yo, bagambe bambale bulungi. So I do that for my clients, I'm telling you. So when we come back, we're going to talk about some of those things that happen and how can we overcome them. Stay with us.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stop-over center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
Welcome back. In case you're just joining us, use the hashtag Film Hackers to join the conversation. You should tell us what are some of the challenges you're facing, or what are some of the things that industry players should actually do better. All right, you can watch this, share, or start a watch party and invite fellow service providers or clients or people that are passionate about this industry. And that's what Film Hackers is about. We're creating a platform where all people involved in this industry can come, collaborate, work together. We'd like to see some of those names on blockbuster movies in Hollywood, right? Or award-winning documentaries. Or I really want to start a Ugandan show on an international channel that talks about weddings. We are busy watching Nigerian weddings like a problem, you know. That's why I was excited about wedding chats, because I was, this could do for something. My guests today, I have Alpha, I have James, I have Bob, and I have Jeff. These guys have done the work. They have put in they are not gurus, and they're also learning, but hey, we call them so they can share their experiences with us. Let's talk about the challenges of the industry, because everyone, while you're making the money, you're like, onoyasa sudenayanz is a stress. Jeff, what are some of those challenges you've seen?
The challenges is, besides misinformation, where clients need to be educated about a few things, and we're not doing that enough. We also are to blame, like I won't say partially. It has been said, Shafiq was joking with us earlier, how we're not professional. And he said we, all of us, because if you find a photographer at an event who is poorly dressed or who is saying things that they shouldn't be saying, all cameramen are like that.
That's true.
And that's a challenge. We are unfortunately failing to, even within ourselves, separate ourselves from, there's a lot that we don't want to be like, and there's, so there's that. The challenges are, for me, I think it's the misinformation that the clients, and then there's us, the clients want a certain, picture of us. We probably don't know that picture, and maybe they're not telling us enough. And then also them, we think there are things that they should know, but they don't know. So there comes the problem.
There's an information gap somewhere. Yeah, so you end up clashing with your client. Well, what about you?
For me, honestly, it's more of like it goes to accounts. That department of the client, where you put in a request and you're like, let me have the 50% today so that I prepare myself early enough to be ready for your production. And then this 50% comes in at around midnight when you're supposed to be shooting tomorrow at 6 a.m. And after getting that money, the thing is, I paid this guy to come and do this. Now he's not showing up. And remember the things, you have to pick some lights from Brian, you have to get some lens from Solo.
Solo wants his
money in advance. It's like, man, equipment, and you're like, man. So I think that has been the biggest challenge I've had in production.
Right.
Yeah.
Clients paying or
Late.
depositing on time. James, you run a multi-million wedding, you have 18 weddings in a month. That's crazy. I would have sleep bags. How do you work? First of all, do you get any challenges?
Yes, we do. At Paramount, we have challenges, and most of these are man-made, actually. Most of the challenges in the photography industry are man-made, and they can be actually solved. And this is something I've also tried with my friend Jeff, to see that we try to improve the industry, although you cannot do it alone. The greatest problem is focusing on money, not developing the industry. When you look at our industry, that everyone who enters is looking at how much can I make. You do not look at the future. Because if we are all looking at developing the industry, one will be reading a lot, doing a lot of research, training others, helping others grow. And then at the end of the day, clients can be able to pay us whatever we want.
Oh, yes.
Because for like me at Paramount, I know clients have the money. But
The money is
I
there.
cannot be able to get that money from them. Because sometimes when they look around, they say, no, I don't see any Ugandan who can shoot my wedding. You have seen the Sudilus doing weddings, and they get photographers from India.
They import.
So where's the problem? It is because if we are not focusing on the most important areas, but if you are to focus on those areas, for example, capacity building, to me it has been one of the greatest challenges ever since I started. That today you train someone in 2 years, because they are mostly boys.
Yes.
They want to start their own life.
Yes.
They are looking at buying a car, building a house, marrying someone, and at the end of the day, they cannot be with you throughout. So they need to buy their own cameras and everything. So in every 2 years, you have to retrain. Actually, the more you pay them good money, the more they will run away. Because they can buy the cameras, they know how to pitch, they know how to take the pictures. Yes, and you cannot do everything alone. So it is all about capacity building. If we can be able to train people, because now at the end of the day, just imagine me, Jeff, him, and we're in one company. And you are our boss. Just imagine the quality of work we would produce.
Fantastic work, man.
But today we have so many fragmented, small companies. Everyone has a Facebook page and all that. And all of us were just struggling around. So you can't compare us with other people in other industries. So we need to look at building capacity.
Wow. Do you know what? I'm actually thinking about this, because if you have, like, all of you guys are fantastic. If you are in one company, we would have the James Cameron version of
of setup. It's hard to like. I think clients will pay. Yeah. No, the thing is, it's hard to like bring everyone together. Yeah. But what I think is collaborations. Yeah. You have like production. And you're like, what Jeff? Fall in. Let's do this for you. You're going to take photos. Bob, you're going to be on the camera. Then now after you pay them, and then they just go out. Yeah? And if you do that, you become more of like a producer. You keep like getting everyone who is talented for that specific job, and it's done. I think that's the best way to move forward. But getting everyone and you put them under the same roof, it's hard.
Right.
Things can be done, just that we are not, the greatest problem is that we are not exposed.
As vendors?
Yes, most of us are here looking at the Ugandan situation. If we can move out, maybe we go to California and South, those guys work it out.
Yes.
Because, okay, if you go to maybe Disney, yeah? Are they having individual guys coming to shoot?
Right, right.
Okay? We need to look at the outside market. How are they doing it? So that at the end of the day, we can be able to produce something strong.
Yes.
But we all want to be independent. And at the end of the day, the year ends and we're all broke. You are independent, you don't have the money, you're struggling. You are all struggling, and you have seen it.
You are the Mugaga surrounded by Islam.
Yes. So at the end of the day, what is the importance of
Alpha?
Actually, what you're suggesting is not possible. And it has never been done anywhere. Because I remember back in the days when I was still doing the Zen Africa Challenge, they used to import guys from different countries. The guys who were doing lighting were coming from Netherlands, the graphics guys from Washington, then the cameras and the lights from South Africa. As in, it's impossible. You can't put all creatives in one room. You know?
Well, I think, I believe in rewriting the history. You know, you can twist it and do it. You have all the talented guys under one umbrella and you give it. And I have told people before, clients have the money. They just want the value for the money. And people are willing to pay. You know, someone will pay an artist to come and sing for 5 minutes over a karaoke track and give them 5 million without. And for me, when I'm getting business as an MC, I say, I am there for 3 hours. This is how your money will be used in the 3 hours. I give you the rate per hour. Yes, and so I say for someone as good as me, it will cost you this much. So I think we can rewrite the history right now. But yes, feed into that.
Going back to the challenges, this industry is one of those where people learn on job. Like most people come from wherever they are. They grab a camera, they learn how to shoot, and then they call themselves photographers. Now, that comes with many challenges. It leaves the professionalism out. So there's so many photographers, professional photographers, and then very few people advance to becoming the professionals. That's why you have a few people on top, people like James, people like him, because most of them, once they learn shooting and then for the Photoshop tricks, they stay on that level. And then that leads to the higher turnover.
Yes, of employees.
He was talking about. Yeah. It's because we don't have proper training institutions for photographers and videographers. It's because there's no like any organization or anything that is pushing us to be responsible. The same way you see those umbrellas for the nurses, for the lawyers, we don't have it here, and that's a challenge.
We don't have people even investing in the industry. Like, I'm shocked how we have something like this in Uganda. This one went beyond to think about creating something big like this.
Right.
Just imagine if we have people investing in this industry.
Yes.
Maybe they think there's no money.
Yeah. Well, we are going to start creating that money. We are going to be rich. Let's have a conversation on getting business. How do you get your business? What tools are you using? Or where is the ground to go and fish for those businesses? Do people come to you? Do people find you on social media? What percentages are we talking about as far as getting business? Because I ask my own clients, how did you know about me? When someone asks me, come and MC my event, I'm like, why me? Joe, I saw you here and here and here. Okay. So I understand now where the core of my customers are coming from. How do you get your business, Jeff?
How do I get my business? How does Makola Pictures get business? I'll be honest. For me, it's been referrals. It's been referrals. Most of my clients have come through referrals. There are people who have made money off Facebook, who have gotten bookings off Facebook.
Yes.
Unfortunately for me, most of the inquiries that come through Facebook are not paying. They're probably not my target market and stuff.
Okay.
And it's I was talking to James and Shafiq earlier, as telling Shafiq how one of the things I admire about James is the consistency of 2013, 12, he was posting a lot. He made a lot of sponsorships, while many were not sponsoring. It was just Facebook. He posted a picture, he invested a lot. And with time, he stopped. He continued just because now people had known what Paramount is about.
Yes.
Then they would come. Then what I like to say is the client that you get, just do a good job. Yeah, for on the 300 people who are going to be at that event, or the 5 bridesmaids, they could bring back business.
Yeah.
So for me, it's referrals. And then, with these tools around social media and stuff, put the stuff out there.
Yeah.
Someone, be in people's faces. And then also tell people what you're about, what your brand is about. If Bridge Films is about time, they keep time, they will know you for that. If they're about delivery, they'll know you for that, and people will come for that. Yeah. Again, for me, it's referrals, and then the people that I've gotten, I make sure they stay. I try to make sure they stay, and then keep work out there.
Right.
On the socials.
Yeah. Bob, how do you get your business?
For me, it's I think I built a bigger network when it comes to the people that I wanted to work with and where I wanted to go to, which was commercial, film, and destinational videos, travel.
Okay.
I associated a lot with the agency guys. Yeah. Then after that, I tried to tap into the people that can travel. And I remember I was at Coca-Cola. We had an event, and Nadia was there. I reached up to her and I'm like, let me just do for you a video.
One video.
For free. And you know what I can do. From there, we've done now 5, done her vlogs, I've done like great stuff.
Right.
Because now she understood what it was. Then she's like, how much? So I put a price to that.
Right.
She's like, fine, let's just go forward. Let's do videos. So it has been, whenever I get the job, nkafirako. Nkafirako. Because I know.
How do they say, oh, you are all movie?
Oh, you are all movie. Yeah. So I know I will have to post it to get another job. Yeah. So I have to make sure that it's different from the one I had done before. I recently did a video of someone's birthday and I made it black and white. And I was scared. But the guy is like, wow! Bro! Yeah. So that's what I always do. I make everything different from the past.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. James, 18 weddings in a month. Mpake munje msingi. So you said most of your business, yes, Basama, the Eritreans and Ethiopians. How are you able to get into places like those? When someone understands their target audience, how do you then proceed to penetrate?
Actually, starting with that, 100% of our business depends on referrals. Most of these things we do social media and all that, it is relevancy, people know you exist and all that. For me, I studied demography, part of it. I know something about demography, and I started doing photography since 1999. So I did a lot of film. And what I've known about the business and to stay relevant is you must know the demographics. How are things changing?
Yeah.
before we didn't have Ugandans traveling a lot coming back.
Yes.
We had our judges who went to the war. Okay, after the war, they were not giving. Okay, they gave birth to the children. We are photographing now, 25 years and above.
Yeah.
They've started constructing. Before, when we were doing that photography, they reached you in Muyenga, and the people now they are going to Nadia, Chira. Yeah, that's why when this digital thing came in, we left the city, took studios to that side.
Yes.
Okay, so we look at how the population is moving and the technology. Every time population changes, you have to change your business. And when technology changes, you also have to change. Today, some people can be looking at maybe Facebook, but other people are looking at Google My Business channel as the most important area to market.
Yeah.
Because it's your business is based on location, and people have to find you. So there are many things we look at, but you have to trend, and you have to move with the trends, and you have to market deep and wide. Don't just based on referrals only, but also look at social media, websites, and all that. You had a question.
James, you now provide images to Shutterstock. No, some people don't know that. Tell us about that. How did you start that partnership?
I used to do landscape photography when I was still a geography teacher, because I started by sending those pictures to schools to use in photographic interpretation and interpreting geography, and because I used to move around with the children and even myself alone taking those photos. So after learning how to take some of those landscapes, I started connecting with the people online on how to be able to sell those photos. So it is all about online connections. Yes.
Interesting. Talk to us on Facebook. We are live, and I see Ibrahim is saying, hey, James, the more you pay them good money, the more they run away.
That is very true.
Share your experience. There's a story here.
Yeah. From I don't need to mention.
The more you pay people, the more they. You see, I don't know how they call it, but the more money we get, the more we tag expenditure to it. Like when you start earning more, you actually want to shift from wherever you are to go to those posh places. You start looking into things like getting a car, buying an iPhone. Those things do not come cheap. So the more money you pay people, the more lavish they become, and the more broke they become.
That's so incredible. Yeah, I need to pay people more. Unless they can stay, they depend on you. Huh? Let's talk about
because the more, if you pay them less, you stand the risk of losing so much from your company in terms of the equipment, because they reach at a point whereby they feel like they need some money. So this guy is going to get your camera, hire it to some friend of his to go and work so you can get like 100K. But when you pay them well, you have to keep it in mind that at a certain point they will also have to leave, since we all did that.
To add on to his point of, I think the first thing for everyone is to invest into themselves, to be able to execute whatever job that they get, and then also the trick is simple. Once you step into any door, make sure you blow their mind away. You blow their mind, business will just flow.
Right.
But investing in yourself and your team has to be the number one point.
People want.
That's how I do it.
Get in, blow someone's mind. And they'll come back the next time.
They make sure they keep you here.
Yes. Fantastic. You know, in the times to come, I'd like to, bring you guys back and we talk about customer retention, because I think that's one of the major challenges. You get a job, you screw it up, and then, and then you become the topic of the city. When we come back, I'd like you to give some advice to people who are getting into the industry, but also answer to some of the queries that clients have said about us. Stay with us. Thank you so much for watching the Film Hackers Conversation. Every Friday we host people who will tell us how to improve our standards, who will give us some great advice on how to be the best. And if you've been watching these past few weeks, we've talked about the laws that had been drafted by UCC. We've had conversations on how to make money as a producer, as an actress. We also, last week, had a conversation on how to get your brand out online. And you saw the guys whose main work is online. And not just individuals, but also those who are from agencies, and because those are the main connections between clients, but also those who have started their brilliant YouTube channels and are now starting to earn from it. Go to the Facebook page of Film Hackers, see those conversations. And if you have any questions, we'll get our panelists to get on there and answer those questions. My name is Brian. Thank you so much for joining us. And joining me today, I have Alpha, I have James, I have Bob, and Jeff. And we're looking at how we can leverage events and wedding businesses as photographers and cinematographers. Good morning, Carola Yvonne. Thank you so much for watching. Kimna Ivan, I see you. Jay Godfrey is saying Bob Dixon is one of the best directors. Do you pay this guy?
No,
who's this? Customer will buy a black and white video. That's amazing. Hams, you're saying, thank you guys. We are learning a lot. Lucy Bunyenyes, you're saying, I'm loving the conversations. Good morning, Alexander Edward. Many people have said that cameramen, producers, directors, CG photographers, that the way we dress at events is unacceptable. What do you guys say about that? What has been your experience?
I think we need to start with this guy.
We start with this one?
Yeah.
Okay. This one.
Because of our shirts?
This is
See, it's acceptable for...
It's a Friday.
Yeah.
All right.
It's acceptable for James to dress like that. It's acceptable for him to dress like that. But I would not do the same because we are different. These are the guys that deal with the corporates in the tents. Me, I'm always in the wild. I'm always on the run. Right. I'm in the field. Like, we are grabbing cameras. We are like shooting commercials. We want to feel comfortable.
Yes.
That's the whole point. Yes. So for me, it's not really about the presentation of how you show up. It's all about what you deliver at the end.
The work that you deliver.
Yeah, I think that's what is most important.
Okay.
And I've made it a point that for me, I will show up on the set in my shots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're working.
Yeah.
Alpha, what has been, talk about this. Sorry to turn this now, me too much. Yes.
On the events perspective or general?
Generally. Even at and primarily at events. You have a gig, you show up, and, people are wearing dirty jeans. Some I've seen people who film in Crocs. And I was shocked beyond my wildest imagination. I'm telling you. Open shoes, what are these? Like those poor quality ones Shafiq has. Yes, the ones. He's going to switch us off.
I think that goes back to individuals. And then remember the other point of people run from wherever they are, gets a camera, learns how to shoot, no professionalism at all.
Yeah.
That's on an individual level because I can't put on Shafiq's shoes. And then also it also goes back to the level of organization in your business. As a business owner, you need to set rules for the people that you're working with. Smartness is key when you're going to shoot corporate gigs, weddings. However, on a personal level, I find it now difficult to put on trousers when I'm in the field. Yeah, because we do a lot of gun and run, right? We do a lot of crawling down, getting this, you carry the case, you jump there's a lot of work in the field, which at some point it becomes difficult when you're putting on jeans.
The stereotype that cameramen, producers, cinematographers must not dress like this. How do we break that?
We just need to create our style. Everyone, depending on what you do, you must know the people you're working with. Because if you are, like for us, weddings, you can't just go to church in shorts. Even if you are going to sit down and take a shot. Receptions are well lit with a very good decor.
Everyone is
important nice. Guests. Yeah. Put on your suit. Now, this is a reception. There's even no problem with you going and changing. After taking garden pictures, you've been sweating in the hot sun. Now we're entering into reception. We're expecting everything. You go to each one's table, taking a picture, moving closer. You know, you must be smelling well.
Yes.
Okay? So at the end of the day, we need to change that because it is costing us a lot when it comes to people respecting us. They look at the cameraman as I don't want to talk about border guys or any other guy. They don't respect you. Yes. When they say cameraman, even when you're talking about money, how much you are going to charge because you put on badly and the picture people have up there, they won't accept, we can't give you the 10 million. Yes. Just look the way you look. Yeah. Just look at yourself. Yes. Even the way you arrive in a wedding meeting to get that money. They say, hey, isn't this guy? Yeah, really. Will he show up?
That's so true.
Yeah. There are some things, okay, we can have them, like some people have their dreadlocks and all that. But looking at our culture, and the people surrounding us, they are not used to some of those things. People in the film industry, you can have your dreadlocks, you can have everything. But when you are going somewhere, maybe in Ankole, somewhere to do an event.
Because every region has its own.
Yes, yeah. And you have your dreadlocks there, you have your shorts, and people can even take you as a thief.
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's right. No,
you'll be arrested.
But we've had stories. I know a guy who arrested the cameraman. Yes, and called their boss and told them, I've arrested your boys. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought they were, these funny boys, I think we cannot say everything today, but I'd like each of you, in a minute, advice to people who are watching us and are interested in getting into the industry. How do they penetrate this?
Those that are watching and would love to get into the industry. One, learn your craft. You're there, you hold a camera, even if you don't have a camera. You can learn your craft, you can go on YouTube. Most of the guys here are self-taught. Yes. No one went to film school for this. And James is making a lot of money. Alpha is making a lot of money. Our celebrated director here is making a lot of money because he went on YouTube and learned a few of these things. Then Alpha said earlier, get mentors. Go to James this time and tell him, you know what, I'd love to come and carry your light. Go there, not because you want to, you might go there to see how he relates with clients, how he talks to the clients, how he dresses up, learn a few things. And then, you see, such that when the opportunity is availed, presents itself, you're good to go. Learn, read a lot. Read a lot. There's just a lot on this phone, on the internet, that you can learn from. That's just.
Yes. I think let's now say that you know what you're doing, you know how to operate the camera, you know how to shoot, you know how to edit. Yeah. Now share everything that you do. Do not despise what you've done. Do not think that it's not good enough to be online. Yeah. I speak from my angle. I never used to share my work, because I thought, no, the client has made so many changes, it's no longer mine. I just let it go until I started sharing. I realized it's so powerful that once you decide to take the online angle, share all your work, even if it's bad, even if someone is going to look at it and it's different. And on top of that, work with the people who are in the industry, who are in the line of where you're focusing to be. Yeah.
Right. Interesting. James?
One, be patient. You cannot get everything in one day. It takes time to build a brand and to get the money you want. Those people you admire took their time. They have gone through a lot. And number two, get a mentor or even a manager. You cannot be everything. For us, we focus more on the technical aspects of photography and video, aperture, lighting, camera tricks, and all that. But we don't know things to do with the finance, insurance, managing others. That's why you find a very good photographer, but he's struggling.
Yes.
So
everyone they want to work
yes,
with him, like
get a mentor, get someone to always even advise you, even to manage your finances. You can't be everything. So if you want to go far, don't move alone.
Right. That's good. Alpha.
I think he has said it better. Yeah, that's what I wanted to
Right.
say. Yeah.
So good. You know what? When you talked about managing finances, we're going to have another conversation on how to price your product. Why is James charging 10 million, Makula charging 25, Alpha charging 30, yet you're all doing the same thing? How do you know how to, quote? Some people say, with my quality, I don't do that for that money. But how do you arrive to that? I think we need to understand the business of the trade, and then you can be able to get all the money that you want. What are some of the tools to also quote, to also run your accounts? Because some of us, what we've done is to take the money for the company is your personal money. When you die, the company goes down with you, you know. We're going to have these conversations because we need a better industry. You want to wrap up?
I know a guy who's a photographer, so he does everything. He moves with a checkbook and a receipt book. So at some point, instead of signing a receipt book, he signed the check.
Is that wrong?
He signed the check.
Very good. My name is Brian Mlondo. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Check out Net Studios Africa, our fantastic studio here in Chitintale, and you can come through and talk. There are sets, editing suites, audio mixing, audio recording. You can just have a full production right here. Okay, you can check out the Facebook page also. If you are a major player in this industry and would like to share your knowledge with us, reach out to us. Film Hackers, that's a Facebook page. Garage Group, those are the Facebook pages. And we shall see you next Friday. Bye-bye.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
Film Hackers has brought you some information that you can share in the film industry. We have brought you a panel of guests that talk about what is critical in the film industry, what artists need to know. We have made it all the way to episode 7, and we have a new host. My name is Maritza. I host The Mighty Breakfast every morning on 933 KFM. Please tune in. We always have a good time, and we guarantee we'll do that today. If you want to encourage your friends to watch live, we are live on Net Studio Africa. This would not be possible without sponsorship with Net Studio Africa. We're also live on Garage Group and also live Facebook and YouTube, Film Hackers. Now, what you can do is get ready to get your questions in, take some notes, and we're very happy to have you on board. Now, today, I don't know why we're very reluctant to let other people help us, especially in things that we feel like feturi kafulu. Like I'm the expert. I can sing, I can dance. What do I need help for? But a conversation on talent management in UG is long overdue, and we have some amazing talent managers in the studio with us today. I will introduce them and then let them talk about themselves. But let me tell you something. Do you know Season? They are seasoned, spicy cake, or they've been around for a time. They've worked with amazing artists. Let me even start on my left. Very excited to have on board today as we talk talent management, Emma Carlos. We know him for managing Khalifa Aganaga, Dream Girls, the list is long, and I'll allow him to introduce himself in a little bit. And to my right, I am very happy to have the former LP. Should we tell them? No. Once artist turned into manager. I feel like you do it all at this point. And
yeah, basically.
Basically. And he comes from Swangs Avenue. I'm very excited to have on board with us Ivan Chifumba. And all the way on my far right, very excited for the talent that he has nurtured, for the work that he continues to do in the industry, all the way from NBS. Welcome to the show, Peter Kafuko.
I'm humbled to be here.
Peter, please introduce yourself. Just tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Kafuko Peter, a TV producer with Next Media, the mother company of NBS, Sanyuka, Nile Post, Next Radio, and Salam TV.
Amazing. Ivan?
Ivan Chifumba. I'm Swangs Avenue's music business manager and talent manager as well.
My name is Emmanuel Bulondo, popularly known as Emma Carlos. I run a brand known as Twinkle. It has competence in talent management, consultancy, and content creation. We have a wing known as Twinkle Star Agency that manages all those brands we talked about, Dream Girls, Coco Finger, and most recently it had been hired by Ready and Wizard to revamp their career. That's it.
And I'm very happy that we have a different array of talent managers here today, because you also talk about content creators. So even before we get into talent management and describe what it is and the roles that are required for talent management, who needs talent management? Who is this for?
Talent, anybody that has anything to offer in any creative, as long as you have a talent and you're able to do certain things creatively or anywhere, that's basically, you require management. Yeah.
So I'm going to assume on that list I'd put musicians?
Yeah, musicians, comedians, content creators, DJs, sports personalities, any person who has the ability to use their intellect to create a product or service, intellectual property, deserves to have a talent manager.
Keyword being intellectual property.
Yeah, true.
I like that. Now let's talk about the roles of a talent manager, and clearly defined, especially because these are roles that you've played repeatedly and with people whose careers have blown out of the sky. And just think about, as you describe what the roles are, think about the key roles that actually get the results that maybe the artist, maybe the actress, maybe the sports personality wants to get. So what do you as talent managers do to make those things happen?
I would like us to first define universally where a talent manager is, a record label, and let me say a booking agency or talent agent. In Uganda, our industry is still small. You find a company like Swangs multi-taxing on all of them. But in a clearly defined creative industry, these roles are stipulated properly. Now, for instance, a talent manager is a person or a company that runs the day-to-day business of a talent.
Okay.
A record label, on the other hand, takes the part of investing in both audio and visual audio. And then the most important element for you to qualify to be a record label, you need to enforce copyright on those products that you've created. And then lastly, a booking agent is a company or group of companies that finds jobs for the talent. So in Uganda, having defined universally what a talent manager is, talent agency or booking agent or a record label, in Uganda situation, we jargon all of them.
Yeah,
you
I
find
was
a
about
record,
to say that's all your jobs.
Yeah, those are all your jobs. But there are like 11 services a talent manager is supposed, or a talent agency, management agency is supposed to do for the act they manage, including creative, aid in production, and whatever resource you have, aiding in production of both audio and visual, image development, social media presence, placement on digital platforms, coordinate bookings, representation and liaison to the world, There are a couple of them, though offhand I keep, but basically those
We have
are
a
the
whole
ones.
panel.
Yeah.
We shall get
yeah,
through
true,
them.
that's it.
Yeah.
In my opinion, half of the things you just mentioned are actually done by the label. So to me, the talent manager is supposed to support the artist in executing the things that the label is supposed to provide for the artist. So even things, the things I was mentioning, as a manager, I probably don't even need to worry about financing certain things if my artist is signed to a label. So all I do is just support and counsel and advise and just give you a sense of direction in anything you're doing, and then also basically manage. If let's say Swangs Avenue, you're signed to Swangs Avenue, doesn't mean we're managing you. We just put certain things in place. Then Emma, your manager, helps to enforce and put those things in line and make sure they happen.
Okay, for someone who's managed personalities, and this is because they're a force themselves, in a world like Kampala, we never thought, me, a TV presenter, what do I need a manager for? You know, but as in that role and in that regard, what are some of the roles that you've had to play to make sure that they have the career that they require?
I've been helping in the day-to-day activities, giving them advice and counsel on professional areas and some personal areas that may affect their career. So, in that sphere, that's what the talent manager for a TV presenter needs to be in. But also because our industry is too small, because you're a talent manager, but also help in the creation of the content.
Yes.
Both content which may surface on TV and content which may surface on social media.
Yes. So in a perfect world, from everything that I think that we've talked about, in a perfect world, and I use this term very loosely, talent manager is basically a professional babysitter.
Thank you very much. You can't miss the element of babysitting. True. There are so many incidences where you have to actually babysit. Let me give you a typical day of, let me say, a concert.
Okay.
Backstage, and they're supposed to be performing. You need to nurse them, from the hotel. You need to nurse them when they're going on stage. They're also human beings. They have stage frights. That's when you bring in the element of babysitting. So it's Ivan has got it out very well that Swangs is trying to show that, Swangs, the brand, is trying to show that it's a record label, and then these individual artists that are assigned to them have personal managers who are supposed to do that role of that personal management, which includes babysitting, what you said, which is a good example, and kudos to them, they are doing it very well.
I like that. Your thoughts as well? Thank you. As well, babysitting? Okay, so professional babysitting.
Or handling, basically.
Yes, so handling. Now, when it comes to handling adult human beings that are creatives, I found that the biggest complaint and I think the biggest challenge is actually channeling that creativity in the direction that works for maybe their brand to grow, the direction that works for money to come in. Because sometimes, and I speak as a creative, I want to do what my spirit has told me.
But you said your name is Martha?
Maritza. Yes.
One, I saw on the brief the reasons why talent managers and artists break up.
Yes.
One of the biggest reasons is creative differences. That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
That you could be having a vibe that won't work in the market.
Yeah.
Now, harmonizing that, because for us, we managers are business people, we see the business element, regardless whether you feel the song, but the 45 million Ugandans are going to like the song.
Yes.
So if you fail to harmonize the creative output that musician wants to bring out at the moment vis-a-vis what will work in the market, brings a lot of friction. And it's one of the core reasons, one of the major reasons, even internationally, that brings out artists and managers relationship to split up, creative differences. But if you have harmonized that, a combination of a good manager and a good artist can even move mountains if you have harmonized the creative differences.
Which is the question that I was actually going to put before you. When that creative difference happens, how do you channel that as talent managers to make sure that this creativity that they want to put out, that's not working for your plan financially, that's not working for the audience that this person supposedly wants to target? How do you reconcile that with your artist, with your act, to get them at least on the same page? Because usually the goal is you want to make it happen for them as you do for yourself. So how?
I feel like that comes from like the very beginning, because if I approached Azawi and I signed her, there's that thing that I see. So if we are aligned, like you try to, in that moment, I'm maybe even ready to compromise at a certain point if we both understand each other. Like if what I'm trying to put across creatively isn't connecting with you, and maybe you're trying to put something else across creatively, maybe we can meet in the middle. If not,
paint a picture, like share a story, like an experience.
Maybe to chip on in this point, the biggest thing is being open-minded. Provided you have a binding agreement, both of you should be open-minded. Let me give you an example. I may plan a show to air at 7, and my presenters come at 5, and they may give me ideas, but because I'm open-minded, I'll change the show at the last minute, and you may find out the show will come out better than you had planned. For you have planned for 7 hours, and somebody will come, and you plan with them for only 2 hours.
And it works.
And it works, but if you're not open-minded, you will lead to breakups.
Also, the hallmark of like a good manager is like knowing to make anything work.
What does that? I feel like that's also selling a dream.
Yeah, true. I wanted to give examples, practical examples. One of the biggest split-up manager relationship was Lady Gaga and the manager. The manager overfelt that Lady Gaga was overdoing it. You remember Lady Gaga is weird. Okay, and then another practical one.
Eccentric. Let's use that word.
Let me give you another practical example of a practical example here down was it skipped my mind. It'll come back. I wanted to give you my own experience.
I wanted you to give us actually your experience because you have this policy.
Oh yeah, good. Now, Wafagio, I get to recruit girls from church and karaoke groups back in the day.
Okay.
I get these girls, I tell them, you know what, we have obsessions this side. You're sleek, slender, and, hippie. And then we have Blue 3, high-end, and, Steve Jean. And then for us, I was modeling them on Reddy and Weasel. I needed like 2 girls who have sweet vocalists, and then 1 who does raga, hardcore.
Yeah.
So the person I got who does hardcore didn't like that. She wanted to be like,
she wanted to be sweet and humble.
Sweet and humble. So the first song we created, Muchidongo, was because she wanted the opportunity. But once she broke out, then she started bringing out those feelings that, manager, the direction you're taking me, I'm not comfortable with it. You've been making me wear like a tomboy. Even guys no longer tap,
They're not coming anymore.
They're not coming anymore. So that was one of my biggest practical examples of a creative difference, a scenario of a creative difference. But I needed to harmonize her, but still, inside her, she wanted to be, a soft girl, sing like Lillian, sing like Juliana. Yet for me, in the voice, I said you can be a real ragamuffin.
And when you packaged it, did it work?
It really
regardless of how she felt?
I mean, look at what you don't know, Fagio. It was one of the platinums.
Look at that.
So, the other thing, maybe when you work with this style, you must enable them to appreciate that what they are doing is an act.
It's an act, yeah.
So, because when you work with Thai and they understand it's an act, they'll appreciate what you plan. Because some things maybe you see presenters, some of them are hard on TV, but in reality they are very nice people.
Yes.
Are we pointing out particular presenters?
No. She's very amazing. But on TV, some people may think maybe she's very weird. But
I want us to get back to that point.
But she's too talented.
That's a very big point. But I wanted you to finish the hallmark of what a talent manager is, because the way you paint it is you're here to serve the artist. But in order to serve the artist to the best of their ability, there has to be a plan. There has to be a way things work in order for that artist to achieve. They want money, they want popularity, they want numbers, and you as the talent manager, you have that plan. So when you say that, you have to be open, and how does that align with the plan if the artist, say for example, does not understand that this is an act?
Right. And
you know, like we're talking about creative differences, but there's also a point where you're aligned creatively, but different timelines. Artists are very impatient people. Artists are your plan might be 3 years down the road, 3, 5. Them, they see Shiba doing their thing now, and I want to be Shiba today. There, so there's that as well. But anyway, at the end of the day, the hallmark is making sure you know how to navigate and maneuver through situations. And even in that situation where there are creative differences, me personally, I always know how to compromise with the talent and then kind of meet them in the middle and still give and still, you know, bring out the product.
At the end of this all, we're going to have to put down a list of classic personal traits of a talent manager.
I was coming to that. You need to
we shall do it at the end.
You need to have, at the end.
Yeah, we shall do it at the end because
forget.
we need to run. And I want to get back to Peter's point. He makes a very valid point. Now, you say that the personality needs to understand that this is an act, which makes it seem musicians are actors. TV personalities are actors. Social media creatives are actors. So how do you drill this in a person's mind if I just want to express, you know, the talent that I have and I don't get that part?
Start from the beginning. How did you, first of all, as a talent manager, how did you get that? How did you recruit that person? Because it's very important. The way you recruit that person, you sat on the table and agreed on certain things. So for me, I think it's the beginning. When you're looking for a TV presenter, because for you as a person, you have a vision, the show you're going to do.
Yep.
And you know the characters you want.
Yeah.
Let me I don't want to point out names, but there are certain people.
Give us names. It's a free space.
There are certain people. Let me give you an example. I have a new guy on the market called Case. Okay. He's doing very well. But some people judge the boy is too hard. But it's just a character. In the most industrialized countries, they will look for that real character in that person. But here, you are going to create. Because you don't have the resources to look for those characters. Let me say you may identify the character, but you may not have the money to afford that character.
By afford, you mean to build them up?
No, afford it because it has come natural.
Yes, which if they are given opportunities and they are put on TV, they will be great hits. But you may not have the money to hire them. But you as a talent manager, you may be able to create another one who may fit your bill.
I like that. That's actually pretty genius. Let's segue into that, identifying talent. So when a talent manager, you know, starts his work in the business, do you actively go on the prowl? And you were saying it's a bit expensive to find this talent. Do you actively go on the prowl from your experiences, or have you waited for a TV station to host someone and you're like, oh, mumpe? So how do you find your talent?
The act of finding talent is called talent scouting. You can use all platforms. From church, recordings, they normally hang in recording studios, karaoke groups back in the day, dance groups, even on TV. Like for instance, I first identified Spicy Diana on TV.
Nice.
Song on Sound I was playing on Record TV, and I told my madam at home, this chick has talent, this is going to be a hit song, but they are going to confuse her before she makes it. Actually, Spicy Diana credits me for those first. We worked with her for 1.5 years, those first 1 years. The guidance and the advice I gave her is the things she's using right now. I identified her off TV.
I like that.
When Nsanula was playing. I saw every records, I knew it was, who's the producer? Fizzo. I called Fizzo. No, actually, I didn't have Fizzo's number. I called Gendo, who is this? Maro. I called Maro because I know Fizzo was Maro's producer. Maro gave me Fizzo's number. Fizzo said, hey, she's my girl, she's with you, but if you want her, let's come and discuss. Then she came, she handed her Spicy over to me.
Wow,
So
that's
there are so many other platforms you can, like for instance, Swans, it can be talent shows, Anywhere you can find talent, it can be anywhere.
Look, wait, hold on. We're going to continue this conversation because I feel like talent scouting is really wide, especially now with the internet,
Yeah, true.
WhatsApp. There's no limit. And we'll definitely have Ivan and Peter's input. We're still here with Emma Carlos as well. Make sure you stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with this conversation, the ups and the downs of talent management in Uganda, a very key and critical conversation, especially if you're at an act or maybe you've just found a little talent in yourself or you're interested in show business. This is the place you need to be right now. We'll be right back.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
So welcome back. This is Film Hackers. We're also live on Net Studio Africa. We're also live on Garage Group. Make sure you share this video and let people know that the conversation that's happening here can definitely help them in their career. Now, before we went for a break, we were talking with our amazing list of panelists. We have Emma Carlos to my left. We have Ivan Chifumba on my right. We have Peter Kafuko on my far right. We're talking the avenues where people find talent. And Emma had just painted a picture for us, like places used to go, karaoke places, or maybe sporting people on TV, like that story you shared with Spice Diana. I want to hear from Ivan. Where are those places that you've found as a talent manager? Where have you found something that that has worked for you?
It's more like online, social media. You go out to events, you go out to shows, karaoke still. Yeah, you find people. But I feel like it's kind of double-sided in a way, or two-tier, because there's a talent manager that seeks out raw talent that's not been developed, right? And then there's a talent manager like Emma who gets sought out because he's built a reputation, so he doesn't even need to look for the talent. They will look for him, and also the talent doesn't have to always be new.
Okay.
It doesn't stop Juliana from reaching out to Emma and saying.
Khalifa was just recommended to me from a TV friend. He said, hey, there's a kid, there was a nice jam in a corner. Hey, walk it over. I listened to it, I was like, something is here. A little bit of God. Then I made my decisions, and we started working.
Wow.
Now he's standing for MP.
You sound disappointed.
No, he's just wasted his talent. But I mean, people have their own choices. But I think he's wasting his talent in politics.
Yeah, so a lot of times actually talent scouting is done by the labels. Through A&R, through A&R and talent. Yeah, so a manager, most times, the talent comes to you. You don't go to them. Most times, if you know what you're doing, if you're reputable in what you're doing, the talent will find you, always. Okay. Yeah, so me, personally, I've also kind of created a bubble around me where if you find me, then I need to work with you.
Nice. I like that.
If you just land on my table and then I check you out and you're actually good,
you're in the right place.
Yeah, you're in the right place.
Peter Kafuko, you had a story to share, and I think earlier you touched a bit on it, on how you get someone that's not really talented, and you build them into the act that you need. Tell us about that from the perspective of the talent manager recruiting.
For me, my perception, there's talent everywhere. So there are different avenues. For me, I think everybody who comes to you and they have the ambition and passion, give them an opportunity. If you see that little spark, train them, they will be anything you feel like. For me, I can give you an example of...
What's the spark? Like, what does the spark look like?
In the screen test, I can say spark. I may see that you are naive, but there's talent.
Is it passion? Is the spark like...
It's an X factor. It's called an X factor.
The X factor. You just have to see it like you see smoke. You can't touch it, but it's there.
I mean, I can't put you with a Nick Naga. Definitely will be the X factor will come out properly.
A good example about X factor is Azawi came or walked up to Swangs Avenue to sell a song or two, but because Mr. Chaze listened to these demos and there's something he felt, and he said, like, why am I buying these songs? This girl can sing these songs. Why am I buying? So that's that X factor. And if you're trained, if you're seasoned again, you will always see it, and it hits you. You never have to debate about it. It just hits you.
Fresh Kid shocked us all.
Let me give you an example of Khalifa. Khalifa, after receiving his demo, Minaconda, I called him up, he came in. Now, I'd spent the whole night listening to Minaconda. I'd already ticked.
Approved.
Yeah, approved. Now, when he walked in, slim guy, fitting shirt, fitting boots, the image, tick. And then we started talking, and I asked him, where did you get the money to shoot Minaconda? He told me I diverted my school fees, university school fees, to shoot Minaconda. I saw an element of a person who risks. Tick. Shook my hands.
Signed.
So
elaborate more. So when you find the spark.
Let me give you an example. In 2017, 2018, I can't remember correctly. I was still working with Spark TV. Case comes to me, tells me, I'm just out of university. I'm now a blogger, but I can work. At that time, I told him, we don't have jobs here, but when there's an opportunity, I'll give you a call. So when he learned of the news that we had resigned from Spark, we are going. He calls me, tells me, they told me you have jobs. I told him, you come on Monday. By 7:30, I told him we meet at 9. By 7:30, he was there with his camera. I told him we shall start like in a month's time. He told me, can you allow me to come every day here?
In 2018?
He came back after.
That's persistence. That's a virtue.
He came back after a year. 29. He came back in 2019. But even if you'd send him to do a story, he would come back with that story and with an extra story. You see the passion.
Yeah.
Whatever questions you give him, maybe you ask this person, even if there are certain questions I may give, even me, I may fear to ask, but the boy will ask those questions.
Because he has a job to do.
He has a job to do.
Yeah.
That's the X factor.
I like that. And
the first time he was put on TV, I think it was 3rd June 2019. Because we had
Isn't that a pressure day? There's a lot of pressure around.
Yes. We had no presenter there, but he had the camera person, and there was somebody with a live unit. We told him you're going to be live on Music Tax, and did a wonderful job. And the rest is now history.
Wow. So that brings up, when you say 2017, 2018, this is a guy who's showing up 7:30 every day. You've told him come back in a month. We have a culture of entitled creatives. So they come to you expecting, the job has to be mine. I'm good. Have you had me? I can go anywhere on the internet, get followers. So how, bringing up the fact that, you know, there's a community of entitled creatives, there's a community of even uncultured creatives. So, you know, they don't take the creative industry seriously. They'll show up dressed smart.
To add on something, when I look back at that story, all the meetings I had with that boy, there was no money. He never talked about money. For him, it was just an opportunity to work. But money wasn't the factor. It was the opportunity.
The opportunity. So when we look at some of the things that are, you know, maybe holding back the industry of talent in general, whether you're a blogger, whether you're a musician, director, producer, what are those things we need to put in place for people to understand that this is a professional industry? You need to show up on time. You need to reply your emails on time. You need to have your phone, like just the basic things of running a business. How do we emphasize that in a creative industry?
That brings in two elements. First, the code of conduct of, first of all, the manager or the management company. That's personal and on a managerial level. But on a national level, it has to be a policy issue. Okay. Right now, the entertainment industry, we are under Ministry of Gender. We just had a department under culture, and the policy that has been guiding us is of 2006. Can you imagine? 2006, a policy is supposed to be reviewed every after 5 years. It's very good. I'm involved right now in activities that are geared to streamline the industry, and the policy is under review. For instance, when you go to countries where systems are developed, like in Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa, it's a matter of policy that for you to be in the entertainment industry, you must have a manager, a booking agent, or you're supposed to be signed to a what? A record label.
Or whether you own it,
whether you own it or it's something else. So those elements are going to come out in the policy. And then the other thing, the associations now have started coming up. Like for instance, managers, we have Wutama, the musicians have UMA. So when we go back to our individual associations, we shall push for professional code of conduct. Because trust me, the last 10 years, the industry has just been Juakali. We've just been working in a Juakali situation, but we just wanted to be there and survive. But at least the future is bright. Establishments like this weren't here 10 years ago, but now they're coming up. Now we can come even and cast. We never used to do casting back in the day. We just call a friend and then, you know, let's appreciate the processes and we shall get there.
Okay, let's start with Peter.
Because you just talk about the bigger thing that the policy, but for me, on a personal level, for the artists, the talent managers, the directors, it is hard work and discipline.
Okay.
Because even if those things are in place, let me give you an example. There's Uganda Musician Association, but how many artists are there to it? Because they are not. Some of them are not disciplined, and those indisciplined elements kill things even if they are structured. So maybe what these associations, even the National Culture Forum, should try to put up courses, refresher courses, even for these artists. Talk about discipline, because even however much you are talented, and you don't have discipline. There are so many artists here in Uganda who are too talented, but in discipline. A person like Ziza Bafana is too talented, but where is he now? In 2016, maybe he was the biggest artist in terms of songs and airplay and streams, views. But 20-24 years down the road, the talent is still there, but his personal discipline has put him down.
I get that. Ivan?
As far as professionalism, me, I don't really mind too much when an artist is in discipline, because that's broad. The professionalism that needs to be encouraged, really encouraged in our industry, is with everybody else outside of the artist. The manager, the promoter, the talent agent, the producer, the songwriter, the engineer, the distributor. Once all those are in line, the artist will fall in line. It's as simple as that. Yeah, it's as simple as that. If all those elements are in line and they're doing what they're supposed to do, the artist will fall in line.
Sports, that's how it is. The other elements are the agents, the managers, the foofers, they're in line. You football Onyango, you go mess yourself up. You fall back in line by yourself. Yeah, true.
So you're talking about this.
Structures are there. Even
that's
sports.
what I was going to say. What happens when the structures are there, but the industry is still being abused? In your capacity as a talent manager,
What happens there is you get left behind and we move on to the next talent.
because you're the immediate contact of the artist.
You're true.
Does that become your failure as well?
No,
No,
not at all.
it doesn't.
Not
It
at
doesn't.
all.
It doesn't.
That's because if you're doing what you're supposed to do, it's on them. And he brought up policy as well because it's very important. And in order to be able to effect policy, you need associations and organizations and societies. 'Cause even those types of elements, if everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, the artist will always fall in line.
All right. So I feel like we're about to run out of time, but there's a very crucial thing we need to talk about. You started off telling us about record labels, telling us about talent management and booking agents. So an act, talent, maybe radio producer or radio presenter comes before you and they say, I'm Emma, Ivan, Peter, help me. I want to boost my career. What are the key steps, or what are some of the first few steps that you advise them to take in order for them to get their career in line?
For instance, it depends. It depends on what level your talent is. I can give an example of, if you walk to me, I can either choose to say I'm going to manage you, I can either choose to say I'm going to either represent you as an agent on either non or exclusive basis.
Okay, what does that look like?
For instance, one of the biggest talent agents we have here is Talent Africa. It has people, though people are now saying he signed them. It's not signing. It's you're taking them on as an agent to get business for them on their behalf, and you earn a commission of it.
Okay.
That's what a talent agent does. Talent agent or talent agency does. So for me, if someone walked to me like this, I can know which stage your career is or your talent is, and I can say, you know what, I'm going to sign you up, or I'm going to take you up as an agent. Right now, I'm doing talent booking for comedians, for MCs, for DJs, for musicians, on a non-exclusive basis, just because I've created a reputation in corporate companies, venue owners and promoters who can trust that, hey, if you book this artist through Emma Carlos and Twinkle Star Agency, you can get them on time and they can do what I want. And the musicians on talent on this side also know that Emma Carlos can get us business. So you're a middleman. That's the job of what? An agent.
Without signing them.
Without signing them. You can have, but the client has to make sure that these artists, you have representation for them.
Yeah.
It can be by consent, verbal, or by websites.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, that's what a talent agency does. You see talent seekers and talent bearers. You're in the middle, and then you join them.
Okay.
Yeah, true.
So what would you advise the person? Like, what would be the first key steps to take?
The vision has to align, and he brought up a point initially, like how you find them is key. Because because you have to sit down with someone, and I've personally made this mistake before.
Yeah.
Where I did not align properly with the artist.
You just search a chain.
I did not align in terms of like vision and overall timeline, so it can get tricky. So talent always needs to align vision-wise, and then also let me see. Knowing, sorry, I got the brain freeze.
It's okay, we can come back. So the first few steps you'd take.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, talent needs to be able to look at Emma's, let me say, professional history.
Okay.
My professional history, his professional history, because once you look into that, your answers, you'll have the answers to your questions. A lot of your, yeah.
So yes, Peter. I think now speak from the perception of like TV presenters. This is new management. These are people that are newly managed. Before it was what? Actors, musicians, sports. So from that regard, and in 2020, the space that we're in, what are the first few steps you take in managing, say a person like that comes to you, a TV presenter or maybe an online content creator?
First of all, here in Uganda, because a producer is a talent manager of presenters, but you don't own the TV. So you look for presenters when there's space. But you may be talented, but the kind of show we are looking, the kind of presenter we are looking for, you don't fit. So I tell you the basics and where maybe the opportunities are. But when the opportunities there, I can even look for somebody whom I screen tested 2 years ago. I can give you a very good example. And it's a very good policy at national media, NTV, Spark, and KFM. When Natalia was going for maternity leave, that was 2017. We did screen tests of Remy, the current president of Livewire. She was good, but she didn't make it at that time. But when we left, they brought her on board. So, you may come to me, but when the opportunity is not there. But when the time comes, I will look for you.
So I think also now from what you've spoken as talent, you need to be able to recognize your time, recognize what the manager can deliver for you and what they've delivered for other people in the past, and then also understand the industry that you're getting in. I like that. Now, when you do have a relationship, paint us a picture of what managers and talents can do to make that relationship work. Because you have a 5-year policy. I don't know if it's okay that I bring this up.
It's fine. Actually, naturally, that's why you see a standard managerial contract is between 3 to 5 years. Because we're human beings. By the time you reach the 3rd, 4th year, issues are rising up. That's why a standard contract stipulates between 3 to 5 so that you can either renew.
So now that 5-year policy, the reason I bring it up is because after 5 years, you have built a real relationship with this person. If you have managed to work with them 5 years, you've built their career, they've made you money, you have pushed them to
They've also made themselves money.
You've pushed them to a place where they won't want for anything else but to follow the path that you've set for them. So how do you ensure that that relationship works for the manager just as well as it works for the talent?
Like I said, standard contract stipulates between 3 to 5 years. So if you're comfortable and you're all still happy and the vibe is still there, you continue, you renew for another 5 years. If something is not working, you go back on the drawing board. It's not so mechanical. Talent management is a little bit flexible, given that we work in a very dynamic and complicated industry. So like Ivan has been saying, there are points where you need to really compromise just for the future. Regardless, it's going to brush your ego or bruise your ego or your reputation. It's talent management. The process is always on and it's like this, up and down. But it reaches a time when it's break point. It can either be the manager pulling out or the artist pulling out, depending on which side has been really, really hurt. But like I said before, stipulated 3 to 5 years. If you're still comfortable with each other, you continue.
I think what I'm looking for in that answer as well is when you're making the relationship work, who else do you add in that relationship? Like just a few things that you've taken time to make the relationship
There's
work.
one thing I had never experienced, but I experienced it on a job. Every musician has that one friend, sister, who they are very close to. And they're in the picture, trust me. Shiba has that one, Khalifa has it, I'm sure Winnie Nwaji has it. There's one person there, it's either brother, a sister, or a deep friend. They can be close to. And in most cases, when you sit, your relationship with the artist is, the talent is on breaking point, not exactly breaking point, but not on talking terms, we normally go through them. Trust me. Am I lying, Ivan?
I like that.
Story. I presented someone an agreement, and so they did that. They took it to their friend that was studying law to review it. So there's always that close. There's always a close person who they listen to. So now you have two people in your ear. I advise artists or talents to always refrain from that. If you believe in management, believe in them and trust in them. If you're going back on the side to listen to someone else and come back to management, you're going to get confused and you're going to waste time.
We're running out of time, so I'm going to give each person a couple of seconds just to make final remarks when it comes to talent management and even just working with artists. What do people need to have at their fingertips when it comes to talent management, especially in Uganda? Let's start with you, Peter.
For me, first of all, I thank the opportunity of being able to be here. For time management and the artists to work and succeed, it must be passion, ambition. the rest is history.
For both.
For both.
I like it. Ivan?
I mean, for it to work, you just need to believe. Like, both sides need to be on the same page. It's literally as simple as that. On the same page, be dedicated, have the passion on both ends. There's nothing that can get in between that.
Yeah, true.
There's nothing. Yeah.
Me, I'm going to bring in the business element of it. There's a block between 2000 and 2014 when the industry was very vibrant and commercially successful. It's going to come back because right now we're in transition from, taking it as a passion and taking it as a real serious business. Yeah, to now the streaming services are there, everything are there. One, if you're a manager out there, look for talent that will respect you. If you're a talent out there, look for a talent agency, talent manager, talent company, or individual talent who has reputation and experience. And then the magic is in between the vibe. You need to really work together. Let the talent do their job, let the manager do their job. These things on the internet. We are not like back in the 90s, 2000s, where they used to call us CD careers. Everything's on the internet. Just Google, know what you're supposed to be doing, what your manager is supposed to be doing, and you can move mountains. Trust me. The best combination.
I've taken away so much from this chat, and I think if anyone has not had anything, just at least share this with your friends. They will interpret because it's a very critical conversation. And this conversation is not going to end here. Continue it in the comments. We were live on both Net Studios, Africa, Garage Group, and of course Film Hackers. And I encourage each and every person that's been watching, are you a performer, are you a musician, are you a filmmaker, whatever it is your talent is, it is important to recognize that there's people who are trained, people who are experienced in pushing your talent a lot further and actually making you align with your goals, your purpose, and the money you want to make. That's very important. So thank you so much for watching. Catch us again next Friday for another episode right here on Film Hackers. My name is Maritza. Peace out.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
Good afternoon, welcome back. I am so happy you came back. It's another Friday, so you know we have to bring you another edition of the Film Hackers Talk Show. My name is Maritza. I will be your host today. Meanwhile, Bikorona Bikutwala, are you well? Are you taking care of yourself? You have to wear your mask, social distance, and do everything in your power to make sure you live to see Wakaliwood have estates and estates of production. And I am very excited because our panel today is colorful. I wish artists got Army medals so that you can actually see the colors. And it's just a beautiful cast. I can't wait for you to get into it. But first things first, make sure you share the video you're watching on YouTube, on Facebook. Let your friends know we are live. And this could not be possible with Net Studios Africa, with Garage Group, and of course, Incredible Media. Now, the conversation today, you have ears, right? Yeah, conversation today is for anyone with a pair of ears, even if you have one, like myself. I'm actually partially deaf. But whatever it is that you can hear, we have the lineup of some of the most amazing people with sound when it comes to production, when it comes to engineering, and all the other words that they will break down for you. I am very excited to introduce on our far right, weighing, okay, you do not talk about a woman's weight, but looking like $1 million. How about that? We have Rebecca Mullen. She is a production mixer, and she'll tell us some more about what she does in a little bit. I'm very excited to have her on the panel. And also, closer to me on the right, a legend. I am shuddering sitting here. Musician, composer, his credits go way, way beyond most people can actually write, sadly. And I'm very, very excited that he's here with us today. Kaz Kasozi, ladies and gentlemen. And skipping over to my near left, Makanika Wange. I beg your pardon. He's known as Uncle Mo, but his real name is Moses Chiboneka. I'm very excited he's here. He's an auto engineer, he's an actor, yeah, he's you're a musician as well, a content creator, and he'll tell us more about what he does in just a little bit. And to my far right, I kneel down. Is it in your culture? To my far left, rather, I am very excited to have on the panel as well the legend Andrew Ahura. You have definitely watched some of his credits, and I'm embarrassed to say that the first time I heard of Andrew Ahura was because of Queen of Katwe. I was like, really? Hollywood brought Andrew to me, but he's been here. And I think that happens to the most of us. We watch something good, and then when the credits start rolling, we move away. It's sad, but I am very excited to have him on the panel. It is sad indeed. So I'm going to allow our guests today to introduce themselves and just tell us a little bit about themselves. We'll start with you, Andrew.
Thank you. I'm Andrew Ahura. I'm a composer and sound engineer, managing director, Quad A Records. Quad A Records majors in audio post-production for the film process. And that's the work that we have been doing for the past, I think, it's coming now to 7 years. Interestingly, I also, people may not know this, but I did IT. But because of the passion, and I'll be later talking about passion and purpose. Because of my passion, I found that IT was good, but not my purpose. So that's when I started to focus more, excuse me, on my music and sound engineering career. So in a nutshell, that's who I am.
I like that. Moses?
To declare we're in company of greatness.
Right.
on the lineup, I'm the one who makes us believe we're all human.
The lies.
I also exist. I'm Moses Chiboneka. Most people call me Uncle Mo. I'm a content creator, very passionate about performance arts. I'm an actor. I also love to sing. Like I said, I'm passionate about performance arts. So I dive, apart from drawing, everything that is performance arts, I think I have taken a stride into it because I feel it like that. Then, of course, I'm an auto engineer. Yes, I'm a mechanic. The people that be watching the videos of Makanika from Chireka, I'm not just an actor. I actually repair cars for a living. And it's when I started doing my Makanika from Chireka things, it was easier. It's the first time when I had two passions happening for me in one place. I can work on cars at the same time I'm acting. So, yeah, basically that's me. I'm a complete hybrid of science and art.
I like it. The grit.
Don't make it difficult.
By the way, I'm going to do it the whole show.
Yeah, I'm Kaz Kasozi, and I'm a composer and producer, as well as a performing musician, even though I don't perform very often. And we run a small studio called Little Room, which focuses mainly on pretty much like Andrew's fare, composing music for film, TV, and video games, cartoons, and all those kinds of things. But also writing thematic music that can be used in theater, like live theater, that can be used for therapy, like in for cancer, and then for mental people with mental disabilities. So like music can be used to do many things if you find the right flavor to soothe, so it can be a healer. So we use it for that as well. But then another passion that I have that could easily have been my only profession, and I would have been happy with it, is that I love teaching. So I'm a lecturer in some institutions, like here mainly at the African Institute of Music, but I also often get invited to lecture abroad in Europe and in other countries around Southern Africa. So, and my areas of expertise are music and composition, but also methods of teaching music that are relevant to Africa, because a lot of things that we like to focus on in the way we learn are not actually the best means, because we have different challenges. Yeah. Like most times, how do you learn when you don't have many instruments? I learned to make music, and I'm sure anyone here who performs, you find that you learn sometimes without actually instruments. True. But what you're learning is actually still usable. By the time you get to an instrument, you're able to play. So I teach a lot of those kinds of things. And then lastly is that my profession, as in the one that I studied, I studied IT, is actually film. So I'm a trained filmmaker, and I also lectured on filmmaking for many years and script writing.
We're actually going to talk about that, because there's also a conversation on being self-taught or having to go back to school for it. I like that. Yeah. Rebecca, tell us about yourself.
Rebecca, I'm modern sound production mixer, but I also do a lot of other things that come in handy.
Please, tell us.
My first profession was coincidentally teaching.
Yeah.
I taught for a number of years, and until when I met someone who does sound production mixing, and basically I just liked how he looked with his gadgets. And I was like, okay, are there ladies who do this? And he's like, not really, but I've seen whites who do this. And he started giving me information about what this does, what that does. And I was so impressed when he put a mic on a boom and we could hear what people are saying at a far distance.
Wow.
And then I was like, okay, I'm going in for sound. So I quit teaching. I went and studied filmmaking, but I mostly focused on sound for film, on location sound recording, mostly, yes.
This is some powerful character builds for the conversation we're going to have. And you can also contribute to the conversation. We are talking sound design, music scoring, and production. But let me ask our professionals on the panel today, please break down sound design and music scoring for a layman who is not involved in film watching this.
Well, I don't want to be so technical.
For a layman, technical, we might get lost here.
Think of sound like this. Let me just give you an experience. Watch a movie, mute the TV or the sound bar you're using, and try and enjoy maybe an Avengers movie with no sound. The experience of all of a sudden is lost when Thanos or when Thor comes in the scene and he hits that ground and his lights are with lightning. You just look at moving pictures, but the impact isn't felt. Now just play that scene again and mute the sound, and all of a sudden you have this whoa moment. So the pictures are given life. So what sound does is that, think about it like this. Someone broke it down, one of the things especially in the immersive formats that we use like this, think of visuals as a painting, like you're painting, eh?
Yeah.
Then think of sound like sculpture. It gives you a dimension that you can go in. Now, of course, with 3D, things have been made more, three-dimensional experience. But sound adds this whole new dimension to the experience. So what are we doing in film? This is the major thing that you need to understand about sound for film. Separation. You want to have as much separation of many elements as possible. You want to be able to have dialogue, when that dialogue is us talking.
Yes.
You want to be able to have human interaction with objects. We call that Foley.
Those things where they record a phone falling on the table.
No,
Is that
now, I will come to that. Human interaction with objects is my cloth movements, my feet, me interacting with the world, a human being interacting with it. That's what they call Foley. Under Foley, there are other categories. I won't go down to them. Like there's a doorbell ringing. That's a human interacting with it, but it's not you as per se, but it's categorized under Foley. Then we have what they call sound effects. Now, those are the car crash, an explosion. That's not human interaction, really, but it's sound that is made by an explosion or a car crash. Then we have what we call backgrounds. I'm on number 4. So number 1 was dialogue. Number 2 was Foley. Number 3 was SFX, which is sound effects.
Okay.
Number 4 is backgrounds. Backgrounds is your environment. When you're in Kampala in the taxi park, what do you hear? You hear horns, you hear... So those are backgrounds. What environment are you in? And the fifth and last one is music. And music, of course, enhances your experience. Mr. Kaz and I, we have taken the time to learn how to make people cry, how to make people laugh. Sound is manipulative. We can manipulate emotions. Yeah. So that's why it's a very crucial point in this filmmaking process, because you want to manipulate people in a certain direction. So when Thanos hits you put like, and like, yeah, Thanos has come. You get what I mean? So those are the 5 main elements. We separate them. So the thing is to always understand that if I don't have as much separation, I will not have as much of a very good experience. If I get everything at once, I may not control. Like, for example, if you're in Kampala City and trying to have a conversation with someone, the car is hooting, what? I can't hear what you're saying. I will lose the experience. So if I have separation, I can control the cars, I can control the Foley, I can control the music, and make you listen to the dialogue.
But still pay attention that it's Kampala City.
But pay attention that it's Kampala City.
That's genius.
So that's I think, I don't know if I've broken it down. Maybe my colleagues can add just a few, but that's the what we call the technical term is soundtrack, but what we call sound for film is basically those 5 elements. Dialogue, Foley, sound effects, backgrounds, and music.
I like that. And you've pointed out the importance of sound in film in regard to bringing out emotion. I want to know, how do you pick the right sound for whatever it is you're working on? Whether it's an experience you're trying to evoke, even you as a musician, maybe nightclub time, how do you pick a sound and say, this sound will be perfect for this experience, whether it's a movie or a life activity, but you as sound engineers and people responsible for sound, what's that directs you there for that experience?
From my point of view, writers, content creators should normalize scripting. The day they will realize that, you see, when I'm writing a script, in that moment, I actually feel the sound I want.
You feel
in
the
that moment,
sound.
you know what you want. But we don't have people that script for sound design at that moment. It is a very important, you see, I look at sound as, like he was saying, for me sound is the subtitle to what is on screen.
Absolutely.
It is your way of putting a name to the face. Whichever name you decide, it's what is going to belong to that face. But scripting at the time the writing is happening gives the sound mixer or the person managing the sound, because me, I may not be at the technical level of these guys, but you see, just like at a construction site, the engineer will work best if the structural designs are with the best detail. So if the detail is thrown in there at the time of writing, because the writer actually feels this, then it is very easy for the mixer, for the sound designer to know how they're going to make your sound feel.
That's such a powerful answer. I felt it even as a person who, let me tell you something. I cannot tell what sound from the other sound, but then I feel what the sound does. Does that make sense? So the technicalities I can't explain, but the way he broke it down, I see the vision now. Does that make sense? So you kept nodding and agreeing. Do you want to add on?
So like it covers everything. And like you said, people need to normalize including sound in the picture. It's actually, I think it's the most ignored department. They will focus on the good cameras, or focus on the good actors, makeup, costuming, but sound is not something they put on the A list.
Yeah. Because when the sound is bad, we notice.
And
instantly.
They don't forgive that. They don't forgive
no, we don't
bad
like
sound.
That video sound.
You can
next.
When it comes to the video, you will be like, maybe it's the, the TV compressed the quality. Maybe it's the internet. Maybe it's this. But when it comes to sound, you won't watch, because just like you said, it evokes everything. That's how you'll feel the picture. That's how you'll feel the dialogue. That's how you'll feel the pain, So they need to normalize considering sound.
Before we get into more technicalities, now that you've brought that up, how can that be done in the industry today? How can we push for sound to be as much a priority as the camera? Because we've all agreed, when the sound is bad, even if you are standing in like 15,000 miles from here, you'll be like, something's off. Does that make sense? So what can you do as stakeholders to make it a priority?
If I can interject, and before necessarily answering that question, I'm going to add a little bit and then continue on to the same question. The point he made that it's important to consider those things at script level is something that not only this industry of ours that is just kind of mushrooming now, it suffers from. Even industries that have already made it, like Hollywood or Hong Kong and so on, and Bollywood, they have these issues in movies that are of either lower budgets. Not always that when it's a lower budget then there's that problem, but it tends to happen there more. And sometimes it has even happened on movies that actually have a big budget. And this tends, because he explained that with sound you're dealing with all those different 5 elements, and 2 of those elements that are usually neglected, yet the writer was feeling them when they were writing, are the music and the actual sound effects that kind of that give the moments impact, the kind of thing he was talking about. That those are things that can be taken in all kinds of different directions. They can go wildly different. And to just give an example that where, say, Hollywood also still makes some mistakes, that perhaps we could learn from and not do, since we are still just getting up, is that if you are still at the editing level and you're using what they call temp sound for your music, you get used to it. It starts to play and give you what you need your edit starts to dance with the sounds that you're using. Now, after you've done that, you call Mr. Ahura, oh, Kaz, oh, I need a score for this, but you already have these sounds and that you've already liked, which are already dancing with your images perfectly, be it that they're not yours, because they're temps, you're probably using someone else's music that you haven't paid for. So now you come into this challenge whereby Mr. Ahura will never write what you need, because what you need is actually already sitting on your editing bed. Do you see what I mean? So this now brings into the point that not only the music, but those sounds, if they're considered earlier, there's a way they marry very well. And most of the projects where I've had the smoothest and most successful delivery of work have been when I've been contacted much sooner, sometimes even at script level, whereby it's, you know, you're working in tandem with the development of the project. So when things happen on set, sometimes you even get to see some rushes, or you're invited to have a look at what is going on set. So you get into the, you know, the smoke of things. It's like going into the kitchen and you can smell some of the things. So if you're the one dealing with making the dessert, you kind of like start to,
you know the theme of the night.
You know the theme of the night. You don't just kind of start making Bloody Marys when what they're doing in the kitchen is something else. So
the bigger picture.
The bigger picture is really important. And to emphasize this, we are talking from here in Hambo, Uganda, where someone will say, what do you know, Mumanyichi, like we get these kinds of things a lot. But if we now refer back to, okay, those who apparently know more, not just apparently, they know more. Like I love Chris Nolan's approach to, the director, his approach to filmmaking, but he explains why some of the music that, not only music, but also the soundscape, like that whole, the textures and different sounds that were part of the Batman, the Batman movies that he directed with, and the music and soundscapes were done mostly by Hans Zimmer. These things were developed in tandem. As from script, as he was working on the thing, he was going back and forth with sound. And the composer is not only just now dealing with notes, they're now dealing with textures. Are these sounds, are they the right, are they Batman? Are they in that realm? And they did the same with Inception, and he's recently just done the same thing with the new movie called, what's the name of the movie? Tenet? Or I forgot. Tenet. I haven't yet seen it. But, so that's just one example, but there are many who used to do this. If we go back, there will be Hitchcock. He used to work with Bernard Herrmann as the composer, and then you also had, say, with Sergio Leone on the Westerns, you had Ennio Morricone, who they would work in synchronicity, and you can really see how that makes the movie much better, like those kinds of films better. And maybe just one last point on that, sorry I've talked a bit long, but with the Sergio Leone stuff, if I take the good, the bad, and the ugly as a film, this is a film which, like for me, it inspired me to get into writing music for film. But it's a film that I can watch just listening to the sound.
Eyes closed.
I don't even have to close my eyes. I can just watch it without, to the point that I did this in a cinema when I was a kid. I would go.
What?
Yes, and I'll pay the projectionist when they're supposed to, because Uganda is funny like that. Projection, there's another film has been advertised outside, some Indian movie, and then I go in, I pay the projectionist some extra, and he just puts in the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then I watch it. Now, now, I didn't know at the time why I could watch that film that way, or rather, I could listen to it. And that's not to mean that the images are not good. I love the images in that movie, you know. But it just goes to show to what degree they went to get the textures, because I'm not just listening to the music. It's like the wind and the way the bootstraps like clicking, belt buckles, and the pistols like click, and yeah.
Those are powerful sounds.
They're
to
dancing
make
in your mind. It's like
as a child.
Yeah, so it's beautiful.
That's a gift.
It's beautiful, but it's also it can create all sorts of emotions, not just the music. So all that stuff. Someone like Leone, who wasn't writing like scripts, like proper scripts, but was thinking of those things at the time of writing, that he could communicate this to Ennio Morricone and to other people in the different departments.
You've actually summed it up very well, which leads me to the next conversation. Since this is a problem that is universal, and I think even especially with countries where the arts industries are, fighting for themselves, growing and doing the best that they can, of course, those challenges are going to come up, which raises the question on actually studying for this, actually becoming a sound engineer, actually learning about sound for film and sound for everything else that requires sound. And that conversation is so huge. We're going to get into it in a little bit, right after we go for a break. But if you have questions on anything sound design, music scoring, production, you want to ask about our panelists today, leave those comments in the comments section, and we'll definitely get to them. We'll be right back.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. we have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
Nabubi yazimba kumutya muwanvu
enkuba yatonya nabubi yakwa
Do you know the expression, no good deed goes unpunished?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so would you say that me picking you up there was a good deed on my part?
It was a very good thing, and may the good Lord bless you very much for it.
All right, let me tell you a story.
Mama, I was forgotten. Ebyasiba byeyiwa nembusa buziwa nanoonya naye safuna kuwabulwa anaye I'm breaking from the chains, climbing from the ruins. My voice needs to be heard, speaking out to you. I want to live my dream, time to speak out. Chino Chagala.
I want to give you an illustration of how 2020 feels like. And this is not the prop. Thank you, coronavirus. And let's first forget Corona for a moment. How are we going through a year that feels like a discotheque? Like heat after heat. You know, like a song is still playing, then another song just starts. That's how things are happening this year. Like, what happens to resolutions? Okay, this year we chill? I think we have abused resolutions so much, the universe was like, how about a year where they just fight for their lives? I mean, look where it started. Locusts. As in, how can it be 2020 and in Uganda we have a plague? Desert locusts. They eat thousands of tons of food per day. Per day. Like, who starved them? And why are they taking it out on us? How do we even have that much food? And like that wasn't enough, we get up one morning, and an island got up, sailed. Like, guys, bye. It took a dam to intervene. Like, Otwala Olugambo dear. Things that have happened just between January and August are enough to last us 2 lifetimes. This same year saw the peak of the Black Lives Matter movement, a movement that gave birth to a group of very unstable people that thought it was unfair. They had a problem with the minimum requirement, like mattering. Like, what if it was Black Lives Matter more? The argument became too much, then COVID came and leveled the ground. Now, all lives, black, white, confused, and all the 71 genders matter. But much as a lot has happened, you shouldn't go.
Uncle Mo, welcome back to the Film Hackers Talk Show. I am your host, Maritza, and if you're here for the first time or you missed the first half of the segment, welcome aboard. We're happy to see you. And this evening, this fine afternoon, we are talking sound design, we are talking music scoring, we're talking production, and I have an amazing lineup today on our panel. Uncle Mo, Moses Chiboneka is still with us. We also with Andrew Ahura, Kaz Kasozi, Rebecca Amulen. And before we continue the conversation we're going to get into, I want you to react to a couple of videos that were played during the break. Lukman's work with roofings, that was the first one we saw. Amazing sound. Now I was hearing the things you were talking about. And it's like a level up to the experience. It's strange, just a little adjustment. And then also the girl in the yellow jumper, Andrew Ahura's work, Kaz Kasozi's work with Chad Dalla. Uncle Mo, what do you want from us? You want our ribs? Uncle Mo's Makanika from Chireka. Makanika from no, that's far. Makanika from Chireka. Just a quick reaction on those videos and the sound work in the videos.
Well, for things like the first was an advert, Roofing's ad. So Roofing's was celebrating 25 years, so they decided to do something that would showcase some of the work. So an incredible director, Lukman Ali, created a concept of why don't the machines actually celebrate the 25 years they have been working. And I think to help the machines make sense, the sound had to play a very key role to accentuate that 25 year and how the machines and the metal and all this metal has impacted people's lives. The roofs on people's heads, people building muscles. Actually, Roofings is into agriculture, so that's why you saw the forest, conservation. And so that was an ad. And now you're looking at how sound plays a key role at helping people understand the message. Yes. So that was an ad. The next was a trailer. An upcoming, it's a movie that was scheduled to come up April 18th, 2020. But maybe it could be April 18th, 2020. Who knows?
We're looking forward.
We don't know. But also you see how sound helps in in accentuating the story.
Yeah.
So those are just different elements to just show you how sound is very, very crucial. Now that's a film. The one was an advert, and there are quite many more. Yeah. So those were what you had seen previously.
Has he covered your reactions? Is that how you felt about them as well? So now let's talk about learning or perfecting your craft of sound, being a sound engineer, learning sound production, whatever it is that they teach you with the acoustics and the world of sound. We have built a culture of self-taught by default, I think even of our economy and even our education system. So we have a lot of people in industries, in entertainment, especially like the arts and film, and whether it is sound, whether it is media, a lot of people are self-taught, which keeps bringing us traditional Ugandans to the question of at least get a degree. So is it important to actually have that paperwork if you are working with sound, maybe as a sound engineer?
From my point, the way I got into let's say, if I'm strictly looking at sound as sound design and engineering, I got into it in a vocational way, but it's still studying. So I want to get away from the idea that where we look at other methods of learning that are not inside these institutions that have buildings and stuff. We have to get away from looking at this other way of learning as not a way of learning. Yeah. Meaning that, like, the first time for me to be in a studio, I worked there for about a year and a half, and I was a tea boy, I was a cleaner, and go fetch this, make this, and you know, so I was, but all the while, I'm observing. And every now and then I may be allowed to ask a question. And every now and then I'll get a very elaborate answer. Or because of that question, I may be invited to a session I wouldn't have been invited to. And that way I got to work with people that I would, or to be in environments with people that were way, way above my station. Yeah. At
like
the time,
a shortcut.
A shortcut.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm talking, I was 16 at this time, or 15, 16. And there was a musician, poet called Linton Kwesi Jones. He's of Jamaican descent, very popular, was very popular in England and among West Indians, but also in England as a poet. So he once came to this studio to do a session, and it's the first time I realized that that when you're just in a space, quiet, observing, you can learn a great deal of stuff. I was the only one in those sessions that was not allowed to speak. I'm supposed to be quiet and just sit there and wait for cup of tea, go and grab this, go out and get this, and don't say anything. Don't speak to the artist even.
We thank them.
Yeah. However,
yeah.
However, after a couple of weeks in sessions with this gentleman, he actually asked what I thought about something. And because I was so naive, I thought, I started, blubbering. Maybe if I was a little bit more aware, I wouldn't have said anything. But because I was so naive, I started saying all sorts of things about how I had been observing. And then it turns out that what I was saying actually had value, but it only had value because I had been listening all along. Yeah. As in, had I been as active, doing other things and so on, I don't think I would have had that objectivity that they didn't have. And so there's a lot of learning in those kinds of spaces because you're dealing with people that are very good at what they do. They're experienced, they've been in it for long, and you're observing how they do things. And this is kind of apprenticeships. And even in the sciences, if we go back to the Renaissance, that's how people used to learn. They didn't go to universities. They went and worked with the most prominent scientists. And if you go way back, back to the alchemists, then the philosophers were, you just hang around with the philosopher.
And you learn.
And then you learn.
Yeah.
You actually literally just hang around with them. That is their teaching. So if Plato is teaching, you hang around with Plato.
Carry his books.
So you carry his books,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think some of the learning that we have here is actually very valid, but we don't know how to actually see its value. And there's a lot of it that is also bad. I don't want to pretend that is the only way. But it's also good if you can have some formal elements, because the industries that we are in have certain conventions. So it's sometimes good to understand conventions, rules, and the brackets within which things are being calculated before you start calculating things outside. So if you know the perimeter of what works, what doesn't work, what is allowed, what isn't allowed, you know how much you can stray. So if a kid knows that, this is the boundary, this is the compound, this is where you play, don't get out there, if you cross the road, it's like this and this, there's a way they can actually, when they do stray, there's a way they will stray with, reasonable intent, like there will be caution, and then they may get up to some good as opposed to some bad. So it's
the balance.
Yeah, so when you're in institutions, you get that. The unfortunate thing with the informal method, say the one I got into, is that usually it's not easy to see where the boundaries are. Yeah.
So you just go wild.
You go wild.
Yeah. You are a sound engineer, decorated with the degrees. Tell us what you think, or
I'm going to break it down like this. I'm just going to pick up from what he said. This is what I believe. For us to help, you asked a question earlier, I think it was the beginning of the show. How are we going to help people understand the importance of sound? I remember you saying that. I think it's what he has said. We need to first educate, because once people don't know, people we are here talking about separation, dialogue, foley, and all these different things. People have no idea.
Yeah.
People, once they hear, in fact, one of the reasons, I will mention this, we're having a training in October. It's a free training about film mixing. And why as Quad A Records, we decided to go ahead with a training is because we realized we were offering services that people didn't understand.
Yeah.
You're talking about dialogue editing. What is dialogue editing? Why is it important? And once people don't know the importance of something, they don't value it.
That's true.
Someone can't attach value to why gold is so, it's in banks and held with guns and what, is because people know its value. Yeah. For us to be appreciated in this industry, people need to know the value. So people do not appreciate what we do because they don't know the value. So by us helping people say, you know what, your movie can come from this point to this point. Once we show them that, they say, eh. And by the way, why people are not able to sell their movies premium, why people can't attach heavy value on a project, it's because the experience is not demanding that value. So once we can increase the value, it's all backed in value.
Yeah.
So we need to help people understand more. We need to invest, and we need to invest in helping people understand more. And once people can understand that, there are five departments in audio post-production, and this is just in audio post-production.
Wow.
There is pre-production, the three stages of production: pre-production, production, and post-production. So in pre-production, that's where you have the scripts, location. That's what you were saying. We need to be involved at the very beginning.
Yeah.
in pre-production, then we get into production. There are different departments of the sound in the production phase. And then we have the audio post-production, which is also very important, and you have all these 5 different departments. So I think whether it's formal and informal, the best way, I really support what he said, the best way to learn is through internship and mentorship. If many of us got to give what we have to the next generation, we will have a better industry. Because if we die with all, the best place, you know they're saying, the best place with great ideas is the grave.
Yes.
If we die with all the things that we have learned over the years, the next generation is dead.
Yeah.
And just to supplement on that point, is that the AI is slowly but surely, and COVID has, as Uncle Mo has said, COVID has flattened because right now, Mr. Kaz can testify to this. You can upload a song on SoundCloud or even Spotify, and they say for $1 or $11, we can master your track.
Just like that.
Just like that. AIs now can begin to do our jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, they can. Right now, they have not yet learned how to mix. Right now, they have not yet learned how to go in the field and record dialogue. But I'm very sure. Now, let me show you what's happening. People right now would rather go on the internet and look for a very good soundtrack and buy it at what, $11, maybe $59. But yes, it will work because people don't. It goes back to my first point: value.
Yes.
If the person who owns an ad agent, who owns, let's say, your company X. I won't mention names. We're on a show. Company X. The person in the marketing department of company X has no clue about sound and has no. Just make me a good ad. Yeah. So what someone will do is, let's just download here to maximize profit. And that ad will go. But the impact it could have made with someone sitting down and frame by frame thinking about the emotion of that advert, that's why you will still remember, Blue Band gives you the energy to grow. You remember?
Yeah,
Why?
it's like instinct to start dancing.
When you compose something to a specific brand, it lasts a test of time.
Yeah.
But whenever you do, because licensed music, many people are using that music. You just download.
Even bloggers. I have
Yes.
used music used by ads.
Yes. you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So AI, and I'm not saying we fight it. I'm just saying we need to learn how to then move with the tide and begin to put our content there. But also, we'll need to help people appreciate why it's important to sit down with a composer, to sit down with all these different departments and explain your vision to them so that you can last a test of time.
Yeah.
You have what they call shelf life.
Yeah.
Shelf life is reduced by you doing things quickly. Having a quick shortcut. Oh, the sound effects, this can do it. But if you let Amulen go to the field and capture that gunshot live, it is different from a pre-recorded library. Of course, it isn't work. That's why all these great movies with high budgets attach value to all those departments and they last the test of time.
Value. That's
so
powerful.
it will go back to education. You educate, show people the value. Once the people appreciate the value, you will build the industry together.
And that is cha-ching. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to tell us a little bit about that Chadala project and just paint us. I want you to share your experience, like what your work looks like. Yeah, because I think people need that picture. We need to, because he said, go out, take a picture of get the sound of a gunshot. Like, Amulen. But we need to be able to visualize that. I think that will help us in understanding the value. So just break that down in detail.
Wow, in detail.
Brief detail.
Okay, on Chadala, I wasn't the main production mixer. I was the first sound assistant and a boom swinger. But I think they valued us. They put sound high because they managed to hire the good gadgets. When I should call him my boss, was asked for the team he wanted, they did that. I think they worked with respect, and when you listen to the work, it comes out, okay, it feels good. Though, of course, the nitty-gritties were not tackled. Like, you don't feel, let's say if someone is pouring water, you know, just like the advert they played, the roofing's advert.
So I'm supposed to feel thirsty when someone
No, you need to feel what the picture is showing you or what the sound is bringing in. Like if it's a droplet of water, if someone is getting goosebumps, if someone is shivering, if someone is crying, you need to feel the pain. Yeah.
How do you fix something like that? Because you say the nitty-gritties were not really, tightened.
Yeah.
Can you do that post-production, or how do you prevent that from happening the next time?
It's possible both ways. You can do it on location, just like he said, going on location and getting that bullet live. You can get someone crying. I've been on sets where someone is maybe coughing, and then you're like, okay, I need to get this separate without, and the director is like, no, I can do that in post. It's okay. They have this thing of, I'll fix it in post. Yet if you're going to get the water pouring on location and just edit it nicely in post-production, I think it would save a lot compared to downloading and just throwing it there. I think if they consider location work, because that is like the clean work, it just needs to be edited out, and
I find it very inspiring that even when you point out, some of the things that it takes to get great sound, some of the things it takes to, have great production and have great projects on board, the classic, not employment, the classic work rules apply. So like you were saying, you have to go out of your way to make it happen, which brings up professionalism. In film, in entertainment, let me not even just speak on film, in entertainment, we have suffered a lot from the angle of lack of professionalism. And I just want you to share your experiences and even just tell us some of the notes you've taken along your journey when it comes to professionalism in sound and how to make sure that you get that professionalism. I think let's start with you more.
The thing about professionalism is across the board, from the sound person and the person that has the sound person. But the important thing about being good with anything, and if people can just understand this, there is nothing that beats practice. Everyone where we start is usually, but if you keep practicing ethics, practice does not lie, it shows on you. And the best way to practice, to break it down for you, one, because we learn from someone else. So one, copy, imitate what people call professionalism. Integrate it into you, in your uncommonness. Then after that, reinvent yourself. Then people are going to
someone else's blueprint.
Yes. Then people are going to be like, that guy's different. It is the best way to practice anything. And then the icing. I usually tell people, if anything is worth doing, it is worth doing well. People want to use it during coitus, but even everything else.
We also just use it as a quote on Facebook.
Anything worth doing is worth doing well. If you're not going to do, just don't walk away.
I'm a poet, so I'm about to start snapping because powerful points here. Kaz, you want to add on that maybe?
Yeah, this in itself could have carried this session alone for 3 good hours. So I've had many what I would call bad experiences, but I'm not going to focus on that. I'm going to look at those which have been right and give those as examples that so that we can see what needs to be done, because the problem is always two-pronged. As he said, the person hiring and then the person delivering the work are both key in, they should both have the right, be towing the right line. And so we are all to blame when things actually do go wrong. But let's first look at the person hiring. A lot of times, people don't sit down long enough to define what they need. They may know what they need. Or most often, actually, people know what they need deep down. But they don't always articulate that because maybe they have not given enough time to digest it and think about it. Yet they're not the ones who are going to deliver that element. They're going to ask someone else to do it. But then they're going to give that person instructions that do not relate to what they need. So the most times where I have had really, really good, successful work is because the person hiring me took the time to really think about what they were asking me to do. And this is unfortunate to say, but in Uganda, I've had it, I think I can count it on one hand, and they don't make it to 5. So unfortunately, most of those have been abroad. I can mention a name here, I think it's okay, that a director like Judith Adong, who is mostly in theater, but she is also going to be into film very soon, is someone who always would give me very, very, very clear instructions. So that means that if things go wrong, the chances I am wrong.
I love those people.
Do you know that kind of thing? Yeah, because it gives you something clear. And when they tell you that, oh, Kaz, you got this wrong, you look at it and you're like, why did I even do that? You don't even argue about it because you can see clearly you didn't fulfill the brief. So that's why I was saying I want to concentrate on those who have given me briefs that actually really make sense. Then you're less likely to fail on your deliverables and on your deadlines, because deadlines are this business is like
we live on deadlines.
Deadlines are like such a thing. But you will also note that most people who are able to give you that kind of thing have either lived with the project longer or they started thinking about soliciting your services pretty early, going back to Uncle Mo's idea. But yeah, and then if we refer to what Miss Rebecca was saying, that you got the person, you've hired them to do something. Why are you now saying we'll do it in post when this person has been hired? So I've had this even in writing music. Someone hires you to write something, and then they tell you in the middle, but there's this other guy who's going to throw in one tune here. Maybe they've got a friend, and then we got this other thing. There's a tune that I like. They have songs
Too Many Cooks?
Exactly. And usually for me, especially in an industry that is growing, this is a very unprofessional thing to do because we accept work on so many different levels. So I can accept work and I don't even tell you that the money or the fees are little. I may not even mention it, but I know they are little. And I have agreed on the premise that this is useful like this and this and and credit is very important. So now if I've accepted something on the basis that, okay, I'm doing this alone, I'll be able to shape this like this and this, and then suddenly on the credit there's someone brought a song, the other one brought a song, then now my value goes down.
It's like quencher and too much water.
Too much water. And
I'm going to have to, sorry, I'm going to have to cut you short. But I think that is very, very important to note as we take a quick break. And when we come back, I want all the panelists today to add on to the very crucial thing that is money. How do you make money in sound? We'll be right back. Look at Andrew.
No, that's another day.
That's another day. Bruh, we'll make it work. How much time do we have left?
Help me. Where can I find a network in your village?
Network?
Yes. I have no signal on my phone.
You don't have Airtel 4G?
No.
Ayun na, marama mo lang Airtel. Here we have Airtel 4G. There is network in the whole village.
Access Airtel 4G network anywhere in Uganda. With you always. Airtel, the smartphone network.
And we're back. Welcome back to the Film Hackers Talk Show. I am your host, Maritza. The conversation on sound design, music scoring, and production is going on. And our panel is so colorful. We have Andrew Hura, Uncle Mo, Moses Chiboneka, Kaz Kasozi, Rebecca Amulan. And if you've been watching, you've, Googled them at this point, stalked them, downloading their movies. Please don't do it illegally. The business needs money, which is the conversation now. How do you brand yourself as an audio producer to make the business, to get the business that you want to get? Because regardless of passion, people need to eat. And I think most people would agree with the fact that we're moving towards a world where we don't want to do 5 jobs at the same time. If I'm in entertainment, I'm in entertainment. Let entertainment pay my bills. You know what I mean? So how do we get to that part, being in audio production?
Well, I could start by saying, I mentioned earlier, first of all, we need to first understand the different, you need to understand your purpose. That's where I'm going to start. There are many people who have come to the studio, to Quad A, and they, oh my God, I'm so passionate about sound. Oh my God, sound. And why? Sound has a manipulative thing about it.
Yeah.
It has this wow effect. You remember the thought thing I started with in the beginning? Yeah. It's like, man, I think I'm a sound. I am supposed to be that sound.
Passion.
So when we come and we have a conversation with them, we look through their history. there is no trace of sound. We look to the future, and you can look to someone's future. If I ask anyone here, you can just ask someone, what do you want to do in 5 years from now? Just paint me that picture. 5 years from now, what do you see yourself doing? Many of them say, oh, I think I want my name on a billboard. I want to be doing, and you're not designed to do sound. You're a director. You need to understand what your purpose is. What were you called? What were you built? What were you designed for to accomplish? You see, life is so interesting. We have about 80 years. That's if you're okay. 90, 100.
Yeah.
But okay, let's say 90. You have about 90 years to leave a mark on this moving planet through space.
Yeah.
That opportunity is not given to everyone. So when you have been given that chance to make an impact on the global planet, you don't want to waste your years. You come and try out, let me try out 5 years doing sound and see if it's my thing. And then after 5 years, you realize I wasted time.
Yeah.
Find out, be very honest with yourself. What do I want to do 5 years from now? Now, if you have honestly done that assessment and you know your vision and purpose for life, then I'll talk about, because I'm with my background and specialty is in the audio post-production side. Okay. Probably my friends will expand on the others. In audio post-production, we have the 5 departments. We have dialogue, we have Foley, we have SFX, we have backgrounds, and then we have music. Now, under those different departments, you can actually start a career, but you need to invest time in them. As he said, to become a professional, you know that, is it 10,000 hour rule, where you have to do something so many times that you're so good at it, they wake you up in the morning and say, edit this, you just don't even do it well. So there is a lot of time that needs to be invested to build that craft. If you want to do music composition, you can make money from putting up your records. Like I told you, there's the AI, now people are selling music on, you can just put up a website or subscribe to publishers. Yeah. There is SCAP, there is BMI. Subscribe to them, build up a library, put up your library online, and people will be, YouTube actually begins to pay people. Put up your music out there. Once people begin to buy your music, you grow a fan base. And those people will always say, this person's music, we love this person's music. And they begin to buy your music. As a composer, you begin to make money. If you want to do dialogue editing, if you want to do Foley, put your CV out there. But you see, you can't build a CV in 1 year. Yeah. Because people will not give you work when you have 1 year's experience. They will give you work if you have, I've done this movie, I've done this movie, I've done this. In other words, you need to build your profile. So you can build your profile, then put up your profile online. And people who keep on scouting, there are always people scouting. I want someone to do Foley for this project. What is their profile? So invest in time and then put yourself out there, and people will always, your time will come. If an opportunity hits your door and you're not prepared, that opportunity is gone.
It's gone. That's true.
Yeah, so there are all these different departments in dialogue, in Foley, SFX, backgrounds, and music. All these different departments, careers can be brought forth and people can actually earn from them, but we need to invest time in them.
I like that. Uncle Mo, let me see your shoes. You have money. Tell us.
You see, half the time, I don't blame sound production mixers much sometimes, because the business thing is also a complicated other thing. Probably some guys, all they know is the sound.
Yeah.
So people need to invest time in the master classes to learn some of these things. But if I'm to just rush to how will they make money? So here in this moment, I'm talking about, say, Becky. She has already done sound for some time. How can she make money? Sound, the people doing sound need to understand the art of telling us that don't understand sound what is entailed. When you're quoting for your sound, you don't say, to do that, I'll need 300,000. I'll ask you for what? You calm down, and by the way, when you understand how to quote for your work, you will start making money. And by the way, when you're quoting, you have to put anything you will actually need, because you might actually need it. So sit down, be like, I'll need I don't know the things that are happening there, but at least I know there's a mixer, there's a boom, there's a gear, there are lapels, there are what, and then, so that someone appreciates. So that we establish the fact that actually sound is needed.
As opposed to sound
300K. Why?
They don't go further.
So that, from that moment,
300K.
It brings me to the simple motto. If you pretend to pay someone, they'll pretend to work for you.
Oh.
Yes.
Period.
Works for me. Absolutely works for me. Now, before we went, right at the break, we were seeing the Airtel ad with the villager in the village. How are you the villager in the village? Village. So you worked on that project.
Yes, I did.
Can you share your experience being on the project, and if the project had an impact on you, not just with your career, but did it propel you in terms of sound dimensions and your learning scope? Just share your experience.
My experience on the Airtel advert was the best part of it, or what made it really easy, is the fact that I was working with a director that was communicating, a director that was understanding, listening, and not hard to approach. Most directors are taught that a director is unapproachable. They are high there, so you can't go and ask him or her, what do you want me to get in this specific situation? Do you need sound on this? Do you need me to record this? Do you need me to record that? So the director we worked with, he was from, I think, Zambia. He's called Ken Mumba. He was so easy to work with. I sat down with him that morning and he took me through his expectations. He told me, I want this, I want that. Even before we had already prepared the gear we needed, because he communicated what he wanted.
Before he came.
Meaning he's schooled on all that, on all the departments. So when we got on set, it was easy. I knew I have to get the chickens making the noise. I knew I need to get the footsteps of the baby running. I knew I need to get the beats of these people running around and all that. So it made it really easy for me, because I didn't have to just think and say, what if I record this and he actually doesn't use it?
Yeah.
Because most times you're like, but he doesn't really need this. He's not going to use this. She's not going to use this. But once your director gives you a breakdown of what he wants, and that's what happened on that advert, he just broke down what he needed. And of course, the rest of the team was professional. If you're also working with other professionals, you don't have to struggle. But we get in situations where people think when you ask for silence, I can still keep murmuring. And it's okay. They don't know that the mics are picking everything. But if all of us know when it's time for recording, the moment we call a tech, we all go silent. Even your breathing has to be moderated. Absolutely. You don't cough, you don't clear your voice, you don't drag your feet. If you've seen people booming before, even the boom swing, even if you're following someone, you're so careful, like your footsteps are
you're like a thief.
Yes, like you're basically tiptoeing, and because you don't want to affect anything. So I think going back to what almost everyone has said here, we need that professionalism. We need to be schooled. We need to know, before you become a director, you need to know how the camera works. You need to know what it takes to get good sound. You need to know how acting works. And once you get all that, I think you respect all the departments. And that's how even the money comes in, because there is professionalism. You're working with a professional director, the DOP is professional, your boom swinger or your assistant is a professional. They know what to do. And professionalism, that doesn't just mean you went to school, like you said. You have the experience. But then I've noticed in Uganda, once I learn on the street, that's it.
You're from the street.
Yes, I'll come and diss you and do what, and that's it. We have lots of people that have learned on the job, or maybe even on the street just, and they carry that on. They don't want to adjust, but you don't have to go to a university to learn professionalism. Like he was saying, you can pay up for a masterclass.
Yeah.
You can sit on YouTube and watch. You can interact with other people. Up until now, I've been in the industry, it's coming to 5 years, but I still call my mentor when I'm on set in case something is not matching up. I still ask him, do you have anything new? I learn from the people that I'm just mentoring actually. Andrew knows Comarket. There is a young boy. He's also getting into sound. When I'm working with him, he teaches me things. You know, he's like, no, this isn't called this, it's called that. Did you know this? And I'm like, no, I didn't. But then when you block yourself and think, the knowledge you have is just enough. When I'm on set, I'm the king. When I'm on set, I'm this, I'm the queen. I'm not, you can't tell me what to do. Trust me, you'll never get out of the loophole you're in. You'll be in that fence thinking that's all you should know. Yet there is a lot of information outside there.
Yeah.
There is a lot of things you can learn on set. Like Uncle Mo said, being on set also helps. Being on, okay, let's say in studio or what, being on the job. Yes, you know. That's why, yeah, being on the ground.
Yeah.
Most directors will tell you I was a T girl. I was a sledge girl, I was a runner, I was this. We usually use runner. But, you know, from observing, you learn a lot. Yes, you can go to school, learn these things, but observation also gives you a big, you know? So, yeah.
So I bring up the Airtel ad to also, I think, bring up Chadela as well, which was social responsibility production.
Yes.
And these things that are maybe outside the scope of entertainment. Paint for us a picture. What are some projects that, you know, don't necessarily fall in entertainment and are closed off as just have a good time? What kind of projects can propel your career into the bag, like the money? When we think the money for us, on the other side of the end, we think Hollywood. So Queen of Katwe, like, was that innocent? Hey! So what kind of projects can propel you to those heights? Kaz, you've seen the heights.
Okay, there are many.
Give us the shortcut.
I think there are many things that you can do to improve first your marketability, but your presence within the market. Even when you're not directly marketing, but to be visible.
Yeah.
And the main thing I think is first to be present within the field and sphere that you intend to operate. I'm not a person who, for example, likes to go out a lot. I don't do bars, I don't do, well, this COVID situation is kind of my usual life.
It's your life.
Yeah. So, but I found myself, like, especially here in Uganda, I found myself having sometimes to go out. And I haven't gone out necessarily for a good time to meet, you know, to meet some people who are within the industry that we are in. Even though I'm kind of reclusive, I can still get those few moments, and it's very taxing. At least, like to show how important it is. For me, going out is extremely taxing, extremely. Like my mind doesn't like it. But knowing the industry, I mean, that I also have to connect with people, see who is doing what, who's performing, who are the people making things. Oh, a new movie came out. It might even be, I might even already know that the movie is bad. And I still go to see it and support and those kinds of things. You keep engaging because also, in fact, in films, it's kind of odd to talk about good and bad films. Because many times what makes a film fail is not because of the abilities of the individuals.
Yeah.
There are many factors that make
involved.
it. Otherwise,
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you short. We're being round up.
Okay.
But just give us like a couple of projects and you know just closing remark.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll refer to one that has already been shown. For example, the Chadela score, which I was involved with writing, and that on that score, some of the things that we've talked about here that are important did happen. They called me in, not at script time, but it was still early on. They were still shooting some extra stuff, and it was quite it was quite a tough sell for someone within the production to sell to the producers that this music needed to be written in this fashion. And that's not to say that the producers didn't want something good, but it goes to show that we need a lot of educating on both sides of the level, like both for audience, for the practitioners ourselves, to see like what does it entail, and it was kind of an education for us, for the producers also to know that okay, this can work, and this is how tough it is, or how long it takes to do this. This is the value of this work. So it was a very interesting project in the sense that within the production itself, people had to convince each other
that
these elements are necessary.
I like
so and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That shows
Progress.
progress. And I'm pretty sure that as things go forward, those same individuals, even if they're doing other productions away from the same team, they will now have the value of that information. But then going to the just briefly, the thing of earning is still really tough in our industry here because it's just picking up. But I think it's important to keep a very lively presence beyond here.
Yeah.
Because music is not just a preserve here, and African content, if we're speaking of music specifically, has gained traction further. So if I can write like the score for Chadala, whereby it's using classical elements, like it's kind of written was written to be played by an orchestra, but the elements are African. Yeah. So it's
like
still
ours.
So it's still possible to actually write something very African without necessarily dingy akogo and all that. And I don't have anything against that. I have an akogo at my desk actually. Because I go to it to get melodies that I would use in other ways. So try to use that which is close to you, and try to use that which is genuine. Like without forcing, like which is genuine. But trying to force things, you're not going to compete with Hans Zimmer at this point.
I like
do
that.
Do something unique that is sellable.
We're running out of time, but I want brief closing remarks from all our panelists because we've picked so much and we need to just boil it up. Yes, Rebecca?
My closing remarks would be people should normalize learning, respecting, and paying, of course. And paying, of course, because I usually defend the audio department so much because you can listen to a radio and laugh, smile, and dance and what, but you can't watch a TV and it's muted and someone is talking and you expect to laugh along. Unless if it's Mr. Bean. But even with Mr. Bean, there are those funny sounds that come along. So people should normalize learning and respecting every department.
I like that. Mr. Moses?
The thing that I want people, I would say it again, like for myself when I was doing Amakomo Makanika from Chileka, it started from way back. I used to watch JLN on Saturday Night Live, and I was like, one day I want to do a JLN Saturday Night Live show in Uganda. It was my dream. Then later, someone better, in my opinion, comes and is doing the Daily Show. That guy, Stewart, what was his name?
Jon Stewart.
Yeah, Jon Stewart. I was like, no, I don't want JLNO show. I want this one. And that was my idea until 2 weeks before I shot my first episode of Makanika from Chireka. Okay, guy came and told me, where are we going to get lights? We don't need to set up a studio. Where are we going to set up the studio? So I borrowed, I imitated, and somebody, you have a garage. Why can't you just go and do your thing from there? And I reinvented something new. To me, it's new. I don't know, probably people have seen it somewhere else. But you see, if we want to work like that, we have a place. If people want to work like that, I have videos that I've had to shoot again because there's an effect that won't be
not wanted.
Exactly. We should want to work like that. If you're not going to reinvent, Okay, I don't want to say don't wake up. Okay, you wake up, but just do something else that you reinvent.
Yeah, I like that. Mr. Hor?
Well, I think it's very important that we spend the time, doing the things that we love. If you love to go in the field and capture sound, go and do that. But also, let us. We're not downplaying going to university and studying sound. It's actually expensive to go and do sound.
Yeah.
Very, very expensive. It's actually, and it shows you why it's expensive. It's very expensive. So you find many people just doing it just on the streets, as she said. But you have to have a mixed spirit. You have to have a teachable spirit. You have to learn. You always have to learn. So if you want to grow, if you want to make a career in the sound department, intern with people, intern with cars, intern with Amulen, intern with him. Come on his set and say, well, let me learn how your sound guys do it. How do they capture that sound?
Yeah.
Learn from people who are in the craft doing it, and always have that mentality of I'm always learning. We never stop learning. Always keep on learning things. And also, I love what Kaz said, and I'll also emphasize it, that it is very important for you to be unique. And he also emphasized it. Be unique. Don't do what others think outside the box. Don't think about, oh, the others did it like this, copy and paste. You will not be unique. Think outside the box. And I think by doing that, we'll put our industry on the map. People will notice, there's something special coming out from Uganda. What is that? It is something that is new. I'll say it again. I love his show.
Yes.
And why? It's because I've not seen. I was so proud that it was a Ugandan doing something like that, and I shared it around. Nice. But people want something new. People are tired of seeing the same old content. So if you want to start a career, just make sure that you come with that perseverance and unique thinking outside of the box. And I think we shall make it. The final thing that I will also say is that it's very important for us to find a way in our uniqueness to make it sustainable.
Yes.
By making it sustainable, we are able to keep doing what we love.
Yeah.
Because you're able to, it's something you're enjoying and it's sustainable. Like, you know why Coca-Cola makes a lot of money? Coca-Cola has the budget to keep showing you that a meal does not go well without a Coke. So you find it, and now they're able to pay the camera people, they're able to pay the best sound guys in the industry, they're able to pay all these things. Why? It's because they're showing the client, they have that marketing department that is able to market the product so that people can buy. Once the people buy, they're able to consume the product, making Coca-Cola money to pay the other people in the industry. So in other words, we need to tackle the marketing of our content, making it sustainable. Once it's sustainable, we're able to enjoy our different specialized fields and be the best that we can be.
I cannot even reiterate or add.
Maybe.
One last thing.
It's funny.
Is it short?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's about money. I love money.
It's about money.
I love money, yes. Producers need to know, producers who produce a series, they need to know that the money you're paying the sound mixer, the production mixer, doesn't come with a boom swing. They underlook those guys so much. Okay, I'm also a boom swinger. Sometimes I get jobs like that. But then they're paying the production mixer and they're giving you...
They forget that someone has to work this.
Yes.
I'm very happy that I had the privilege to sit and host this panel. You are amazing in this industry, valued. This afternoon we were with Rebecca Amulen, Kaz Kasozi, Moses Chiboneka, and Andrew Ahura. I am very excited that you shared and gave you gave more than was even required. So I'm grateful. And we hope you will replay this video over and over again. Please follow them on social media. You can find this video on Net Studios Africa on YouTube and Facebook, Film Hackers Uganda, and of course, this would not have been possible without Incredible Media and Garage Group. My name is Maritza. Catch you again next Friday. Learn, take notes, and take all this in, and we'll see you next week for the next Film Hackers talk show. Welcome to another episode of the Film Hackers Talk Show. My name is Maritza. I am so happy that you came back today. Share those links, YouTube, Facebook, and we are here to equip you with all the knowledge. Also the people, that's why we bring them here, so we can hook you up, that you need in order to make it through the film industry. Now, whether it's talking about sound, whether it's talking about management, we make sure that you get all the information you need and you can be part of the conversation because it actually carries on social media right after we leave this beautiful set. How are you doing? Happy Friday to you and yours. I'm excited about today's conversation because these stakeholders are the major stakeholders. If these stakeholders were not present, what is film? Shall we shoot wild animals forever? I'm very excited today. We have an amazing panel. More ladies, yes. Very happy about that, and I can't wait to introduce them to you because you will absolutely have a good time, and I'm hoping I will as well. Now, this would not be possible without Net Studios Africa, as well as Garage Group and Incredible Media, and you can also share these links to your friends so they can watch and be part of the show. My name is Maritza. I will be your host for the entire hour, and welcome aboard. Now, today we have actresses and a TV producer. Now, I am excited today because the conversation is about actor, actress, and producer relationships. Relationships are very important, not just to help us multiply, but also to help us make some money. And sometimes the relationship you have with the producer actually makes your work a lot easier and a lot better. Now, today, I am excited. Let's start with, on my right, weighing about 250 pounds. I'm joking. I am sorry. I need to stop making those jokes with women. On my right, very excited to welcome to the show Agaba Joan. She is an actress, but that's not where she started. My girl left HR and decided to come to the happiest side of life. She's passionate about film. You have seen her in Mistakes Girls Do. She has won awards for Best Actress, and I think that was in Terror. And I'll let her introduce herself in a little bit. I need to also introduce the other panelists today. To my far left, let me stop with the weight jokes. This is not boxing. To my far left, I'm very excited to welcome to the show Ninsima Rona, another decorated award-winning actress. And she has actually co-starred in a couple of TV shows and movies with Joan. So that will be an interesting conversation to get into. So you know her from Laila, you know her from 94 Terror, Mistakes Girls Do, and I'm very excited that she's here with us today as well. Drum roll, please, for the only gentleman on the panel today. We have Agaba Osman. He is a TV programmer, he's a producer, he's an actor, and he says for the first time in 6 years, he's on the other side of the camera. So I can't wait to see how that goes. Some of his works are, of course, very amazing. Ngude Munsobi, He's the Man, and also the comedy TV School Times. And I think this time, let's give the panelists a bit more time to introduce themselves and talk about themselves since they are the focus of the conversation today. So let's start with you, Osman. Tell us about how you became a producer, your acting journey, how you became Agaba Osman.
Matov Osman, by the way,
Sorry,
not Agaba.
I'm so
There's
sorry.
an Agaba here.
I
Who's taking
I married you. I apologize.
I think so many ladies now.
I am not ordained to marry people, so I take that back. I apologize. Mr. Matovu Osman.
Yes. My journey goes back long time because I grew up in theater from 1983. That's when I was born. Yeah, Sajamkuru. That's when I was born, and by 1986, I had started featuring into drama plays as a baby.
Wow.
So I grew up knowing that life. I grew up in like a theater boy. Then joining my primary, the same happened. Joining my secondary school, the same happened with Bakaimba Drama Actors, that is Pride Academy. So it was still the same thing. Then as Bakaimbida, we used to do drama performances and musical shows. That's when the auditions for Last King of Scotland came in. And the group was, okay, you have to go for auditions and everyone has to be there. So I was very lucky I was an extra who was not seen in the movie, but...
It's the experience that counts.
But when I was there, I realized that this is who I'm supposed to be. This is what I'm supposed to do. And from there, I never turned back. So I went ahead, I convinced an headmistress, Red Star Primary School, it is in Kasuri there, to do a children film. Like, it was like a drama film, kind of. So we did it, and surprisingly, I didn't know by that time there was any Ugandan making movies. But during the period of the premiere, that's when I found Kagolo Hussein, Ashraf Simogerere. So we became 3 people, each doing his own thing, but all serving the same purpose. And I think from there, the rest is history. We're just moving on.
That. That's a long story.
It's a long...
But you're not that old. Did you know you're actually a millennial?
No.
Yeah, you are. If you were born in 1980 onwards, you're a millennial.
I understand, but I doubt marrying you.
So let's hear from the real Agaba.
So my journey is quite a funny one. So I have a friend. She's like, we're having auditions and you're not so busy. Can you please help me? And we got together. So I'm like, okay, acting sounded like a joke. So I'm like, okay, let's go. So I reached there, people are auditioning, they're teaming up, they're pairing here and there, and it all looks weird, they're so confused. And I'm like, okay, let me go find something to eat. I think I cannot tolerate this environment. It was too loud. So a certain guy comes up and he's like, please, I really need to do these auditions. I really want to, and I don't have a pair. Can we be a team? And I'm like, okay. The first thing that I told him, you're going to pay. I told him you're paying.
You're not easy.
I never saw myself acting. And it is as soon as 2015. It is close as then. So we team up and we go for the auditions. So we wait for the results, which I was not actually interested in. Yeah, I'm being realistic here.
I like it.
So director says, the first person he mentioned was Agaba Joan. And I'm like, okay, now look at this bullshit, honestly. I've failed, and everyone has seen me that I've failed.
And they called you first.
Over things I didn't even want to do in the first place. So he tells me, I like your color complexion, but I think you need to watch a lot of movies because you actually didn't give me what I wanted. It was basically coming with a friend for auditions. I didn't know acting existed. It is something I'd never thought I would ever do. But as as time passed, this friend kept on insisting I go for rehearsals. And because I didn't want to hurt them, I would spare some transport and come for the rehearsals. So my first movie, it was still a joke.
You have a whole role in a movie.
No, it was the first one. Maybe not. The first one was Freedom.
Okay.
So what actually pissed me off was I go all the way to Ginger to sit as an extra, and I'm like, I'm not doing this. I told my friend, the next year, it's my year. The treatment they gave the lead role was amazing. I felt I needed to be in that place. I felt I belonged there. But I didn't know what acting was. I needed the treatment. I think you understand me.
Yeah.
So I was just excited. So she laughs out loud and she's like, if she did it, you can do it. But we know with this look like you cannot do it. And I'm like, okay. I didn't know how to act. I didn't know what things. So as time passed, we come back for rehearsals, shooting's done, and boom, it's 94. It's torture. People kept on rehearsing, but inside me, I had this zeal. I had that wolf in me, you know. Like you have another person within you that keeps on pushing you, even when you resist so hard.
Yeah.
So I feel like these people don't do it exactly as I would have. You know, I'm just seated there praying director to spot me out and tell me, come and try it out. And yes, he did. He gave me the opportunity, and from then is when I knew I am literally meant for this. So everything just happened. From then, I just embodied with acting. I became another whole new person. You know, if I don't go for rehearsals, I'm
incomplete. This happened in 2015, the space of 1 year.
Yes.
That is
so
amazing.
2016, I have a movie. I'm nominated Best Actress, MVCA. When I go out there and I look at these people and I'm competing with, oh my, with people who have been in the industry for over years. I've grown watching them. I looked at myself and I'm like, woman, grow up. You're meant for this, you know? And, you know, I have a very amazing director who keeps on pushing you, you know? You act with him. He tells you, you can do it. Even when inside you have this whole evil spirit telling you, oh, woman, you cannot.
Dark angel one
You
side.
have a dark angel within you telling you, you are so dark. You're not as beautiful as a person who needs to be on screen. You know, those, oh, trust me.
Yeah.
My journey is amazing. It has a lot to reflect on how disorganized my life.
I like how self-aware you were even throughout the whole period.
Yeah,
and recognizing that I'm here, but I'm not sure. Not
Yes,
yet.
yes.
But we're here.
I'm telling you.
I like that. Let's hear from you, Rona. How did you become Rona Ninsima?
To be honest, even as a child, I was a fanatic of film.
Wow.
I've always loved to watch film. In that was like a punishment for me. My mother would come up and like, if you don't do this, you're not watching a movie. So I grew up knowing that I love film, I want to watch movies. I didn't know that I really want to act, but I wanted to watch movies. And I liked the escapism, the sense of escapism in acting. It was fun. I felt like sometime when I was growing up, I would be with my little brother. Now, like a movie like Home Alone.
Yes.
Would say word per word, like word per word. And all the movies would say the words, and then I'm like, I think I can do this. I want to do this as a child. But I was not sure that I would do it, and even at that age, I didn't know that acting was a thing in Uganda. I didn't even think it would really, really become a thing in Uganda. I didn't think film would ever come to Uganda. And I'm surprised at that time, film was actually going on.
Yeah.
So I grew up and made new friends, and when I was at campus, a few of my friends told me, Rona, you're a drama queen. You should venture into acting. You know, like just a comment, like a friend of mine called Precious. She just kept calling me a drama queen, like I would like do things and she's like mesmerized, and then like, she's like, you need to act. I didn't like give it thought until one day they heard of some auditions, fast track auditions. I think that was the time of the hostel, sometime like that. And they told me, we are going for these auditions. I'm like, we are going if you guys are going to audition with me. But I am not auditioning. So they're like, okay, we are all going to audition. So we reached, and then we auditioned. And then I met some guy called Kasmil and some two guys, Kasmil and Sami Wetala. And then they told me that I actually had talent. They were like just complimenting. And then I'm like, these guys.
They want something.
These guys. I'm like, it went on like that. Like I was just downplaying it, but I knew I liked it, but I was not confident enough to go ahead and pursue it. Then sometime they were calling for auditions. I went for like 5 auditions before I went to Limit Production.
Okay.
Just going there for fun, to just get the feel, because Precious kept telling me, you can act. I want you to act. I'm like, let's just go for these auditions. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. Like, we go for the auditions. If you do it and they call you, well and good. If they don't call you, kawa. So we go for the Limit Productions auditions, and then it hit me. I'm like, I've come for auditions and this is an agency. That means they have to sign me. And then my comment was telling me, I have to be signed to one person for all these years. I'm like, no.
The fear of commitment.
Yeah. And then the director Mlindo, is like, you can act. First of all, I like your voice. I'm like, okay, my voice. That was like the first time I heard someone say anything about my voice. Me, I used to think like my voice was too cracky, I don't like it, and what? And then he's like, I like your voice. Secondly, your skin complexion is going to pay you amounts of money. And when I was growing up, people used to call me Amukoko.
Kadugala,
like,
all the names. Yeah.
How dare you say this skin complexion is going to pay me? When
Did you ask which currency?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm like, how dare you? I can't get paid because I'm dark-skinned. And then he's like, trust me, you thank me when there's someone that calls you for the first time because you're dark-skinned. I'm like, okay. Now, there's things that he said. But even when he told me that I'd gone through the auditions, I can now be signed to the agency. Those 2 particular things that he said, I kept thinking about them. I'm like, okay, for once in my life, those 2 things I didn't like, someone likes them and they actually think they can make me money. And I'm like, okay, I think I should give it a try. Yeah, from there on, I've never looked back.
Just here collecting awards.
Yeah.
I like it. I think a background story tells a lot, even just hearing from the 3 of you, tells a lot of how there's so many different ways to get into the film industry. And I know there's a lot of aspiring actors and actresses, or even people who want to get into the producer roles, that want to be part of the industry. From your experience, even from what you've seen over the years as you've worked, the people you've interacted with, what are some of the best ways to be initiated, or even to initiate yourself into the film industry as an actor or actress and producer? I think let's start with you.
I think it all goes back to discipline. When I talk about discipline, normally in Africa, we know discipline is when you wake up and greet elders and stuff like that. But the way you compose yourself, how do you keep time? How do you do your things? When you get on set, are you ready with the lines, or you need to go there and you start mambo-jambling around like, I need to get this line, I haven't got it. Have you practiced enough? Are you patient enough that if they go for another take, go for another take? Are you really willing to go for it? The cooperation, how are you going to coordinate with all the others, the makeup artist, the costumier, whoever is on set? Because remember, as an artist, when you're there, everyone on the crew is looking at you. Yeah. Whatever they have, they're feeding you so that you make it better.
Yeah.
If you make it better, then the project turns to be better. So it all goes back to discipline, according to me. Discipline is the key factor.
I would expect that from the producer. Yeah. Okay, discipline so we can get work done.
Of course.
Let's hear from you, John.
I think I'll side with him. My experience, I would say, whatsoever situation is set, and whatsoever situation there is with a producer, anything, whatever it is, discipline comes first. And once that is done, to me, the second one should be persistence.
That's good.
Once you have the discipline, but you easily give up on things, trust me, you cannot make it. With this, our industry, trust me, if you're not persistent, you have to keep going. If you're told that is not right, be as appreciative as someone who allows feedback. Yes, you need to change this. I think you need to twist in a little here, cut a little bit of weight, and because we are portraying characters that are not us. And it's in the producer's best interest, and also you, the actor, in your best interest to suit the character that you're being given. But in most cases as actors, I think this whole game, we just throw it to the producers, to the owner of the movies, and you forget that as much as Usman is doing this movie, he's not the face of this movie. You as an actor are the face of this movie. When you go out there and you're acting as this bitchy, slutty kid, it's you who's going to be slapped, not Usman who gave me that script. So how best can you operationalize your character, depending on the person that you've been given in the script? You understand? So I think we shouldn't just throw this whole game to the producers. As actors, we need to own it, own the script. As immediately as Usman gives you the script, it ceases being his.
Take the responsibility.
Take the responsibility. Do the research. Own it. And let it embody with it. Make research about it. He's not going to send you research material.
You've made a very key point. So, like, when you get a script, elaborate on that. Why would I have to do research? The film is on the paper.
Yes, it is on the paper because your accent is totally different from mine, and you're being given a script to act me. You understand? Are you understanding?
You want me to try? To try and act like John? So, you have been given a script, and you have to take responsibility. How's my audition? How's my audition?
So you understand?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, is you not looking stupid on screen?
Paint a picture of the kind of research you've had to do in the past, because accents doesn't even feel like real research. If you're acting Ugandan roles, we have Basoga friends, we have Acholi friends,
I think it works.
It's not about only the language. But for instance, you're portraying a policeman.
Yes.
How do they behave? I see so many characters where a policeman comes in with beards like mine. Have you ever seen one? Because it's a regulation in the police academy. You don't have to have beards. Seriously, that's how it is. You are portraying the character of a nurse. How are you holding the injection? That is the kind of research you have to, exactly. I remember one time we did a project about law and what it was about, I'm forgetting the exact thing, but this guy was supposed to be a lawyer. But the dress code, the way we dressed him, when we went to Law Development Center to get some clarifications, they told us, no, we don't put on like that. We don't put on flowered shirts. That's when I realized, wow, these guys, and it's either white or plain blue, and that's how they do.
Yeah.
So that research also as an actor or an actress, you need it. You need to understand that. Even other people on the crew, they need to know that.
And then again, Marisa, you said accenting is not really an issue because we have Basoga friends and whatnot. I beg to differ because accenting is actually acting. So
It's a full course.
Yes, it's a full course. Dialect, like personally, I would like to up my game on dialect, get more languages, and in Uganda, I would at least have to know a half of each language in Uganda. If you do that, Osman, if he's looking for an Acholi, and I know some Acholi, half of Acholi, even when I am not Acholi, he will call me.
Yeah.
So if I cannot accent like an Acholi, he's not going to call me because there are many more Acholis out there. So why would he call me? So if you're doing your research and you're working on your accenting and your dialect, it's also research. It is, as an actress, you need it.
So it's work. From the points that you are making, put in the work. Yeah. Let's hear from you. How do we make it, if I'm trying to get into the industry, how would I do that as an actress?
Yeah, so everyone has talked about discipline and persistence and what. I like to talk about passion. See, what we do is passion-driven. Because if you're not passionate about acting, you might not even last for a year or two. Because if you're not passion-driven and they call you on set at 1 a.m.,
First, pause. You get called on set at 1 a.m.
Yes.
What were you waiting for? The moon to rise? Paint that picture for someone who doesn't understand why they're being called at 1 a.m.
Okay, you're not really called on set at 1 a.m., but you are on set, like you have to shoot your scene at night. And maybe there are scenes they had to shoot at first, like there are those scenes they need to shoot first, like from 8 p.m. to like midnight, and then your scene comes last. Yeah, you get. So if you're not passion driven, and then you have to be out of your bed at 1 a.m., you're like, is this worth it?
Mfachi.
Yeah, mfachi, you know. So if you're not passion driven, you're not going to do it. Then again, there's something people like to run away from that is real. If you're not passion driven, let me tell it like it is. There is no money. Like, don't dream and be like, I'm going to be paid $10,000 for a role. No, it's not there. A producer is fixing his budget. He has 10 million he wants to put in a film. 10 or 20 million. That means lighting, cameras, locations and whatnot. Remember locations here, we have to even pay for locations.
Yeah.
Not like in Nigeria where they're even called upon Django because they say, Wange, you get. Now here you have to pay for location. So the director, the producer of the film is looking at it and he's like, Rona, let me give you 50,000 shillings. And I'm like, okay, I studied accounting. If I am at that firm, I am going to be paid 600 per month. After tax, why am I staying here for 50K? You get, if you're not passion driven, you will not stay.
Yeah.
You get,
yeah.
You will not stay. So if you're passion driven, you have to like what you're doing. Because for us who have managed to stay for all these years in acting, it's because it's a job that we do that we like to do. We are having fun at a job.
Yeah.
If you're not passion driven, yes, I'm not saying there are not people that are there that are acting and they're not passionate about it. They are there, but
I love that the unison in agreement.
They are there, but I like to think they're not going to be in it for a long time.
Yeah.
Because, see, for one, as a woman, when you're not passionate about it, a man is going to come and is like, Arono Mani, I'm going to get you a shop in Chikubo. It's going to be worth 30 million. And every day you're going to be getting yourself like 100 Gs. I'm like, okay, now if I am not passion driven, I'm like,
50K. that 50K becomes like lunch money.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Like,
So if I'm acting and I'm not passion driven and a man like that comes in my life, I'm Bufumbo College, yeah? And yet you need the passion to keep you going. Yes, this man has come, but you need to tell him, you know what, Osman, my love, I actually love acting.
Yeah.
And it's what makes me happy. If you're not,
let him divert
home.
his 30 millions. That can work. I want us to elaborate on the money conversation, but before we go there, I think we need a better understanding on what a producer does, because I think that will also put the money conversation in perspective. Mr. Producer, sir.
Basically, you're the manager, you're the owner of the project. You have to see things running, like any other businessman. For example, you owning a washing bay, let me give it to that level. You would love your bakanabe to be there on time,
yes.
The service they provide. So it comes back to the producer. You have to make sure that everything runs exactly as it's supposed to be. Because every minute costs you. Like you said, 50K. I know what it means. I know the value of an actress who gets 50K or an actor. I can understand what it is. Because there was a point at the time even the crew people and whatever, they were not paid. But it hurts you deep inside. Though you don't have the budget, you have this passion that we have to make this work done. But you look at them after a shoot, like you said, 1 a.m., huh? Is it? Yes. So that means you're shooting. So you're leaving the set at 3, somehow there, around there. How are they going to go back? You look at that. Because this means you have to push. You have to go mad. You have to be crazy about it. I need this done.
Yeah.
So if an actress makes a mistake, you feel like, oh, Nanzita. If things are not right, the continuity person miscalculated something, now the katamba is not on the head. What the hell are you thinking?
Yeah.
That's why you see these people, sometimes they are rough, but it's not them. It's it's about it's securing the investment. It's
Yeah.
about the investment.
Yeah.
Because normally we borrow money to put in projects. You don't have that chunk that you go pick and you put. You borrow, go to the bank, what I need this money to do this project, shooting 3 months, editing, post-production, 3 months, 6 months down the road. All your life is on that budget. All whatever you're doing, it's there. So you have to push. You have to push. That's why you see certain producers from the field, they can't sleep for months. What is going on? Where is our movie? Mundeke. Because the guy is dry. He can't push anything. He can't push anything.
That is very, is the word understandable? Wanange English.
It's okay.
Understandable. That is very understandable because now at the head you have, do they call an omniscient view?
Of course,
Of
you do.
you see everything,
Everywhere.
everyone, and you're everywhere at the same time.
Exactly.
Now let's talk about money because you brought up a very important point that if you don't have passion, the money aspect can sway you because it might not be that much. How long did it take you to get paid in acting? Let's start with Osman. How many projects did you work on before you actually got money that you were like, this is a paycheck?
Okay. I'll leave the drama side.
Okay.
Because that I was on scholarship, so it is different. After producing my first movie, that is The Friends Act, I also was a little bit lucky. I started my career. I kicked off my career. So after producing that movie, I tried to find an avenue. How do I get money out of it? We tried several things, but it failed. Now, I remember that evening from Pride Theatre, when that theatre was still open. I have my DVD in hand, and I want to go back to Najana Nkumbi. I have no transport on me. I haven't taken lunch, and honestly, supper, okay, I wanted lunch, supper, to Nabilaba. I was walking to around Tisenyi, Mkumbuzi, moving up to Lubiri, then I cut through the palace, then down to Ndeba. You know how you do your panyas. Then I see a small library just along the road. But I have a DVD. My content, I spent a full year working on it because I had no experience, I had no nothing, I had no anything.
Yeah.
So holding this CD, I look at the library. I need transport, I need food. I go to the guy and tell him, I have this. Can you give me 2,500? I let you publish it. 2,500, true story. Because I had tried everything. It was the Nigerians taking over everything.
Yeah.
So this guy looked at me and he laughed. And he told me, you come, let me take you somewhere. That's how I was driven to Majestic. This is when I realized big shops and big whatever, distribution libraries and whatever, were there. They made me work for almost a year. And honestly, my first movie, I wasn't paid.
Wow.
I wasn't paid. Because I had to let it to go for free so that he can give me money to do the second movie.
Yeah.
As a how do you call it? Ram single. You understand? So that's how it was. But because of the passion, you keep on.
You pushed.
Pushing.
That is a powerful story. That's a powerful story. Can I be on the writers for your biopic?
Please do.
This is a very interesting one. Now, we're going to hear more from the panelists, and especially on the conversation on money. We get into businesses that we love and projects that we love, but that doesn't mean we should forfeit our need to survive and our love for money. So that conversation is coming back. We're going to take a quick break. You are watching the Film Hackers Talk Show. Share the link. Let your friends know that we are talking actors and actress and producer relationship. We'll be right back.
Yes, good morning everyone.
Wasuze otya musomesa?
Amole mbadde mmaze okubuuza. Kwegamba tetukwetaagisa kumbuuza gwakubiri.
Musomesa, ogamba nno tukuwulidde. Mpozi eby'oluzungu by'osembyeyo. Ate nze sibitegedde.
Good morning. Kitegeeza wasuze otya. Omuntu bw'akubuuza nti good morning nga nawe omuddamu good morning to you.
Bisoose bibadde bizibu nnyo musomesa naye katyu kangu. Tyu kikkirizibwa okukasalako musomesa.
Sikutegedde Luwaga.
Kati mbuuza.
Good morning Luwaga.
Tyu.
Angela, oyagala ki wano? Nsonyiwa. Gali eddoboozi lya wano lye libayingiza, lye libafulumya, lye libasirisa.
Kati musajja oba ovudde mu magye wabula mu kifo kikyamu.
Leka naawe totaleka kuva mu magye oyo avudde kutabika.
After our president had been killed, little did we know that we were living our last. Being a Tutsi had then become something not to say out loud. But we were horrified by everything.
I mean no harm, okay?
I'll kill you, I swear.
You're all going to stay here. I have to go through them, and then I'll come back and get you guys, okay? There's no help.
At this point, we had to find means to survive by ourselves. None muri kujya batubwiye ko ku rusengero ari hari amahoro niho turimo turajya.
I'm a Hutu, so they can't kill me.
Bose bapfuye nta muntu nsigaye njyenyine. Ndabona abo bantu nta kibazo bafite, dufatanye tujya aho bari kujya, sibyo?
Some powerful scenes from powerful movies and a TV show there. We're going to get into that conversation, but let's first wait for these chills to relax and we'll get to talking about what the trailers that you just saw. Now, our panelists today, we have an actor and TV programmer and producer. We also have two amazing actresses, decorated actresses, award winners, and we are talking actor and actress and producer relationships, and also Ebitukwatako as people in the industry and as stakeholders. Now, before we went for a break, you'd just broken down the role of a producer. Yes, and I wanted that conversation to segue into the money conversation. As a producer, yes, you have to make sure that this part has money, the sound has money, the light has money, camera has money, post-production, da-da-da-da-da. So as an actor or an actress, I come in to do my job and collect money. You see what I mean? So let me hear it from your perspective in the capacity of an actress. When you are having those money conversations, what does that look like? Does the money conversation come after they have contracted you, or midway acting? Maybe you're like on scene too. Like what does that look like? I think let's start with you.
Yeah, with me, I think I'll want to contradict. Honestly, I think the industry is developing every day that passes by. But I want to ascertain that our producers deliberately don't want to develop with the industry.
Elaborate.
what am I trying to mean is, we have Pearl Magic right now. I think media houses are coming in to buy content, which was not there before. Producers, fine, as much as they're calculative on their expenses and everything and all that, they forget the fact that we as actors are the faces, I want to repeat again, of these movies, and the audience out there, they don't want to know if we are earning or not. As much as they see you on TV, you're their idol. They'll see you, you'll meet someone, a fan, and they're like, you don't know how much I love you. But hey, I'm carrying, on my shoulder, I'm having your entire series. I'm having your entire movie. People look up to me. And as much as that is what you want, and that is what I want, I have to look it.
True.
You understand?
Yeah.
I have to look it.
You have
You're
to
not
look
going
the
to
part.
give me 50,000 and you expect me to have a Brazilian and look like your movie.
You know?
You know?
Yeah.
I think producers need to come to one agreement and you look at these things realistically. Let us say you're out there in the festivals and what, and you've earned a whole chunk of money. But then you have these actors out there that are this movie, and you're not bothered about it. We get huge slaps on streets
For being the
mean
person.
characters that we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. But producers don't mind about these things. All they care about is you're done, and once you're done, you're done. But this movie is still showcasing. My point is, they should stop looking at this work as voluntary work. Guys, we are breadwinners in our homesteads, as much as you're trying so much to minimize your budget. Think about me as a person who is going to carry a load on my shoulder because of your movie. I actually don't know what is happening. I don't know how much you've invested. I don't want to know.
Do you look at it as it's not my business if I'm playing my role, if I'm doing my role to the best of my ability and doing everything I'm expected?
It's
your end of the deal is not my business. Just give me what you owe me.
Yeah. Look, my business as an actor is looking like your movie, is looking like the star that you want me to portray in the character that you gave me in your movie. If I'm walking on the streets as Kate, I should look like one. I shouldn't be found on the streets vending tomatoes.
Doesn't that also depreciate the work that you have acted in?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because look, at the end of the day, trust me, if you don't have value addition on the services that I render you as a producer, which is acting, then I don't think there is anything at play. Producers need to adjust. If you once gave me 50,000 and we look for costumes, you do everything and all that, but at least put me in that position that does not compromise your movie. You know, because every time I'm in that position, trust me, you like it or not, fans don't care. They just reach on two conclusions. They're like, namulabe banebo mulaba ku TV sibwafaanana. But bagamba bamanyi Kate, tebamanyi agaba Joan. And that Kate is in Mistakes Girls Do, which series is not mine.
That's true.
So what picture does it paint onto your series? You're losing business. If we look at it in the business perspective, sweetheart, you're losing business because of one simple thing that you overlook. Actor appearance is very important. Muino kuyiga okujubisa ba actors. You like it or not, it is show business.
You said something very important. Show business.
We are
the
in
biggest
show business.
aspect of show business is the visual.
Yes.
Which is also, I think, what film strives to do, to give the best visuals possible. So from what you're saying, the visuals end when the director yells, cut, it's a wrap. So then the visuals end. And yet they should carry on. Joanne, you bring up very important points, but I think let's, Rona, you draw for us that picture of a conversation you've had about money before a movie. Like, just paint a picture for us so that me, who is trying to be an actress, I know what to address and what not to address.
Like I said, I'm going to, in this discussion, I'm going to say it as it is. Us as actors have had to play the role of producer in some way. In a way that I come on set with costume, I come on set with hair done, I come on set with shoes, I come on set with every little
so
thing
your
that
wardrobe,
is supposed to...
makeup, actress, producer.
Exactly. And you don't want me to come as Rona, you don't want me to come as Rona because maybe Rona is a short hair person because that is who I am. But you want me, you want me to come with a human wig that is 360 and is looking old, dusty and nice because the role that you've given me calls for that. So if you want to become an actress, I'm going to say it as it is, you're going to play producer at some point. Because I don't want to speak for producers because I'm not a producer yet. I am an actress.
Yes.
I'm going to speak for an actress. Yes. We are playing role of a producer. We don't get paid much. And I am lucky that I get paid.
Give me that conversation.
Yes.
I want the producer-actress conversation on money.
Yes.
Because even as HR, I think you'll testify that sometimes that conversation puts you, it could either put you in a position of, should I just do it for free? Or it could put the producer in a position of, so like everyone like keeps looking at it from like, you know what I mean?
In the long run, you know what it leads to? The HR perspective is demotivation.
Demotivation.
Yes.
So, I want to see that.
Yeah. So you're seated in front of a director or producer and they're asking you, Rona, how much are you going to do, to act for this movie? I haven't had that conversation. I've never had that conversation.
What?
Yes. I'm being honest. I've never had that conversation. I have been paid. I'm not saying I've never been paid. I have been paid for all the roles that I've acted, but I've never had the conversation that Rono yagala maker. You get? It's always like zino ze ziliwo mukwano nyamba okole. You get?
So do they give you that information? Do they give you that information before they hand you the script or after they've shot scene 10?
See, the time they hand you the script, you've already been casted. According to a producer, you've been casted and that is your role. We don't know whether you will accept our money or not. That's how it's time to work. Yes, it's time to work. And after you have worked is when they're like, Rona man, zimpedeko nga bolaba, seti simanya nona chamanja nona manja kwata zino. There is nothing like how much are you going to work for? I've worked on so many projects, not just Limit Production. I've worked on so many projects and I have never been sat down and they're like, Rona, tugenda kuoba musanvu oba etaano oba 10. Never.
Ballpark figure, if I was going to do, I think TV series now are a bit more popular. I'm assuming because they rack in a bit more money, not just for the production team, but for everybody involved, even the people broadcasting the series. So if I was going to be on Pearl Magic every day at 7:30 p.m. for 30 minutes, what does my paycheck look like every month? Do I get paid during shooting? Do I get paid throughout the year, regardless of whether we're shooting? For something like a long-term project like that, how does that operate?
It's according to the contract you have with your producer. Your producer might want to pay you on every day you come on set, they pay you that day. Or the producer might be like, man, I can't afford that much right now. Let me sell the film first and then get money, then I'll call you back. That is how sometimes it runs.
Operating on faith.
Yes. And that is, by the way, that is for people like us who have just gotten chance and have been paid. There are some people out there that have not ever
seen a coin.
And they're just saying, Like they've called me for this role. Wow, I think I'm making it. Osman called me. Wow, let me go, even if he doesn't pay me.
Let me say for sure, you are amazing actresses because we would never know.
Yes.
We would never know. Speaking of the amazingness that we have on the panel today, we did show a few clips from School Times, the comedy show. And it was?
2008.
2008. If I tell you where I was. So School Times, tell us about School Times and that comedy show. Because I think 2008, the industry was way different from the way it is now.
Very different, very different. It was very different. Putting more on what they have said, there is a factor we all miss in this point. It's going to be like this for ages unless we change the system. And what is the issue? Several years I tried to communicate to my fellow producers, directors, and actors. Most of the time when we used to have those gatherings and whatnot discussion, we have failed. We are not yet loved by our people.
When you say our people, do you mean us, the audience? Do you mean that the institutions that govern the industry?
The audience. It is something, it's a big barrier in front of us, but we are not looking at it. What happens every day, if I finish a movie, I want to jump to another, I want to jump to another. But we have failed to understand, how do we penetrate? How do we make these people demand for our movies?
For someone who's been both in theater and on the screen, how does theater get its numbers? Because
it's changed now because theater then and theater now is completely different.
It's completely different. So back in the day we had limitations. Not everyone had a screen.
Everyone had a smartphone, what, and the gatherings were either theater.
No, but even of recent, like just literally maybe 2 or 3 years ago, theaters would fill up. They would actually fill up. People would show up to watch a stage play.
Yeah, they should. So, they do, but this is what happens. If you're setting a theater production, the budget you put in, you have to make sure that production has to last 3 months in the location. That's how you can only earn 3 months. That is getting full house every day. So you can pay your people, or you can meet your costs.
So is that to get a profit or just to cover costs?
To get profits and to cover the costs. But if you make a show like today, like for example, Bat Valley is one of the biggest theaters. Its capacity is 1,000 people. 1,000 people paying 20,000, that is 20 million. You understand? So how much has John Segawa invested to do the sets? How much are they paying the electricity? How much are they paying for maintenance? That is John Segawa, who is lucky, is the owner of the theater. And then it comes to Osman, who doesn't own one.
Who has to hire?
They tell you, Osman, we are giving you 2 weekends. The first weekend, people haven't seen the production. The second weekend, the rumors go around, they are coming in, and they have to leave. You understand? There are a lot of dynamics in there. But going back to the other point, unless whatever they have said is right, I agree with you, because I've been there, I've seen it. I know when you're supposed to pay, and I know when you're not supposed to pay.
It?
Yes, I've done it. I can't deny, because we don't have the market.
That's the way it is.
We don't have the market, and in most cases, for them now, they speak like that because they have at least got somewhere. But there is a point when people are just saying, "Bambi nyambanda bike." I want to be seen. Exposure. So that's why you see.
How big is the currency of exposure in film?
How big is that?
The currency of exposure in film. I'll explain, because now with social media, being an influencer pays you. So before you have ranked up your CV, you will work for exposure for about a year.
Exactly.
So like when it comes to film, how long do you have to pay your dues before exposure turns into money?
Then
Ronan Sai is like,
So it's how many Ugandan movies have you watched, Marisa?
Be honest.
Off the top of my head, everyone has watched Uganda Matters. Everyone has watched Ruth America. I have
everyone, and I want to disagree.
No, but these are old movies. These are old movies.
Yeah.
So I am a defaulter in the new movies, and that goes to Access.
Yes,
that goes to Access. So I've watched, off the top of my head, I could say maybe I've watched about 7.
You're actually a very good Ugandan.
Yeah.
Our lovely Ugandans have phobia for Ugandan films.
Exactly.
I want to put it that way because they don't want to. They actually say, "Vina Uganda byebichi." How do I even sit and watch a Ugandan movie? So if we have such an attitude in our audience, how do you think I am going to become an influencer? There is no way.
But the question is, why do you think they have that attitude? That is the bottom line. Why do you think they are not appreciating us?
Because our first content was like that.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Our first content was lit.
I'm taking the hostage. Sorry.
Sorry.
Because honestly, if you go back and look at a Nigerian movies, those guys were worse than us. But hey, Nigerians love their content. They love everything about.
They love their people.
They love their people. I'll say this: when I was in Nigeria, these people watch their movies. Watch their movies. They don't have these Western movies to watch. Priority goes to Nigeria first. Then maybe you can watch a Western movie. But priority goes to them. Why? I think it all starts. I want to say it starts with the people because we are all Africans. Yeah. Mentality doesn't change that much. I think I'll drive it to the government. Why? You know why I'm driving it to government? Number one is we need to emphasize and functionalize copyright. Copyright. In as much as we want to be there, once that is not functionalized, it could be there, but it's not functional. We need it to be functional. You know, people need to be forced because we are human beings. We work on force. We need to be forced to love our country. We need to put Uganda at spotlight. It has to be priority whatsoever. You go to bars here. I want to take it to the other way around. And they're playing Nigerian music. I was to their bars, they never played, not even a single Bebe Cool music.
Don't you think that is lack of talent?
It's not lack of
I
talent.
think we don't have enough talent.
No.
I will stand on that.
No.
And I will defend that.
No.
I think we're lacking talent.
No.
Seriously. You would agree with that at a point. I think we're lacking talent.
We have talent, but we don't have exposure.
Because
Now, let me
if
jump
we
in.
didn't have talent,
I wanted you guys to go head to head, but let me speak as the audience. We have talent. We do have talent in this country, whether it's with music, whether it's you've seen it. Even if you say we don't have talent, I feel like there is talent. But I feel like what happens when it comes to us as consumers is we are not going to look for you. We live, especially our generation, we live in a generation where we're not, I want soap, I'm not going to look for soap. At Sijui, what is the best soap on the market? I'm not going to look for it. Yes. Let it come to me. Let entertainment come to me. Notifications on my Facebook, let me find out from my notification that Film Hackers Talk Show has started. No one is going out of their way to get this content, which I think is where the other big problem is. Some of the some of the movies most Ugandans have watched were broadcast on UBC by force because that was the only TV station. And it was in our faces. I feel like for me as a consumer, I am rarely targeted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And
I am
it
rarely
brings back to talent.
targeted.
I would defend my point.
Talent based on product or talent based on marketing? Because marketing is also a conversation we need to have.
With the talent I'm talking about, it's the art of understanding what the audience really needs. That's what we're lacking, and that's the talent we don't have. So, performers are okay. Very fine. Performers are very fine. But we don't have writers.
Are we creating content for an audience that doesn't exist?
The audience is there, but we have failed to satisfy it with what it wants. That's why you see it jumps to Nigerian movies, Nigerian music, today Philippine soaps,
I beg
the
to differ
Telemundo.
with you. I beg to differ with you, Mr. Osman, because if it was about what the audience wants, then we would have so many viewers from Ugandans. Because producers, there's so many producers that produce very different work. the Bossa produces series, and Ugandans love them on Wicked Day. They love
true
them.
True that, I agree with you.
Mr. Mulindo will produce Mistakes Girls Do, and there are those Ugandans that will love
Will
that.
understand
And First Track will produce Deception, and those Ugandans will love that. You get, so it's not about the audience we don't produce for the audience, no.
Because
the
I would
audience
also, I think as a consumer, I only have an opinion about a consumer. Because I agree with you, because I have a variety to pick from. And I think I've had this referred to uptown, downtown, there's a CBT. But like, you know, someone refers something to me, like Five at Home. How I started watching Five at Home was because I was told, because I was looking for Uganda. I love Ugandans acting. I love it. So I was looking for something to get hooked on. How I started watching Five at Home, someone told me, oh, you remember Hostel? There's another show that's even better or as good as. Does that make sense? So now there's a basis. If someone is going to refer me to another TV series they can't compare to something we have already loved, I won't pay attention. They'll be like, oh yeah, there's this show on this TV. What's it about? What's it like? And you can't describe it to me, and I can't relate it to, you know, something that we already love. I won't pay that much attention. But the content is there.
The content is there.
Well, I want us to go to marketing. We're skipping the conversation on marketing.
That's marketing still. That's where we're missing it. Because if we say we're like Unilever, producing Geisha and Close Up and what, those, whatever. So if you don't package it well, if you don't give me exactly what I want, I won't take it. I'll go for either Move It or something Radiant, something else. Let's go back to, there is a commercial which, was it last year, but one or last year? The Bosco ad of MTN.
1 hour city.
That's what I'm talking about. Everyone fell in love with that commercial. Why?
It was catchy.
It was us. Exactly. That's what I'm
Also,
talking
it was
about.
in our faces a lot.
It was in our faces,
avoid
but still,
Bosco.
people should also used to send it to friends. Try this, try this. It came in. The composition was mature. The art was mature. What they were doing, it was our sound. That we call it Kadon Command, what and what. But trust me, try on the wedding. When they did, you're gonna see people, everyone. That's what we are failing to relate to. That's where the problem is. We are so far away from the consumers. Very far away from the consumers.
Where are you headed? Is it on world standards or feeding the consumers?
World standard, we
Because-
don't even quota there.
No, the reason I'm asking where are you headed, because you're saying we're failing to connect and have that relatability.
We're going back to the point
and
of...
the industry is growing.
Yes, the industry is growing.
So is the industry growing to be at the same level with, you know, our neighbors in Kenya, maybe other African countries? Or is the industry growing to actually serve the consumers what they are looking for, as you're saying?
We have to start with home first and foremost. If you can't get home, it's going to be so hard for you to get out there. Because every time, if you've got a chance to travel outside Uganda, they want to know who you are, who are you, what do you do, how do you dress, how do you eat. So we can't think of selling content outside and selling the exact thing they do. We have to be different.
That's a good point.
We have to be different so that they can. For example, every Ugandan film producer and actor and actresses who watched Queen of Katwe criticized it. It was over-criticized. That's not what we are, that's what we know. But as a producer, I was in my corner laughing. That's what she was supposed to do. To sell something the whites have not seen in Disney. Not a Disney princess, but this time a Disney princess in Africa.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. How do they survive? The floods, the Kutunda Castle on the road, all that.
So it's sort of like the unanimated version of Mulan?
Something like that. Something like that. So this is where we're getting it, why she said they are not yet paid and what. Because even the audience can't demand that give me a gaba, film me a gaba tonight, and once you put it on the market, it's going to go viral. They want to pick it up like nothing.
So
it's a challenge.
How do we change that? Because I think from even bigger film industries, we notice that the actor or the stars go before the production. Sure. Is that a way forward? Is that a strategy that could work to boost audiences?
I don't think we are there yet.
What does it take? What do we need?
We need marketing. That is a vice that we
have.
have.
And that's not a strategy of marketing?
It is a strategy. It is a very good one, but we are not there yet. There is not, it's not yet that time where Ugandans are like, I want Rona. If Rona is in that movie, I must watch it. And yet we have it.
I'm that guy, by the way. Let me tell you, there's people. If Michael Wawuyo Jr. is in a film, Munsangi at the front line. So like that's why, that's what I'm thinking.
But those
Isn't
are
that a
few.
strategy?
That's what I'm telling you. Those are few. Those are few. The people that I am one of the people that would want to watch what Michael Wawuyo is doing. Yeah, but I'm not like pushing to watch him yet. You get? If this movie is in my face, like Bosco was in my face. Bosco was in my face, like literally every news feed you would be on Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. He was all over.
So you couldn't avoid
You couldn't avoid him. So even like you would find yourself humming Bosco, Mwana wa City, Bosco, and you're like, am I the one singing that? But
I like that.
You get?
Yeah.
But
if this trailer...
It's not being displayed. It's that feeling that connects spiritually with you.
Yeah,
that is the thing, that connection.
Also
there is a movie called
originality.
War Room. Have you watched it?
War Room, yeah.
War Room. 99% of Ugandan women watch that movie. The question is, why?
Marriage.
Exactly. We fail to understand what people want. We
All
have
right,
failed to understand.
Unfortunately, we need to. Can we bring this panel back? Give us 2 hours. Just give us 2 hours, because I think this conversation is a never-ending conversation, and especially for an industry that is growing at the rate that it is, an industry that has so much hope and so much talent. And
we must find our spot.
Yeah, we must find our spot, because I think we're killing it.
Yeah,
we're not where we want to be, but we're doing
the sound
a good
is
job.
good.
Yeah.
The picture is good.
Yes.
The performance is superb. We don't have the stories they want.
Stories.
It's the writers.
What
we
do
don't have
need?
the stories
What?
they want.
Final remarks.
I think I'll side with him. Stories and originality.
Exactly.
Originality is very important. You can't copy a Western, mimic a Western kind of movie, and you expect to bring it out better than them.
Yeah.
Just go and do Njabala. Simple.
Mabere Ganyi na mwiri is still
That's
there.
what we
No
know.
one has
That
done
is what we need.
anything.
Because
Final remarks
we still
from
have
you.
a lot of stories that we have
We
the
do.
7 Hills we've never said anything about.
True that.
Look at that. Some final remarks?
Those original stories and whatnot, please market these films, push them, put them, paint them in Ugandans' faces. They will consume them by force.
By fire. And that's the plan. Thank you so
I've ever seen, okay?
Yeah.
I've ever seen people coming to your door to knock for your next movie. I've experienced that.
That's a good feeling.
I've
I want that.
experienced that.
I want that.
Ask
I want,
Mulingo
yeah.
about Amatongo and stuff like that. Ask about him. He will tell you the experience.
Guys,
you were even paid before your next movie. You are in production and they are paying for the next
You
movie.
are paid in advance?
In advance. I've seen that happening.
I really hope you nudge the Facebook page for another episode. Yeah, stick around. That's a very good feeling. I'm so excited that you stayed with us throughout the entire show, and we will be back next week for another episode of the Film Hackers Talk Show. Actors, actresses, and producer relationship is very key in film, and this conversation, of course, is going to carry on in the comments section. So get talking, get chatting. Joan will come on board, Rona will come on board, and also Osman will come on board, and these conversations need to be had. That way we can develop. My name is Maritza. Peace out. Hello, welcome back to another episode of the Film Hackers Talk Show. Happy Independence to you and yours. Happy birthday, Bana Uganda. It is our happy birthday and we're very excited about that. If you're one of those people who are like, Uganda and Jikoi, just for today, let's pretend all's well. And in the spirit of all is well, that is the goal that we try to do here at Film Hackers. We have a website with every kind of information, content. If you are creative, this website will definitely hook you up. We profile the people that you need to know when it comes to creative production, when it comes to everything to do with film, and not just in Uganda, but I think we've done a good thing to spread out how far our work has gone. And you can see some
some of that on the Film Hackers website, the Film Hackers social media pages, and today, and this show would not be possible without Net Studios Africa, Incredible Media, and Garage Group. My name is Maritza. I am your host, and the best part about this Friday is it's a public holiday, so I assume there's no pressure where you are, right? You're not, rushing to finish lunch. You're not rushing to get back in a meeting. You're not sneak watching us under your office desk. So I expect everybody to be part of this conversation. And today's conversation is very important because we get into a lot of things we love so we can make money without hating ourselves. Does that make sense? So passion is supposed to also feed you. That is the idea. That is the goal. But the thing is, the things we want to do cost some money. And today we are having a conversation on budgeting and costing in production. The panelists today are go far and wide. Some are on opposite sides. I don't know if we'll need a referee mid-show. We'll see what will happen, but I'm very excited because they are not just decorated, but they are also very, very talented, and they've been in the industry for some good time. I think I'm the only newbie on this panel. So I'll ask the questions, they'll do the talking, and you can also ask some questions as well. Welcoming to the show, very excited. She is talented. She has, I think, 3 Best Actress awards. It was almost back-to-back there because she came 2015, 2016. Sabula came back 2018, and it was an amazing thing to see. I'm very excited to welcome to the show actress, director, writer. Has she crossed to director? I know she's a writer, a very good writer, but let's speak it into the future. And very excited to welcome the person behind Veronica's Wish. Oh my God, the list is long. You have time? I go through the whole list. I'm very excited to welcome to the panel Nisha Kalema, and she will also introduce herself in a little bit. Hi, Nisha.
Hi, darling.
She's beautiful. Did I leave that one out? She's
it seems
so
like
beautiful.
I was enjoying you introducing me, so go ahead.
I continue.
Yes, please.
Nisha Kalema started out in Uganda, somewhere in the corner. Okay, let's move. I was stalling, bro. I think you actually tell us about yourself. So let me not dampen your CV. I can't wait to hear from her. That is Nisha Kalema. I'm very excited that she's on our panel today. And on my right, my immediate right, I am very excited to have with us another decorated award winner. I think people in film just go around collecting awards because every time I have to introduce someone, I'm like, they have this award and that award from this place. So that's a good thing. It's very promising. So an award from Sundance Institute, Durban Film Art, and he is known for works like Reflections, Felicitas, Fable, Divisions as well. Is that 2007?
2008.
2008, yes. So he's been around for a while. He's a creative entrepreneur, a writer, and a director. I am very excited to introduce and welcome to the show Mr. Nathan Magola.
Hey, hey.
Handsome, why do I leave out the important detail? Young, handsome man. Rich, young, handsome man. He's here with us today talking money. And to my immediate left, let me tell you a story about this gentleman. This gentleman gave me so much headache in the name of producer. But all is well because the product was legit, and you can always trust that the work that he puts his hands in will definitely be impeccable. And Discover Uganda speaks for itself. Pressbox speaks for itself. We have producer all the way from NTV. He's also a cinematographer and also a creative controller. Is that what they call you guys? Creative engineers, eh? Creative engineer. That's the man. Welcoming to the show, Mr. Sean Stewart Segawa.
Thank you.
Again, young, handsome man. Still single? Huh? Let's make things work. Break some boundaries. Speaking of breaking boundaries and barriers, someone actually described him to me as a very bold and innovative man. Like, he's a smart man. He's very bold and innovative, and he goes out of his way to make sure that we get premium content. When you say premium content, you think, the camera is perfect. Not just that. Yes, the aesthetics are great, but also the content has value and substance. And I'm very excited. It's an honor, actually, for me to introduce and welcome to the show CEO of Kunta Productions. He's responsible for Dance Off. The list is so long. What's the kids show? I forget the name of the kids show.
The kids show. Smart Kids.
Smart Kids, yes, Smart Kids as well. Such a long list, and he's done an absolutely amazing job in production the last couple of years. In case you had forgotten, former artists, are we going to tap into that? Welcoming to the show, Mr. Eric Lubwama. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
I think let's start with you. Give us a brief about yourself, your work as a producer, Kunta Productions, just like a little bit more about you.
Yeah, I learned from the streets. I'm one of those guys, never went to school for that. It's purely passion. I had the background of creating things and bringing them to life. Professionally, I'm an architect, so if you understand what the architect does, it's similar to what production is. So my inspiration has always been, seeing a lot of Ugandans and Africans on TV. Yeah, I got fed up, not that I don't like them, but I got fed up of seeing strange faces on our TVs. So that's the mission. But then also I believe, Africans, we can tell our stories better because we understand them. Why should someone come and tell our own stories? So for me, it lies at the center of that. And maybe thirdly, the whole Western culture, drift towards Africa. I'm not a fan of that. So I feel like the only way to have impact is through film, TV, and content. Because, that's the new mother, that's the new dad to all our kids, So, yeah, that's why I'm here.
Wow. They say it takes a village. He has decided to put the village on the internet. I like it. I like it. Yes, Sean, tell us a bit about yourself.
All right. Sean Stewart Sega is my name. Thanks for the brief intro. I'll not speak much because I'm trying to keep the budget cartoon here. So basically, not so far from Eric here. I learned a lot of stuff from the streets. However, as I grew up, I got the opportunity to advance and understand a bigger prospect. Of course, I had to learn and unlearn a lot of things, entered the corporate world, worked with Vision Group before, worked with Media 256, incredible. I've worked with quite a lot of companies, now with NTV. So the journey is good. And for me, I would say I would also want to see the African story told. But most importantly, is that I would love to see a space where we have a lot of talent, we have a lot of abilities. I would want to see a space where we flourish, because Africa is the next generation in that space.
Nice. Thank you for that TED Talk. Okay.
The TED Talk.
The production in that intro was, all right, come through. Yes, sir. Nathan.
Well, I'm a man of many talents. No, I don't need to brag. I'm just, I'm humble. Yes, so of course, different people know me for different things, because in the last couple of years, I spent a lot of my time working in advertising. So I'm an advertising creative. I've been writing commercials in 3 agencies, I think. There was ZK, doing commercials for Zain, UHMG, that whole section get off the section network. And then I went to work at an agency called Limelight. I was writing ads for Stanbic, was that Sadolin, and then UTL. And I spent some time also at Fireworks doing ads for National Social Security Fund and Centenary Bank. But then on the side, I was doing my films because I had a company register called Entice Media Works. So I was doing the films and then also producing commercials on a freelance basis. And after some time, I went to work at Phenon Entertainment. So actually, for the last 5 years until January this year, I was working at Phenon Entertainment as head of video, but I was also writing the commercials. Then in January, I quit and I had registered another company, which is called Eva Juliet Productions. So under that, right now, I'm working on a TV series for Power Magic.
Nice. It's impressive.
Yeah.
Nisha is scared.
It seems like whatever he was doing before Phenon, I had no idea I had art in me. So my art started when he joined Phenon.
Really?
Exactly.
Please, tell us.
Yes, my name is Nisha Kalema. I'm an actress, I'm a producer, and a writer. I'll not call myself a director yet because, I love to call myself what I do best, not what I can do.
Okay.
So I've had a chance to write 3 productions, Veronica's Wish, Freedom, and another one called Hijab Call. But I did that one in Turkey with some company. Now, what's there to talk about? I don't even know what to talk about, really.
There's a whole Wikipedia page. Should we pull it out?
I don't know what to talk about, really, because acting or getting into the art industry wasn't exactly something I wanted to get into. I just bumped into it by accident, and then everything, not far from what the gentleman there said, everything just started learning on the job, and then one thing led to the other. Why I'm a writer now is because I've realized certain stories, especially our stories, are told the wrong way. And I believe I have a certain way I want them to be told. So the fact that there is a world I want to see out there, that's why I'm a writer, because I want to see my world out there.
Yeah.
Not something someone tells because they feel that's the perfect way to tell it. I want my world, so I'm a writer because of that. To produce sometimes because we are talented in so many ways, but certain talents are not yet unleashed. So in order to get to what you want, or to get the best out of what you've created, you have to, to have your hands dirty at some point. Yes, so you have to do certain things your way. I've only produced 1 production, that's Veronica's Wish, and another one is on the way, Outraged, and another series coming on the way too, at the moment. I just wish it's not something everyone takes for granted, that, hey, when I have free time, I'll come and do this. So I love the fact that certain people really put their time and effort out there for art, completely 100%, which is still new somehow. People are still taking it as part-time at the end of the day. And that's what I want. That's my dream, maybe.
I like that. And
That's
the wish. I find it very interesting that every person seated here today has highlighted their focus on the art. And to be honest, that is how us as artists have been hoodwinked into doing jobs for free. So this conversation is very necessary. Yes, for the love of art, but does that mean you should sleep hungry for the love of art? Does that mean you should sleep hungry for the love of telling the Ugandan story? Let's talk budgeting and costing production. I'm going to start with Eric.
Yes.
Kunta Productions has so much work under its belt.
Yeah.
So much work. So for us on the outside looking in, we have decided you're rich, you make a lot of money because you have a lot of productions. Right? We're outside looking in. And my question to you is...
when I'm going back.
My question to you is, what does budgeting entail for one production? It doesn't even have to be the biggest production, but you sit down to, like, this is the genesis. We're starting a new production, and you need to look at the budget, and you need to look at what it's going to take from you. What does that process entail for you?
Yeah. So number one, everyone has a reason why they're doing what they're doing. Yeah, so sometimes you need to start from the end and you work backwards. You find a filmmaker or someone who's doing, for us who are doing TV shows, first of all, the markets are different.
Yeah.
Because at Kunta, we're producing content for Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda. The clients are totally different and the markets are different. But then you find that, our dream is to be the biggest production house in Africa. If you're gonna maintain that, and that's where you're coming from, then your decisions will be different. There are jobs you refuse to take, there are jobs you will do. But then when it gets down to the budgeting, first of all, it's about the vision of each individual project. No project is too small, even though it's just one interview with just 2 cameras. There's so much detail in the budgeting, to the detail of airtime costs, data, everything that entails that, because you see, what we do is no longer, a pastime. Yeah, it's not just on the side. Yeah. To some of us, it has become the main hustle. So if it's going to be your main hustle, that means you have to play with the numbers to the dot. So if you don't know how to cut your budget well, then there are 2 types of budget. There is the in-house budget, then there is the budget the client wants to see. Yes.
Part A and B.
Part
Please
A
break
and
it
B.
down.
Let me break down part A. Right now, there is a client. I'm not going to say the name, but it's one of the corporate ones, a big brand. We present a budget to them. I don't know if we're going to lose a job for this one.
You probably won't.
Yeah, they are known to watch it. They are so busy. Yeah, so we present a budget and we put an agency fee. And then they were against the agency fee. They're like, you know, find a way of putting your money up there. This is not new.
Let me ask,
Yeah.
is agency fee similar to like talent fee? So sort of like after you've put down all the costs, I need airtime, I need transport, now I need this money. Is that the same as agency
Yes,
fee?
yes, because here's the thing. The client wants to know that you're giving me the true costs. And every industry has rates. You're not going to quote TV lighting, say for a set like this, because, you know, he'll go to this guy and finds out that, you know, no, the industry rate is this. Yeah. So first they're going to check, are you, following the industry rates? And then eventually, Kunta Productions is in this for the business. So some clients will actually require that you even quote how much you're going to pay your producers, your directors, your editors, your runners, the floor managers, everyone.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, Kunta Productions has to stay, with money, because this project is supposed to leave us different. So that is what we call the agency fee, or sometimes in the budget, it's a managerial fee. But then if you don't know how to break down the figures to the last detail, then the client will never give you the money because they know you don't understand what you're doing. Because no client is going to take a block figure. So we're doing this, series of competitions. It's 1.3 billion. How? And then also, it depends. I don't know if I'm still talking about budgeting or costing, but how you cost your project will influence your budget. You should have a quick template of a budget that you're always working with, because sometimes when these clients ask for the budgets, they really want them really quick. Yeah. So you should have top of mind the information about, the different moving parts of the machine that that you use and how much they cost, because a client will throw you a question when you're still in the pitching phase, roughly how much is this gonna cost? You should be able to give an answer. So budgeting is key if you're actually gonna grow and make money. It's very key. And then you should know the end goal. Which type of production do I want to execute, at the end of the day? What's the quality I'm aiming for? Am I shooting below my belt? Or is it to the standards that Kunta Productions is known for? There, you protect your brand. Yeah, and then clients over time will get to know, if I'm to work with those guys, they're expensive, but they give me, they call it expensive, but honestly speaking, this market, in the East African market, as far as Zambia, I haven't met an expensive production house. That's why I like the fact that this guy is here. Yeah.
He's going to explain that to us.
You're going to explain to us, what happens in that boardroom of the TV station.
You mentioned something very important there, and before we get back to it, I want to hear from Nisha. Yes. Was Veronica's Wish your first fully produced film that you produced?
Yes.
Now, as a newbie, as a producer, because now you are at the top, you have to take all these things into consideration, your people, the costs. Yes. What was your experience budgeting for a production like Veronica's Wish?
Well, luckily, I had worked on other productions before, and I realized how difficult it is to work without a budget. Before you know it, you're not shooting anything because you ran out of money. There was no budget. So at some point, I figured I didn't have enough for I knew the budget I needed, but I didn't have enough. So the fact that I knew I needed a budget of this much, certain things went easy. Why? If I do a product placement here, it's going to cover this, then that is gone. If I do a co-production with someone, then this is covered. Because I had a budget, but the one I'm dealing with, that this is going to cost this, this is going to cost this, is going to cost this. And if I don't have that in cash, how do I resolve that? So that's the part I went to, that I need this, I need sound. Who has the best sound? Quad A. I called Quad A. We made a partnership, so that's covered. A big, huge part of the budget is covered. Yeah. Yet I haven't even spent anything yet. So I kept on dealing with such things. So all I just had to do is how much do I need and how the hell do I deal with it?
No, it's okay. No one, Facebook won't come for us. And we're going to get also into a conversation of where to look for the money. But he talked about something very important, the market price when you're budgeting. How do you decide, how do you find out what the market price is? How do you get this information for a person that's just starting out trying to create a budget? Who decides the market price, even in film? Can you answer that?
Okay, I'm going to pick a bit of two leaves from both of them, Eric and Nisha. Nisha brings out a strong point which I don't think we should even be contesting. Maybe the guys who are still starting up, but you will not move any project without a budget, be it in your personal life or anything. If you can start it from your personal life, you definitely know for a business you will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the second point that he talked about, costing, in the middle there, I'm coming to the same point, and I'm saying, for you to determine your market price, every person will have an individual market price. But before you come to that market price, picking a leaf from him, these tips are going to be important. Find out from the people who have been there before. I mean, get on the phone. Anyone there out there aspiring to be a producer, there are tons of producers in the lines, line producer, this and the other. But one of the key aspects of a producer that they will always have to do, whether you assign it to your assistant or something, is to get on the phone and you call Nisha and you say, Nisha, I need to have a conversation with you. I need you to be in an advert, or I need you to be in a TV series. This is the number of days I'll need you. This is what will be provided to you. How much will you charge me? Then you write down those simple basics.
That's still in the process of budgeting.
Yes, you're coming to the budget. So you call a creative director, you call the grips guy, in the beginning you need to know the structure. There will be different structures, but as you go along you will learn. A commercial will have a structure different from a TV series, from a feature film, from what you budget if you're doing something like a season or 2 seasons that you're taking to the TV. You need to look for that information. The third tip on that, after you've done a budget, you've found out the costs, have a minimum standard. This is what you call a minimum standard.
What's that?
Eric, let me give you a good example. If Eric says you need him to film an interview, an NSSF interview, according to his standard, he will say an NSSF interview requires me to have 2 cameras, a sound guy, and a lighting person.
Okay.
He knows from the initial conversation of what he has had on the phone, he knows the costs of those, which brings him down to say, I want $1,000 as a minimum standard, your starting phase. That takes away the issue that he mentioned. If a client on a Snap calls you and says, I have an interview tomorrow, how much roughly, before you even send me the quotation? When you know your minimum, you will say it. I started with a minimum of 500K as a single person to step on your set. It went on growing as I realized certain things as they went on, said I can't be the cinematographer, the director, and the camera. Okay, I need to add people. Then I moved and I moved until I got to a standard where if you called me and you said, Sean, if I need your services for this, I will give you a standard. And I will tell you that standard constricts of X, Y, Z that I can be able to fulfill.
So are you saying that market price either grows with the person or the industry? How does, because yours
It eventually
because,
grows, but you need to have the foundation of how it grows. That's what I'm saying. That you need to know what the people out there have. Set your minimum as a person, because all of us here will not output the same quality.
Can my market price be the same as Eric's or be the same as Nathan's? How do you determine that, this is my league, and then this is my league?
Yeah, I think we're confusing 2 things. Market price for how much a job costs, and then there's what they call the standards in the industry. Yeah.
So
there are some items that should be the same cost as his. No, he's explaining how he values himself as a brand.
Person.
Yes.
Okay.
But when it comes to budgeting, there are items that should be similar, cut across. Because, I mean, say for example, if you're talking about equipment, if you're costing for equipment, there's a particular type of cameras. If you're quoting, say, for Blackmagics, there is a rate you won't go beyond. Yeah, because the supply and demand in the market has stated that, say, for Blackmagics, a rental value, even though I own it, it will be on the budget. Yeah, because every time that camera is out, it's working, it's depreciating value, so I have to cost it, because that's the other way we make money. But that item shouldn't go beyond 300K, for example. So if a client finds it at 600K...
Vary based on the client, because I think we've seen that happen, where you'll charge a particular client a bit more for certain equipment because they have the money, and then another...
That's unprofessional. That's cut
or
out
does it not
unprofessional.
I think you can't charge a client more for the equipment, but you can charge more like for the human resource.
For the human resource.
Yes,
So-
because that one, a client can't contest it. If I'm telling you that
So
to
does
edit,
it not happen that
if
they
I'm telling you
increase?
that I edit something for 2 million shillings, that's what I
Mhm.
charge. You can't contest that.
Mm.
I mean, if you can't pay 2 million shillings, find somebody who can charge you what you have.
Mm.
So like the human resource, they can't contest that.
Mhm.
So it's these things that they can go and buy, or they can call somebody and ask.
Mm.
They are the ones that they contest.
Okay.
They're variables, but you see, he's very right. Because you see, an editor or a DOP, who went to Malaysia, invested, they came back with their degrees whatsoever, and me, a Chanamukaka guy, who learned on the street, we might be valued differently. But you see, you won't value that editor, even though he went to Malaysia, if your work is work. If it's fake, you're not going to fool a client. Yeah, but he's right. There are variables that, can increase actually your budget up, and the client can never contest against, what you're charging them.
I like that we've talked equipment, human resource. What do you, as a producer or as a creative engineer, what is stuck? As a creative engineer, what do you consider when you're budgeting besides, actually not even besides, even inclusive of that, equipment, human resource?
Because the thing is this, that I don't know whether somebody talked about it, that when you're budgeting, there's two things. Your costs, like the actual money that you're going to spend. So once you know that, then the other thing is just company profit.
Which, is it the one that Sean was talking about? Agency fee. The agency fee.
Guys, I mentioned in my profile, we started from the streets. And when I said I need to see a better Africa, it's because there are certain things we need to learn and unlearn. Over the course of the years, I've seen salespeople, I've seen producers and directors walk to a boardroom or somewhere and they present what you call the block figure. Boom. Yeah? And they threw it out there and they said, client, that's what I'm going to pay. And then you end up in the haggle. We all know how that haggle goes. How did you come to this? Tell me, how many hours do you work for? Can you, they're trying to find a way. Now, I want you to note that in the next, and mark this word, in the next 3 years, or even less, no one is going to be able to walk into that boardroom and fool a client, which means we need to clean up that section. I've had in this conversation, and with no offense, the statement of, how do you call it, difference and stuff needs to be corrected. It is true, by all means, any business and people, and this is what I would say to all the young people out there, as you make your budget, for me the key tip at the top of the others is target 30, there's a rule, 30, 50, 70.
Break that down.
So 30, when you are starting up, 30 is what you're targeting as your profit. We need to make profits, guys,
30%.
at the end of the day. Yeah, 30%. So if I'm charging you 1 million, I need to target a 30. Some people, me when I was growing up, when I was being taught about it, I was actually taught 50.
Profit?
Yes.
Which world?
This world.
Uganda?
Yes, in Uganda. And we're going to come to how we bring it in then and clean it up and make it reasonable. But at the end of at the beginning of it, you must know it has to happen. For one reason, you will not survive and keep presenting, and we will not find Nisha, the creator, and Eric here tomorrow for the next job if he can't pay rent, if he can't find food. We're not talking about a scenario where I pick 1 million shillings from Maritza, I give it away to the DOP, the creative, and the actor, and I'm done. Doesn't happen. No. We should avoid that. So you shouldn't at the end of the day, and some clients actually understand it. True story, I've been in a meeting with a client, and my friend tried to cut costs, and the client asked, so how do you make money? Oh, you came to rob us. You don't want to hear that question again. Did you come to rob us? Because you're not making money.
How do you make
So if you're not making money, what are you doing in this boardroom?
That is
so
a
that's a
very good
standard. It has to be there. It has to be there.
I'm going to have to cut you short.
It has to be there.
I'm going to have to cut you short. We'll come. Can you hold this fire? We need to come back with this fire because this is a conversation that is going to be so heated. Referee, you guys still haven't got us a referee, please. So how do you make money? Those are the questions you want answered today. And when we get back, our panelists will break it down. The clothes are coming out. This is getting exciting. You're watching the Film Hackers Talk Show. Otadi.
Over 80% of Ugandans have no access to electricity, and using kerosene and open fires make daily tasks like cooking, studying, or running a business quite challenging. M-KOPA is here to change this narrative.
M-KOPA Solar Uganda was formed in 2013 at the base of the Nile River in Jinja, and has now expanded to all regions of Uganda where we have 21 shops. M-KOPA envisions a world where everyone has access to clean, affordable power. M-KOPA tries to make it easy for customers to pay by taking the amount that they're already spending on kerosene and batteries and phone charging, and instead get them to pay us that same amount at a daily rate over the course of the loan. And so how we do that is we ask them to pay us between 2,000 and 3,500 shillings a day using mobile money. After the customer has paid off their first loan, they have a credit rating with M-KOPA. So we now know that they can afford to pay us a daily payment. And this is where we tell the customer, we say, what else do you want? And we're able to upgrade them to other products. So we're able to sell them smartphones, we're able to sell them televisions, we're able to sell them clean cook stoves, we're able to give them cash loans, we're able to sell them refrigerators. So M-KOPA Solar Uganda has sold to over 100,000 Ugandan homes. So each Ugandan rural home has about 5 or 6 people, which means that literally 500,000 to 600,000 people last night had electricity because of M-KOPA.
M-KOPA, an amazing client in that they're helping reduce the power gap and bringing accessibility of power to over 30 million Ugandans out there. The relationship with M-KOPA started in 2013 when we opened accounts for them, and it has grown from strength to strength. This relationship has also extended to their staff members, and we're in the process of putting together workplace solutions for their staff members, because it's very, very important to have a happy workforce. I believe this partnership with M-KOPA has brought about a real transformation in people's lives and brought great impact to the communities around us. For both Stanbic and M-KOPA, it's an exciting and a very bright future ahead.
Stanbic Bank came up with an innovative working capital solution for M-KOPA that has helped us access critical financing, which will enable us grow our customer base over the next 2 years and beyond.
The thing that I love about M-KOPA is the fact that we are changing much more than lives. I mean, we are changing both the customers' lives, but our staff's lives as well.
This facility has helped us to grow our customers from 80,000 a year back we're almost hitting 100,000 customers, which is big. And in the future, we hope to grow by leaps and bounds. Not only that, we've extended this relationship to our staff. So we have staff now banking with Stanbic, and Stanbic is able to empower our staff as well as our customers.
Nali nina amasanyalazi ninga nga ng'omanyi by'amasanyalazi nembalabalamu nga amasanyalazi gali waggulu nnyo kwekukozesa M-Kopa Solar. EkyTV bati bakisuubira nti tusobola okulaba TV nga eri clear ku solar. Kati bali kukiraba ndaba okozesa M-Kopa Solar ate osevinga nnyo okusinga okukozesa amasanyalazi oba nekyo osevinga nnyo kinene nnyo. Amasanyalazi ne gagenda abaana bange basigala bakola ki balaba TV era n'ebitabo basoma.
It's amazing the transformation impact of what access to electricity can bring to the communities around us. And at Stanbic, we're all about transforming lives. It is partnerships like these that help us achieve our goal of creating a better tomorrow for Ugandans.
Stanbic Bank, moving forward.
TV shows exactly. Yetanika. Bintu biteka mu kiki.
Welcome back to the Film Hackers Talk Show. My name is Maritza. I am your host. And today we're talking budgeting and costing. And of course, you know that Film Hackers is the one-stop for all your creative know-how information. Do you want connections? Do you want to know what's happening in the industry? Do you want to meet the key players, the key stakeholders? You can absolutely do that on all our platforms. And this would not be possible without Net Studios Africa, Garage Group, and Incredible Media. Now, panelists today, things are getting hot. And I'm talking to people who have been in this industry for over a decade. And when you have that much experience under your belt, you've really seen things. You're almost traumatized. Do we need therapy at some point to go through, you know, some of these challenges, especially money? Money. Before we went for a break, Sean was breaking down for us in terms of budgeting, the 30, 50, 70, and I think you had sort of explained how the 30 should at least be a consistent profit for whatever budget that you're putting out there. And we had Nisha, who had several concerns with that theory and method.
Well, what he's talking about is not wrong, but the problem I'm having with all the gentlemen here, they're talking about a client.
A client.
So, client B, client C. So what happens when you're the client?
Let's actually talk about that, because I want a clear breakdown. I'm on the outside. I've never seen a budget for a production, whether it's a TV show, an advert. You call me and say, I have a 50K. Can you voice this for 2 minutes? And that's all I'll have to do with your production.
Yes.
So for someone like me who's never seen it, Nisha, you did a whole film.
Yes.
It's not like someone came and said, we have money for you, make us a film. How did you look for the funding? How did you create a budget? How did you decide this is how we're going to find money for this production?
Okay, well, why I wanted to ask about the 30, the 50, and what else was 70? The 70. So it's your own production. Maybe you're investing in your money or you're getting someone to fund your project. So are you putting that 30, 50, 70 as part of the money you're asking from the co-producer you're producing with or the executive producer? That was question one. Two, if I start saying I'm quoting this for a client and then I have a certain amount for the in-house and the outside house, when you were the client yourself, how are you dealing with both budgets? Because at the end of the day, one budget is bigger than the other, right?
When you say you're the client yourself, you mean you're the one looking for funding. The
yes,
project is your
the project is, you are the project. The project is yours.
Let me ask, when you're doing a project, you want to make money.
Yes.
So why don't you consider the 30, 50, 70 as part of the profit?
The way he was discussing about his plan is he gets the profit from
somebody else.
From somebody else. And
as opposed
that wasn't
to the
case.
product?
No.
So I want to know where you want the profit to come from. Should the profit come from after the fact, once the product is out, or from the initial funding of the product?
That's why I wanted him to clarify, just in case it's not someone's project. You're not just hired to do the job when you're the one hiring someone to do the job, because there's that part too.
If I am the person,
you're the client.
You're the client.
If I am the client,
yes.
If the production was yours and no one, you're not giving somebody a budget.
Yes.
No. You are hiring me to do your film, and now you want to make profits off the money you want to give me.
Yes.
That's the part I want to hear.
You're asking. No. I think I have understood. It came from the conversation where a client asked me, "How are you making money?" Right? As a client, As a client, I think this is an advanced client. First and foremost, I should state that that's an advanced client who probably has money and is bigger, and he understands that the company has to make a profit. The beginning guys don't usually get it, but the other guys will understand it. And he's not interested in how much I am making. It's simply the issue that you mentioned of 2 budgets. There was a mistake in that meeting. Someone presented an in-house budget. That budget doesn't actually need to go to the client. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It stays with Eric. You present this budget, which you know, cost price, I am assuming we know cost price and selling price, which you know that the cost price, when I take off what I am going to use as production costs, this is 30% my profit.
I still
Have
have
you
money.
understood now?
Now, how do you quote that? I have a question. How do you quote that 30% on a budget? Because earlier you had said they asked you agency fee, make it disappear. Fix it in.
Yes.
How do you quote that agency fee? And from your description, it kind of looks like the in-house budget is Maritza without makeup, and then the budget you give the client is Maritza with makeup.
No.
So, explain the disparity.
So here's the thing, yeah? It depends. You see, we're seated here, but we deal with different, types of productions. In the world I come from for TV shows, of which we've done, I'm happy to say we've done the biggest number of TV shows in East Africa at the moment. But you see, the scales of these productions are different. You find a production that sometimes can stretch to $1 billion. You work with percentages. Your agency fee is a percentage. Now that's an international standard. It wasn't invented by myself.
Do the percentages come after you have been told this is how much you have, or do you present the percentages when you're asking this is how much I need?
This is how much it's gonna cost me, plus the grand sum should have your percentage, because you're not gonna fool the client. Why are you doing this for me? So you can't start hiding things. And so many young people are doing that out there. So many people who quote. The client will see your lies, and then they will go for someone else who is clear. And then sometimes you need to define who you are and the level of quality that you deliver.
I want that clarity.
Because ideally...
We are missing, you know what we're missing? We're missing that clarity. I feel like we're speaking in producer code. Speak.
I
want to help you with that.
On who your client is.
That's what I want
So
us to
there are
break
clients
down.
who understand that there is, different industries. They'll put in some people, like in advertising agencies, they say it's agency fee. Some other industry, they say it's a management fee. And then in production, to be like a production fee. But then the thing is this, like Nathan, I own my own production company. So if I'm doing a job, I have to pay myself a salary. That is for me. But then there's got to be money going to the production company, because some production companies are owned by different people who are not even involved in the day-to-day running of the company. So the way production companies make money is actually two. Actually, not just production companies, but even agencies, whatever. The percentage and then everything that you quote for. You have to put a markup. You have to mark up each and everything.
I don't believe in that.
We're dragging
a markup,
on the
you see,
percentage
this
thing.
is why, Nathan, you're the reason why we have failed to standardize this industry. You get it? You see, guys, don't put markups on a camera. Yeah, because the client probably has been approached by him and by the other person, and they know. You're not fooling them. They have dealt with different projects. What you can put a markup on is intangible items that are only particular to yourself, like skill.
This is the thing I'm saying.
Yeah,
that
so
if
as you're
a camera
charging...
is 100,000 shillings, a client has given you a job of, say, 20 million shillings. No client is going to contest 50,000 shillings that you put up as a markup. Why am I putting it there? Because I don't want to have to put miscellaneous. Because these things, when you're budgeting,
so that's how
when
you
you're
gloss
budgeting.
up. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. So that glossing up that I was talking about, that's the backing up
like
of
I've said,
equipment.
I come from a background of advertising.
Glossing up the budget.
That's how the advertising works.
That's Chiayi budget.
Then
that's Buyaye.
I mean, like,
You can't sustain a business.
Eric, this is why I want to break down. I want to break down. That's why I wanted your breakdown, as you are the person looking for money, right? No one came to you and said, give us Veronica's wish. He has explained that he's going to make money from markup and
the commission.
The commission from the client. How, when you're budgeting, do you make money? Because yes, you have your costs. The 30% agency fee does not work for him. You have to gloss up the budget. You, as the person looking for money, how do you make money when you're budgeting?
For starters, you asked me how I budget. I budgeted my film, the whole film. For starters, everything begins with what kind of script are you working with? There's also that part. Because if you're working with, if it's let's say it's a village setting sort of film, what you're going to spend on that is not the same as you're going to spend on the urban kind of film. So that also matters very much. So it depends on the kind of script I have. So if the kind of script I have asks for a lot in production design, then that means I'm going to have, because equipment is usually going to spend almost this, you're going to spend the same usually, because unless if you don't want quality. But if you're working with the same quality you want always, the equipment is going to stay the same, the people you're going to hire are still the same. Who are going to give you, who are going to bring value to what you want. Then this comes back to how much do you need in production design, how much do you need in maybe transportation. There are certain things that are going to be attached to the production that would not have been attached to the previous production if it was a different kind of script. So I come to what, Veronica's Wish. Let me use that as an example because it's the project that is there. So I have Veronica's Wish. I need expensive cars, I need this, I need good houses, I need this. All that I don't have, and all that need money. So if all that need money, how much? I start quoting for every piece, that step by step. Yeah. As he mentioned, I call, who do I want to talk to work with? Malaika. Hello, Malaika. Hi, it's been long. How much would you like to work for at this particular time? She says this. I say, oh no, I have this. Before I even start budgeting, so I know this is how much she might cost, and then I put that down. Then I call another one, I call another one, I call another one. Then the crew, still the same. So now I know this is how much crew and cast will cost. I'll add in a little amount for just in case this happens or something happens or something happens.
How do you place that amount? That's the question. How do you place that amount and how do you expect? Because the idea of budgeting is you also budget how you're going to make the money, right? So how do you place that amount of just in case something happens?
Okay, me, how I do it, after everything is, after everything
I
is
assume
pinned
even
down.
investors want to see those numbers clear as day. So how he hides it. That's exactly why I want the explanation.
I'm going to tell you.
It's glossing up. It is glossing, like, you know, you make it look pretty.
Honestly, you're misguiding these young people because now they are not going to have a standard to follow.
So, okay, we'll get back to that. So I want to hear, how do you make money when you're budgeting
For
like
starters,
that?
his way is so wrong.
It's so wrong.
Advertising.
Anyway, it's advertising.
The standard of advertising.
Exactly.
And that's the thing. So many times, whenever you're doing a budget, you're not going to be on the dot for every line item. True. Some of the line items, you're going to spend less on them. Some of them, you're going to spend more. So where does that money, if you have to spend more, where does it come from? Because so many people don't want to see a line item miscellaneous. Or if it's there, you have to take it back. They don't want to see it.
But we've established that things like equipment cost the same, are usually standard.
No, they're not standard. This is the thing. It depends on where you got your equipment. Okay, relatively, you would think that, you know, when you're seeing a camera on the internet, it says 9999. But it depends on where you're getting it. If you're getting it from, say, Dubai, and someone's getting it from the United States, by the time it gets here, it doesn't cost the same.
I'm talking about people who are hiring.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, that even people who are hiring, everybody has their own price.
No, which is what I had asked earlier, and you people, both Stuart and Eric refused that. Because I was like, do you now sell your equipment, hire your equipment, say, Eric has money, we shall add 50K, which is what you were saying.
No, because this is the thing. I've been doing events for the last 5 years. So many times I have to do, like, say, 6 cameras. So I had 2 cameras at Fenon. I go and hire 2 cameras from Patrick, the Muzungu in Bunga. I get some 2 cameras from New Vision. The rate at which I get the cameras at New Vision is not the same rate at which I get them from Patrick.
Now, that's what I wanted to hear, the reality of the situation. There's the ideal of it's wrong to mark up, you know, like equipment price. As ideal as you said it, equipment price should be the same everywhere because the equipment is the same. So you keep saying that is so wrong, and he's saying this is how the industry has been working for me. Please present your point.
Okay, so here's the thing. Don't get a client as good as you are to execution and you put all your life's dreams in that budget. Because you know this is, you're charging Red Bull, yeah? So they should make me rich, so I'm going to quote 20 billion. Yeah, let me make the camera be 700K, yeah? I feel like that's so wrong. I think what we need to be passing out on is how do you do the budget? Number one, you need to have your entire team on board so that everyone actually submits items. then you need to be well informed about the market, you know, and what are the average rates of, you know, some of these things. You get it? So that even though you're doing the markup that he's saying, it's not just a greedy, glossy, dishonest way of charging your clients. Because trust me, dishonesty, me, I'm personally against it, and it goes a long way, but they will get you at some point. Be honest. For us, how we budget at Kunta, first of all, we begin with the Dreamer's Wish budget. What's the Dreamer's Wish budget? Part of, you know, like a clip that just aired, we wanted a shot of the River Nile. We had a choice whether to use a drone or to hire a plane. We hired a plane. But you know, that was informed by so many decisions and what we wanted to achieve. And we actually put it in the budget and made the client see why we want to do that, why it would add value. You can do an overhead shot while standing on a tree, you know, climbing a tree. Or a toy one, or you can jump off a roof and you get the shot. But the one with the plane with, you know, thousands of, you know, feet up is different. And, you know, you start to show this client why you want to do that, why you want to shoot this clip on water, but specifically a portion in the River Nile that has green, you know, a green color on it. It's going to speak these volumes. So there is the wish budget. And then the wish budget is supposed to be connected to the output you're envisioning, the quality of the work you want to deliver. You let the client know. Because some clients actually now for Kunta, they have accustomed themselves to asking, can you give us 3 budgets? Class A production, Class B, and worst case scenario. Because you see, we're here, there are 4 cameras in this set, yeah? But you know, 2 cameras could have done it. True. Or 1 camera when, you know, you're just panning. Still, that's the product delivered, but then also you should have a baseline standard. Am I willing to use one camera and at the end I'm gonna put Kunta Productions, Maso Kurutimbe? No. So, client, this is my baseline, you know? But be genuine and honest. Now, the problem we have is these guys. You see, these guys, they are so caught up in their SE. The good thing with him, the good thing, he has been on the street. He has been on the street before. Some clients, because Production House Z went there and quoted, say, a talent search, for what, 500 million shillings. You're gonna go and you present, you know, 2 billion, and you know, it's going to be a hard time actually making them understand how different you're gonna deliver. But let me tell you the secret. Branding and how you actually introduce yourself. You don't have to have done so much work, but the way you show up to a client will actually, it will say whether you look the money, you're asking for billions, but do you look like the billions? Go borrow a suit. Go to a graphics guy, Mukabirire, let's do this car proposal, let it have bukalas, let it be tasty. Go to NASA Road, cut it. They're asking you for a synopsis and you're sending a, you know, a black and white paged thingy. And at the end, you're putting billions. Exactly. The way you present yourself, get bad days. I know you're still alone, you're the producer, you're the director. Don't say, yes, I'll do the budget. Yes, I'll get the camera. Say, the team will. But you know you're the same team. You are alone. A company, you need to be smart. You get it?
So the boardroom is with these ones?
Yeah, it's with these ones. The way you present yourself, your profile, what you've done, how you document yourself is going to add so much value to how much money you're asking.
That is such a heavy tip. Sean, over to you. Now, this guy has hired all his, has, you know, gone to NASA Road, done his production, brought his 2 billion to you as Sean at NTV, all right? Let's talk about that. We, as UCC actually, did, was this in 2006, when they required that 70% of content, broadcast content should be Ugandan, or at least speak to the Ugandan audience, right? With that kind of demands, not just from Ugandans, but also the bodies that run broadcasting, when a person comes to you like that with 2 times, 3 times, what's 500,000 and 2 billion? with like maybe 4 times, yes, 4 times the budget of somebody else, and they break it down for you, make it look nice. What is happening with the team in the boardroom? How are you deciding, let's go with 2 billion, let's go with the 500 million situation? How are you deciding that this is something that the Ugandan people want to see, you know, based on how they're going to execute it, and also based on what you've seen in their presentation? And, you know, this may be costless, but I think, what's that thought process? I want to know.
Okay, if you presented me with the two, the way you explained it, I'm assuming that person X and person Y both have productions they're going to produce. And you want me to choose who I will likely take on.
The idea is it's the same production, just one costs more.
Just one costs more. Usually the logic is supposed to be that part of what he's saying, you can't go too low because I expect you to make money, but you can't go too high because it's unsustainable. At the end of the day, if you bring your production to the TV, you need to make money, I need to make money. We both invested. You've invested in your team, I've invested in my infrastructure. Yeah? So there's a conversation around me, you, and someone called a sponsor. Because we want to do Veronica's Wish 1, 2, 3, 4, a sickle, correct? So for us to do that, you've done your initial investment. We need to drag a third party whose ideas are similar or they want to pass a message on, and so we will bring them together. Now, if we're going to go to MTN, using as an example, and we say, MTN, I want you to give me 2 billion per month. We need to extrapolate this further and understand, shall we be able to make 2 billion per month from MTN?
Do you put that in the budget of how you will be able to make 2 billion from MTN?
I'm answering the part where
He's the client.
I am in the boardroom.
Okay.
You've brought me, Eric has brought me, and a person Y has brought. So Eric has 2 million, and another person has 2 billion. And we need to choose. And you're asking me what is happening in my mind at that stance.
Yes.
If I initially had a plan to run, because as you do a budget, you also have a plan for a year or two. If my plan was to have season 1 of that product called Kunta, and season 2, and season 3, I need to start thinking, can Kunta produce season 1, 2, 3 at 2 million? And then I bring on MTN to add me 2 million so that we both can make money? Or is it possible for MTN to give me 2 billion? And I think that's where we need to strike a balance in the middle. Because 2 billion may become an extended, unsustainable thing. Never forget, the industry evolves.
Yeah.
The one element we can never hold and keep is that time factor. It will evolve. Tomorrow there will be another. I mean, it's the reason why we have people moving up and down, yeah? So at the end of the day, if I want to constrict it, it's likely 2 billion will constrict it to one season.
Interesting. So
And
longevity
2 million,
is one of the things you put in consideration.
Yes. Unless if in my boardroom or whichever we were, we have agreed and said, you know what, we just want one season. But if he talked about, is it a product that the audience wants? I will look at the product, and there are products you look at and you're like, damn, this thing is beautiful. It might have started with about 1 million, but it's beautiful. And we need to push it high. And at that stage, we will say, okay, for us to do it, we need to move away from 2 million because its production quality is still low. I guess that's where it comes in about value. So we'll push it a little higher and say, you know what? Let's help him. Let's bring MTN on board with 2 million and instead decide to run it at 4 million or 10 million.
How much will he make? That's another
Yeah,
question.
that's
a question.
That's a percentage you come to later.
Can I just ask him just one question?
Yes.
Please, because you see there are guys out there who are watching this stuff and they want to make money.
Yes.
And some of them have produced stuff. It's on their computers. They don't know how to approach a boardroom. I'd like you to be open and clear about how a TV station squeezes juice out of content beyond the money that is coming from. We are using MTN here. Beyond the money that comes from MTN.
Because from the way you explained, that looks like a decent deal.
And you see why he's stretching?
That looks like a decent deal.
He knows it's a very uncomfortable question. Because you see these guys, and guys who are producers there, you need to hear just beyond the money. Sean, be honest.
So
So let me create a context for you.
Even he gave us the context.
Yeah?
Now
no,
he just
no, the
needs to tell us
context for the
truth.
producer. I brought my show, it's called Maswanku. The quality isn't A-class, but you can see it's going to trend. Yeah? Because there is a property actually that was maintained on NTV. It wasn't bringing in a lot of money, but it had a lot of eyeballs, viewership. And you could see everyone struggling to place adverts within that block of time. You could actually tell these guys are making money. But you see, okay, I won't talk about what happened, behind the scenes. We don't need that here. Yeah, so
yes, sure.
Talk about that scenario.
The reality.
The reality of value beyond producers, beyond the content, because producers are downplayed sometimes in the boardroom to say, no, this won't make money. Yeah, so we are going to pay you these little peanuts.
Okay.
Speak not just for the big productions that air a lot, but also for movies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I think his question is coming from a very solid background.
Hence reality.
Now,
That's what we want.
Reality. The question, I want to try and bring it still into the frames of budgeting, yeah? He's asking, if you went to the boardroom, how do we come to percentages? Someone mentioned percentages of how you make, and I'm going to speak. I'm not speaking on behalf of any particular TV station, but I'm going to speak for the industry. So, and this applies not just the TV station, but it's also going to apply to you in your own company. There are TV stations that are going to give you a percentage of saying, give us, when you bring your product, when we bring MTN on board, we need to do what you call revenue share. So revenue share is we are agreeing, we want to give you, some people are going to say 30, we retain 70. Listen, I'm giving examples.
Wait, let me ask, in that example, in the 30 and 70,
Why
do you
are you
then...
using that example?
No,
I'm still driving, there are many.
No, 30 is for the... So
there are many.
Answer, help me with this. So 30, 70, if the station that has brought the sponsor keeps 70, do they also assume production cost, or it's just 30, 70 after the fact?
Interestingly, it varies. I've seen a contract that says if you bring the sponsor, you as Eric, you take 70, we take 30.
Okay.
And they also will tell you, if we bring the sponsor, we take 70, we give you 30.
Do they
Number
assume
two,
production costs?
No.
Sure.
I'm
uncomfortable by the fact that in your example you're using 30, 70.
Like I said, disclaimer.
Why are you using 30, 70? And you're putting the 30 on the side of the producer because you said you're speaking for the industry.
When you produce when you produce any kind of content, you would be crazy to think that you're going to get your budget from the one station that you sell it to.
Because that's not the case?
It's not, because you're supposed to, when you're getting into content production, you have to understand that it kind of takes a long gestation period. That you could even take 10, 15 years before you break even. So don't expect that once I produce a movie of 20 million, NTV is supposed to give me 20 or 21.
So who's making the money?
This is the thing.
Who's making the money off of the production?
I'm supposed to sell my movie to NTV. If we have agreed a license period of 1 year, I get the movie from there, I go sell it to somebody else. I keep going like that. I don't expect to get all my money from the same source. It doesn't work anywhere around the world.
Nathan is right, especially if their contract isn't, airtight.
Good.
If it's not airtight.
I used 30, 70, and I am also making a disclaimer. If you went out here and you checked, there is 30, 70, there is 60, 40, there is 50, 50, there is 80, 20.
What is 30, 70?
All of them happen.
No, that is wrong.
All of them happen.
If there is a TV station doing that, that is wrong. And then the problem is sometimes, if you're calling me on board as a partner,
yes, that's a different conversation.
We should be clear. No, because you're saying we're sharing revenue, so we're partners, right?
Okay.
So can we declare our costs as well?
Yes.
Doesn't that also take into consideration how the connection happens? Because the partnership, from what you're saying, if we're being partners, it looks like they sought you. From what he was explaining, you went to them.
No, that doesn't matter. As long as I can come and, I'm requesting for a partnership, and then you agree.
To
so
a 50-50.
don't squeeze
Yeah,
me
you can
to the
even do a
bone
50-50.
that I won't be able to do this thing that we both believe in.
Eric.
30-70, very wrong. And I have a
Eric,
basis why
hold.
I'm saying that.
Okay, after
that's
that
why,
I'll also tell you a
by the
basis
way, as producers, have a lawyer somewhere who will help you understand these words. You know, they will put all these complicated, you know, so many pages of a contract.
I want to hear.
I'm not against TVs.
I'm
As a matter
sorry.
of fact, they are my bosses. But
I'm sorry.
have a finance guy. Have a lawyer, understand, you can actually carry them to that meeting.
And your sponsor if you have. If you're the one bringing the sponsor, take your sponsor if you can.
Yeah, and then there are so many other arrangements. You can decide to buy airtime.
Yes.
Again, these guys down.
That's what I was
You go,
thinking
you rake
about,
all
yeah.
your monies, you pay them. Then there are so many approaches, but
The thing is
30-70,
this.
Sean, never
Eric,
use that example again in the industry.
Eric,
I feel like
40-60.
Sean. I feel like Sean was giving us the reality. Did you pull 30-70 out of your behind?
Have you ever
has
squeezed the
happened.
producer to
I
that
want to
extent,
explain.
Sean?
I want to explain this.
It has?
If you're asking
Nick-
about 30-70,
Uh-huh.
I want you to be the TV station. Why? Yeah? Let's create a realistic road.
Does it cost the
let's
station?
also make
For us
the
to
TV
drive
station seem
this,
like
hold,
where their costs
Eric,
are so ambiguous.
Eric, if we're going to run this, we need to drive it home. I am creating a scenario. This section here is TVY. TVY has invested in this infrastructure, all right? They pay for fees. Last time I was here, I explained, for you to create a TV station and run it, fees alone from UCC, Signet, StarTimes is about 50 million. An infrastructure of a TV station today in Uganda that will run a bare minimum standard is 500 million to 800. So this TVY has invested 500 million, right? You've signed a contract. I am the salesman for this TVY, yeah? And you're saying, Eric, if you bring a sponsor, you take 70, you give us 30. 30 is for us to run our costs of daily, correct? We are also saying, if we bring the sponsor, we take 70, and Eric does what? Now, me as the salesperson, TVY is going to call me and say, Sean, you have a target.
Yeah.
Step out there, confuse and convince MTN to come here and give us 20 million. At the end of the day, if Sean delivers, Sean expects to be paid.
Commission.
And you also, now, you see, at the end of the day, why they're asking for the 70, they have tasked, you have invested in a person to hunt. The same way, Eric, who stepped out when we were giving Eric 70%, we didn't bring our salesperson, he didn't deliver. We're only maintaining these costs by the 30. Eric got his person, sent him out there and said, let's hunt, let's get Airtel. And he brought Airtel on board. He deserves the 70%. But I also say, this is not quoted in stone. You can negotiate. You can say, we can also negotiate a TVY and we say, yes, we have the infrastructure.
Hold on.
I
want to, hold on.
For the guys there, if
You
you're a
can't
producer like me,
negotiate.
please, 30-70, never have such discussions.
I want to hear from Nisha. Hold
Worst
on.
case scenario. No, I understand
Hold
Sean
on, I
as
feel-
well. But
hold
Sean,
on,
you see
hold
the
on.
problem is glorifying
Guys,
the TV station so much.
Guys, I feel like Sean has made the point, and we've also made our point. But I want to move on a little bit and hear from Nisha. Nisha, how did you make money off of, let's do Veronica's Wish?
As in after or before?
After. Ideally, it's after. You intended to make money off of the project once it was finished.
Yes.
How did you make money off of it? Because yes, you had investors, maybe you partnered with some people, they came in, funded it, but how did you make money? Was it one of those productions of Mana Uganda, free gift, here you go? Or was your intention to actually make money from it? Because I think the point of even budgeting to begin with is you want to know how much it's going to cost you before you can collect your profit, right?
Okay.
So how did you make money?
To begin with, and this is so wrong, please don't use this at home. I was doing this out of passion. I wasn't looking at where I'm selling it to begin with. In the beginning, and that's why I'm saying, don't do this at home. Exactly. So, but after the production was there, I have the film is there, things started changing. I started looking at where I can approach people who can buy this, who can buy that. And at the end of the day, with all these travels I kept on doing, I ended up selling it there. But that I didn't know that ideally before, that you can actually sell the project before you even do it, before even
Tell us
film
about
it.
that. Sell the project to whom? And when you sell the project, are you selling the rights or are you selling just...
Depends.
What are you selling?
When I say depends, so I'm going to sell it to a studio, maybe for just North America.
Okay.
That's a different area. I'm going to be paid for that, maybe 3 years or 2, and then I come back to Africa. Who am I selling to? What's that? Cote Quest or whatever. Yes, Cote West. Cote Quest, Cote West.
Cote West.
Cote West. Yeah, that one. So I'm selling that. so I'm selling to them for a period of time as well. But in the same period as the other one, I sold to the other people, and I'm selling to Cote Quest or West, whatever, Cote West at the same time in the same period. And then I come back, there is Pearl Magic. So these are things I should have looked into before even producing the film, but luckily they came along the way. But these are things you can do way before you even start filming. And I've realized you can make money before you even film the film. True. Yes, and you won't even spend a penny on your film.
I like that. We're about to run out of time, so I want this conversation to not even inspire change, but to lead somewhere, to lead to something. How do we fix the disparities in costing in production, budgeting in production? He has one side of the spectrum with advertising, the way they do things, and this is what works for Fennon, this is what works for you.
This is the thing, because I admire his confidence, but then...
Me, how I conclude mine on that particular point in filming, first thing we all take for granted is production, product placement. Is the key, very key. Like, we forget that, but everywhere, in Hollywood, in Nollywood, everywhere they use that. Product placement is the way to go.
Could you kindly define it?
What I mean by product placement...
In regards to
making money.
Yes, in regards to making money.
Yes.
So I'm going to, I write a film about maybe Kiprotich. So I'm going to go to Nike, I'm going to go to MTN, I'm going to go to a bank, I'm going to go to all the people that I know who give money. I'm going to go to everyone who actually bring money on board. And then I'm going to start placing their products in every space that is available. And not to make it too much, I make sure whatever they give me is enough, not to put a lot of products in my film.
Yeah.
Not to make it like a commercial for everybody. So I'm going to use Renzoli, he's a runner. I'm going to use Nike, not only him giving me the shoe, but the fact that every time he jogs, he needs to wear Nike. Nike is going to cover that with a lot of money, because this is a film that is going to go all over the place. Then the banks, it is going to be, I feel like there is no way you can escape bank. Oh, it's on the way, or Coca-Cola, or MTN, people who actually bring money in advertisement. And this is the way to go. And before you know it, bam, your budget is covered with just product placement.
Product placement, I like that. Yes, Nathan?
Yeah, I was saying that I admire his confidence, but I have a problem with some of the proclamations that he makes, because when Sean was trying to explain how they work at the TV, he was like, no, that's wrong. When I told him how I work, which is based on the advertising industry, which has been in existence since before he was born, and since before he started doing production, he said you're dishonest. I said to him that right now, if you go to a newspaper, they're able to design a newspaper for you. I mean, a newspaper ad, and they put it in the newspaper for free. You just pay for what? For the space. When you go to a radio station, they're able to write, record, and produce a radio ad for you for free. You just buy the what?
For free, yeah? So that's what they use us for.
Yeah, so like even if you go to NTV, they'll be able to design like a quick motion graphics ad for you for free. But advertising agencies are there, and they're still making money. So why do you think? You think whatever clients are stupid, that they could go and get it here for very cheap, but then they're getting ripped off there? No, they are not. So don't say that we are dishonest. Because if I tell you that personally, I write a radio ad for 2 million shillings, yet you can get it for free at a radio station, fully produced, don't call me dishonest. That's just me.
I am the for free in that situation.
For me, let me state
Because
something.
like right now,
I want Nathan.
Let me state something,
Eric,
Nathan.
I want Nathan to finish his point.
Right now, I'm producing 100 episodes for Power Magic. The budget for that, because I used a standard budget, a standard production budget, is 48 pages. I had 2 weeks to put together that budget. I don't have time to call each and every person to get a quotation from them. You know, what do you charge for this? I'm just estimating I can get this for about maybe 2 million shillings, but to be safe, I may not get it for what? 2 million shillings. To be safe, let me put it at what? At 2.5.
No questions asked.
No questions asked, because what I did, the way it worked is that this was a commission project. So I have my story that, like, you know, we are calling for, you know, projects. I put it in, so they give me a budget, and then, so like in my budget, I have somewhere where it says rights release. Because now it's my story. Once I give it to them, it's theirs. What do I put there? It's only me who can determine.
It's entirely up to you.
It's only me who can determine. So, like, you know, I've made money from the rights. You know, some things I've kind of like marked up, but that's just to keep me safe. Because for times when I've under budgeted something, I'm safe. They don't want to have anything miscellaneous here. And then there is what? A production fee. So basically how it has happened is that, like, you know, I've sold them the idea, but then they've paid me to produce it for them.
Yes. That's how he's making his money.
Okay, so
Eric, I want to first give you time to calm down.
What we forget?
I'm joking, go on.
So me, I'm here on this Film Hackers, not for myself. It's for the young people out there. Times are tough. You know, these things we are doing and what we are saying here, we might take lightly, but there are young people out there, it's shaping them. They're actually writing notes. Please, and I beg you, yeah? Everyone here has experience, and you know, that's where we fetch from. Never be dishonest in your line of business. Don't be unprofessional. And I'll call dishonest the way it is. That is dishonest.
So what's your
First, wait, no, yes, elaborate when you
let me
say
elaborate
dishonest.
why it's dishonest. Ideally, if I'm the client, yeah, my relationship with you know, the TV is it's a beautiful one. But if I'm the client, I wouldn't want a person to do that to me as well. You get it? Because what she said at some point,
like what you don't understand.
I'm defining the dishonesty.
Can he first finish elaborating?
What you don't understand.
I want him. No. I want him.
I thought it was my chance now.
Nathan, hold on. I want him to finish elaborating. Yeah,
so
the dishonesty.
please, once you're making a budget, yes, that's how he does his budget. But I'll tell you, he has dealt with so many clients, gotten away with it. Probably he won't get away with it for some clients. You see, all of us here have experience. Yeah? I told you, we have done the biggest number of TV shows in East Africa. So I also have somewhere I'm coming from. And I've also experienced some negatives of just sitting, listen, dreaming. Here,
Which is fine.
2.5.
Don't make what you do.
Here. Listen.
Wait, let him
Nathan.
Don't make what you do the
Is
same.
it still? I thought it was my turn.
Nathan.
Yeah? Okay, here. You see, that's a problem. Why the industry is the way it is, because it's so unprofessional. There is no professional ethics. Yeah?
That's what I want
That's why
to
you see they confuse even our hairstyles. They're like, Here's the problem. Because you're showing up, you're telling lies. You get it, eh? Because you want to become so rich over this project. And then the other problem that I've sensed is the working in isolation. I don't want my team to know how much we are earning. So let me dream of the budget fix this year. It worked last time. Let me do it. Have a team. Have, you know, someone who deals with the accounts. Someone we haven't talked about is someone who enforces the budget. Yes, you're the CEO, you're the owner of this company, but don't hold cash on set. Don't give it out. Get an accountant from Chambogo, respect. An accountant from Chambogo with a diploma. abereka sawo ku set. You know what happens on set?
Yeah.
This isn't around. We never budgeted. Oh, you start churning up because you're passionate. You want the project
Isn't
to
that
work.
the gaps he's trying to fill in by marking up the budget?
If the question is about marking up, his approach is totally unprofessional and dishonest. You don't dream of a figure and you put it out there.
But he's saying...
He should be informed.
In 2008,
He should be informed.
Hold on.
we did divisions for 8 million shillings.
Divisions was one of actually the first Ugandan film to be screened at the Berlin International Film Festival. That's one of the biggest film festivals.
Could you kindly say that again? You did what for how much?
We produced Divisions, the feature film, for 8 million shillings.
8 million.
In 2008.
Ugandan shillings?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then it went
Eric
to...
is quiet.
It premiered at the Berlin International Film Festival. Of course, when you go to that festival, you meet people, they want to work with you. They can't believe you've done what? Such a product. So if he's telling you he wants to do something else with you, you're not going to tell him that what? It costs 8 million shillings. Because to them, hiring a camera for a week is 20 million euros. So if you're working with such a person, you have to come to their level. So that's the thing I told you. That's the thing I told you. That when you are doing something for the World Bank, if you're doing a documentary for the World Bank, even if it really costs you 4 million shillings, when you tell them it costs 8 million shillings, they will think you're a joker. Because to them,
Okay.
You're being a
Okay, now I feel like...
Don't do street approaches where you have to lie.
No, it's not like that's the same thing that like when
I feel like these points have been drilled in for majority of the conversation.
Even the 8 million
Nathan, wait.
that we produced, when you see the interviews, we are talking about 10,000.
No, but you're so
because even at the
business
10,000,
ethics.
they don't believe you can do
Nathan,
what?
I want to ask Nathan one question. Are you a filmmaker or a businessman? Because you're sounding like you're from Chikubo.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
You can't be both.
We're here.
Okay, I'm going to this point has been drilled in.
No. Nathan
the
is my friend,
conversation.
my new
I mean, I get that.
But here's the
I
thing.
feel like we are dwelling.
Eric, not to brag,
Yeah.
I'm one of the most qualified producers in Africa.
Yeah, but those ethics, my friend, of
They
marking
are
up
told.
figures.
They are told.
No, you're sowing a wrong discipline. That's why we're
That's what
failing
I'm
to
saying.
grow.
This is what I'm saying. That
Lies.
you have your experience.
And then chaps are going to come from
you have the
Messe.
experience.
They're going to be super, detailed to their budget, and projects are going to start going to Kenyans and South Africans.
You have the experience, which is fine.
Honest.
You know,
They
you have the
say,
experience, which
this
is
is
fine.
what it takes to do my work is going to quote that for you, not wananasuddewo busatu
You have your experience.
Wali
I have my
nengattako buna.
experience. My problem
You know?
is you thinking your experience is the standard.
No,
it's not.
I'm saying
It's
honesty
not.
is the standard.
I am honest
Dishonesty
because I've told
is not
you
a standard in
this,
business.
Whatever.
These are international business
human
standards.
resource.
Honesty.
There's no standard in
Nathan,
human resource.
let's get back. Let's get back to the middle because I feel like
I say to you,
hold on,
there is
Nathan.
no standard to the human resource because that's why no client
Hold on,
is
Nathan.
argue with you
This is-
about a talent's costs.
This is
When you're
what I
producing
want us to
movies,
do.
When it comes to the cost of equipment, pretty much all films, Hollywood films, everything, they should pretty much cost the same, less than 1 million shillings. But you know why we have films of 200 million? It's because of the talent cost. Nobody debates about that.
This is what I wanted us. This is what I wanted us to focus on because the truth of the matter is, Nathan is not the only person running business like this, as we're calling it, marking it up or maybe dishonesty. However we choose. But then, no, it's not standard as well because the same way you're saying he shouldn't.
Understand it.
Nathan,
Like I was
Nathan,
saying, I don't know who you deal with.
Nathan.
10 years in advertising industry, clients understand the markup.
Nathan,
Agency markup.
he's not entirely wrong, but the same way Nathan is saying what Eric does, you don't standardize your way. The same way I think Eric is also saying don't standardize your way. So is there really a standard? And is it too much to ask to strive for one? Because that is the goal. If we are going to make money like Eric, you're saying, you want longevity in the business. You need to be able to be honest. You need to be able to deliver regardless of how much more it's going to cost you in production, right? When it comes to all that, do we need a standard? Not just, yes, you claim talent fee. No, do we need a standard costing or budgeting in the industry? Is there a standard way to do things?
I'm going to just say one thing.
He
We
says
need professionalism.
He says you can't have a standard.
Because even if you've done 20 commercials, every commercial is different.
Let's hear from Sean.
I'm going to tell you why I say you have to have a standard, because today I do not know how you came here, but whether it's a border or occur, if those costs keep varying every day, today you use 5,000 to come here, tomorrow it's 10,000, the other day it's 30,000, it becomes unsustainable. So you need a standard.
No, you can't have a standard.
Listen.
You guys like
let him finish.
Forget
Let him
about
finish.
TV.
Let Sean
I'm not
finish.
even talking about TV. Forget about TV.
He's done away
the
from
reason
TV.
Why you want, the reason why you have a parliament. Listen, the reason why you have a parliament, the reason why you have a constitution, the reason why you sign an agreement is to have some sanity in your flow.
Like a platform.
It's called a standard. If you don't create a standard,
wait, let Sean finish. Let Sean
if you
finish.
don't create a standard, nothing will thrive. That's for
Now,
sure.
let me tell you this. Like in the developed countries, in Hollywood, they have all these unions. Do you know what the work of the unions is? Is to standardize.
Yeah.
But then you have an actor who you can pay 100,000. You have an actor you can pay 20 million shillings. So you start from somewhere, but you really can't have a standard.
But then I think that dishonesty was coming from things like marking up the cost of production, like equipment,
which I was
and
saying
things like that.
This markup thing is the thing that is understood in certain industries that even clients are not querying it. Like I said to him, in advertising,
you literally just said Tulibayai.
Nathan, you guys are the reason. You see now, that's the problem. You're already a successful guy in this industry. But you're sowing katwa to these young people. Tetugenda kula. Because now, there is a guy, he's a Moroccan.
Yes.
He's into this business.
Yes.
He doesn't know how to lie.
Yes.
You're asking him to do a budget where he dreams of figures.
Eric, are you that guy?
That means, sorry?
Are you that guy?
Am I that
You
guy?
have spoken. You have spoken for that. Hold on. You have spoken for that guy the entire show, right? Are you that guy that does everything by the book?
So here's the thing. Everyone tries, to be honest. Yeah? But for me, what I see is lacking in this industry and why these guys are here is because of some attributes of professionalism they have carried up. You get it?
Would you also say transparency?
You see, transparency and honesty are in the same neighborhood. They stay at the same block. But all of them, that's why they're two words. They're different. You get it?
Yeah.
You see, you need to differentiate between a businessman and a creative. That's why it's good to leave the creatives handle their job. If you want a rugged, chikubo, sorry, no offense.
No, it's okay.
No, we are
Street
just
guy,
using
street
we are
guy.
Ugandan.
Yeah.
Hey, Fena Tuvaku Street, you get, eh? But if you want that person to actually excel and push your creative work and sell it out there, then get someone designed for that. But trust me, something about dishonesty, eventually it catches up with you.
Wait,
Eventually
no.
it
We're
catches up
moving on
with
to another conversation because I want us to continue the dishonesty light. Kabudget katono. Huh? When producer, Nisha has laughed. Nisha, what stories were you telling your people? When a producer, when a person responsible for a production approaches the talent, maybe approaches the camera crew and any other person that you will need on board to make this production happen with the conversation of kabudget katono, what is the expectation there? Because this is considering that the other person is now going to invest in your project. If I am using my own transport, if I'm paying for my own lunch, if I am working for free, I have essentially invested in your project. Is there an arrangement after Kabudget Katono for this person to make the money back that they invested in your project? And is there a way that they can have a stake in that production as investors?
I think the thing is not, it's not just always about money, but it's, again, I bring you back that it's all about value. That value doesn't necessarily have to be in monetary terms. Somebody is bringing whatever they are bringing because they believe in this project is going to go so far, and they would need the credit. They need to be attached to this project.
So the credit is what they take as opposed
Some
to the
people,
money.
yeah. Because so many times people are not making money.
Is it okay to settle for exposure in 2020?
Let me talk about exposure.
Credit is not exposure.
Let's hear from Nisha. Let's hear from Nisha.
Credit is not exposure.
Credit is not exposure.
Explain the difference.
A credit means the fact that I'm giving you credit to be my co-producer. Somewhere along the lines, we discussed how much you're getting for that credit.
Okay, so credit equals money.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily always, but
it's value.
So if now If my credit on someone's movie will not translate into money, maybe at a later date, it doesn't have to come from the person who hired me, but maybe at a later date, isn't that exposure?
No.
Not really. If you're going to be paid at the end of the day, that's not exposure. You're still hired. You're going to be paid.
It's kind of hard to explain credit to a lay person, but look at it like say
CV.
Kind of CV, but okay, now just look at it like, oh, it's a degree.
It's a degree. So credit has the same value as a degree.
Something like that.
Okay. Like now you talk about exposure.
Yeah, so exposure.
It also depends.
Yeah, to a talent out there, please be careful of guys who speak of exposure. Some of them just want to rip you off. They are holding on to money sometimes. But then sometimes the budgets are known there. So I feel like film hackers, we need to make more resources available to some of these guys. All the guys here have markets they know that, buy content. Someone mentioned, you're going to sell a property, like he mentioned, here, there, and there, and there. So the here and there and there is what those guys want.
Okay.
I'll be willing to show guys where you can sell content beyond what probably NTV is going to buy it at, and how you frame a contract, for example. We can toss up some, draft contracts, draft budgets, so that these guys, can pick a leaf. But the thing about exposure and credit and value is that sometimes the owners of the projects or the producers, they fail to sell the vision to this talent. Yeah, to know that, we're going to take it this far, this far, this far. So can you quote for us your value right now, but we're not going to meet it now. But if you see this and this and this and this happen, selling it here and there, just know we've hit the jackpot, we shall meet that value. Yeah.
Remember what Eric said?
Just lastly,
Let him finish, because he won't speak again.
Yeah, I won't speak again.
The show is over practically.
Yeah. Lastly, actually, if you're a producer out there, there is something called Afroflix that I'm a part of, that we came up with. Is for any producer in Africa. If you have content that is, dope, just reach out to us at Afroflix. We're willing to buy the content.
Nice.
So there are so many people like that beyond the TV stations.
All right, Nisha, also closing remarks?
Yes, what I wanted to add on to kabudget katono. It doesn't mean they're not going to pay you. Literally, they are saying tugenda kuseera.
Koba, that hurts more. That hurts more. But any closing remarks?
Yes, anyway, thank you for inviting me here today. I'm really honored to be here. And thank God I met Eric. Now I know how to call Nathan. He's from Chikuma.
Yes. Nathan, final remarks?
I feel like the whole science to budgeting is kind of like leveraging your connections. There's so many times you want to do something and you don't have the money, but then maybe you've done somebody a favor and they owe you a favor back, and you're able to get like that.
But I like that. Producer Sean?
I really don't know what to say, but budgeting, I would say I'll pick a leaf from this whole set, from everyone. I will take his point to start with. You can't be dishonest. It's not even just production here. Forget about this stuff.
Everything.
It's a rule of living, of business. You can never thrive if you're dishonest. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten time, but I would have broken down for you. You don't even have to hide the costs. You can actually spread them. There are things like rentals. People like TV stations hire people. I will hire a camera person. I will pay him 2 million shillings. The markup that we're talking about, I will mark up when I am putting it on my budget, that a cinematographer will cost you 2.5. I am marking it up by 500, which is contributing to my 30% or 50% I talked about at the beginning. I'll put my rental, but I'll also make sure that I want to drive to be able to keep you as a client because I have a bigger plan ahead. I didn't mark it up by 4 million, please note. I marked it up by, and then still in the same regard is don't be dishonest.
Don't be dishonest.
Always and always from her point, don't assume. I have seen worst case scenarios when you assume Maritza will take 50,000. You reach and Maritza says, I am in Rukunjiri. So to get from Rukunjiri to where you are is already 100,000. And you start telling the client my journey. So don't assume, get on the phone, call everyone, find that. And the last one, yeah, I don't disagree with markup. By the way, About the markup,
let's not
I
get
said
back
markup
into it.
exists,
This is a
but
rabbit hole.
because we don't have policies that are standard for now, be careful where you want to go. If you want to go quick, fast, these rules we know. If you want to do one job and get out, please charge the guy to be 40 billion and walk out. If you want, keep, And the last one, I will stick with the 50. Whatever you do, any business, try and target your 50%.
50% profit.
50% profit. It's easy. I think all these guys, like Eric said, everyone has, you can pick a mentor from all these guys. And there's lots of people. There's Shafiq, there's, find out how do they do their thing. If you came to me, I will show you, and it's completely open, and the client will know. Then the Katono thing, my version is different. I'm going to say, Katono for exposure, for a starting person, they've given you their view. You can take it. I think sometimes it's worth it. If you're starting out, you need as much exposure. When you reach a certain stage and you grow, yes, when you're starting out, when you're starting from zero,
go on.
When you get to a certain level X and you have enough exposure, you will determine your price. My answer to a client who says Katono is, if it were an ad, for instance, I will ask the client, if I wanted more, I will ask them, how much is your advertising cost? Sometimes you're going to realize that the advertising cost is 30 million, you want to give me 4 million for the ad. It doesn't make sense. I am giving you something that is going to run 20 times on that TV.
Yes.
So why don't you up? And then I'll ask you, how much do you think this ad, when created well with Nisha and the creative and Eric, will impact the society? You're looking for value. What I am simply saying, you can negotiate and move up away from Katono. The space is there. Just know how to have the conversation. It's about adding value to the client.
I'm going to invite everyone that's watching today to slide in Nisha, Nathan, and Sean and Eric's direct messages. They have spoken well, and they have clearly spoken like they're here to help. Eric straight up opened up his platform to you. So this budgeting thing can actually be done easy. It does not have to be the cause of stress in your production. And I like that this has been a very honest and open conversation. So share it with your friends and continue in the comments section. We always follow up as film hackers and myself and continue some of these conversations. I'll invite you, our panelists today, to also go into the comments and find out what the people are saying and reply to some of those. Thank you so much for watching. Happy Independence Day. I am very privileged and honored to have spent that with you and with our panelists here today. But celeb, let me even sit properly. And you can catch this show again next Friday, the Film Hackers Talk Show. This would not have been possible with Net Studios Africa, Garage Group, and Incredible Media. My name is Maritza. I've been your host. We're out.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
Welcome to the Film Hackers Talk Show. Today we're here to analyze season 1, to talk about the things that were not digested, but most importantly to get the feedback from the audience out there. We would like to know what are some of the things that you'd like us to discuss in season 2, but also to give us a proper picture on some of the things that you face as challenges in the industry. It's very important for us to get feedback from you people because we do not do this show for ourselves, but we do it to make the industry better. How do we contribute to the industry that we want to see, where people are paid very well, where things are moving professionally? So as a person watching out there, I would like you to go on the comments, give in all your comments there. Tell us the things that you would like to see being talked about on the platform on season 2. We're going to take a break and be able to revamp the show, make it bigger and better like never before, come up with other new things that we can talk about and make sure the show is impactful to people. Like I've said, we don't do this show for ourselves, but we do it for the listeners out there, but also sensitize the audience on who does what, where do you go when you need this, how do you seek for funding, stuff like that. So it's very important to have your feedback. We started this platform years ago, like last year, and the reasons why we started the Film Hackers platform is to empower the young content creators out there, the people who are getting into the industry and the ones that are already in the industry. It is very important to empower them because when we empower them, you'll be able to make a better industry, and more importantly, you'll be able to create jobs for young people out there. With me on this panel, I have Josh the Fixer, who tends to be a producer, a director, and a graphic designer. Welcome to the show, Jen. Thank you. On the other side, I have Sean, who happens to be a producer, director, and he works with NTV. And the reasons why we gathered here today, would like to talk about some of the things. I think that among the topics that we've discussed from, from social media marketing, how do you promote your brand as an actor and an actress, how do you deal with sound? There are key elements or key topics that stood up. Things to do with how do you budget for a project. I feel it's very, very important for the people that are doing it right now and the people that are getting into the industry to know how to budget for the projects. Because one day or the other, you're going to meet in the same boardrooms where Josh is charging for X amount of money and Sean is also charging for X amount of money, and the client will ask themselves like, is this the person, does this person know what he's doing, or this person is trying to steal my money? So I would like to start with you, Josh. When let's say you're working on a TV commercial or a documentary, how do you quote for it? How do you justify that this project is going to cost this amount of money, and this is the reason as to why?
Thank you. Video work is quite special, I should say, because it requires a lot of customer education around so many things. A client can call you and tell you what they want, plus their cost, you know, and then you get deflated a bit, but it's up to you to actually educate the client that the way video is done, there are so many intricacies in between. Equipment, labor, so much. But it all boils down to three things, which is quality, time, and cost. You know? And you have to remember, you don't have all the three.
It's true.
You only get two. One, if it's cheap and good quality, it will take time. Okay? If it's quick and good quality, okay,
it will be expensive.
it will be expensive. The third one is, if it's quick and cheap, it will be poor quality. So this is a decision we have to make between me and the client. So that's what informs personally and my video in business, my costing. When do you want it? How good do you want it? Yes.
Okay. So let me get to you, Sean. How do you cost for, let's say, if today you're going to work on a TV show, how do you cost for that? Even if it's a commercial or a documentary, how do you cost for that?
Okay, thank you. Costing for a TV show or a documentary or a TVC, I think just to vary a little bit from what he has, without necessarily taking away all the basics, all those basics will be in. That's the first stage. But the other part is most likely going to be, because TV and probably documentary work is a business. It's something I've said on the show before. We'll also need to incorporate certain things that are not as easy to understand to the customer, but they have to be part of it. One of them is that the reason you walk to Josh Fixer is because it's a business. The reason you walk to TVY is because it's a business. So by nature, by default, it will always have what you call the percentage share that allows it to make a profit. So that has to be in. And one of the ways which I communicated even last time, I said, many of these companies will not cost equipment and labor, because in a TV setting, unlike let's say a production house out there, a production house has the advantage of saying that I'm going to hire a sound guy and a person X, and they come and do work on a set. Now for the TV setting, it's quite different. I already have stock. I mean, I have editors in the setup. I have a couple of people that have been hired, and they are either on a retainer or they are on a payment schedule where they are paid every day. Now, for TV, what they do is that much as, yes, Joshua, the client, you've walked in and you want our service, much as, yes, I have the equipment and the people, I will actually charge them. I will actually cost those, because at the end of the day, the equipment will not pay for itself. 5-6 years down the road, the camera that I bought so expensively will break down. It probably has been insured. Now, those are a few things that some people miss, and sometimes a client will look at it and say, but I thought you have these things, why are you charging me for them? And then I'll have to explain that, look here, these things didn't buy themselves, and they will not repo themselves down the end of the road. You walked into the station because you found these existent. The section of the profit usually comes in that way, because every business, I'm not going to shy away from it. You will have to make money.
Exactly.
And last time I said, if you are starting TV startup or something, you may probably look at a 30%. As you grow, most of these businesses around, I think, are running at about a 70%. And then you have that top A-class guys who are charging, let's say, 70%. So it's basically saying, if I find my production costs are going to include all the people that are going to be on your crew. Let's say it's a TV series. I'll charge for a producer, I'll charge for a director, I'll charge for my crew of 5 cinematographers or camera guys, I'll charge for the sound guy, I'll charge for the equipment that's going to be on your set. If I am providing the studio set like this, then I'm going to charge for the studio space, because it has, things of maintenance, electricity and stuff. And then I'll give you a total charge, of course, VAT inclusive. So it's up to you, really. There are people who move those costs and include them, say, a 50% or 30% on each of the items. There are other people who will create it as an administrative cost, or whichever way. But at the end of the day, I think I've found that there are clients who have come to understand it's actually part of the business, and it's okay. Because the last thing you want to do as a TV station, or even a business who is doing documentaries, is to pick money from Shafiq and hand it over straight to it. You'll be a pipeline. And a few years down the road, the business won't run. Yeah.
But sometimes, just to maybe shed some light, there are clients who don't want to pay for equipment, and you can't chase them away. They want to pay you as if you are Uber driver, okay? I charge you, I mean, The car is mine.
Yeah.
Okay, not Uber driver, maybe special hire.
Yeah.
The car is mine, okay? And then you pay me the journey, pay for the journey. I've driven you for this distance of kilometers and whatever, and I give you 20K. So it's up to me to determine, okay, how much of this 20K goes to oil? How much of this 20K goes to maintenance, service, or whatever it is? So there are clients who think like that. But I've always also been so vocal around explaining. Video people in our sector, I don't want to call it an industry because it's not big yet. Video people in our sector do not want to educate clients. Clients have money, make reason, okay, as to why they're spending. Other than hiding away, they're going to treat us like Uber drivers. Yeah, why are you taking me from here to there? Okay, from here to there is, but the car takes oil, water, whatever it is, liquid coolant, it needs to be maintained, it needs to be washed, as in so much. So we have to educate customers. And the education is simple. Quality, time of production, and cost. That is how things happen. If you want it quick and good quality, because they come to your office or my office or to his, and guess what they show you? They show you a music video or a brand video of another company. For example,
over millions of
exactly. They're like, can we do something like this?
a replica of this.
Yeah. And they're like, okay, when do you want it? And they say, how's Wednesday next week? They're like, it's okay. Now, if you want it Wednesday next week, and what you've showed me, in my experience, I know it costs 100 million, I'm going to tell you, okay, that's like 150. Okay? Because I'm going to stop everything that I'm doing, put a team together for you, put equipment together for you to produce next Wednesday. Now, the kicker is you say, no, that's a lot of money. I'm like, okay, how much can you afford? This is like a typical conversation. Then they're like, can you just remove, that's one of them, but you go like, they go like, can we just at least remove 1 0? That leaves you with 1.5, okay? And then you're like, okay, I need the business. Can we push it next month? You understand? Now you're calculating quality, cost, time, okay? If it is quick and cheap, it's bad quality, okay? If it's, what did I write? If it's cheap and good quality, it will take you time. So we have to educate customers around costing of video and where these things come from. Yeah, rather than blanketing everything. Otherwise, we're like Uber drivers.
I think I get these questions every time I meet like the people who are getting into the industry and even those that are in industry. And I feel so bad that the people who have this kind of information cannot share like this kind of information.
We inherited something that maybe wasn't so structured, which is okay, but the clients are not to blame. We are to blame.
Yes.
But I educate my customers.
And
I never leave my customer the way I found them.
Yes.
Even if we don't work together, the next time they call me, they know why they're paying for A, B, C, D. Yes.
I think today I would like to take this opportunity to demystify the secrets behind costing. And I want people out there to know what is it like to cost for a documentary, a TV commercial, or a film. And this information, I know very many people are going to get pissed, but I think for the better of the industry, I know. For the better of the industry, I think it's very important to share this kind of information because the person who told me this, who happens to be my mentor, gave me this document and it changed the way I see everything. And that was Peter Mchibi of ADMA. And ever since I landed on that document, it has really helped me. It is what I've used. Then alongside picking other quotations from different countries, you work on a project from UK and see how they quote. You also work on a project from US, you see how they quote. Usually out there, it's a standardized kind of format. DOP, this is the amount of money. Camera, this is the amount of money. So here in Uganda, you find that Josh is charging 12 million for a project. A person X, Eddie, who is coming into the industry, would
Let's
charge...
use Kapele.
Let's use Kapele. Kapele, who is coming, Kapele, who is coming in the industry, is going to cost for the same video at 3 million. Now, when the clients receive these quotations and they say, this guy is asking for 12 million, this one is asking for 3 million. Now, between these two people, there is one who knows what they are doing, or another who doesn't know what they are doing. Or better, they both know what they're doing, but others are not doing it like on a professional basis.
There's a meme around that these days. There's always someone who's willing to do it cheaper.
Yes, there's always someone who is willing to do it cheaper.
Yeah.
I have
quality and time doesn't matter.
In the same regard, I'm thinking, without necessarily placing,
Wait, were you going to show us something?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Because I was going to ask, maybe to help the generation and the younger people out there, with his basic, if we created what you call in the middle, not because very few people want to deal with the very short and cute and expensive. So first leave those guys up and leave the guys below out and look for the guys in the middle. And then we probably could slash around on the set and say what should be the bare minimum for a TVC, for a documentary, for a TV series, for a movie.
I think when you look at this document that I'm about to share, this is what happens. It's very hard to put a block figure on a commercial or on a documentary. Usually it's determined by how many days you're going to be shooting, how many days you're going to be editing, and include sound, graphics, buying music, that copyrighted music, blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. So when I say I'm going to speak as a business person, a businessman, not a cinematographer, not a director, not a producer, but a businessman. You have a team of over 8 people that have to get paid at the end of the month. Now, every job that comes in has to make a business sense. Just like any other business, even the clients that are giving us work, they have these systems in place. But sometimes we are taken for granted because most of people don't know the things. You get?
What is business sense in this case?
The business sense is this. When I'm going to quote for the project, I don't care whether you're a small client or whether a big client, don't quote me wrong. I'm so passionate about this whole thing, but that passion has to be fueled so that I can keep doing what I'm doing and to improve myself.
The reason I'm asking is, as you're putting a business together, you have to think about the other arms, the support functions, the marketing, everything else. So do you ever do jobs for awareness purposes? Does that make business sense?
I think me as a person, there is a way I do marketing, and my marketing is not that so aggressive that I'll go out there and put out stuff. There is a way I do because I look for a particular client. You see, in businesses, what we call market segmentation, where you say, I'm selling my avocados, but I'm selling them to people who have money. And say, I'm selling my avocado at 5,000. It's very good, it's good quality. When you find when it has anything rotten, bring it back. I'll give you 2 of those. That means I'm assuring you of quality. So, I mean, very many people have different business model and it works for them. But today, I want to talk about what works for me as a person. When I receive a brief, usually a brief from a client on what the project is all about, I'll sit down and I would like this information to be presented on the screen. I'll quote for everything, starting from equipment, that is camera, lapels, tripod, slider dollies, drone. If I need a jib, it will be there. Every list of equipment will be there. Even if I have that equipment in-house, I'll have to quote for it. Because when it goes out and it breaks, I will have to buy it again. Or think about the situation that you got money from the bank to buy that piece of equipment. It has to bring their money back, that money back.
On one project.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. So when I'm quoting, I'll quote for camera this amount of money. I'll put this. I think I'll put this document online so that people can be able to see what I'm talking about. So I'll quote for camera. Let's say camera goes for 300,000. I'll put in there. I'll put in a tripod. I'll put in a set of lapel. I'll put in boom. I'll put in a dolly. I'll put in a drone. I'll put in a gimbal. Now that is for equipment. Whether I have it or not, that money has to be there. Even if I'm picking it from Solo or Patrick or from Net Studio, I'll make sure that that money is in there. Now, we have standard price for the equipment. You know that a Blackmagic Asa Mini will cost within 300 to 500, depending on how many lenses that you're taking on it. That's put aside. Then let's go. Rental prices. Yeah, they're rental prices.
Yeah.
So let's go to post-production. Post-production, we're talking about editing, graphics, color grading, and mastering of audio. I'll start with editing. I would say this project is going to cost us, or it's going to take 5 days to edit. Now, each day of editing, depending on the scope of work, whether it's a TV commercial, whether it's a documentary, that is like 500,000 per day of editing. Sure. You get. Now, when you start breaking those things down, so editing 500,000, so times the 5 day, the figure you get is the money that you have to pay. Color grading, it will take me 3 days to do the color grading. This is how much it cost. You put the cost there. When you go to music and scoring, whether you're going to customize the music from scratch, I call a couple of friends, the likes of Kaz Kasozi, Andra Hura, and say, this is the budget that I have for music. I put that. You get. Now, we talk about graphics. So we talk about things like sketching, if there are illustrations. We talk about modeling. We talk about lighting. We talk about rendering. Sometimes you have those beefy projects like the ones that you do and you can't even render them on your machine. So, So you either code for online render or you just code for that render. So that's post-production. Those are the three processes of editing, color grading, graphics, and mastering of audio. All that money is put there. Now, most of people do that. Now, that money that you're doing, for example, you have a team of 8 people. That is money to facilitate all those people. So as a business, how do you make a profit? So out of that whole figure from the editing, from shooting, how many days of shooting, equipment and everything, and post-production, I'll put a certain percentage. Professional fees. It could be 30%, it could be 90%, it could be 50%, whatever it is. For me, this is how it has worked. There are times when you do work for a client and they've given you little money and you say, oh my God, this is great work. I think this client would have paid for more. So I'll put, as years have passed by, basing on my experience, I started out with very shitty work. Then you keep on upgrading, you know the kind of work that you're doing, it's high-end stuff and its value, then you start giving a percentage. I may not share the percentage of what you...
This is a system that I think someone watching there can borrow.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of this discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, cool,
Yes. So on that figure, let's say documentary is, let's say, 30 millions. On that figure, I won't say my figure, I'll put a 10%, a 20%. But mark my words for the audience that is watching there. These percentages that you put and these figures that you put on this amount of money, they should reflect in that kind of production. Do not quote for projects and say, I'm charging with, after all these quotes that I'm making, I'll put like a 30% percentage for a business side of money, for the professional fees. Whatever quote that you're quoting, please, I'm kindly begging you, for the better of the industry, you need to make sure that the money that you're talking about is reflected in the looks of the works. You get? I've seen guys who are doing amazing work, And you look at this work and be like, yeah, whatever amount of money they paid them, it's worth it. So don't just put these figures in for the sake of just you making money as a person, but the money has to reflect in the production that you're doing.
Yes, production is like farming.
Yeah, it's like farming. So if you...
The previous product determines how much you're getting the next one.
So if you wake up in the morning and they tell a client that, you know what, I'm going to bring a Red, don't bring a Pocket, or don't bring a Samini Pro or a Sony. Because some of these clients know the things. You said we're bringing a Red, and when you don't bring it, you're just compromising your integrity. So I may sound like I'm giving a katwa to people out there, but this is something. No, this is something that I've used for the past like 12 years that I've been in the industry. Why? Like, as you're passionate, as you're creative, you're going to reach at a certain table, at a certain point A, when you have to grow. So you're not going to grow by just having skills of animation, skills of doing graphics. You need money to sustain the business. You have overheads that are not visitors, that are there on a monthly basis that you have to get paid. So every job that comes in, it has to count. And these are things that the people who know these things don't want to share with the industry. You get, whether it's a film, for example, a guy made a proper sense of like, okay, Shafiq, you want to get into TV series and you want to do TV series, yes. Okay, what's your budget? I'm like, I can do everything. I have all the equipment, I can edit. But how about people's salaries? You're going to work on a project and it's going to take you for like 3 months. So before you do all these things, you need to have proper projections and say, I'm doing this project, yes, how much money am I making out of this project? Now, it's okay for you, when I was starting out, I could charge money that I could feel. I could charge, give me like 2 million, give me like 1 million. As you go on, you start getting people around you, a team that needs to get paid. That's when you start taking it as a business. And for me today, it's so relieving to share this information with out there, because the people who have this kind of information don't want to share it. So I won't say name, but this is what it does. Josh, today you're going to quote for 30 millions, 50 millions in terms of advert. Yes. A young, how did you call them? A young Kapele from nowhere is going to go in the same boardroom to quote at the same job that you've quoted at 50 millions at 10 millions, if not 5.
I don't know if this is, I don't know how much time we have though, but the whole idea around pricing is a business conversation.
Yeah.
Put art on the side. Art is very technical. Business is also another thing.
Yes.
So the Kapere who's just starting, he's coming in with passion and hunger. Not the hunger to do, but hunger in the stomach. Okay? He knows there is, and it's okay, we've all been there, and I'm not criticizing Kapere out there. Let him, he just has to know that that little cost he puts on production is limiting him as a business.
Yes.
Okay?
And they will not
So yes, he has to take time and understand the business side of production. Otherwise, if he doesn't, he will never grow.
That is right.
He will be a pipeline all the time. He will be in rentals, strictly. He will never own equipment. He will never hire people. He will be a lone ranger who has 2 hands only, and when he's not on his computer, no work goes on. When he's not in the field, no work goes on. Okay? Video and business, I'm here. Back at the studio, people are working. So you get the feeling. So Kapere has to learn business. Passion required. Hunger forces us all to wake up every day and go out and look for something to eat. But put them on the side for once. Okay? The stomach controls a lot of things. Don't forget that. But you have to think about growing. And growth happens when money exchanges hands and it is shared, and things have to make sense.
And I just feel like at a certain point in time, you have all these creative skills, but you also have to think about the fact that you're growing. I used to be so aggressive, like for the past 10 years. I just can't realize like I'm not aggressive as I used to be. Why? Because a lot of things have come in the picture. So it's very important.
The correct word is, as you grow, you will learn and unlearn certain things. It's just natural. So they should be ready for that. But also, I think from what he mentioned, the skill part, I would want to talk about the skill part. He said it's technical, which is very true. And it also requires for a starting person, it's something we've mentioned here before. We said before you even draw down, you know, the fine pieces of what you're putting in your costing, if it comes down to the art and the skilled people who do the art, if a client shows you a video and they say, I want you to achieve this, over time, I also had to learn and unlearn that it's not really necessary for you to start panicking. The guy is going to go away. They make a lot of those. These are common mistakes. The guy is going to go away, but then the business is going to go away. No. There is enough. Yes, there is enough for all of us. And there will even be enough for the rest of the guys. So stop panicking, slow down for a second, and get that video if you can. If you have people who you can share with and ask, okay, what do you see in this video? You need to start your own process of understanding the skill behind whatever craft has been made. When you understand, okay, there is a dolly, there is a jib, there is this, there is a cinematographer who can only pull this, there is a focus puller who can only do this, there is this kind of lighting. Then, like I said last time, get on the phone and call, and you say, Josh, I've been told you are the person who can do X, Y, Z. How much is it? This is how we come to the cost. We've gone away from the rentals and the machines.
How much would you charge me to do graphics?
Exactly. Because you're wondering, how did Shafiq come to 30 million? One, they have borrowed the idea from Josh where I said specialize. Very important. You will not grow without specialization.
It's true.
It's a key. So once you learn that I need to specialize, you'll eventually find how these costs come. That when you specialize and you say, okay, I can't be behind the camera while speaking, while miking, while switching the board. Okay. So I need a director up there, and I need a cinematographer here. Then you ask the gentleman, and he tells you, my cost is 500K per day. So for 3 days, that's 1.5. That's how you find the costs that you are missing, that you are wondering as a startup that, where did they get these costs from?
Yes, so I keep on hearing people saying like, you guys are very expensive and all that. And I keep on saying this.
But it's cheap.
Like, good work comes with a price. If you are looking for a proper crafted story that is going to be delivered on time with no excuses, whether you're funding, whether you want to promote your brand, we're the right guys for you. We do it like no one does. Our strength is so much in storytelling. Now, if you're looking for that kind of person, where you're going to give them your work and they say you're getting your work on Tuesday and you get it on Tuesday, vis-a-vis when you give someone work and say Tuesday, by the time it reaches Tuesday, their phones are off and you have a presentation as a client, then you choose.
Again, it's free entry, free exit. We're only here to advise whoever's watching. We're only here to advise. The only way you can actually grow in this business is have integrity.
That's true.
When you say Tuesday, it's Tuesday. When you say 5 working days, weekends are good for you. Maybe you have family and you have to take care of other things. Don't get into work. You need time to relax. But 5 days should be 5 working days. 10 working days should be 10 working days. Footage should never disappear. and if you've promised a red camera, For those who don't know, Red is like a very good camera, very technical, but don't bring a different thing.
The beginning
so
camera.
the key thing to pick out from this conversation is integrity. It counts for a lot. Mean what you say. And whatever, like you said, like what you said earlier is if do not put prices that won't reflect the quality you're giving.
It's true.
Otherwise,
You'll end up
you are pulling everyone down. Yeah, you are pulling Sean, me, him down. Everyone is going to say, Bagaiva video.
Those guys. And
There's something actually on the same part.
Yeah.
I think we've based so much on our side, the client side. Something else we often forget while you're building all those items is saying, as you grow, I think you also need to learn about feedback for you to find your true value. Because ultimately, all this we are talking about is value for money.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah? But you need, if you need to find where your value is, you need to also learn how to take feedback. You will have, I have a friend.
That's a difficult.
Yes, I know. We
Also-
forget
also-
it.
also for the
We
creative
forget
side.
it for the creatives.
Yes.
I have a friend who has ditched doing commercials. I asked him why. And he said, well, the issue is when you're deciding to do a commercial, Shafiq has brought a commercial I want to do for Kapere business. He gives you the idea, you call the specific guys, they give you a storyboard, they give you a storyline, and it looks, you know, all fantastic. But the problem is, when you go to the realistic end of it, and you start shooting and everything, what comes out is completely different from what was planned. And then you get into the crosshairs where a client says, you nigga, I paid 100 million.
I think let's first take a break. We'll come back with more. We're going to be talking about other things. Then we'll be back.
What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stopover center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers. What does it take to change the world? It takes a long chain of resilient men and women, endowed with various skill sets and divergent mindsets, holistically working together to achieve a common goal. It is a synergetic effect of different art forms combining into one to think, design, and create mind-blowing stories. A systematic workflow and processes from department to another. A set of professional tools and elements designed to create and fine-tune. It takes persistence, consistency, and collaboration to tell compelling stories, to evoke emotions, and to change the world. We have designed a one-stop-over center online with all the seasoned creatives from all the realms of the film industry. Together, we can. We are the Film Hackers.
Welcome back to the Film Hackers Talk Show. Today we're here to do a recap of the things that we talked about in season 1 and also to take feedback from you. What are some of the things that you'd like to be seeing to be changed on the show? What are some of the things that you like to be discussed? If you have any topic that you like to us to discuss, or if you have individual filmmakers, people who are into content creation that you'd like to see on this platform, please let us know in the comments below. We'll be able to make it happen when we come back for season 2. And most importantly, we're here to make the industry better. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Net Studio, Garage Group, Incredible Media for the work they've put in to produce over 12 episodes of amazing content that is not only just for watching, but that is transforming people's life out there. Thank you so much to Net Studio, Film Hackers, and Garage Group. So I want to come back to the panel. And I've talked about how to cost for TV commercials and documentaries and everything. Sean, you are an expert in TV. You've been in TV for quite a long time. For someone who wants to go into a TV series or a TV show, what are some of the things that they should look out? What are some of those particular things that they should put in their proposal before they even go out there to start recording?
Okay, for TV, unfortunate enough, you've brought out one of the things. I'm only going to pick out 3 key elements. There may be very many other things, but the 3 key elements I've always thought are very important. One of them is something you've mentioned, which is a proposal. Very many people don't really understand, and starting people don't understand a proposal. They often, when they go to the TV stations, they are asked to bring up a proposal and they don't understand it. But here is the logic behind a proposal. A proposal helps a TV manager or whoever is going to run, or even a sponsor, to understand, one, your story, your intention, because ultimately video is not just video. We are communicating. If we are not communicating, then you probably will get lost somewhere. So your proposal allows me to understand what your intentions are, what you're trying to communicate, and how far it can possibly go, which then brings in 2 other aspects. One is for us to execute your proposal, what is the budget? You need to understand that a budget is important. Most people don't want to work with a budget. They think we'll go as we go. But remember what he said, it's a business at the end of the day. So if you don't put that aspect in, you will likely burn your whole crew on set and no one has gained out of it. All in the name of...
will not turn up.
Exactly. And probably if your message is a longer one, you will not even have extended or moved the message out. So you need to have a budget, and if you are at an advanced level, you need to have what you call a bankable plan. And why do I say a bankable plan, or what's a bankable plan? A bankable plan is for you to know that in my proposal, attached with a budget, is going to be how do I sustain season 1, season 2, season 3. Seasons are what run series. Because for TV shows, you may not have, I don't know if people still do 45 minutes of a documentary or something, or 60. For TV, because of the nature of how it runs with airtime, you want to split your messages into small bits, and many other reasons why they split them. So you want to know that I'm going to run the first 15 minutes or 10 minutes or 30 minutes today and every other Friday of the week. And then seasons will definitely take about, some people will do 10, some people will do 8, some people will do 13. So you have to put in mind of how do I sustain the 10 episodes. That's why I called it a bankable plan. That each episode is going to cost me 4.5 million or 5 million. So trickle that against 10 episodes, and you'll know that I actually need a plan that sustains this. Now, why is it important to have a bankable plan? Is that once you're done with that, you come to the third thing called financing. So you need to know, how am I going to finance this? You either have one of the rich kids who has the money at the back of you, or you are going to ask for a partnership. Some people ask for a partnership with a person who can finance them. Could be a bank. You could walk into the TV station and say, I want to partner with you and run this content. And remember, why I said you have to have a proposal is because they will ask you for a proposal to see if it's something they want. Every TV station is set in a different niche. You can't take a very high-end UK accent, Luzungu, without translations, without subtitles to a Bukede station. So that all those things are mitigated in the proposal initially. Yeah? So if Bukede, let's say, TV Kapere wants to fund you and they say, fine, then they will have looked at your proposal. They look at the bankable plan. The bankable plan, if you need to go to the bank or something, then you will come to that. And that brings me to the fourth, which is sponsorship, really. It's part of financing, but I've seen in our current setting in Uganda, it's something that is very key. And I think it's where I would want to spend a little bit more time. So in trying to sustain an episode, let's use the benchmark for Kapere wants to do a Kapere series and is costed each episode at 5 million. 5 times 10, you see he's going to need is 50, but the guy doesn't have the money. He probably has the equipment, he doesn't have the money to sustain all those, and he needs the sponsorship. So there are basically about 3 ways. You could partner with a TV station and you agree on revenue share, where you say a TV station is going to agree to take a percentage when they bring in the sponsor or when you bring in the sponsor. That works perfectly well for you. The other option is for you to walk into a company. Let's call a company John. And you say, John, I have a proposal for, again, I'm coming back to proposal. I want to do a series. Now, the 2 things here that are usually very different, and we have advised on this set before, I think we should avoid a scenario where you go and shoot a 10-episode series and you walk to John, because then you may have a proper disconnect. John wants to push for mobile data. You've brought a Kasoli data. So you have a proper disconnect. So the sponsorship has to be something you need to be very careful about if you're going to trade into it. Version 1 is, if you can, first study the environment where you want to send your message. And why I say this is because it will help you with things to do with how are they, at the end of the day, your sponsor also has a need. Sometimes they want to advertise. So it will leverage and give you a space of how they are going to advertise. The current setting we have is that spot ads, or what you see as a Kalango, normal Kalango on TV, is weighing low. It's not as much as it used to be, but there are things to do with product placement. So if you walk to John and you've already shot your 10 episodes, and John says, for me to run your series, I want to put my product somewhere there in the corner or here, but you've already branded everything. You see, you're losing out on money at that stage. You don't know what to do. So I think Josh used to say, take the toes first and see how the water feels. Yes. Figure out where your story is going to be from the proposal. If it is sponsorship and you can deal with a guy and you've done, let's say, your demo, most times they will ask you for TVs, they will ask you for a demo. And people ask me, they've asked me this question a lot. Why? So you mean I have to first do a demo? Because from the first word go when they enter the TV station, they ask for, bring a proposal and a demo. And I'm like, a demo? Now, a demo is not a bad thing, guys. It's not a bad thing. It actually helps me in the TV station to understand your capability as well. Every TV station has a standard. You may bring a standard that fits for Kapere TV but doesn't fit for John TV. So you need to be why they're asking you for a demo is. And like all businesses, you have to start somewhere. I know you feel it as a risk, but you have to move. You have to put your toes somewhere in the water if you're going to swim.
Speaking about businesses, Josh, I would like to ask you, what advice do you have for people who are in need of videos out there as clients? What are the things that they should look for? And most importantly, how do they get the right people?
Before I answer your question, Shafiq, there's something he has said that's interesting. It just got like, I feel like people in television, people who want to enter into television need to know this. There's investment. And the only realistic investment you can make is a pilot. If you're going for a TV show that has like that has series, you need that one pilot. That one pilot is going to help you determine one, your quality. You're not speaking on paper, and two, your price. It will help you determine. That's one unit. If you know the cost of a unit, you can multiply. Then you avoid all other things of post-production, product placement. You understand where the Mountain Dew can't fit in because you didn't plan it, but you've sold the idea. So your one pilot is going to help the industry people, the TV people, know that this is a bankable idea, let's take it or not. It will also help you not to put a lot of money because you're not sure. And also, it's very difficult to sell a TV show on paper in Kampala. It happens in Nairobi, it happens all other markets. But in Uganda, selling a show on paper, you need to have magic. Yeah, you need to have some kind of magic.
Or you need to have like a proper profile that is backing up, like your past work. Like these are the TV shows that I've worked on, and this is the kind of work. This is my quality.
In which case, those TV shows you've worked on act as a pilot, literally.
You imagine you Kapere Productions, you are the TV station. Would you actually fund a TV show that has no pilot?
No.
Okay.
I mean, if you're the guy giving out the money,
exactly.
Would you give that money? No, of course not.
Even if it's little, by the way, even if it's 500K an episode.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. If it's $1 billion shillings in business terms, you take off 1K every day, not replacing it.
You can't get back to one.
Exactly. So I think we should learn. These people need to learn from the business, how it's done. Outside, you know, they have a season or a time in television where they go for bidding on pilots. Okay, so they pick out these things like we shall take this show, we shall take this show, we shall take the other show. So we need to listen to behind the scenes people of these great shows. There's a show on Netflix that I really like now. It's called Emily in Paris. But you see, it's nice, but you have to understand the process. How does it end up on TV? It begins with one pilot. That is one unit, fully costed. So when you walk into the boardroom,
you know exactly how much it's going to cost.
Exactly. There's not exactly, but there's an estimate. Exactly. You have a feel. You're not gambling. Yeah. Now that one unit. That is your investment.
And I think on the other side, Josh, I also feel like you need to have a marketing person. They have different names. Some call them strategists, some call them business developers, some call them marketeers. That you find that in the hierarchy of film, we have producers, directors, and everything, all that kind of sort. But there is always that guy that you need in the company who understands business. He may not even know how to do graphics, edits, and everything, but what he knows are numbers. When the two creative people like you sit together and start a company, and you don't have that business person, trust me, it's really hard. Because you'll be looking at, oh my God, look at that drone shot. It looks amazing. Look, that shot is good, man. Look at that graphics. I mean, look at that graphics. It's dope. But at the end of the day, if you cannot quantify that into cash, I mean, you keep on doing it, and at one point you wake up in the morning and you're frustrated. Then you go and do something else.
It's a question, but I don't want to ask that question here.
No, please.
The question, and okay, for the record, I don't think it's one business guy. I think it goes back to something we discussed, which was specialization. You need to learn specialization. And I think for the guys who are wondering why, I've seen a lot of people do it here. They want to write and also direct and also do XYZ. The guy behind Game of Thrones, does he do film?
No, he doesn't.
He only writes the story.
Yes.
He was only privileged to be on the set because he wanted to make sure that he delivers.
Yeah.
But he understands the story, and the guys who film and direct the storyline are totally different people. Yes. So that specialization for all those have to happen. However, there is a question that someone would ask out there. If I am Shafiq and I am a creative, Josh is my friend. He doesn't probably know how to hold a camera. Can I call him in as the business guy? He understands numbers. That's a strong question. And many of these young guys will ask that question.
Can I answer that?
Yes, please.
Please do.
Do business with people you can disagree with. Yes.
Why?
Because they always have a different perspective.
Yes.
That's what you need to grow.
You don't need a yes person.
Zero.
In the team.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
Say like, Josh, you're refusing that work. It is 5 million, but we've not yet paid your car, and salaries are due. So as a creative person, you'd be like, no. We're not going to do that work.
So I've answered it.
Yeah.
So do business with people you disagree with.
Yeah.
That is,
to add on to it, I think also do business with someone who is not just the numbers, but has the passion to understand what this craft is about. Yeah. Like you say, there is a danger behind us of the technical skilling. Yeah. And if someone wants to treat your business like a Kapere's Kafunda shop, there's also a danger. Yeah. I want him to have the numbers, but you also need him, even if he has never learned about video, he should have the capacity to sit down and analyze and say, okay, Josh is an editor. If I'm paying Josh to edit in a single day, his requirements are XY, or his salary is XYZ. For us, that's how we do it. If I'm sending someone on set and you want to take him as a client, I get his salary, we'll slash it by the number of days, and I know how much you need to pay him per single day. So that he doesn't just get to the boardroom and charge. You understand? Because then you risk undercharging or overcharging. But in this,
there's many ways to go about it. But I think the most traveled path of production and business is have a position. And as a video production house, you will not do every production. Okay? Your quality, your delivery times determine a lot of things. Yeah, even if you're going to earn 5M of a project and that 5M is not bringing salaries for this month, maybe there's something it is bringing. Yes. Okay? You have to have a direction you're going. And you'll not grow in so many ways at once. You understand? You either grow your business arm or your artistic arm. But you can't have moving them at the same time, it's a process.
It's a process.
It's a process.
And it's a painful process.
Exactly. Yes. And going back to your question of how do I charge or how do I determine what video, what cost someone might have.
And the question was, the clients that are coming to do business for their business.
Videos for their business.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that they should look out? Yes. In terms of who is professional, what they've done, what are the things that you know, okay, this guy is asking for all this money, but why? What are those key indicators?
First I said video production is like farming. Your next work comes from your previous work.
Yes.
Okay? So the first thing a business owner has to ask me is, what work have you done?
Before.
Give me your show reel. We call it a show reel, for those who don't know. Show reel,
The kind of work that you
but it's no longer real these days. It's just it's just a soft copy. Yeah, it's just a soft copy of work you've done.
Yeah.
It should be WhatsAppable, it should be emailable, it is short. It has all the nice things put together in a nice way.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing a business person or someone who wants to work with me should ask. And when that is done, the next thing is coming from me. I ask them, what do you want? That's why they give me a brief. Now, most companies don't have briefs, like a creative brief.
Yeah, sure.
So I ask them, okay, do you have like a marketing plan? If they have a marketing plan, that's good. That means they know what they want. Okay? They know we are at awareness stage or consideration or decision. Or we are past decision. We are now doing after sales content, like how to assemble this thing. When you've bought it, this is how you do it. Only those videos. So when that marketing plan is presented to me, I ask, okay, which stage are you and where are you going? So that's where you start from. And everything goes back to the three things: quality, time, cost.
And cost.
Okay? That's where everything goes back to. But for what it's worth, in like my video in business, I charge the process. That is how one video is not going to be the same price as the next video. The process
of crafting.
Exactly, of crafting your message to fit into your marketing stages. That's it.
Yes. So I'd like to get some feedback. These are some of the questions that have been asked to directly inbox of Film Hackers. I have a small company. Every time I try to bid for work, they ask me for things I don't even know about. How can I do? They ask me for tax clearances, TIN number, PPDA, among other things. What do I do about that? I don't know.
That is now, let's use the example of Kapere.
Yes, yes.
Kapere has to understand that this country is owned by Tata Muhoozi.
Yes.
Okay? And he needs taxes. He needs his he needs his cut for you to have the security you have. Otherwise, when you're filming at night and you're going from Arua to Kampala and there's no security,
you have problems.
Okay? So always know the area you're operating in. Okay?
And I think I would like also...
Before you go. So when you know the area you're operating in, you know that there are taxes to be paid. So please understand the business side of things. Before you think drones, cameras, everything, understand that you are running a business and the people you're operating with, the people you're doing work for, they're registered businesses somewhere. They have to pay taxes. Okay? And there's now e-invoicing. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's coming, guys. Production guys, it's coming. The e-invoicing. So you have to have a knowledge and a big one at that to conduct your business in this area. Okay, so if you are PPDA is basically public disposal, whatever assets, whatever it is. It is to do with government. Okay,
it's actually a proper. It's a system that vets suppliers to the government.
Exactly.
And
So
you have to be registered.
You will not be paid for doing work for a government entity if you're not registered
in the PPDA system.
in the PPDA system.
Yes.
You understand? So you take time and learn all these things one by one. It will take you mostly a week, a week. And there are people who are doing this paperwork. If you go to Georgia House, is it Georgia House? URSB?
Yes.
Yes, and URSB has a website. Yeah. All these things are there. Yeah. What you actually need to transact as a company or a production company. Yeah.
So, Sean, you have
just
something?
to add to the same, I think it's something that we also noticed when we were starting out. Unfortunately for the guys who are starting out, it's not as easy as it was. But the point was, when we started out, many businesses started out as what we call briefcase business.
It's a
so,
good to start.
yeah, it's actually, I'm coming to the same point. I'm going.
There's someone who said that, you know, formalizing business in Uganda means you're inviting a lot of singing around your business. Yeah. So he advised the first way to do it is soko chikube for 10 years.
I don't know. Unfortunately, for the guys starting out now, it may not be. You may not have the longevity that we had.
It's not even possible.
Some people, yes, it is still possible.
Mm-hmm.
But
if you're working from your bedroom,
I think let me just put more light on that. If you're looking for like cartoon money, from let's say from 500 to like 3 million, around there. From 500 shillings to let's say for like 1 million. Yes, that's cartoon money. It's kawa. When you start dealing with big corporations and big companies, they're going to ask for TIN numbers. You'll have to get money on a company account, to be clear, not on a personal account. But if your company is called X, the company account has to be in names of X. Then you need tax clearances, you need NSSF registration, because when you're bidding for these gigs, they're going to ask you, give us audited books of your past 3 years. Then you have to be registered with PPDA, you have to have tax certification that shows that you've paid for annual returns, and when your company, like you've made money, you have to file for annual returns at the end of the year. So without, yes, even when you've not made, you have to declare. So all those things put together. Remember, when you open up a company, you have to register and get a TIN number. That is one. Two, when the year ends, you have to file for your annual return. That is second. Third, you have to register for NSSF. Fourth, you have to be registered in PPDA if you're going to get any work from the government. Any transaction between 1 million to 5 million that is going to go to procurement, they have to sit with the board. Above 5 million, they have to sit with the board. You never get that money cash, it will go to your account directly. So it becomes so hard to start dealing with the big companies. Why? Because they have proper systems in place and you have to follow them. They can't go down to feel sorry for you. You just have to catch up with the game.
I wanted to say, I want to give a small relief idea. It's something I learned also recently. For guys, the process that I have seen that I think can work and can give you a vision of what to do is that the starting stage is usually briefcase, the one you've described. Yeah. As you get out of the briefcase, you must learn that you must go higher. I call it legal, for lack of a better word. You must legalize your business. And that's where the PPDA, the tax come in. The logic is, what you have explained partly, is that you may never be able to access 100 million of a job if you're not legal. Yeah. Because the companies, the other side, who are able to give you that amount of money are legal. They pay taxes. So the transaction, I don't think we're going to go into taxes. The transaction between you and that company requires a tax.
Because it creates paper.
Exactly, yes. and that's the only way you'll go. So my process I've always thought about, and my advice would be, you can start briefcase. Unfortunately, it won't be long, but the reason why I would actually say start briefcase is so that you can learn. You can understand, call an auditor, an accountant to teach you what will happen so that you don't get in and get bombarded and you hate the job and run out. Then you will advance to the next stage, which allows you more money. Now, by default, taxes are not very friendly, even to the wealthy. So my advice would be, when you go higher, try to find a way to create, I call it a war chest. a space where you can have savings from your business that allows you to invest money somewhere else, which is a tax-free environment. You can learn about those. And that way, if you've done 20 years of Kapere video,
Invest in Cayman Islands.
Okay.
What's a tax-free business?
There are a number of tax-free. No, not music. I'll give you a good example. Most of the retirement settings are not the same tax amount as the ones that are in the businesses. So for instance, if you're saving money in a retirement scheme, UBRA, NSSF, it is less taxed compared. Have they taxed NSSF yet? I don't think. Oh, they are planning to. They are planning to. So the tax at that stage is lower. I don't know about real estate. I don't know if it has gone to that stage. But you always find there are things that have a lower tax rate. Yes. There are things that are lower compared to, so that you know that you can always bank on that. We don't want to see you run 20 years of, and you say all your money was taken. Yeah. You also need to have a plan. Yeah, continue.
So I have another question. I'm an upcoming actress. How do I make it to the top, and how do I get casted? Most importantly, I see very many Ugandans having the same actors and actresses in every show I see on TV. Why that? And how can I become a global star? I think I'll have to answer that. Yeah, you can also.
I will say, come and cast you. Go ahead.
They come and ask you.
For me, it's very simple. If you want business in showbiz, one, you have to show the world that you exist. That technology of you showing us that you exist is in your hands. Okay? Go on TikTok, look at videos of actors, your favorite actors or actresses, reenact. It can be 1 minute, 2 minutes. Do it consistently for 6 months or 1 year. You'll be visible. You'll be visible. So, one, remember, for you to get business, you have to show the business world that you exist. The tool is in your hands. It's a smartphone. Whatever you're doing, do so much of that. Repeat, repeat, post. Get serious. You'll be casted.
But
like he says, show up. Show up. I'll give you 3 examples of people I have dealt with. When Malaika first came to me, Nyanzi, someone had told me about a young lady who could, have skill. A Ugandan typical setting, the day I had given to meet Malaika was on a shoot for Skizzy. That day it rained. It rained at about midday. In my head, a typical Ugandan setting, the person would never show up. Yeah? She actually showed up in the rain with a small umbrella. And I was impressed. Another scenario, Linda Den, we asked for auditions. We sent out requests. Among the videos, Linda's video came up. I had been told about her, but I had never seen her. But you see, me looking at, this young girl and the way she expresses, show up. I mean, she was at a TV station by then. Had she? No, I think she had left. But the thing is, irrespective of whatever, take every opportunity. Stop this question of what if they don't take me, what if. Forget. Show up. If you show up at Shafiki's place, his place, my place, his place, his place, somehow these things will always find a way to pick.
To pick you up. I think on my side, I would just talk about that for the actors, whether you're getting into the industry, whether you're just in the industry now. One, I think it's very important for those that are existing in the industry to find managers or agents that are going to push you as a brand. Very many times we see people leaving Uganda to go out there and do work. It's not by accident that Abe Muchibi appears on all blockbusters in Uganda. It's not by accident. Why? By the time the crew comes here to shoot, already the agent has already discussed what their cut and everything. Yes.
Let's be realistic.
Yeah.
Do we have casting agents here?
There are people. Of course they have money. We have casting agencies.
Okay. Are they international?
They are not international. Yes.
Like, can they link you up to international gigs?
Some can, some can't.
Yes. Exactly. So now they have to come out on Film Hackers here and give us this information that we are Kapere casting agents. We take you to Hollywood, we take you to Bollywood, we take you to Nollywood, we take you to neighboring countries here. So work with us. I think they should come out. Can you have them on the show?
I think we're going to have them in season 2.
Yeah, because
the people that I know that
because even Abe Mchibi himself might not be in position to tell you that I work with these people.
And you see, it is very interesting.
He might protect his area. So
let me give you a list of people that are managed by international agents, but you can't even know. But the next thing you know, they're in Dubai hosting an event, or they're somewhere hosting something big. I'll start with Gaetano Kagwa. There is Gaetano Kagwa, there is Anne Kansime, there is Brian Mlondo, there is Sheila Gashumba, there is all those big, what's her name? Anita Fabiola, all those big celebrities that you see traveling over the world, they have agents that negotiate for them everything, and that is why you keep on seeing them. So already they've positioned themselves, like you said, on social media, but at the same time, they have agents that keep on pushing. You see Fabiola or Malaika hosting an event in Dubai. It's not by accident. They have agents. And this information is not shared because when you look at all our TV setup, it's local content here. It's only Pearl Magic. I don't even know if it shows in East African country.
I thank Film Hackers for happening, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, it's a brilliant idea.
Thank you.
Because everything we are talking about is about, or goes around information.
Yes.
Lack of information.
Yeah.
Lack of information, lack of confidence, lack of so many other things. But at the top, it's information.
Yeah.
We have very few people who want to give information for free.
Yeah.
You know?
But the information is for public consumption. If you don't give it out, someone else will. Please continue.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Most of the problems in the art sector are around lack of information.
True.
But there's a lot of information, like on the internet. But tell me, when was the last time you checked page 7 of your Google search?
I don't even remember.
Yes, there's so much information, but it is also causing a lot of laziness. Because you've Googled a tutorial and you've seen it, like, I watch it later. But remember the first time you got introduction to biology? It was the only book in the classroom.
Yes.
You had to read it now, or it goes. Yes. It goes back with the owner.
Yes.
So, guys out there, I don't know, I urge you, don't get lazy with the information you have. If you need something, be very specific, Google it, pick it up, read it, you know, as in swallow it there and then. Otherwise, if you're going to do the same kind of, actions around redundant information. So if information is too much, it becomes redundant. So why are we discussing things that are out there on the internet? People are not using the internet the way it's supposed to be used. That's what really hurts me. So this platform, I thank you for it because now we can actually disseminate information and experiences, you know? Exactly. So for an actor, really, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram,
Twitter.
Twitter, not so good on videos, but yeah, you know? Yeah, I'm sure.
By the way,
do your own training before you are trained.
These guys ask for auditions all the time. Brands has come, they call for auditions.
So I start with you, Josh. What's your parting shot?
Parting shot?
Like that one thing that you like to put to the audience out there.
If my audience is watching, there are people who need videos in business.
Yes.
So please, my parting shot is an advert. I'm Josh the Fixer, also called Joshua Mwesigwa, government names. I'm the founder, Video in Business. Please contact me. Video is VIDIYO in business. Communicate better using video for your business.
Thank you so much, Josh.
Yes.
Sean, what's your advice to the young people out there and to the people in the industry?
My advice is simple. It's a good trade. It's a good industry. Take the time to learn. Understand it better. Make the hell of that money out of it.
Right.
But interestingly, love your passion because you will never feel a pinch of it.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the show. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Net Studio for collaborating with us to do this show. It's been an amazing experience working on over 12 episodes. It's been a great time, guys. Thank you so much. This place here, you can literally do anything with it. It's for hire. You can come in. If you have any concept, any idea, you can hire it out and shoot your stuff and produce it. We've been able to shoot these 12 episodes live, and it's fully equipped, as you see in the video that is going to be played after the show. I'd like to take this opportunity to appeal to the actors out there. Please invest in yourself in terms of social media, in terms of script reading. Today, you're just an actor, but tomorrow you're going to wake up and you're a brand ambassador. You have to be able to speak out there and to equip yourself with knowledge. For the young people that are coming in the industry, please be patient and know that who's given you little money is not the end of the day. There are so many opportunities out there. I sincerely believe that saying no to work will get you more work. Thank you so much. It's been a very wonderful time with you on the panel, Josh the Fixer, Sean, and me, myself. Thank you so much for watching. See you in season 2.